path at the end of the forest at all, and only then did she ask Uncle Huang to stop. "Miss Jinju, find a place to rest with the children first. I'll go fetch some horse grass and look for a water source." Uncle Huang removed the bridle and couldn't wait to lead the horse to go, and I don't blame him for being anxious. Previously, when he ran long distances, he had always landed in the county or post, not worrying about horse materials and water sources, and this was the first time he had spent the night in the wilderness. The men had brought dry food and water, but the horses were a little harder to eat and drink. Fang Jinju followed up with a step forward. "Okay, Uncle Huang, you go about your business. I'll take the two children to rest for a while and then go collect firewood." Uncle Huang twisted his head, his face pleased and bright. "Good, you guys don't leave the carriage too far. Just pick up whatever you can around here. Wait for me to come back." Fang Jinju nodded her head repeatedly, and after seeing Uncle Huang lead his horse deeper into the forest, she hurriedly brought her two little ones to start collecting firewood. In fact, with Xing Bao in, there is no need to worry about wild beasts attacking at night. Collecting firewood to build a fire because the night is cold and heavy, and the carriage can only barely accommodate 3 people for the night. How could she bear to let Uncle Huang, a 6-armored old man, be outside? So naturally she slept outside. Fang Jinju has already thought about it, and let Rui take some cold warmers and stick them out at night. But there is always a need to pick up some firewood to make a show of it. It was the season of autumn blight, plus Fang Jinju came up with the idea of a firewood gathering competition. The two little ones were so happy and active. It didn't take long to pick up a big pile of firewood. Seeing that Uncle Huang has not returned, Fang Jinju guessed that there is no water source in the mountain forest, so he took the two children to search around and found several natural puddles that have dried up. Fang Jinju was delighted in her heart and hurriedly asked Rui to get the water out of the farm and fill all the puddles half full. That wasn't all. She had Rui put out 2 more chickens from the farm and gave the two little ones some instructions. "If Grandpa Wang's question comes up, just say you caught a pheasant by luck. This white-feathered broiler is a postmodern hybridization of improved varieties. In addition to the North Liao side, this arrow will not be seen," said into the wildlife, not afraid of Uncle Huang's suspicion. On top of that, Fang Jinju asked Rui to take a weed patch on the farm and move it near the watering hole. There was little fresh horse grass to be found at this time of year, and they were counting on the horse to make the journey, so they could not afford to lose it to anyone. With an inexhaustible farm in hand, Fang Jinju didn't want to eat hard without suffering. Within the scope of being able to explain the past, it was only right to make herself and the human and animal around her as comfortable as possible. After deploying everything, Fang Jinju then folded back into the carriage carrying 2 fresh white-feathered chickens. I didn't expect Uncle Huang to come back first. Full of frustration, at first glance, he didn't find the water source in horsegrass. "Grandpa Wang." Rui pulled Xingbao's hand and ran towards Uncle Huang cheerfully. "Look, we caught a pheasant." Uncle Huang looked over openly, immediately attracted by the white-feathered chicken in Fang Jinju's hand, instantly dumbfounded. This is a pheasant? He's lived half his life and he's never seen a white pheasant. Besides, at this time of year, the wildlife are all deep and alert. So how did they catch them? Although he muttered doubts in his heart, he hurriedly went forward and took the chicken in Fang Jinju's hand. "TSK. Good weighing. I'm afraid just one weighs 5 or 6 pounds. Where did you guys find this?" Seeing Uncle Huang's face full of sighs of surprise, Fang Jinju also laughed with the same excitement as winning the lottery. "Uncle Huang, it's the pheasants themselves that fluttered and flew over." Uncle Huang's eyes glazed over. "Ha?" Fang Jinju half jokingly, half seriously said. "I won't lie to you. I'm amazed," said rubbed the head of the two little ones, mysteriously said. "Uncle Huang, to say you do not believe, since saving these two children, I feel that the luck has become particularly good. Not only this pheasant pounces up by itself, we also found water. Anyway, it's always good to blame luck for everything that can't be explained." "Really?" Hearing this, Uncle Huang was overjoyed. "Where is it? Quickly take me there. I'm worried about finding water to resupply my horse." The 3 of them, Fang Jinju, hurriedly brought Uncle Huang to the puddle. Before Uncle Huang had time to react, the horse couldn't wait to run forward and drink furiously with its head down. After a good drink, the horse plunged headlong into the weed patch by the puddle and munched merrily away. Xingbao pulled Rui up to the horse, chattering and whispering. At the end of the day, Xingbao pulled Rui's hand to touch the horse's head. Uncle Huang's heart tightened, just about to open his mouth to stop. He saw that the horse even stretched his head over, cooperating, and Rui's little hands rubbed. Xing's little man jumped for joy. 2 children and a horse. The picture is extremely harmonious and cozy. Uncle Huang's eyes went straight as he watched, the corners of his mouth unconsciously following in a shocked arc. You should know that this horse's temperament was not considered good, and he thought that it took him a long time to break it in before he could barely tame it. Even so, the horse had no relatives, including him, the owner. But now, it was actively showing affection to two dolls. And he delayed so long and found nothing. But Miss Jinju and the girls not only picked up a large pile of firewood, but also found water, and even food for the people and horses. Although Miss Jinju was casually speaking in jest, he really felt that Miss Jinju was a good person with good karma, and that the two dolls she saved were extremely blessed. Uncle Huang, I also need to trouble you to kill these two chickens. We'll roast them for dinner later. Fang Jinju spoke up at the right time. Uncle Huang came back to his senses and said goodbye, hurriedly taking the white-feathered chicken and walking to another puddle. To say that Miss Jinju and the others were really lucky. There were even several of these puddles, and they didn't have to worry about confusing pollution. Fang Jinju was not idle either, and hurriedly took the two little ones to build a fire to boil water near the carriage. The large tawa and salt pans can be generously brought out instead. It would not be a good idea to take out the ingredients for the ground chicken in a dignified manner, but Fang Jinju also has a method. When Uncle Huang finished butchering the chickens, she asked him to go and gather some more firewood back, so that there wouldn't be enough for the night. When Uncle Huang left before him, Fang Jinju arranged for Xingbao to keep the wind at bay before asking Rui to bring out all the ingredients for marinating the chicken. The marinated chicken had just been roasted for a tea, and the flavor quickly spread out, invading the tongue and attacking the stomach. Not only did the two little ones keep gulping, even Uncle Huang, who was collecting firewood, was distracted, picking up a bit and looking over with an open mind. In the end, he simply sped up and picked up a large pile of them and came back, then squatted in front of the fire with the two little ones, staring at the roasted chicken in Fang Jinju's hand without a moment's pause. Luckily, the white feather chicken meat was tender and roasted in half an hour. After drying them for a little while, Fang Jinju tore off the two chicken legs and gave them to Rui and Xingbao. I didn't realize that neither of the two little ones were picking up. Rui gulped and pushed the chicken leg toward Uncle Huang. Grandpa Huang, eat first. Sister, eat first. Star Treasure also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Grandpa killed the chicken. Sister roasted the chicken. The best should be eaten by you guys. Uncle Huang was full of appreciation and was just about to push back, but he saw Fang Jinju laughing. Good. Then Grandpa Huang will eat one chicken leg. Sister prefers chicken wings. Both chicken wings will be given to sister. And the remaining one chicken leg Rui will eat it with brother. Okay? Rui and Xingbao said yes in unison with little grins. Uncle Huang wasn't pretending to push back. Brother, bite first. Bite big bite yo. You bite first. Brother, I'm the older brother. Listen to the older brother. He. Good. Rui, listen to your brother. So yummy. It's delicious. It smells so good. The two little ones took a bite out of you and a bite out of me, eating with insatiable little faces. Uncle Huang took a bite and instantly raised his eyebrows, only to feel the smooth and mellow meat flavor in his mouth, fragrant off his tongue. Their family was not in dire straits, and they were able to eat meat a few times during the holidays, but he had never eaten meat as good as this. Seeing Uncle Huang go down with a chicken leg, Fang Jinju duly handed over another piece of chicken body. Uncle Huang repeatedly praised, Miss Jinju is good at her craft, and this chicken is so deliciously roasted. Fang Jinju pursed her lips and smiled. Indeed, it is delicious. It's also the first time I've eaten such a delicious chicken, but I just rubbed a little salt on it. I can't call it good craftsmanship. It's really that this chicken is naturally delicious. Also, Uncle Huang believed it without even thinking about it. This chicken is unusual in its growth. It's worth it for my old man to eat such delicious chicken in his life. Rui patted her small chest and said with a happy face, Rui, it's worth it too. Ha ha ha, the tender doll voice. But speaking adult words, the small appearance is simply adorable and joyful, causing the two adults to laugh out loud. When the mountains and fields are empty and silent, the laughter becomes especially brittle and clear, startling the flocks of birds on the high branches. Suddenly, a gray sparrow came down in the air and landed on Star Treasure's shoulder. Into the night. On the official road from northern Liao to Mengzhou, several black shadows were traveling as fast as the wind like swallows. In just 2 hours, they arrived at the border of Mengzhou County. At this moment the four sides of the city gates of Mengzhou County were already closed. 1 soldier for every 3 paces, 1 sentry for every 5 paces. On the high watchtowers, there were also soldiers vigilantly patrolling the movements outside the city. Instead of approaching the city gates, the black shadows leapt straight west along the city wall. Chapter 114. They want to use the Star Treasure to do wrong. That can't be done. Although Mengzhou County had the least amount of arable land, the treacherous terrain surrounded by mountains formed a natural barrier, making it a place of offensive and defensive strongholds for Tangwu. Even the walls of the city are closely connected to the steep mountain walls, and then in the city at the foot of the important sections of the mountain, set up a refusal of horse guards. to prevent people over the mountain into the city. However, the main forces of Manju County were concentrated in the training camp and the four sides of the city gates, and the foothills were not well defended. After all, the mountains of Mangzhou County are so dangerous that the enemy can't break through from here, and there's no way for the average person to climb over the mountains and enter the city. Therefore, until dawn, no one noticed a few dark shadows going up the mountain and quietly descending into the city to a mansion on the outskirts of the city. Uncle Huang, you go in the carriage first, and I'll take the two children for convenience. Well, don't go far. Got it, uncle? Eat and drink enough to clean up and stop. Has been into the night darkness set. Fang Jinju and Uncle Huang greeted, and took the two little only went to the dark place. After walking for a good bit, Fang Jinju looked over toward the fire for a moment before leaning over and asking in a small voice, Xingbao, do you have something to say to sister? Just now, during dinner, a gray finch landed on Starbuck's shoulder and chirped for a while. She then saw Starbuck sitting up a bit, like she had something to say. Star Treasure nodded repeatedly, reaching out to protect her ears and answering in a small voice, Sister, those bad guys are coming after us again, and this time they've come with a lot of people. At those words, Fang Jinshu's heart tightened. I thought I had dodged it, but I didn't expect those people to be so unforgiving. As if she had thought of something, she cautiously followed up. Star Treasure, when they abused you before, were they trying to force you to do something? Star Treasure was silent for a moment, then nodded. The bad guys knew my secret and told me to teach my hairy friends to bite a young lady to death. When Xingbao didn't want to, they beat Xingbao and didn't give Xingbao food. Later, it was a mouse friend who made a hole to help Star Treasure escape. Fang Jinju nodded her head in realization and asked again, Then why were you captured by the flower slapper again? Star Treasure didn't know anyone and didn't know where to go. Then Star Treasure had her nose covered. Then she saw her sister. Star Treasure. That. Do you remember father and mother? Do you remember when you were locked in the little house? Father. Mother? What's that? Xingbao only remembers. Been in the little house. After Xingbao finished speaking, Fang Jinju was silent and heartbroken, holding the little man's hand a little tighter. Xingbao is 5 years old, but does not know what father and mother mean, do not even know where they come from, has not seen the sun in captivity, just saw the outside world but fell into the hands of the flower pat. Fang Jinju's nose was slightly sour, and she crouched down to hold Xingbao tightly into her arms. Rui sensed something and also reached out her short little arms and wrapped them tightly around her brother. There was silence, not a single word, but the bottom of Xingbao's eyes were instantly filled with tears, and there was attachment breaking out of his tiny heart, trembling as he stretched out his little leaves of trust to this world. Fang Jinju was almost certain that those people wouldn't let up if they couldn't catch Xingbao. They want to use the Star Treasure for wrongdoing. That can't be done. The idea settled in her mind. She folded back into the carriage with the two little ones in tow. The next day, at the gate of Mangzhou County, there was an endless stream of people's cars and horses traveling to and from the city. An inconspicuous merchant caravan blended in and smoothly left the city, heading in the direction of the capital. Master, it's safe. After walking out a mile, Han Kangwu hurriedly released Chu Yi from the hidden compartment of the carriage. It's hard for a general of his size to stoop to this confined place, but there is no way around it. Mangzhou County and North Liao border. They are the face of the raw, okay? Casually disguised disguise will be able to muddle through. But Chu Yi, this face and Chuul general is too similar. Even if it is pasted with a beard mixed with the ugly face, there is no guarantee that it will not be exposed. Just to make sure, this time Han Kangwu pretended to be the proprietor and Chu Yi pretended to be the attendant. The other four Chu's army, 2 pretending to be car drivers and 2 pretending to be guards. Tangwu's 18 counties, almost all of them have people planted by the general. And previously it was precisely because of these manpower selling North Liao's supplies that they were able to hold out for 2 months after North Liao was abandoned. The general's men had prepared their lines long before they left for Manju. Out just sat steady. Chu Yi to the outside order. Do not have to care about the people in the car. The faster the better. Yes. Raise the curtains. Watching the scenery flying back. Chu Yi's heart seems to be also in the galloping run. I hate that I can't put on my wings and fly to Jinju and Rui's side. What? Let me go back to the capital? Just after opening his eyes, Uncle Huang was instantly shocked on the spot when Fang Jinju requested to call home. Fang Jinju nodded her head in a non-negotiable manner. I didn't sleep well last night. I always felt that something was going to happen, and after thinking about it, I felt that Uncle Huang should hurry back to the capital, in case something really happened and dragged you down. How can I explain to Auntie Shou Wan? How can I explain this to Auntie Shou Wan, and how can she explain this to your family? As she said, she took out 20 taels of silver from her purse and stuffed it into Uncle Huang's hand. Please also ask Uncle Huang to sell the carriage to us. It's hard for you to go back to the capital on foot, and I don't know if this silver money is enough to buy a horse and carriage and pay you a reward. If it's not enough again. Enough is enough. Uncle Huang came back to his senses and responded evenly, then reacted to something. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, for one thing, you don't know how to drive, and for another, if there's a real danger, how will the three of you be able to cope with it? No, I can't leave you all alone and go back to the capital. Seeing the old man's face firmly shaking his head, Fong Jinju's heart was touched, but his expression was even firmer than his. Uncle Huang, think about your family. In case something happens to you following us, what will they do? You don't have to worry about driving. I can do a little bit. Left is just a little slower. It doesn't bother me. And you can see, the three of us, good luck. If the heart is not worried about it, may instead be able to turn the danger into peace. But if you are always worried about even Uncle Huang you, perhaps it will affect the luck, when the trouble can be unavoidable. So Uncle Huang, even in order to fulfill a piece of my peace of mind, you must also hit the road back to the home. Just to work hard your old age also have to hike back to the capital. At the mention of his family, Uncle Huang hesitated. Seeing that Fong Jinju's face is earnest and reasonable, and non-negotiable, he is not good to dwell on anything. The carriage was purchased by me at a cost of 5 taels of silver, and since I can't send you to Mengzhou, there's no talk of any reward silver, not to mention that you've already given me 3 taels of silver earlier. Uncle Huang set the carriage while saying, you give me 5 taels of silver is enough. Both agreed. Get on the car. No road in the forest is hard to drive. I will drive the car out for you, to the main road to teach you 1 or 2 driving skills before you go. Fong Jinju nodded with emotion. Thank you Uncle Huang. When the carriage drove out of the mountain forest, Uncle Huang carefully gave Fong Jinju the skills of driving, and even watched her test it out, carrying the 2 little ones into the carriage. Fong Jinju then sat at the front of the carriage, her hands squeezing the horse's reins, sweating a little nervously. Uncle Huang, it's a long way. You must take good care of your health, and if you meet a carriage on the way, remember to spend some silver to hitch a ride back to the capital. Uncle Huang, let's go then. Uncle Huang waved his hand. Let's go. Let's go. Must drive carefully. Really encounter. Blah blah blah. Have a safe trip. If you arrive in Mengzhou County, remember to write a letter over to us to report your safety. Fong Jinju nodded her head vigorously. When I'm settled, I'll immediately write you a letter. Saying that, she shook the reins and the carriage immediately slowed down. In just a few breaths, he left Uncle Huang behind. Fong Jinju probed, threw a purse toward the curb, and said in a loud voice, Uncle Huang, this is silver for you. If you don't pick it up, it will be cheaper for the bystanders. The purse contained 10 taels of silver. Hiya! When she finished speaking, she shook the reins and lightly slapped the horse's buttocks, and the carriage quickly sped up. Hey, you girl. Alas, Jean Shu girl. Then I'll take it. In the future, if you have the opportunity to come back to the capital, remember to be sure to visit Uncle Huang's house. Grandpa Wang. Bye. The 2 little ones were lying at the back window of the carriage, desperately waving their little hands at Uncle Huang. Sister, I can't see Grandpa Huang. It was only after a long time that Xing Bao escorted Rui to the front of the carriage and sat down. The wind whistled past her ears. Fong Jinju's hand was cupped in a cold sweat. Xing Bao quickly talked to the horse. I don't know how to drive. Tell it to run slower. Star Treasure hurriedly made a sound to communicate with the horse, and soon, the speed of the car slowly decreased. Fong Jinju's tense body slowly relaxed along with it. The reason why she dared to boast about buying Uncle Huang's carriage was that she was certain that with Xing Bao around, even if she had never driven a carriage before, she could still keep it running safely. After all, it is a person who knows how to drive. Plus the horse is extraordinarily cooperative. Not long after Fong Jinju got the hang of it, the carriage is getting faster and faster, but the traveling is getting smoother and smoother. But in an hour, it was more than 50 miles out. While driving, Fong Jinju talked to the 2 little ones, subconsciously teaching them how to act if they encountered danger. Hiss! Suddenly the horse, which was running vigorously, suddenly stumbled and fell forward in a violent lunge. When Fong Jinju was thrown out, she clearly saw a rope being held across the ground. Chapter 115. Fong Jinju. No fainting. Headache. Arm pain. Leg pain. It hurts everywhere. Fong Jinju only felt that all the bones in her body fell apart, and her brain was buzzing with snowflakes. All that was missing was 2 black eyes and fainting, but she didn't dare to faint. Rui. Star Treasure. Fong Jinju didn't know how she got up, even the warm blood running down her cheeks. She was oblivious. She stumbled over to the overturned wagon and saw Xingbao lifting the curtain and struggling to pull Rui out. The 2 little ones were full of panic, obviously scared, but between the movements and walking, they were all flexible and well, and it seemed that there was no big problem. Seeing this scene, Fang Jinju's legs and feet went limp and she sat down heavily on the ground, her eyes going black after black. She shook her head. Fang Kamchu, no fainting allowed. Things are perverse and dangerous. No fainting allowed. Sister. As soon as Xingbao and Ruerue climbed out of the carriage, they snuggled up to Fang Jinju left and right, struggling to support her with their little bodies. They didn't cry when the carriage fell, but when they saw their sister's head covered in blood, the two little ones instantly burst into tears. Fang Jinju struggled to raise the corners of her lips. It's fine. Sister is fine. Don't cry. Before he could slow down, there was a disorganized sound of footsteps and the fragmentary sound of sheaths rubbing together up ahead. Then there were 4 or 5 pugnacious men who popped out of the bushes on either side of the mountain wall. It's a pussy. And 2 cubs. Bad luck. Look at the shabby way they're dressed. It's a waste of time for us to harbor in the back there for so long. At the sound of the voice, Fang Jinju's originally dizzy mind instantly cleared for a few moments. Raising her eyes to look over, alarm bells ringing in her heart. Wolf tooth stick broad axe knife. Animal skin horse skirt bald mangy man. What else could it be if not a robber? Subconsciously, Fang Jinju braced herself and stood up, but her left arm shrank back with a sharp pain. Cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead and his heart stuttered. The left hand seems to be broken, but not allowing her to think too much. She replaced her right hand on the ground and got up shakily, blocking in front of the 2 little ones, looking at the visitor with a guarded face. Yo-ho, this has a pretty big life. She fell so hard and still managed to get up. A bandit with a scarred face flashed his face with surprise, and then he said fiercely, empty out all the valuable things on your body. Fang Jinju did not hesitate, quickly took out all the silver on his body and handed it over. Good man, please smile. I still ask you good men to spare the lives of our sister and brother. The attitude was respectful, the voice slightly trembling. Several bandits looked at each other with playfulness in their eyes. That's a long shot. Hey, there's a small 100 taels. I didn't see it. This still has some family money. Oh, you're satisfied with just this much? It's not enough for me to stuff my teeth alone. Don't be anxious. Third boss. It's only morning. It's a good opening. There may be big fish in the back. Third boss. This woman looks white and tender. Her posture is good. Why don't you bring her back to the fortress for the brothers to have a good time? Look at your lustful look. What? You just grabbed back a few women 2 days ago and you're tired of playing with them again? Hey, different women, different flavors. Speaking later, a few bandits began to unkindly survey Fang Jinju with lustful glints under their eyes. Just by being looked at by them like this, Fang Jinju felt like she was being wrapped around her body by a lustful mangaka, suffocating and nauseating. It is her cognitively shallow heart lucky, also thought that this group of robbers to get the money will not be able to let them off the hook. Unbeknownst to me, the most worthless thing in this chaotic world is human life. If you have value, you will play with you. If you have no value, you will kill you, whether you live or die, or if you can't live or die. It all depends on the whim of the strong. Seeing the several bandits slowly approaching, a flash of sternness flashed under Fang Jinju's eyes, and without moving, she pulled on Xingbao's hand. These evildoers are just right to be used to feed their beastly friends. Sister, here comes the bad guy from behind. Fang Jinju was just about to ask Xingbao to shake the number and call out for a beast friend, but Xingbao behind her opened her mouth first. Her voice was small, but it was enough for Fang Jinju to hear it clearly. She blushed and an idea instantly popped into her mind. When the robbers came to their heels, the idea in Fang Jinju's mind had already taken hold fast. Please a few good men stop first. We are not ordinary people. Fang Jinju's face suddenly returned to calmness, and with a few points of sarcasm, there are also people behind us chasing us. If you bring us back to the fortress, I'm afraid that at that time, instead of having no happiness to amuse us, we will also cause a lot of trouble. With star treasure around, these bandits couldn't do anything about them, but not those behind them. They knew what star treasure was capable of, and with that lesson from the cave, they were only afraid that this time they would be prepared and not be able to escape. Although we are facing a dangerous situation now, it may not be an opportunity to live after death. Upon hearing this, the few good men looked at each other twice, then threw back their heads and laughed. Ha ha ha, little, if you want to play tricks in front of us, you're still a bit young. That's right, we 3 dragons are in the business of licking blood from the mouth of a knife. The more troublesome it is, the more exciting it is for us. Ha. Fang Jinju said with a serious face, you guys really aren't afraid? I haven't heard the name of the 3 dragons gang, but I'm well aware of the power of the people behind them, and don't think you're a match for them. But if you really have the guts to take in the 3 of us siblings, you can make a fortune. Towards the end, her face was colored with a bit of mystery, and a bit of questioning. This APT questioning succeeded in stirring up the good spirits of a few of the bandits. The scarred man's face was annoyed as he said, hey, you little, You dare to underestimate us without having heard of our Three Dragons gang's name? The bald bandit pulled him back and looked at Fong Jinju with suspicious eyes. What is this horizontal wealth you speak of? Is it true or false honestly? If you dare to play tricks, it's not your turn to come behind you. I'll finish you off with a knife right now. Seeing him fierce and vicious, the two little ones foolishly wanted to come to Fong Jinju's body, but Fong Jinju was pressed down dead. She smiled back without fear. You don't have to threaten me either. Being burdened with a heavenly secret, I've long been prepared to escape if I can, and take the secret into the ground if I can't. They say that the Mongolian is full of surviving righteousness, so I was just lucky enough to put my hopes on you guys, but it seems that I bet on the wrong thing. With that she stepped forward. Kill if you want to. It's all the same to us in whose hands we die. Seeing her look of posing needlessly, the bald bandit leader's eyes flickered, and for a moment, he was actually a bit confused. Suddenly, Scarab dropped to the ground and pressed his ear to the ground. An instant later, he jumped up and pointed behind Fong Jinju. Third Master, there are really a lot of people coming from that end. Chapter 116, then let the bandits of the Three Dragons gang protect her. Fong Jinju raised her eyebrows. Kill them if you want to. If you don't do it, it won't be your turn to do it. Although his face was calm, his heart was actually hanging slightly. It's a big gamble. 2 against 2. It was better to fall into the hands of the bandits than into the hands of those black-clad men behind them. I just don't know if these bandits are as ballsy as they say they are in their own mouths. You, drive the wagon to find a secluded location to hide, and come back when the wind has passed. You too, fetch the rope from the floor. The bald man looked like he had made up his mind, and immediately gave a flurry of orders, then looked at Fong Jinju with unkind eyes. You guys, go back to the fortress with me. Hurry up. As soon as his words fell, some bandits came up and shoved Fong Jinju, but Fong Jinju avoided it. Don't worry, we can't wait to go back to the fortress with you guys. We won't let you worry about it. With that, he greeted the two little ones and walked forward. Seeing that she was cooperating exceptionally, the bottom of the bald man's eyes flashed, and a touch of greed and excitement spread across his face. I can't say that this little pussy is really a big fat goat. The Three Dragons gang is on the side of a nearby mountain. The bandits suspected that the two children walked slowly. Simply one person carried Fong Jinju's words to pacify the two little no noise, just quietly sitting on the bandit's shoulder, eyes full of heartache looking at his sister. The fall at the foot of the mountain was not light. Fong Jinju was still topped with a head of blood, and at this moment, covering the injured arm, each step was walking with a vague uncertainty. Sister must have been in a lot of pain. A lot of pain. A lot of pain. After walking for a while, the bald man ordered someone to carry Fong Jinju as well, but she didn't move to change the subject. The good man brought us back to the fortress, so that means he believes what I said is true? Then dare I ask, with the secrets I know, can I keep us three siblings alive? The bald man was really interested and coldly grunted. That depends on what those treasures in your mouth are worth. Fong Jinju twisted her head and raised her eyebrows at him. How can it be more than 1,000 or 2,000 taels of small fortune? That can make so many people pursue us relentlessly? Saying that, he withdrew his sight again to concentrate on climbing the mountain. Those treasures, not to mention your Three Dragons gang, even if it is to feed a county for 20 years is enough. Seeing her speak with certainty, the greed under the eyes of the bald man is more and more intense. If you really have such a good thing to say, to spare a few of your lives is not a matter of my words, but if you dare to play tricks and tell lies, then I'll let all the cottage brothers to toss you alive. These two little ones, I will also roast them raw as wine meat. At those words, Fong Jinju's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, and a flash of sternness flashed under her eyes. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. There is only more evil, not the most. No wonder Chu Yi never dared to mention ideals generously. In this chaotic world, there are evil people on the inside, and there are horizontal enemies on the outside. Trying to purge the evil people and horizontal enemies to create a peaceful world is really as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Nature. Fong Jinju took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and agreed. In front of a good man, we three siblings are no better than ants, so how could we dare to lie? Don't worry, I seek to live. A good man seeks to get rich. We just get what we want. The bald man glanced at her back and asked again, where is that thing? Fong Jinju casually responded, the stuff is in a mountain in Mangzhou County. Manju County? Wouldn't that be hundreds of miles from here? Well, so here's the big deal. The good man is the third in command. It is inevitable that he has to go back and discuss with the upper two in charge. If you want to go with me to get it, I'm afraid that you still have to make some preparations. Where's the treasure? It's just a reprieve. Since she couldn't escape the men in black, she let the bandits of the Three Dragons gang escort her. I am not afraid of not being able to deliver to Mangzhou County, but I am afraid that the fraudulent two masters in front of me, The two in the walled village are not good to coax. I don't know how long I climbed. Fang Jinju only felt that her legs and feet were not her own, and her arm injuries also hurt her body sweating, and only then did she see the gate of the Three Dragons Gang's fortress. Fang Jinju's eyes shook slightly. She hadn't seen many of these bandit strongholds in TV shows, with their shabby gates and messy interiors, but in front of the walled city gate is 2 feet high and wide. Even the plaque is not similar to the Fae's house. The door guarded a dozen robbers with swords. All of them are strong. If it is not the color of the clothes is messy, more imposing than the purple Cloud Street guards. Although the houses in the walled village are not very luxurious, but they are also located in an orderly manner. The one in the center is much higher, and the facade is also larger than the others, so it must be the residence of several heads of household. The bald man of few did not exaggerate. Just based on this fortress can also be seen, the Three Dragons Gang is indeed not ordinary mountain bandits and robbers. Fang Jinju pinched herself hard on her waist and forced herself together. There were 2 more villains to deal with later, and there was no room for error. Sure enough, the bald man brought Fang Jinju straight into the center of the house. Lao San, why are you wrapping up so early today? As soon as they entered the door, a tall man greeted them, and his eyes swam across the faces of the 3 Fang Jinju like a poisonous snake as he spoke. What's the situation here? Although Fang Jinju's eyes were drooping, she had already gotten a clear view of the man at the top of the list between sweeps of her eyes. It's a short dwarf man. Jurassic man. They say it's short and sweet, and she almost immediately decided that this midget was the big boss of the Three Dragons Gang, and the worst person to fool. The bald man told the events before and after he met Fang Jinju one by one. At the end of the day, his eyes glistened and he said, if we bring those treasures back, our brothers in this fortress will no longer have to lick blood from the mouth of the sword. Big brother, second brother, what do you think? The tall and thin man gave Fang Jinju a skeptical look. You believe what such a woman says? He said, reaching out and clipping his bald head. Your brain is eaten by a dog, isn't it? The top dwarf, Ru, also slid down from his stool, and with his hands behind his back, he sized up the 3 of them around Fang Jinju, and then looked at the bald man. Oldest 3, do you know why you can only be the 3rd oldest? The treasure that feeds a county for 20 years is still far away in Monmouth County, and you believe such nonsense? If you don't grow a brain, I'm going to cut your position as 3rd in command and pick someone else to fill it. I'll give you a chance. Take them down and kill them right now. When you see them you think of you being stupid and an eyesore. After saying that, the midget coldly gouged out Fang Jinju, and with his hands behind his back again, he swaggered back to the upper seat. The bald man was splashed with cold water by the 2 heads, but also stabbed a heart knife, and then looked at Fang Jinju. The fire of annoyance in her eyes was eager to burn her to death. He had just reached out and was ready to shove Fang Jinju out, but Fang Jinju said in a loud voice, without even a single word of examination, you cut off the heavenly fortune, and you still deserve to be a big pawn and 2 pawns. I do think that this 3rd leader is courageous and resourceful, and it's simply aggravating to be subservient to the 2 of you who think you're the best of the best. Just as her words fell, 2 viper-like gazes instantly wrapped around her. Chapter 117, When we meet, we'll speak our minds again. Seeing that the second head of the family raised his hand to hit her slap, she was not afraid but instead put her face to meet up. I am the first daughter of the Xiangfu family. I can stand death but cannot be humiliated. With your 3rd head of the family to come to the walled village, is to use the sky of wealth to buy a dignity. You're slapping down that slap. That's going to turn away this splash of riches. The second master's palm paused when it was a stone's throw away from Fang Jinju's cheek. His eyes surprised. You, the first daughter of the ministerial palace? Then he glanced back and forth at her. This is the first time I've seen a noblewoman dressed so shabbily. Ha, just because you judge people by their appearances, you're worthy of calling the 3rd boss stupid. Fang Jinju was coldly sarcastic and undaunted. Being chaste, do I still have to wear brocade clothes and fancy dress to escape? Saying that, without allowing the second leader to speak, she looked straight at the midget man. This face of mine is living proof that a little probing will confirm the hypocrisy. Whether the 3 of us siblings live or die, and whether the Three Dragons Gang has the fortune of being crosswise, all depends on the big boss's whim. Seeing the certainty in her eyes, the dwarf man's eyes twinkled. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, Eldest, you immediately go down the mountain to capture a painter and return. Lao San, you find a house for them to stay in and keep a close watch on them. If there is any negligence I will take you to task. Upon hearing this, the 3rd leader's face was happy, and he answered, Yes, big brother, I'll put the 3 siblings into their own house. Absolutely no leaks. The second leader, however, was still a bit skeptical and unwilling, but the midget man gave him a hard stare and didn't dare say anything, so he had to comply. And I'd also like to trouble the second lord to find a groom for my daughter when he looks for a painter. Fang Jinju said in a loud voice, I broke my arm. if I don't get proper medical treatment. I'm afraid I'll miss the big event of the Three Dragons gang when the time comes, the second leader said in a bad mood. It's just an arm. As long as it doesn't die it won't miss a thing. Fong Jinju did not show weakness. In exchange for ordinary people, arm broken perhaps in the life of no risk, but I am not very favored. But also since childhood upbringing of the noblewoman. The three masters know that I fell that a little how heavy, but also suffered from your fright, but also all the way up the mountain to climb the exhaustion of the vitality of the. I'm only afraid that when you can't wait for the preparation of your examination, I will die of high fever due to my injuries. It's no big deal for me to die, but the Three Dragons gang will have to rub shoulders with great wealth because of the second master's momentary whims. The second lord was infuriated. What a skillful woman, the big dog snapped. Lao air. Seeing this, the second lord glared fiercely at Fong Jinju and whisked his sleeves away. Big boss looked at Fong Jinju. There's a bone setter in the fortress. Lao San, you order the bone setter to come and give her a look. It's big brother. Leave the three of them to me to arrange. Don't worry. Chu Yi and his party arrived in Shinzhou County in the afternoon. After entering the city and changing horses, and resupplying some dry food and water, they whisked out of the city with the gates closed. Master, your chest injury is still not fully healed. Rushing like this day and night. Han Kanwu looked at Chu Yi with a worried expression. It's not good for the body. The Divine Maiden is very powerful and will definitely be fine. You really don't have to be overly worried. Just into the city to change the horse. Also incidentally to Chu Yi changed the injury medicine. Bumpy ride. His chest injury has been overflowing with blood not healed. See people pulling their heart. Chu Yi shook his head. His eyes firm. You don't understand. Jin Zhu's magical power is only able to be exerted at her place. When it comes to us, she is no different from a normal person. A weak woman. And with 2 children. I'm afraid it's only a lot of hardships and dangers. There is no need to be concerned about me. To ensure the safety of the premise as soon as possible to catch up. The latter half of the night to find a safe place to stop and rest for an hour is enough. At this speed, we should be able to arrive at the border of Xiangzhou County by the morning of the day after tomorrow. Jin Zhu and the others are also on their way to Beiliao. So they may meet each other in Xiangzhou County. The Eagle's letter has been sent out for 2 days. It is reasonable to say that Jin Zhu should have received it. In the letter he said that he would pick them up. She received the letter. She will definitely be the first to reply to him. Counting the distance and the days, he should receive Jin Zhu's reply tomorrow night. We will then know if she is safe and where she has traveled. Jin Zhu, you must be good and wait for me to come and get it. The Three Dragons gang. After the bone setter fixed a wooden strip to Fong Jinju's arm and prescribed a few medicines, the bald third leader settled the 3 of them in a compartment in his house. When she entered the house, a thin woman was making her bed, and shuddered in direct terror at the sound of footsteps, her hands moving much faster but trembling in haste. Without turning around, Fong Jinju could feel the woman's terrified fear. Take good care of the 3 of them for the next 2 days. If there's the slightest mishap, I'll cut off another one of your ears. Do you hear me? The woman turned around. Her body rickied to a humble to the point of curvature. Got it. Got it. At that very moment, Fong Jinju saw that the woman's left eye was covered by a cloth, still oozing blood. Hideous and unusual. A chill instantly leapt from the soles of Fong Jinju's feet to the top of his head and heart. Looking at the third lord again, he only felt that he was simply an evil spirit in human skin. Men, guard this house, and the windows too, firmly. At the order of the third boss, immediately a dozen or so bandit Loraxes came forward and guarded the door and bed tightly. As long as you stay here honestly, there will be no shortage of food and drink for you. At the end, the third pawn again looked to Fong Jinju half threatening half pacifying said, when the thing's to our hands, I will naturally release you. But if you dare to play any tricks, ha! The latter words were not spoken, but the fierce and brutal look in his eyes had made everything clear. Fong Jinju nodded honestly. Don't worry. In front of absolute strength, all means of mind tricks are useless. This point of self-knowledge I still have. What the third master should do is to have the eldest master depart for the county of Mengzhou as soon as possible, so that not only will you get your fortune as soon as possible, but I will also get my freedom as soon as possible. The third leader gave her a look, regardless of what the elder brother and second brother thought. Anyway, he was convinced of the identity of the first daughter of the Fong Jinju Xiangfu. After all, if you were an ordinary woman, in this situation, you would not be able to talk to them without changing your color. If he really bets on the treasure this time, maybe he can climb to the position of the second leader, and no longer need to suffer from the second brother's despised wimpy anger. Waiting for the third in command to leave with the woman who packed the bed, Fong Jinju then sighed in relief and sat paralyzed on the edge of the bed. Sister, it hurts. The tears that Rue had been holding back for a long time finally barred down, and her little finger pointed at Fong Jinju's injured arm. Starbuck deflated as well. her eyes full of heartache. Fong Jinju reached out and touched their heads, smiling gently. It's okay, the bone setter has already looked at it. And sister doesn't hurt. She's in pain. Especially now that she was relaxing. The pain in her arm felt like it had magnified tenfold in an instant. And it was hurting her in a cold sweat. When the Lanzhong clamped the wooden bar just now, her little arm had swollen abnormally. And she didn't know whether it was a fracture or a bone crack. But in ancient times, and behind bars, it was nice to be able to secure it with wooden bars and let it recover on its own. All I ask now is that this arm not be wasted. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju hurriedly attached herself to Rui's ear and asked him to bring out a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine for her. Chirp dash. I had just swallowed my anti-inflammatory when a familiar eagle cry came from outside. Fong Jinju's eyes lit up. It's the return of the eagle friend who delivered the message. She hurried gingerly made her way to the window and leaned over the crack to glance out. All that could be seen was the form of the bandits guarding the outside. And not much more. Good man, can you open a window for us to get some air? Fong Jinju's eyes flickered. Then she tapped the window. Anyway, with so many of you guarding us, we can't escape, can we? The bandit outside responded with a straight-up no. Seeing this, Fong Jinju did not dare to mention it again for fear of attracting suspicion. But how can I connect with my fellow eagles? As if she could see her anxiety, Xingbao pulled Fong Jinju's sleeve and whispered, Sister, I can get my mouse friend to help. Fong Jinju's face was delighted, and she hurriedly squatted down to teach Rui how to communicate with the mice. She then had Rui take out a paper and pen, though she naturally had a way of rounding out the lie when she got to Manju County. But she didn't believe a word these evil men said about letting them go when the stuff arrived. She needed Chuye's pick-up save, letting Xingbao and Rui stand guard at the door. Fong Jinju told everything that had happened to her as quickly as possible and in the most concise words, and asked Chuyi to try to meet them in Mengzhou County. At the end of the day, Star Treasure hunkered down in the corner and called out in a low voice, and a mouse did indeed nip out of its hole. The little mouse had just dug into his hole with the letter in his mouth when the door of the house was squeaked open. It was the one-eyed woman who had just made up the bed, and she brought in some food. She kept her head hung down, trembling with fear. Aunt, girl, please eat, just leave it here when you're done. In a moment slave will come back to clean up. After setting down her meal and giving her instructions, the one-eyed woman turned and left. Fong Jinju didn't make a sound, and didn't even approach the past, because the bandits outside were staring at them for an instant. One more word and you might get yourself and this woman in trouble. When the one-eyed woman left the house, Fong Jinju didn't even look at the bandits outside and smiled at the two little ones. Eat, 1 veggie and 3 pumpernickel buns, just enough to keep them full. Rui and Xingbao hurriedly gathered around and picked up the chopsticks in front of them. Sister eat. Rui took the steamed bun and raised it to Fong Jinju's mouth. Sister hurts. Rui feeds. Xingbao, on the other hand, clipped a vegetable and carefully weighed it underneath with a hand pocket. Looking at Fong Jinju with an expectant face, Fong Jinju hurriedly leaned over and took a bite of the steamed bun, then opened her mouth to eat the dish on Xingbao's chopsticks, chewing as she said in relief, That's good. Even if both of my sister's arms are useless, as long as you guys are around, I definitely won't go hungry. Come on, you guys eat too. Take a bite for yourselves and feed your sister. Seeing this, the bandits outside then closed the door of the room with a complicated face. After finishing the meal, Fong Jinju called out and the one-eyed woman came and collected the dishes. As soon as the bandit had closed the door in front of him, his mouse friend came out from under the bed in the back, a somewhat rotten letter in his mouth. Putting down the letter, the mouse friend barked twice at Star Treasure and zipped out of sight. For some reason, Fong Jinju heard dissatisfaction in her rat friend's voice and asked curiously, Xingbao, what was it just saying? Xingbao scratched his head in embarrassment. Auntie Mouse said that Uncle Eagle was so hungry that he almost ate him, staring him to death. The bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes also roiled with some embarrassment. I can't believe she forgot that hawks are natural enemies of mice. It's a good thing Eagle Friend had extraordinary restraint and didn't make a rat's life. Otherwise how could she live up to her rat friend who helped her run around? Fong Jinju opened the letter paper with a sigh. Jinju, my heart is ecstatic to learn that you and Rui are well. 1,000 words. I don't know where to begin. When we get together, we'll talk again. Jinju, while delivering this letter, I am already on my way to receive you. Jinju, before I arrive, please make sure you take care of yourself and the children. And when you receive the letter please make sure you write back to me, telling me where I have traveled to and if I am well. Jinju, Rui, wait for me. The familiar font made Fong Jinju feel at ease for a moment, and after reading it, she felt relieved and surprised. Chuyi actually received the letter and set out to meet them. Then, counting the distance traveled, they should have already left the boundaries of Mangzhou County at this moment. although the letter for Chu Yi to go to Mangzhou County to meet them had already been sent. Fang Jinzhu was not worried about the misadventures in between. Chu Yi is the god of war of northern Liao. The best thing he can do is to strategize on military warfare, and he will surely make a proper layout according to the contents of her letter. After reading the letter, Fang Jinzhu let Rui take the letter back to the farm. When she thought that Chu Yi had already come running towards them, her heart was at ease while at the same time she couldn't stop being excited, and even the pain in her arms seemed to have lessened by a few points. It was just getting dark, but she got under the covers with the two little ones early. Yesterday, she hadn't had a good night's rest, and today, with her injury and mental strain, she fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. Ah, please let me go. Oh, don't. I don't know how long I slept, but Fang Jinzhu was awakened by a woman's mournful scream. The men's unpleasant lewd laughter and the women's miserable cries for mercy were endless. It doesn't take much thought to realize what's playing out. Fang Jinzhu instantly lost all sleepiness. Chapter 118, He's only afraid that General would not be able to hold out. The sound from next door was like a trigger, and soon there was a succession of women's screams throughout the cottage. The indignation under Fang Jinzhu's eyes instantly rippled. If she hadn't lied to protect herself, then she would surely be one of these unfortunate women right now. She hurriedly and gently shook Starbuck awake so that he could summon another mouse and prepare for her rat friend to go out and shake the beast. Not knowing was not knowing, but now that she had seen and heard, there was no way she could pretend to be deaf and dumb and pay no attention. Within her power, she had to help these innocent women. This time, Fang Jinzhu asked Rui to take a bag of rice out directly from the farm as payment, and she promised that as long as the matter was accomplished, she could guarantee that all the rats of the Three Dragons gang would eat and drink for the rest of their lives. He also asked his mouse friend to greet all the beasts that were helping him, and as long as they had the chance to go out of the Three Dragon Walled City, he would treat them to a big feast. Though these beast friends weren't looking for anything in return, they were simply listening to Star Treasure and doing him a favor. But it doesn't matter if it's a man or a beast, as long as they helped them, it was a favor and not to be taken for granted. Payback is immediate in all cases where you can afford it. A few mice saw the white rice and their mouse eyes went wide. Z barked a few times towards the three of them. Fang Jinzhu, and then Zip laughed. This time, there was no need for Xing Bao to explain. Fang Jinzhu could see it. The rats of the Three Dragons gang should be overjoyed. I had expected to wait at least a candle mark to see results, but I didn't want to, and before long I heard a kicking and clanging from next door. The sound of a man cursing and chasing away rats, and a woman's panicked screams. What's with all the rats? Come on, all rise up and fight the rats. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of military chaos from outside, as if the villains of the Three Dragons gang had all poured out. While Fang Jinzhu sighed in relief, she pretended to be awakened and shouted outward. Good man, what's happening outside? Someone outside immediately responded impatiently. Sleep well on your sleep, it's no big deal. Despite the words, the commotion outside intensified, and there were even screams from the men. Fang Jinzhu guessed that it should have been bitten by a rat. She curled her lip. I was going to let these little things rock the beast, but to my surprise, they took care of this on their own. Fang Jinzhu couldn't help but in her heart give these little things that were usually shouted at by everyone crazy kudos. For once, they've done something heavenly. With all this commotion, these evil men should be in no mood to trouble those innocent women tonight. Only then did Fang Jinzhu sleep peacefully with her arms around the two little ones. There was enough commotion outside to last all night, but the greater the commotion, the more at ease Fang Jinzhu was, and instead she had a good night's sleep. The girls were called up at first light the next day, and were taken to the house of the great master without having eaten a meal. Seeing that every villain along the way had a tired face and yawned, Fang Jinzhu felt relieved, but the face is not showing the slightest bit. Seeing that the three heads of the family also looked depressed and sleepy, Fang Jinzhu's eyes and face were piled with doubts, but she didn't casually ask questions. The big dog's eyes glanced suspiciously at Fang Jinzhu. For so many years, the Three Dragons gang had been quiet, but yesterday, when we captured this woman and returned, there was a sudden rat infestation in the night. He vaguely felt that last night's incident had something to do with this woman, but looking at her this innocent and puzzled expression, the big dog yawned and withdrew his eyes. He's really fiendish. If this woman is so powerful, how can she be captured in the fortress? At the end of the day, he turned toward the painter, who was kneeling on the ground and shivering, and said, Go, paint her face, and if you paint it well enough, you will be spared a death. When the portrait was drawn, the three Fang Jinzhus were put back in the room. Just take the portrait and ask around the capital Xian Street, and her identity will be confirmed. A round trip, a day and a night is enough. Fang Jinzhu guessed that the day after tomorrow at the latest, the Three Dragons gang would be taking her to attach to Meng to get her fortune. In the meantime, she's going to do something big. After days and nights of traveling, Chu Yi and his party had already walked out of Qinzhou County 30 miles away. At the moment the carriage was much faster than it had been earlier. General, since Miss Jinju is still able to send a letter out, it means she's still safe. Han Kangwu himself are worried like burning. Persuasion words also appear to be little persuasive. You do not be anxious. According to our speed, the day after tomorrow we'll be able to Xiangzhou County. When the time comes, faster. Chu Yi interrupted Han Kangwu. His hand, resting in his lap, clutched a letter tightly, the bottom of his eyes having long since turned crimson. Jinju and the girls have fallen into the hands of robbers and brigands. Not only that, but the kid she saved is unusual and there's a group of men in black chasing them. Though Jinju was smart enough to say that she was going to devise a way to get the bandits to escort the three of them towards Manju County, he also said that with that child around, in a critical situation, he could get his beast friends to help him, and his life would not be in danger. It was the Hummer's Den. Who knows what will happen to them the next moment. Although he has sent people back to the North Liao to mobilize manpower to go, but the thought of Jinju and Rue they are like walking on a tightrope. His heart is gripping the suffocation. Come on, faster. At this moment, Chu Yi only hated that he didn't have wings and couldn't go to that humongous nest to save people in an instant. Han Kangwu was also anxious. 100,000 troops were at the front, and he hadn't even seen the general in a state of disarray. But now, he could clearly feel that underneath the calmness that the general had tried his best to restrain, there had been a landslide. The general is concerned. Previously, when Miss Jinju and Rue disappeared, although the general tensed his mind from beginning to end without breaking out, each of them could feel the deafening mourning in his heart. Now that Miss Jinju and Rue are behind bars, if something happens again, he is afraid that the general would not be able to hold out. General, I know you're anxious. Han Kangwu stabilized his mind and persuaded from the side, but my subordinate thinks that Miss Jinju's move is wonderful. The fact that Miss Jinju was able to send a message out is enough to show that she has gained the trust of the Three Dragons gang. Indeed, only if she hides under the cover of the Three Dragons gang will she be able to avoid the black-clothed men who are pursuing them. The first order of business is for us to think about how we should follow without moving if we meet head-on with the Three Dragons gang and protect Miss Jinju's safety until Mangzhou County. After all, there are only 3 of us. Even if you, General, can defeat 100 of them, we can't act rashly to go hard. We have to absolutely guarantee the safety of Miss Jinju and the others. At those words, Chu Yi pulled back some of his thoughts. He knew that bringing Han Kangwu out this time was the right choice. Although Yi Tingxian and the 3 of them were powerful, they each had their own impetuous impulses. But Han Kangwu is different. He is as old as his father. He is the most calm and delicate one. And at critical moments, he is always able to appease the people in just the right way. You're right. After a while, Chu Yi opened his mouth, and his eyes gradually became clear. Don't worry, I already have an idea in my heart. The Three Dragons gang. There was a rat infestation 2 nights in a row, and no one could sleep. Big Dongji simply started interrogating Fong Jinju overnight. He had already confirmed Fong Jinju's identity, and it turned out to be really the first daughter of the Xiangfu. But identification is not enough. Why is the first daughter of the minister's house on the run for her life? As long as there was the slightest doubt in Fong Jinju's words, he would kill all 3 of their siblings. Chapter 119, Chu Yi they can't go to Mangzhou County. In the face of sharp cross-examination, Fong Jinju did not panic at all. She'd thought of the wording a long time ago. To tell the truth, the treasures hidden in the mountains of Mangzhou County are all the people's fat and wealth that my father has raided over the years, she said with a gloomy face. Those people who are chasing me are also people sent by my father because I accidentally overheard the housekeeper's report to my father and knew the location where he was harboring his belongings, so he wanted to kill and exterminate them. When these words were spoken, the 3 heads of state looked at each other with complex and unbelievable expressions. The second leader immediately opened his mouth to question. You are his first daughter, even if you know the location of the harboring property. So what? We're all family, all glory and all loss. Can you still break your own family's sky and jeopardize your own family's interests? The argument that he would at best caution but not kill you is completely untenable. Fong Jinju's face rippled with a touch of self-deprecation. A family? Didn't you go deeper when you sent your men to poke around? It has been said before that I am but the child of a chaff wife when he was not prosperous, and that he had previously taken a dislike to me, and felt only that I was a disgrace to him. Since the renewal of the marriage, I, his daughter, am even worse than a servant girl in his eyes, and this time I eavesdropped on the secret, only to give him a crowning reason for eradicating me as a disgrace. Also, the only reason I happened to hear his secret was because I was set up by my stepmother. Saying that, she shook her head with a bitter smile. I escaped from 9 deaths, but my father's forces are all over Tangwu, so where can I escape to? Fong Jinju looked one by one at the several pawnbrokers. hope and vitality flickering on her face. But my father should not have thought in any way that I would take the initiative to throw myself into the robber's nest. And for me, the Three Dragons gang is instead much safer than outside. The wariness and insight under the eyes of the big boss dispersed slightly, but his tone was sharp as usual, wanting to use my Three Dragons gang to avoid trouble. You're quite bold. I'm just trying to survive. Is that wrong? Fang Jinju's tone was permeated with a hint of sadness and helplessness. Even living one more day is good. I also acted in this manner because I dared to do so because I knew that this matter would be of monstrous benefit to the Three Dragons gang. Her eyes dimmed a bit. However, I know that with the power of the Three Dragons gang, there is no way to compete with my father, the king of a country, which is why I thought of concealing the origin of the property. I thought, as long as you don't know the truth, how you will also fight. I can also take the opportunity to talk to a few leaders of the conditions, so that the Three Dragons gang to take in our sister and brother three, give us a hiding place. But the great master's eyes are as discerning as a torch and his heart is as fine as a hair. But let me have nothing to hide. Now that you know the truth, the deal is off. So kill or be killed, as you wish. After finishing in one breath, Fang Jinju actually looked relieved and laughed. It would be great if before we die, Big Boss can let us three siblings have a good meal. Seeing the openness around her body that looked down on life and death, the bottom of the Big Boss's eyes condensed with a touch of otherworldliness. Although the heart has already believed 8 or 9 points, the mouth is doing the last test. Since you know that it is difficult to escape death, death in the hands of their own father is not good? Why did you choose to die in our robber's den? What is this saying? Fang Jinju paced loosely. Kissing father? From the moment he tried to kill me, he wasn't my father. In my eyes, he's even worse than you guys. At least with you guys, I have the possibility of negotiating for my life. But with him, I only have a way to die. The one who can give me and my 2 brothers a way out. That's the one who's going to make me a new parent. All the rules and regulations of this world are worthless in the face of life. There was nothing that could be said or done that could not be done if only these wicked men could be coaxed through. If only they could keep themselves and their 2 children safe and sound. Ha 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 ha. The big dog suddenly burst out laughing. Knowing the times, you've interpreted this saying to the fullest. Right on my temper. Elder 2, you go and make preparations at once. Tomorrow we'll set sail for Mangzhou. Not only were the 2 pawns shocked on the spot, Fang Jinju was also incredulous. You really dare to fight against my father? The Grand Master jumped down from his high position. Do you really think that this is the only force in my Three Dragons gang? Nearly half of the robbers and bandits in this Tangwu will have to listen to my Three Dragons gang. You also said that your father would never have guessed that you would have the guts to make a deal with us, the Three Dragons gang. And how could he have guessed that we were going after his belongings this time? Wait until we get to Mengzhou, then rob him by surprise. These belongings are he deceived the court convergence. Even if he was robbed, he can only beat down the teeth and swallow blood. Otherwise the rich can rival the country. The emperor's son knows. I'm afraid that he thought he wanted to hoard wealth to raise troops to rebel, and will not let him sit in peace on the throne? Just hide in the carriage and point out the way at ease. Otherwise, don't worry about it. As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Fang Jinju's eyes. Lao San, you help Lao Heir to make preparations. Just leave some manpower in the fortress to look after the house. The rest of you will all go with us to Mengzhou. A short body that could barely contain the monstrous ambition and greed. Fang Jinju was staggered in her mind. The words short and sharp, short people with a lot of wisdom, materialized in the villain in front of him. It's just a shame it wasn't used in the right way. To avoid another rat infestation at night. It was still dark when the people in the cottage began to lay rat poison. And it's down to blood. It's all mixed in with the grain. Even people can't get enough to eat in this world. Let alone? If nothing goes wrong, the Three Dragons gang will be a field of rat corpses tomorrow. But where did they think? The rats of the Three Dragons gang eat better than they do. They could only eat coarse grains, but the rats were already eating fine rice. Plus, Fang Jinju had instructions that the rats wouldn't even look at the grain on the ground that was laced with poison. This night, the rats turned out to be a few times more numerous than the previous 2 days, as if all the rats from the hills around the Three Dragons gang had come, and all of them are so vicious that they chase and bite people when they see them. Aha, so many rats. Fang Jinju pulled the 2 little ones out of the room and rushed out. They were followed by a large group of rats. The bandits guarding the gate were hung up with rats and were too self-inflicted to care about her. Don't let her get away. The third leader saw them run out and rushed over. It was like he was wearing a writhing ratskin coat, and he was already covered in bites that were not life-threatening, but couldn't hold the pain too intensely. However, they saw the 3 Fang Jinju fleeing directly into the house of the big boss, without the slightest intention of escaping. Big boss, think of something. While pulling the 2 little ones to scurry around the house to avoid the rats, Fang Jinju shouted at Big Dongjia, "This is very disturbing. We can't sleep at all. How can we drive tomorrow? Might as well go down and sleep in the wild in peace. The big dog, despite his nimble form, was not up to the task. Upon hearing this, his eyes flashed and he immediately made a decision. Lao San, order everyone to follow me down the mountain. Elder 2, explain to those who stay in the fortress, no matter what method they use, kill all the rats in this hilltop for me, and if I come back from Mangzhou County or the scene, let them thank me with their heads. Although the reason for the rats' disturbance was unknown, but with the huge fortune at hand, he didn't have the heart to look deeper into these. The little woman was right. In any case, we will be leaving tomorrow, so it would be better to go straight down the mountain for the night tonight. Soon, the third leader took Fong Jinju and more than 200 robbers down the mountain in a hurry. As soon as they had left, the women who had been captured earlier ran screaming out of the various rooms, each one covered in rats. Everyone has a pack of rats chasing after them. Strangely enough, these rats seem to have been trained to surround and block them, but they were actually trying to drive them towards the outside of the fortress. The women were so tormented by the robbers that they didn't dare to escape from the fortress even in this situation. But as soon as he turned around, the rats pounced with ferocity and ferocity. In order to stay alive, they could only grit their teeth and run towards the outside of the fortress. It was a good thing that most of the bandits had gone down the mountain, and the ones guarding the gate were too chased and chewed on by the rats to care about them. One after another, a group of women fled the fortress. In their panic, they didn't even realize that the rats on them weren't actually nibbling on them. Only after they had fled a long way did they realize that none of the rats on their bodies had disappeared at some point. The one-eyed woman escaped as well. She ran lifelessly down the hill, falling many times and getting bloody marks on her body from thorns and stones. But she didn't feel any pain at all, and hated that she couldn't fly away with her wings. I'm just afraid that this hard-won freedom of life is just a dream. All the way down the mountain, the one-eyed woman's mind was filled with the compassion and redemption in Fong Jinju's eyes as she looked at her. She didn't think the woman had anything to do with the rat race these last few nights. It must also be the woman's kindness that they escaped this evil cave. For the rest of her life, as long as she lived one day, she would feel for that woman for one day. The villains had long ago prepared their wagons and horses at the bottom of the mountain and disguised themselves as a team of darts. 20 wagons. All but 2 of the seated ones were hauling vans filled with empty crates. The big boss and the second boss rode in the same car, and Fong Jinju took the 2 little ones in the same car. Although the carriage was a bit cramped, Fong Jinju had a good night's sleep. With so many bandits escorting us outside, what's there to fear? The convoy began to move slowly at first light the next day. Fong Jinju only opened her eyes and instructed the 2 little ones a few words. Sleep when you can, and if you can't, get up and sit down. Then it was watery and closed her eyes again. Actually, she couldn't sleep, but the arm hurts like hell. Even though he had taken painkillers, it was harder to sit than to lie down, harder to be awake than to close his eyes, and it was even harder to see the worried eyes of the 2 little ones. It would be slightly better to close your eyes and pretend to be asleep. Her eyes were closed, but her mind didn't stop spinning. Shu Yi should have already received the letter. At this moment should also be folded back to the northern Liao, to prepare for the rescue of their matters. However, Mangzhou County has been designated by the court as a borderland, and its military strength should not be underestimated. Shu Yi's men and horses want to save people under the eyes of Mangzhou County. I'm afraid it's just not easy. One slip up, and there may well be no return. Think about it. Fong Jinju's heart flinched. No way. Shu Yi and the others can't go to Manju County. They still had to save themselves, and when they blended out of the city, it would be most appropriate to let Shu Yi come to meet them. Just thought of it. There was an eagle's cry just outside. Chapter 120, It's best if you and Rue can live. Fong Jinju hurriedly opened her eyes. Shu Yi rode back, but the wagons were guarded on both sides by bandits, and the eagle's letter could not be delivered. It hasn't been long since I left, and it's not reasonable to say that I need to get out of the car for convenience at this moment. Just have to hold back for a while. Luckily, the eagle friend was a smart one, and kept following the caravan without slowing down, letting out a caw at intervals. It was about half an hour's walk again. Fong Jinju saw through the curtain slit that she was passing through a woodland and hurriedly nodded towards the 2 little ones. Rue immediately understood and said in a loud voice, Sister, Rue, want to poop stink? Sister, I want to be convenient too. Starbuck followed closely in agreement. Sister, Rue is going to poop her pants. Sister, I've been holding it in for so long, I can't hold it in. Fong Jinju winked at the 2 little ones to show her praise. Then she lifted the curtain and said to the people outside, Good man, please pass on a message to Big Boss. The children are in an internal emergency. The bandit outside gave her a look before trotting up to pass on the message. This woman is a goddess of fortune these days. The Big Boss also commanded that as long as we don't let them run away, everything else is fine. Before long, the convoy slowed to a stop. The third leader personally came out and followed the three of Fang Jinju into the forest with 6 brawny men. 6 big men surrounded the 2 little ones in a human circle. Fang Jinju said she wanted to be convenient too. The third leader followed her towards the front and told her to crouch behind a bush for a quick fix. He was right behind the bushes, 5 or 6 paces away. It was the anti-escape distance where he could rush up and grip the back of her collar as soon as Fang Jinju lifted her foot. Quack 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 dash. Suddenly, a crow cried from the forest. Immediately after that, a large flock of crows flew out from the depths of the forest, charging headlong towards the big men in a chaotic manner. The third leader hurriedly drew his sword and waved it in defense. At the same time, Fang Jinju made a beckon. An eagle friend landed beside her without moving. Fang Jinju quickly removed the letter on its foot, and then tied the letter that had been prepared in advance. Rui's eyes flashed. A few white-feathered chickens suddenly appeared deep in the forest, leaping and jumping in surprise. Eagle Friend's round eyes lit up and he hurriedly flew to the top of the tree to wait. Rui, Starbuck, ready yet? Fang Jinju got up in shock and panicked as she looked openly in the direction of the 2 little ones. Well, let's just get back to the carriage. It's weirdly scary here. Rui crunched. Rui hasn't finished pulling. Sister is not afraid. There is Uncle Robber Na. Bandits. Everyone calls them robbers. They got used to it a long time ago and are proud of it. But when these 2 words come out of this doll's mouth, how can they make people feel so bad? Back to the wagon. After walking another block, Fang Jinju dared to take the letter out from the bottom of her shoe. Jinju, by the time you receive the letter, we should have already traveled to Xiangzhou County. On the other hand, I've already arranged for manpower to fold back to northern Liao and sneak into Mangzhou in advance. I know you're smart and brave, but making a deal with bandits is like asking a tiger for its skin, and I'm very worried, but the whip can't reach. Now everything can only rely on your own strength to support. Therefore, if you have no choice, remember to put your life first, and don't be bound by worldly morals and act with determination. It's best if you and Rui can live. The corners of Fang Jinju's lips lifted in a gratified arc and let Rui receive the letter to the farm. Although Chuyi said it extremely vaguely, she understood it in seconds. When a woman falls into the hands of a robber, she may not be able to preserve her chastity even if she kills herself. Not to mention ancient times, even in modern times, being raped by an outlaw. It is difficult for a woman who has been raped by an outlaw to escape the eyes of the world. Women who are strong in nature or fearful of being judged will choose to die to preserve their chastity. Although Chuyi did not mention a word of chastity, but the letter expressed the meaning. Shocked her heart. Actually, even if she was alone and isolated, she would fight to stay alive. But Fang Jinju was glad. She was glad that in this chaotic world, she still had a friend like Chuyi who was willing to pay with his life. Was thinking with relief. The carriage traveled suddenly slowed down. Fang Jinju returned to her senses. Just as he was about to lift the curtains, he heard the big man outside chortle in a low voice. Be honest, there's a group of black-clothed men coming from the front. She giggled inwardly and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Needless to ask, it must be the black-clothed men who were chasing them. Brother, please stop. The voice of the man in black came from outside. Fang Jinju wrapped her arms around the 2 little ones and listened with bated breath. Big boss, who are you? Why do we have to stop when you say so? Can you afford to pay for the delay? Ignore it. Keep going. Fang Jinju's eye sighed. A robber is a robber. When you open your mouth and raise your eyes, you have a cross breath that doesn't want to die. The average person would have hoofed it and avoided it when they saw this scene. But those men in black were no ordinary people. Swish, swish, swish. The man in black immediately unsheathed his sword and rigidly stopped their path. This brother does not look like a dart walker, but rather a robber and bandit. But whoever it is will have to cooperate in front of us. Say, have you seen a woman in her early 17 or 18 years with 2 boys? And who's sitting in that wagon back there? Lift the curtain so we can see. Fang Jinju's heart hung in the air. These men in black were even more brutal than robbers. It was she who thought too simply, thinking that by hiding amongst a group of robbers, he would be able to avoid the ears of these men in black. I didn't expect these men in black to be so unforgiving. This is a vow not to stop until we catch Star Treasure. Fang Jinju was more and more certain that the master of the man in black was definitely going to use Star Treasure to do something shockingly sinister. As her mind was tense, she heard a cold grunt from the Grandmaster outside. The 200 bandits also drew their swords in unison. Even if the Emperor comes, he'll have to shrink and talk in front of me. District Yellowmouth Child dared to question the old man. Not to say that the old man has never seen the person in your mouth. Even if I have seen, the old man will not be blackmailed by you to ask questions? If you want to find death, I can give you a ride. The bandits were then heard rushing out. Wait! The man in black raised his hand and said, his voice easing down, it seems that brother did not see the person I was talking about. and it is also our haste that offended us. It is really that the woman and the child have spoiled our Lord's great event, and the Lord has forced us too hard, and we have pursued all the way without success, and this is why we have taken the liberty of stopping the road to inquire. Although brothers men are many, but we are also 100 miles of experts. Once the battle, it is bound to be the two sides to lose. It's us who have offended much. Please don't forget the little man's fault. Let's leave it here. It's the best policy to make peace between the two sides. Saying that, without waiting for the big boss to react, he drove his horse away in the opposite direction. The black-robed man in the lead passed by Fang Jinju's carriage, paused for a moment, his eyes flickered with suspicion and weighing, and finally steered his horse away. The bandits rushed to the back as an afterthought, cursing and grunting at the distant men in black for a good long while. Obviously, the sword is tense and ready to go, but also in a moment of uncertainty to lay down. Between this tugging and pulling, Fang Jinju's heart almost didn't pop out. The man in black was erratic in his words and actions. She was truly afraid that he would just stab his sword through the car window. It's shallow thinking though. Still, Fang Jinju was glad for her desperate choice. Even if they fought just now, it would still be a toss-up between the two gangs of villains, and it would be a good thing for them to reap the benefits. After the man in black left, the latter part of the trip was a smooth ride. Rested once in the middle of the day to replenish supplies for dinner. Then in one breath it crossed over into the county of Ordnance. The next county is Xiangzhou County. Spend the night en route. Fang Jinju received another letter back from Chu Yi and sent Chu Yi a letter back as well. Chu Yi and the others had already changed horses from Xiangzhou County and left the city. Counting the distance, they should only be about 50 miles away from Xiangzhou County. In other words, there was less than an hour's journey between them and Chu Yi. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju was excited and nervous in her heart. Excited, although she knew what Chu Yi looked like. All she had seen before was the cyborg in the video. But now, she could finally see the Northern Liao war god, her friend from over 2,000 years ago. For real, it feels no less anticipatory and exciting than an internet buddy face-off. A little more nervous in comparison. Chu Yi's group only had 3 people, and even if they rushed here, there was no way to fight against these bandits. Naturally, there was no way to avoid the robbers' ears and tail to protect each other. Chu Yi's letter did say a method, but she felt that method was really risky to the extreme. But he was firm in his words and thought he would not waver. We'll just have to improvise when the time comes. If Chu Yi's method worked, having this group of bandits as meat shields to escort them back to Northern Liao would naturally be the optimal solution. But if it doesn't work, the big deal is to let all these robbers be buried in the belly of the beast. If they encountered the men in black again, even if they had a method to deal with their beast friends, with Chu Yi there and those pseudo-thermal weapons in the farm, it would be a little more troublesome at best, with a little more commotion. But it wouldn't be life-threatening in any way. Fang Jinju wrapped her arms around Xingbao Roy and droned up like a mosquito. How can you beat the kids when you want to be foolproof? Chu Yi, don't worry. I'm fine. More than just my life. Roy and Xingbao are also very good. This afternoon we really met the men in black face to face. If we didn't have these bandit meat shields to maneuver around them, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the hands of the men in black. We have passed through the county of Azhou and have traveled another 30 miles. Do the math. Between us, there's less than an hour's distance. I'm excited and nervous. I hope everything goes well for us next. After reading the letter, Chu Yi's eyes loosened a large section, tightly hanging all the way to the heart, finally fell down half. Keep going. Don't stop. Chapter 121 is expected of the Northern Liao god of war. What a strong body. Into the night. It was about the beginning of the hour of the Ohio. It's the sleepy point in time, but Fang Jinju didn't feel like sleeping at all. The 2 little ones also kept their eyes open, silent and locked with the roof of the wagon. Daylight has already slept all the way. Coupled with the party has a small mouse to report. Chu Yi, they will soon be almost to this woodland. Fang Jinju surface although calm. In fact, the heart is no less than the tide of the Qiantang River. Excitement, nervousness, exchanged rushes came rushing in. What man? Suddenly, a man outside shouted warily. Fang Jinju's eyes lit up and then tightened, holding her breath. Then I heard someone enter the forest. Brother, we are people in a hurry. Just now we passed through this place. We saw quite a few fires in the forest, thinking that we had encountered a merchant caravan, so we ventured in to ask for a drink of water. Fang Jinju's heart thumped. It was Chu Ye's voice. Rui's big eyes snapped round and he covered his little mouth. Uncle Junior! It's Uncle Junior! At the moment of hearing this voice, the little man's heart felt like it was instantly held in the palm of a strong hand. Solid. Roll on, roll on. The bandit man waved his hand impatiently. There is no extra water here to succor you. Get out. Chu Yi took a step backward, not moving, and glanced at the 2 carriages behind the Han. The good man is not to be blamed. It is we who have disturbed him. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. But then he suddenly paused and turned back. Dare I ask you, do you know how far away the Three Dragons gang is from here? Upon hearing this, a flash of wariness flashed under the robber man's eyes. The Three Dragons gang is a den of robbers and bandits. What are you looking for it for? Not far behind him in the carriage, the big pawn reached out and lifted the curtains of the carriage. Insightful and suspicious eyes fell on Chuya's face. The campfire glowed. Although Chuya's hardened face was overlaid with basic manners, he could not hide the untamed and cynical nature of his eyes. This is a private and secretive matter. Forgive me for not being able to speak frankly with the good man in detail. If the good man knows the direction, please also guide one or two. If you do not want to say, write as if I did not ask. With that, he turned around. This time, go with determination. Wait. The big dog made a sound. From the moment Chuyi spoke, Fong Jinju's heart was hanging in the air. Chuyi did not go into detail with her about his planned intentions. Hearing such a battle at this moment really made her a little frightened. She held Starbuck's hand tightly. As soon as Chuyi is in danger, immediately ask Star Treasure to find a beast friend to help. The moment the big boss opened his mouth, the bandit Hanyu subconsciously put a hand on Chuyi's shoulder, trying to stop him from leaving. A flash of sternness flashed under Chuyi's eyes, and he backhanded the robber Hanyu's hand, elbowing a backstrike. The bandit man let out a muffled grunt of pain, and before he could react, he was thrown out of the room, hitting a tree trunk hard and landing heavily on the ground, unable to climb up. Seeing this, the third boss immediately rushed up with the others and surrounded the Chuyi trio to death. Chuyi Han Kongwu and Chu Jejun Zhang Dali formed a triangle of defense back to back, looking warily at a group of bandits. The third leader drew the large sword in his hand and said viciously, "Dare to touch our people. I think you don't want to live." Chuyi frowned. People who practice martial arts are most wary of people attacking them from behind. Just now it was just my subconscious act of self-preservation. There was no malice. Without saying a word, the third leader raised his sword and slashed at him head-on. Cut the crap. Take your life. Fong Jinju's heart instantly rose to her throat. Not caring about much, she sat up and lifted a corner of the curtain. Chuyi must have had a plan in mind. She had to be steady, not make any rash moves to disrupt his plans. Fortunately, at this moment, the attention of the people of the Three Dragons gang was on Chuyi's three people and did not see Fong Jinju's small action of lifting the curtain to peek. She saw it clearly. In just 3 moves, Chuyi had dislodged the Third Lord's greatsword and set it on his neck. Fong Jinju's eyes splashed with astonishment. Worthy of being the Northern Liao god of war? What a strong body. It was simply easy to crush. The 2 men he accompanied were also quite good at kung fu, and with a few punches and kicks, they sent a few of the robber men flying. Stop it all. Seeing that the third boss had instantly become a hostage under Chuya's knife, a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of the big boss's gloomy eyes, and he hurriedly spoke out to stop, then lifted the curtain and jumped from the carriage. Chuyi looked over with his eyes like a torch and saw that the other party was a dwarf and did not show anything unusual. I believe you are the proprietor-owner of this caravan. He was not humble, nor fearful, nor annoyed. Then you should have seen that it was your men who moved first. We just wanted to ask for directions. We don't want to cause any trouble. But if trouble comes to our doorsteps, we are not afraid. Han Kongwu said at the right time. Right. Anyway, we're wanted fugitives on the run. 3 rotten lives. We can live one day and earn one day. We don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but we are by no means afraid of it either. Hearing the 3 words wanted criminals, the bottom of the eyes of the big boss flashed a flash of complexity, and saw their extraordinary hands, coloring a few points of another eye. He sprinted forward. Wherever their eyes went, the bandits had the good sense to take several steps back. Seeing this, the large sword in Chuyi's hand loosened a few points. The men under my hand are of a rough nature, and act in such a way as to protect my well-being. Big Dongjia stepped forward, and Chuyi stopped his steps a zhang apart. The bottom of his eyes eased a lot. A few heroes are not to blame, said his eyes sternly glaring at the third pawn. How many times have I said, do not be reckless when things go wrong, but it is just a few asking for directions. Why make a big deal out of it? The third leader drooped his head and sullenly said, Big brother, I know I'm wrong. At those words, Chuyi immediately withdrew his knife, dropped it on the ground, and loosened his grip. Seeing this scene, Fong Jinju hurriedly took a few breaths, and her grip on Xing Bao's hand loosened a bit. Starbuck's little hand hurt a little from the squeeze, but the corners of his mouth were raised high, and he looked at his sister with eyes full of adoration and attachment. Sister's hands, a little cold, but Starbuck felt so warm. Chuyi clasped his fists towards the big boss, and said with a calm face, It is still the proprietor who is forgiving. Since this is a misunderstanding, we will not disturb you. With that, he greeted Han Kongwu and the 2 of them as they once again prepared to leave. The great proprietor cried out sharply, Stay back, hero. Shuyi turned around, his face puzzled and a little wary. I wonder what a few heroes intend to do by seeking out the Three Dragons gang. The big head of the back of the hand. Eyes more than a few points of friendly. Truthfully, we are dart walkers. This along the road are the forces of the Three Dragons gang. Want to dart smoothly. That is year after year to pay tribute to the Three Dragons gang. I know the big head of the Three Dragons gang, but if you want me to give you directions, then I must ask you where you come from. In case you have bad intentions, then am I not asking for trouble? Hearing, Shuyi frowned and contemplated for a while, and at the end of the step forward, cupped his fist and said, the proprietor has the intention to help. If I am again evasive and twisted, but it seems that we are really scheming. The three of us were originally Mengzhou County, just a few months in office, previously ordered by the governor to go to the villages to collect taxes and grain, to see the people do not have enough to eat, hungry and thin as a skeleton, and even the old man and child died of starvation on the spot, so they lied to report the harvest, and privately undercollected the people's food by 20%. Said here, Shuyi face diffuse a layer of grievance pain color, but do not want to. A line of people on duty in the eyes of the governor, will be our words and deeds, informed the governor. The governor obviously can directly dispose of us, but preferred to take us to the village and the people confrontation. The people have even identified us as the ones who have misappropriated the 20% of grain, and warned them not to divulge half of it. Shuyi lost his smile. The Taisho's move is to let us recognize reality, but also to warn his men that to be intolerant of others is to be cruel to oneself. In this world, if you have good intentions, you are indeed seeking your own death with the tip of your sword turned inward. After listening to his words, the big head of the heart immediately understand 8 or 9 points. So, although you have been the guardian woke up, but the guardian cannot tolerate disloyal people. To take you to make an example of the chicken, you are not willing, so you escaped? Shuyi's eyes were slightly surprised as he nodded and said, the proprietor's discerning eyes are exactly that. We don't want to be the ghosts of wrongful death, so naturally we want to escape. Said, his eyes austere. So this trip, we are determined to join the Three Dragons gang, no longer subject to the moral constraints of this world, and only seek to live their own wanton pleasure on it. Oh, the big head of the face of joy, laughed. Previously you are for the court as an official, wearing an official skin, where to go that can be bright and shiny, let a person in awe. But if you become a robber and bandit, you have to stain your hands with blood, disregarding any praise of justice in this world. Not only will you be poked and prodded for the rest of your life, even if you go down there, you won't be able to face your ancestors, and you might go to the 18 layers of hell. And this, you are willing? When Shuyi didn't make a sound, Han Kangwu said indignantly, so what if you work for the court? It's the same as doing evil in an official skin. If you ask me, those officials at the imperial court are more shameful than robbers and bandits, since all are inevitably evil. I'd rather be a robber and a bandit and do evil openly. Only after the words were spoken did Fong Jinju's heart fall completely. She knew it. Shuyi is best at military layout. First, the intention was thrown out in a single sentence in the name of asking for water and inquiring. The people of the Three Dragons gang knew that they were looking for the Three Dragons gang, and were sure to be suspicious, so how could they let them go easily? Then they were caught off guard and hurriedly retracted their intentions, forcing the Three Dragons gang to make the first move, so they could take this opportunity to show off their superior martial arts skills. People who are capable are treated differently wherever they go. This is a hook for the big dog. Whether it was an enemy or a friend, he could not easily let the Chuyi several people leave. Most eloquent of all is their codified rationale for defection. Those outraged words of depreciation and banditry. Definitely something that would make the big dog empathize hard. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the big dog threw back his face and laughed. At the end, he looked at Chuyi and said, do you guys really want to join the Three Dragons gang? Chuyi revealed an uncertain look, but his tone was firm. Never false. I have the audacity to ask for the proprietor's help in making introductions. Chapter 122. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? The second leader stepped forward at the right time and laughed. You kid is also lucky to have met the right person by mistake. There's no need for an introduction. The one in front of you is none other than our Three Dragons gang's grandmaster. The big dog stroked his 8-handed beard and looked at the dumbfounded Chuyi trio in a receptive manner. The sea of people is vast, but God has led you to me, and it is fate. He looked at Chuyi with eyes full of appreciation. You want to join my Three Dragons gang, and my Three Dragons gang is also lacking in talent, so it can be said that it's a perfect match. Wen Yen, Han Kangwu pushed Chuyi. Chuyi hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his fist and knelt on one knee to plead. So it's the big pawn. It's us who have eyes but no pearls. Offense. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali followed suit and knelt down. Instead, the two looked at the ground with resignation in their eyes and silently cursed. Take a knee from the general and wait for your life to be cut short for 20 years. When Fang Jinju saw that a godly warrior such as Chu Yi was not willing to bend the knee to a minted villain for their sake, she could not help but clench her hands and fists. Hiss! But she forgot that her left hand was injured, and when she clenched her fist, it pulled the wound, and it hurt so much that she let out a breath of cold air. Chu Yi's eyes stared, subconsciously raising his head to look over. He was keenly aware that Jinju was injured. Thank you for your appreciation, Big Boss. Afterglow saw Big Boss' face showing suspicion. Chu Yi did not move to withdraw his eyes, earnestly looking at the past. We brothers three, willing to serve Big Boss liver and brain. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali followed suit. I'm willing to lay down my life for Big Boss. The misgivings under the eyes of the Big Boss dispersed and laughed. Good. From today onwards, you are the people of my Three Dragons gang. As long as you are loyal, with the skills of a few of you, you will soon be able to rise to prominence in my Three Dragons gang and be reused. Chu Yi lowered his eyes and hid the murderous intent under his eyes. We will definitely be loyal to Big Boss. There. The Grand Master looked behind him and commanded, go fetch water for these three new brothers. Immediately a robber fetched the cowhide jug. Chu Yi has not yet moved. Han Kangwu, too grateful, grabbed the first step to take over. Dislike mouth on the crunch a wild drink. How can the general's godly body be tainted by the filth of bandits? Let them cover up this filth first, before they can begrudgingly give the general a drink. At the end, Chu Yi tilted his head and emptied the water from the kettle into his mouth. His lips did not touch the mouth of the pot, but he did not show any sign of dislike. On the contrary, it shows off its dashing and recklessness. Anyone who looked at him would think he was a hero walking the rivers and lakes, and would never believe that he was some kind of robber and bandit. The group of robbers were all incredulous between looking lost in thought. Such a person was even forced to become a robber and bandit. This world has truly rotted to the bone. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali. It has to be the general. If they are allowed to be like this, they will be suspected of dislike and insincerity. Seeing the undisguised admiration in the bottom of the Big Boss's eyes, between the second boss and third boss's glances, their faces were colored with complexity and a sense of crisis. Since we're all brothers in our own family, I might as well tell you. The Big Boss laughed. This trip, we are going to go to Mangzhou County to do a big job. You guys are blessed. As soon as you join the gang, you have a chance to make a difference. As he said that, he greeted Chu Yi and the three of them as they walked towards the fire. Come on, all come over and sit and talk. The three of Chu Yi obediently sat down by the fire. On the back side of the fire was Fang Jinju's carriage for the three of them. Chu Yi did not move and chose to sit in a position where he could see the curtains of the carriage. He saw that the curtains were lifted at one corner. Although he couldn't see anything, he knew that Jinju was looking at him. A much more solid heart was accompanied by a dense ache. Jinju, where is she hurt? Is it badly hurt? The robbers must not have been able to heal her. She must have been in a lot of pain and suffering, right? But in her letter, she actually said that everything was fine with her, and Rue obviously didn't want him to worry. Tell us what all three of your names are. Big Boss's words brought Chu Yi back to his senses and hurriedly withdrew his eyes and respectfully said, reporting to Big Boss, my last name is Chu Yi. Chu as in Chugu on all sides. Yi as in staying army wall Yi. A flash of surprise flashed under the eyes of the big pawn. This name has a deep meaning. Your father is trying to let you build your career and has high hopes for you. Chu Yi's face was slightly stunned, and then his eyes became more and more loyal. If my father were alive and heard these words, he would definitely regard Big Boss as a confidant. A comment that was received with great favor by the big dog. The second and third leaders' faces, however, became a bit ugly. Not bad for the goods raised by court salaries. Not only was this Chu Yi's martial arts higher than theirs, he was also good looking, and even his words of intimacy were quite good. I'm only afraid that it won't be long before they take their place in the Big Boss's heart. Han Kangwu, reporting to Big Boss, my father did want me to build a career and honor my ancestors, but he was a rough man, not as educated as brother Chu's father. All my name is very rough and direct. Zhang Wu, ha ha ha, a comment that caused the Grand Master to burst out laughing. Your father's vision is indeed grounded. Zhang Dali reach although good, but face raw name sparse, directly reported the real name. You guys came out from Mangzhou County, so you must be quite familiar with the topography of Mangzhou County. Knowing a few of Chu Yi's names, the big dog opened the door and began to plan. Chu Yi's three men also cooperated by knowing everything. This talk was half an hour. At the end of the day, the Big Boss is more and more successful. Complacent. Feel that this time the line of Mangzhou County must be 9 out of 10. You will first work under Lao San's hand, and I will not treat the three of you poorly if you succeed in this endeavor. He instructed the third master to say a few words and return to the carriage. The third leader whispered a few words of caution to Chu Yi's trio in order for them to recognize their own identity, and seeing that they were still sensible, He waved his hand and told them to find a random place to sleep. Chuye's trio adapted quickly, and when it was really casual, they directly leaned behind Fong Jinju's trio's carriage. It's late at night. Everyone fell into a deep sleep, except for those patrolling and standing guard along the outer edge. Fong Jinju hummed an unknown tune in a low voice, coaxing the two little ones to sleep peacefully into their dreams. Her voice, gentle, tugged at Chuye's heartstrings. He opened his eyes, aching to sink and tangle in a sea of tenderness. Behind bars, but still gentle and tough, Kamanan hurried to break through a door of life. It is clear that he is still suffering from pain, but he still doesn't forget to take care of those around him. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Luckily, all is not the worst. Luckily, this time, he was able to run to her side and finally guard her and protect her. Feeling the breathing of the two little ones gradually stabilizing, Fong Jinju stopped humming. The bottom of her eyes twinkled slightly, the corners of her mouth unconsciously tinted with a pleasurable curve. Although Rui and Xing Bao were both extraordinary and with them at their side, there would be no danger to their lives. But Fong Jinju's heart, always floating ping-pong general, floating uneasy. But now, Chuyi was close at hand. It was like floating weeds finally touching a solid and fertile island, frantically growing roots and firmly stationed. Fong Jinju couldn't help but reach out, feel for the wooden planks of the carriage behind her head, and knock twice. Chuyi, extremely light, just like a falling leaf, falling into the lake of the quiet night, only a slight invisible ripple. However, it knocked clearly and incomparably in the bottom of Chuye's heart. The deep eyes that blended with the dark night were instantly as bright as the glorious moon. He scanned the room without moving, then reached over and gently knocked back twice. Jinju, in the carriage. Fong Jinshu's lips blossomed and her eyebrows arched. She reached out and knocked rhythmically a few times. Shu Yi, it's good to see you. Shuye's ears twitched slightly, not missing a beat by mistake, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised in an arc. After a few moments of contemplation, he also had the law to knock back. Jinju, I'm late. I've made you suffer. Fong Jinju pursed her lips, and while guessing what Shu Yi would say, she took care of herself and knocked back the output. When we fought just now, my heart jumped up in the air, you know? That's a desperate idea. Too, because it was so long, the kowtow was so disorganized at the end that I didn't even know how many times I had kowtowed. Put. Fong Jinju was inexplicably poked by herself for a laugh, and covered her mouth in time before laughing out loud. The small commotion did not startle the bandits. The bottom of Chuye's eyes were also dyed with a thick smile, though the laughter stopped just before it started. He seemed to see Jinju arched her eyebrows, though I don't know what Jinju said, but she should have rejoiced that he had come to meet her. He reached out and gave himself a few serious knocks. Jinju, I will always protect you after this. Rui rolled over, and the carriage swayed slightly, worried about talking too much, losing her restraint, and then attracting the attention of the bandits. Fong Jinju knocked back and unilaterally terminated the chat. A good night's sleep. Sister, Rui needs to pee. The next day, Rui was the first to wake up, and the crunching sound woke up the whole woodland. Fong Jinju graciously lifted the curtains. Shuyi stood quietly outside the window. 4 eyes. Though the man's face was slightly haggard, it was certainly alive. A mellow sense of security comes over you. It's a real solidity that you can't feel even if you video it 100 times. Surprise, pleasure exploded one after another in the bottom of Fong Jinju's eyes. Seeing a bandit approaching in the afterglow, she hurriedly blinked at Chu Yi. Good man, we need to be convenient. The woman's soulful eyelashes were like feathers caressing over her heart. Tingling. Chu Yi barely managed to tense the suspicion and wariness that piled up on his face. Wait, I'll ask the head of the house. As he spoke, he locked eyes with the sleepy-eyed Rui in the carriage, then turned around. Rui was sleepy and even clenched his little fists, but his little face was calm. Whoa, it's Uncle Junior. The cheer in the child's heart was deafening. Chu Yi is a newcomer. Naturally, it is not his turn to take in Fong Jinju 3 people to facilitate. The third leader stepped forward. Come out. Rui and Xing Bao were carried out of the car by the robbers. Fong Jinju came down last. Her arms, hanging from her chest and held in place by wooden planks, were abnormally swollen. Chuya's breath hitched and hurriedly lowered his eyes to hide the shocked pain in his bottom. Jinju was even hurt so badly. The third leader and his party led the 3 of them, Fong Jinju, towards the forest. Rui had just taken off his pants and squatted down when a huge movement suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Chapter 123, Shu Yi, please, don't be okay. The ground shook slightly, the thorn bushes moved, and the beast's shadow leapt and bounded towards it. The birds were even more alarmingly flushed among the high branching clumps in the treetops. For a while, the beasts and birds cried, all with the implication of panic. Everyone looked over warily. Fang Jinju was surprised in her heart and hurriedly looked at Xingbao. A civet cat pounced and knocked Star Treasure to the ground. Star Treasure! With a startled heart, she rushed to pounce and shielded the two little ones in her arms. Sister! Xingbao took the opportunity to attach to her ear. I'm fine. That friend just now said that the Earth Dragon will turn over soon. Sister! What is the Earth Dragon turning over? Why are all these friends so scared? The Earth Dragon turned over? Fang Jinju's almond eyes snapped wide. It's going to be an earthquake. What happened? I don't know. Big boss. All these beasts seem to be fleeing towards the outside of the forest. Upon hearing the disturbance, the Grand Master came out of the wagon, and the bandits gathered towards him. Can it be that there's something terrifying deep in that forest? It must be, otherwise how could it make such a big fuss? As the bandits panicked, countless beasts came whistling through the gaps in the crowd and fled in a hurry towards the exit of the mountain forest. They looked up and realized that the bird had actually fled in the same direction. Even the saddled horses also beat their hooves and neigh uneasily, and even dragged the wagon to turn around by themselves, as if they wanted to follow the beasts and run away together. The bandits reacted and rushed forward, pulling desperately on the reins, but to no avail. The horses grew more and more frightened, and broke away directly, pulling the wagon across the road toward the forest beyond. Run! Fang Jinju suddenly screamed out. Let go of the horses and flee after them. The Earth Dragon has turned over. Run away! With that, she pulled Rue, and Rue pulled Xingbao, and trotted over to meet the bandits. Earth Dragon turnover? No wonder the beasts are stirring. This is a natural disaster coming. At that, the bandits panicked. If it really was an Earth Dragon turning over, it would be a natural disaster and none of them would survive. Dangjia shouted sternly toward Fang Jinju, who ran over and asked, How did you know? Oops dash. As he was talking, Xingbao tripped over a branch and fell, taking Rue down with him. Shuyi had long since arrived in front of them without moving, and once he reached out, he scooped up the two little ones and clamped them under his armpits. Leave it, these two cubs I will hold and go. The big boss is asking questions. You hurry up and answer back. His voice was sharp and stern, but he did not move and gave Fang Jinju a wink. Fang Jinju immediately understood. Then I'll trouble the good man. Then hurriedly and quickly stepped forward. Big boss, my father is the prime minister, and has a great relationship with the heavenly superintendent of the palace, so I naturally know some individual knowledge of astronomy and geography. Birds and beasts pouring out, either a volcano erupting or an earth dragon turning over. This territory is already mountainous and treacherous. It must be an earth dragon turning over without a doubt. Big boss, it's too late to explain. I can guarantee with my life that the earth dragon is about to turn over, and it's coming within these dozens of breaths. Everyone flee. Follow the beasts and birds to escape. You can't escape this mountain forest before the earth dragon turns over. You'll die for sure. At the word, the big pawn's face suddenly changed, even if he didn't believe in Fang Jinju's words, but saw the birds and beasts panicked at the vastness of the phenomenon. He guessed in his own heart. Run! Escape from this woodland first. As he spoke, the big dog had already taken the lead and rushed out, pulling out his dagger as quickly as he could to isolate the reins on his horse, climbed on his horse's back and fled. Seeing this, the big boss and the three bosses, along with some of the bandit leaders, followed suit, scrambling up to seize the horses and flee. The robbers who hadn't grabbed the horses also ran wildly towards the outside of the woodland. Hey, you guys wait for us, big boss, don't leave us behind. Seeing this, Fang Jinju's eyes flashed and she shouted in a loud voice to Shuyi also cooperated at the right time. Big boss, you still haven't said what to do with this woman and the two children? The big boss not only didn't turn his head back, but also raised his whip and smacked his horse's buttocks, shouting as he fled. Shuyi, opportunity and danger go hand in hand. Now is the right time for you to make your mark. The lives of the three of them are in your hands, and when it's safe to do so, you'll bring her back to me to join me. By that time, if both you and that woman are still alive, I'll ordain you as the fourth leader of the Three Dragons gang. At those words, Fang Jinju could not wait to spit in his face. What a PUA master. In such a situation, he still doesn't forget to brainwash his men into working for him. Instead, Shuya's heart was relieved. Although I didn't expect to encounter a natural disaster, I can finally protect Jinju and the girls in an honorable manner. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth began to tremble violently. Fang Jinju didn't pay attention and stumbled. Shuyi quickly handed over the two little ones to Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali respectively, flew over, and reached out to firmly catch Fang Jinju. Jinju, don't be afraid. Fang Jinju fell into Chuye's arms unawares. Let the ground shake. This moment but suddenly feel at ease. She nodded and hurriedly steadied herself. We need to get out of here. Old Han, Dali, you hurry and take the children to escape first, towards the left. Faster out of the forest than going straight. And that side is flat. Better to avoid the risk. After Chu Yi quickly instructed, Han Zhang and the two men fled without saying a word. Holding the child in the direction he said Yen Fei. It was only then that he looked at Fang Jinju with a slight twinkle in his eyes. Jinju, please forgive my rudeness. Fang Jinju was slightly stunned with uncertainty, and immediately followed by a warm and thick hand wrapped around her waist and into her arms. Steeply close to Chu Ye's body, a strong masculine aura invaded, causing her heart to skip a beat. The man's low, hoarse voice came from his ears. Hold me tight. Fang Jinju's brain dangled slightly, but her arms obediently climbed up and tightly wrapped around Chu Ye's neck. Chu Ye's throat surged, and he concentrated and lifted his energy to leap and jump vertically, chasing after the two Han Zhangs. The wind hunts in your ears. The shadows of the trees flew backward. The earth trembled with a sound like the hissing of a monster. Between the two men's figures sinking and floating, Fang Jinju's heart followed suit, hanging up and down. Perhaps it was the panic of the sudden earthquake, or the fear of heights brought about by light leaps. She subconsciously closed her eyes and buried her head tightly between Chu Ye's neck and nest. The man's neck was warm, and the tendons between his necks pulsed with powerful tension as he worked and lifted his chi. Inexplicably, Fang Jinju's heart settled down little by little. She slowly opened her eyes a crack, the man's tension full of throat knots unexpectedly into the eyes. Fang Jinju apricot eyes slightly trembling, not polite do not look like closed his eyes tightly again. In just a dozen or so breaths, Chu Yi had already fled 100 feet away with her. Master! Hurry up! Master! Look out! Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali's voices came anxiously. Fang Jinju opened her eyes at the sound. It was seen that they were only about 10 feet away from the open ground outside the forest. The earthquake frequency but also more and more violent. Raw ground torn several chasms abyss. Trees were either lifted up by their roots or plunged into the abyss by direct cross-collision. As he was about to break out of the woodland, a tall tree came crashing down on him. Chu Ye's eyes tightened as he took off his hand and pushed Fang Jinju out. Old Han! Vigorously! Catch Jinju! Watch out for her injured arm! Fang Jinju flew out. The weightlessness that caught her off guard made her heart stop beating for a moment. Almost the moment Chu Yi struck, Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali tacitly clamped the child to their armpits and flew forward, their arms passing under the armpits of Fang Jinju with one left and one right, steadily racking her down to the ground. Chu Yi, however, was unable to dodge and was crushed by a tall tree, falling into the torn chasm together with the tree. General! Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali both uttered miserable voices in unison. Fang Jinju's eyes also instantly condensed. Chu Yi! There was another violent tremor of a landslide. The Hong Yuan that Chu Yi had fallen from was rapidly tearing towards the three of them. Dangerous! Even though Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali's hearts were burning with anxiety, they still escorted the two little ones and Fang Jinju as they leaped to find a safe place to hide. Even the flat land was torn apart by a chasm, making it impossible to avoid. But fortunately, Han Zhang and the two of them are very good at lightness, and there is no danger of being hit by a high object, but they can also narrowly avoid the Hong Yuan. I don't know how long it's been. The earthquake has finally subsided. Mountains crumbled, forests collapsed, flat land either jutted out or collapsed, and as far as the eye could see, it was a tragic scene like destroying the sky and the earth. Chu Yi! Fang Jinju's heart was in chaos like the hoofbeats of 10,000 horses running. Please both of you, go save him. Looking at Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali's eyes and faces, they were already wet with tears. Seeing her like this, Han Zhang and the two of them also reddened their eyes. Han Kangwu hurriedly said to Zhang Dali, Dali, go save the general. He has to protect Miss Jinju and Rui here for the general. Zhang Dali leaped out with a whoosh. Sister. Oh, Uncle Junior. It's going to be okay, right? Rui deflated his little mouth, and tear beans fell one after another. Star Treasure also looked terrified, obviously frightened by the sudden calamity. Fang Jinju hurriedly wiped away her tears, reached out and embraced the two lower only into her arms. Don't be afraid. It's all right. Uncle Junior is the most powerful man in the world. He'll be fine. As she said it, she looked over openly, worry in her eyes, tumbling fiercely. Chu Yi, please don't be okay. General. Zhang Dali, who had been searching for a while, suddenly plopped down in front of a chasm, surprised and delighted. General, are you all right? The abyss was so deep that countless large trees were stuck in it horizontally. Luckily, the general had grabbed a tree trunk when he fell, and was now hanging in mid-air. I'm fine. Do something to pull me up. Chu Ye's voice came into his ears from afar, and Fang Jinju's freshly dried tears sprang out again. Quickly, Rui, fetch a rope out. Rui also wiped her tears hard and hurriedly complied. Then a coil of rope appeared out of nowhere on the floor. This divine metaphysical scene shocked Han Kangwu wide-eyed. This rope, big brother, it's a long story. Save the people first. As she spoke, Fang Jinju had already shoved the rope into Han Sungwoo's arms. Hurry! Chapter 124. You said you'd always listen to me. You take yourself off. Han Kangwoo returned to his senses and frowned. But if you're, don't worry about us. Fang Jinju interrupted with a decisive shake of her head. Saving the general first is important. Although there might be aftershocks, there was no longer the terrifying power that had destroyed the sky and the earth just now. They were in a far safer position than Chu Yi. Seeing her face firm and resolute, Han Kangwoo stopped talking and hurriedly flew away. Fang Jinju stared for an instant at the movements of Han Zhang and the two men pulling the rope, the bottom of her eyes tightening. It took a moment for her heart to settle back into place as Chu Ye's hand raked the ground. Rui excitedly stood up and was just about to shout, when Fang Jinju pulled her hand in time. Rui, hold back, don't make a sound yet. Although there was still quite a distance between here and the direction where the robbers and bandits had fled, the situation was unsettled, so it was better to be cautious. Rui obediently squatted down. Soon, Chu Yi was pulled up. General, your leg. After seeing the situation, Zhang Dali lost his voice and exclaimed. The general's leg had a good-sized cut and was bleeding profusely. Fang Jinju's heart snapped. Chu Yi was the first to look over, and seeing that the three of them were safe and sound, he couldn't help but grin at Fang Jinju. It was so good that he finally protected Jinju for once. Seeing the man smiling away at himself from afar, Fang Jinju only felt her eyes become sore and unbearable, and her throat choked. She got up hastily and, pulling Rui Xingbao, was about to find her way over. Jinju, don't move. Seeing this, Chu Ye's smile fiercely converged. Anxious subconsciously climbed up, but stumbled a bit due to the pain of pulling the wound. You wait in place, we'll come over here. With that, he limped towards Fang Jinju. Seeing this, Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali rushed forward and set him up, leaping and flying across the Hong Yuan. In just a few breaths, the three of them arrived at the intact flat spot where the three Fang Jinju were. Chu Ye's pants shirt at his left calf was cut open, and the wound was bloody and shocking. Fang Jinju withdrew her eyes from the wound and looked at Chu Yi. Although it was blurry in front of his eyes, he could clearly see the man grinning again. Jinju, you're all safe and sound. That's great, but you're hurt. Fang Jinju waved and hailed his nose murmured. If you don't save me, with your kung fu, you must be able to escape unharmed. The voice was small, but Chu Yi heard it clearly. Seeing her shedding tears for herself, her heart turned sour and soft. I couldn't protect you before. If I still can't protect you now, even if I escaped unharmed, what's the point? There was an unknown sentiment burning in the bottom of the man's eyes, searing Fang Jinju's vision and following the trail all the way to his heart. The bottom of her eyes flickered slightly, waving her hand to dry the moisture under her eyes. Thank you, Chu Yi, he said and looked at Han Zhang and the two of them. Thank you for risking your lives to save us, 1,000 times. I did not plan for such a calamity. If you had not rushed here, we really would have. Speaking here, Fang Jinju sensed inauspiciousness and sharply changed her words. Fortunately, everyone is fine. It's already the best. There's likely to be aftershocks later. Let's get there first. Then he raised his eyes and swept around, pointing to a large piece of intact flat land not far away. When such a strong earthquake occurred, there was no collapse and tearing there. The structure of the soil underneath must be extraordinary. Even if an aftershock occurs in a while, there will be the safest place in the neighborhood. Chu Ye's three men nodded, and Han Zhang and the two of them fought back and forth, shifting the group to the land that Fang Jinju had mentioned. Rui, get a bottle of saline and iodine vapors out of the medicine cabinet. The same 2 bottles that your sister gave you last time you bumped the skin on your knee. Okay? As soon as she landed, Fang Jinju said to Rui in succession. Right. There are also stop bleeding treasure, anti-inflammatory medicine, bandages. Rui took the medicines one by one as she described them. Not only Han Zhang, Chu Yi was also shocked on the spot. Fang Jinju looked to Han Kangwoo. Big brother, please roll up Chu Ye's pants and bear the wound. Then handed a bottle of saline to Zhang Dali. This little brother, you open it with this and clean the wound. Seeing that she was organized, the 2 Han Zhangs hurriedly complied. Only when Chu Ye's wound was completely bandaged and he was successively made to take the hemostatic treasure and anti-inflammatory medicine did Fang Jinju let out a sigh of relief. General, have your chest wound checked as well. Shut up. Zhang Dali was quick to speak and worried about Chu Ye's chest injury, but just as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Chu Ye's low voice. Fang Jinju, however, caught something in time and her face was stunned. Chu Yi, what happened to your chest? Chu Yi's eyes bottom false flash. All right, just before collected a little injury. Big brother, please undo his clothes and let me take a look. Fang Jinju was aware of Chu Yi for a few moments, and directly opened her mouth to interrupt. Looking towards Han Kangwoo, Han Kangwoo hurriedly reached over to pick Chu Ye's clothes, but was stopped by Chu Ye's unkind look. Seeing this, Fong Jinju became anxious. Chu Ye, can't it be that you still want me, a big girl, to personally strip your clothes? You said you'd always listen to me. You, take yourself off. If she hadn't hurt one of her hands, she would have actually done it herself in the face of Chu Ye's desire for a better life. Han Kangwoo and Zhang Dali were stunned and couldn't help but purse their lips and snicker. Chu Ye glared at them, his face stiffening as he obediently undid his clothes. A crimson red seeped out of the bandage on his chest, stinging Fong Jinju's eyes. What's going on? Fong Jinju stared nervously at Chu Ye and asked suspiciously, when did you get injured? Where did you get hurt? How did you injure your heart? Several questions in a row. Urgent concerns were evident. Chu Ye lowered his eyes, reaching out to put his clothes on. It's fine. Just a few days ago accidentally. Big brother. You say it. Fong Jinju looked directly at Han Kangwoo. I knew he wouldn't tell the truth. Han Kangwoo snapped and looked at Chu Ye. Seeing this, Fong Jinju's face froze. Well, if you don't say it, don't say it. It's my self-centered concern that's excessive. Originally, in this strange place, seeing you guys is like seeing my family. I didn't realize that one or two of you treat me like an outsider. Saying that, he turned his face away, and anyone who looked at him looked aggrieved and angry. In truth, there was only worry in her eyes, although he had not known Chu Ye for a long time. Because of the relationship between Northern Liao, the friendship between them was extraordinary. It's human nature to worry about each other no matter who is in distress. Just like their own arm injury, do not want to let Chu Ye know worry. Chu Ye does not say the origin of the chest injury, but also must have happened something serious. Do not want to say it to let her worry but either they just brutalize her, and since they'd accidentally revealed it, but then stammered and refused to explain it, it was a really hard feeling. So, she had to deliberately pinch their 7 inches and agitate them. Sure enough, Chu Ye was instantly anxious. Jinju, you are not an outsider. We are your family. Fong Jinju didn't move and still gave him a back of the head. Miss Jinju, Zhang Dali couldn't bear it and stepped forward. The wound on General's chest was sustained the day Yu and Ruerue disappeared. Only then did Fong Jinju turn her face around, her eyes full of shock. Without waiting for her to respond, Zhang Dali continued. At that time, you sent a photo over, followed by how the general couldn't contact you, so he guessed whether you had fallen into the water, and then asked Ruerue to go over to check it out. But as a result, Ruerue also disappeared without a trace, and even the time and space gate suddenly closed. At that time, we were all anxious, but we didn't dare to let Shu go over there and take the risk again. The general thought of a lot of ways, burning incense and kowtowing, sacrificing his own blood to feed the gods, and was even willing to lose his life for 20 years, just hoping to go through the time and space gate to save you and Ruerue. Speaking of excitement, he didn't know where he got the guts to reach out and pull Chu Ye's hand out, stretching it out in front of Fong Jinju's eyes. The wound in his palm, which had just recently scabbed over, was already struggling to crack with hideous blood again. Jinju girl, you see, on this palm, is the general first take blood sacrifice wound, then useless. The general then take the heart blood. At the end, Zhang Dali's eyes reddened and he choked on his words. Han Kangwoo followed suit and reddened his eyes. That day, the general's determination to the point of just short of insanity really scared them. Fong Jinju's eyelashes trembled slightly. The heart and mouth had been like a hurricane sweeping through, and after the shock, it was a mess. She knew that Chu Ye and Elder Chu must have been mad with anxiety when she and Ruerue disappeared. Mrs. Chu may cry, grieve, or even be at a loss for words, but Chu Ye is, after all, the days of Northern Liao. He should be able to stabilize and calm down in a hurry. He must also stabilize and calm down, but she did not expect. Chu Ye actually do not hesitate to self-destruct the body to such an extent. She looked over at Chu Ye, emotions tumbling and shifting under her eyes. Unbelievable, heartbreaking, shocking, moving. Fong Jinju had never felt such complex and entangled emotions in her life. The woman's eyelashes slightly trembling, the bottom of the crystal full of savings, the voice is hoarse out of shape, as if the next instant will cry out. Seeing her like this, Chu Ye's heart felt like it was being thwarted back and forth by a carpenter's sanding knife. Indescribably hard to say. Jinju, it's not as serious as he said. Chu Ye hurriedly grinned at the corner of his mouth. At that time, that kind of situation, can't just sit around and wait for death. That's why I thought of such stupid ways. Now that I think about it, is it possible that doing that at that time played some role? Seeing you and Ruerue well, everything is worth it. The man's face is always majestic and handsome, but every time he faces Fong Jinju, he is unconsciously colored with a helpless simplicity, like a big wolf dog, in the face of prey in danger, is invincible and fearless majestic. but in front of the master, will remove all the defenses, from the inside to the outside of the naive pure piety. Saying that, he subconsciously reached over, wanting to cover the woman's thin shoulders to give some comfort, but then immediately reacted that men and women are not related, and immediately shrunk back, but Fong Jinju pulled her hand. Chapter 125. From now on, wherever you go, I'll follow. Shu Ye's eyes shook. The slightly cool but soft hand, so small that it could only grip 3 of his knuckles, felt like a steady, firm grip on his heart. The woman's pair of eyes, the bottom of the heartache frank to no concealment, was full of tears. Blinded. One more look will make people fall. His ears pranced through red, lowered his eyes to hide the shocking affection under his eyes, subconsciously trying to pull his hand out. Jinju, I'm fine. However, Fong Jinju tugged at her with a deadly grip. This is still called nothing? And what does it mean to be something? I've worked so hard to help you help Baleo because I want to see all of you well. I can understand you being worried and anxious when Rue and I go missing, but you can't use the method of damaging your own body. If you're like this, not only will you scare Shushu, but how hard it will be for old madam to see it in her heart. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali nodded their heads vigorously in unison. Not only Shushu and the old lady, all of them were terrified. Okay, but who dared to persuade the general at that time with that determined look? See the woman agitated to a slight fork in the voice, between the eyes. Shuyi eyes a piece of panic overwhelmed. I was wrong, previously did that. Indeed there are not proper. In fact, at that time, he had no way to think, and he only wanted to find a way to save Jinju to save Rue as soon as possible. That's all. But he didn't want Jinju to get angry and think he was reckless. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali secretly looked at each other. They must have misheard. The general said he was wrong. The general's tone of voice and demeanor when facing Miss Jinju, where there is still half a bit of the divine force of the battlefield. Simply. The two racked their brains for words and phrases that could describe Chuye's current appearance. Yes, as the story goes, the general, a man of steel, was transformed into a man of tenderness. Looking at Chuyi did not hesitate to admit fault. Fong Jinju eyes Microsoft, full of belly clamor after the fire of fear, in an instant by his share of earnest sincerity extinguished. Well, it's a good thing you're okay, otherwise I really would have become a sinner of Northern Liao. This wound just healed and then broke open again. It has to be bandaged up quickly or it will be more difficult to heal. With that, she let go of her hand and looked over at Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali. I'll trouble you to hurry up and bandage the general up properly. Soft and loose. Chuyi fingertips empty, heart also suddenly borne some loss. Don't worry Miss Jinju, just leave it to us. Miss Jinju, is your arm alright? I see it's swollen. It must hurt a lot, right? Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali divided the work, one bandaging the palm, the other bandaging the chest, and couldn't help but be concerned about Fong Jinju's arm. Fong Jinju smiled and shook her head. The most painful time has passed, now it's just oozing to look at, but it's already much stronger. Chu Ye's eyes were clenched. The fist of the hand that was still good was slightly clenched. How is this arm injured? If it was the robbers who had hurt Jinju, he would have removed all of their arms and legs as compensation. Before Fong Jinju could say anything, Rue Didi came forward, her little face sighing. Little uncle, sister, fell off the carriage. The bad guy did it with the rope. It hurts. Then standing on tiptoe, her little hand carefully ruffled the hair on Fong Jinju's forehead. Look, sister here. She fell and hurt herself too. There's a lot of blood. The little man's face was filled with heartache. Then he waved down his small fists. Little uncle, beat those bad guys to death and avenge your sister's death. Before Chuyi had the chance to speak, Fong Jinju smiled and wrapped Rue into her arms, snatching him up and saying, there's no need for little uncle to make a move. Evil people have their own bad karma. With such a great calamity occurring, none of those bad guys must have escaped. The only thing my sister wants right now is to hurry back to Beiliao, to see Shu, to see old madam. Rue, don't you want to? With his favor to the northern Liao, as long as he opens his mouth, Shuyi will be able to even offer his life. Of this she had no doubt. May come to Tang Mu Queen of all the death of the escape, is really thrilling. Right now she only wanted all of them to be well and return safely to Beiliao without any further complications. As soon as he heard of his sister, Rue was immediately distracted, the bottom of his eyes shining brightly. I want to. Rue super misses his sister. Super misses his grandmother. Then he turned around and couldn't wait to take Xingbao's hand. Brother, Rue has a younger sister yo. Super cute and obedient. You're my older brother. That's also her older brother Na. Star Treasure's eyes brightened slightly and she was flattered. Really? Is it possible? Sister, will you be willing? Rue nodded vigorously. It can be. Sister, can be better than Rue na. However, Rue is missing this time. It must make my sister sad. Brother Xing Bao. Let's give my sister. Prepare a gift, good ba? Aha. So, what does that sister like? As soon as Shu Shu was mentioned, Rue's face was full of pride and doting, showing off her treasures as if she was talking to Xing Bao. Seeing this scene, the bottom of several adults' eyes rippled with a smile of relief. That's so nice. It is the greatest blessing that all are well and are together as they should be. Growling dash. Suddenly, Zhang Dali's stomach let out a loud buzz. Fang Jinju laughed, in a hurry to catch the road. You must not have eaten well all the way, right? Zhang vigorously scratched his head in embarrassment. He responded. In fact, when I went out, I brought enough dry food. I was hurrying the car while nibbling on biscuits. It was a meal that didn't fall, but last night plus this toss today, all consumed. On the contrary, the general is worried about the girl and Rue. He hasn't eaten a few bites along the way, and Vice General Han is sitting next to the general, following the anxiety and fire, so he shouldn't have had enough to eat either. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi and curved her eyes. Now that you're relieved, you should have an appetite, right? Chu Yi followed suit, raising the corners of his mouth and nodding. Han Kangwu hurriedly looked around. Such a natural disaster. Those wild animals must have suffered. I'll take my chances in the neighborhood. Maybe I can pick up a leak back. Chu Yi nodded. Go along and explore? See what's going on with the bandits. Brother Han, Fang Jinju said evenly. Just go and scout for bandits. If you can find wildlife, find it. If you can't, forget it. Don't worry about food. We have plenty. At those words, Chu Yi's few people were stunned in unison. There's a lot of food? They looked at Fang Jinju and the two little ones. They didn't even have a bag. Where did they get the food? Looking at the rope on the ground, Zhang Dali suddenly thought of something and uttered in astonishment. Miss Jinju, this rope is what you conjured up out of thin air. Can't it be that you can also conjure up food out of thin air? Fang Jinju hurriedly compared to a silence. Hush, this matter, except for a few of our own people, must not be mentioned to anyone. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali then nodded his head back and forth. The goddess is still the goddess. Though he had become a soft woman by the time he reached Tangwu, he was still powerful. The goddess was the hope of Beiliao. They must protect her well and never let her suffer a single bit of harm. When Han Kangwu flashed away, Chu Yi supported Zhang Dali to collect firewood as well. At the end, he looked at Rue, then at Xing Bao, and his puzzled eyes then landed on Fang Jinju's face. Fang Jinju will understand. Moved forward, leaned over and said mysteriously, actually, it is not me. Said with a playful wink and nudged towards Rue. It's Rue. He's actually connected to that farm of mine. He can take all the supplies on the farm as he pleases and take as much as he wants. The woman's delicate face is close at hand, so close that you can clearly see her rooted eyelashes, along with the joyful opening and closing of the pink lips, the spirit of a slight tremor. Every word, ethereal as the voice of God. Every subtle look, all from Chu Yi's eyes, turned to be imprinted in the heart. Chu Yi. Seeing Chu Yi lost in thought, Fang Jinshu smiled and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Stunned, right? I had that look on your face then. I'm not much good at it myself though. At the end of the sentence, Fang Jinju's face had more than a trace of arrogance, reached out and touched Rue, and then touched Xing Bao. But I have these precious cubs that each show their abilities. Then she looked at Chu Yi and smiled like a flower. Moreover, there is also you, a friend of a great general with incomparable valor. Dare I ask how many people in this world are as blessed as I am? Seeing that she was proud of herself, Chu Yi only felt his chest stirring and struggled to keep his voice from revealing itself. All of that is what you deserve. Jin Shu. Fang Jinju's eyebrows bent in favor. No wonder Rue Shushu's little mouth is so sweet. It really is your Chu family's ancestry. Saying that, she gathered a few laughs and said seriously, Chu Yi, just now I acquiesced to the words of vigorously, because I think that we should not reveal the aptitude of a few children. There is no impermeable wall in the world. The more people know, the more these secrets can't be hidden. Those black-clothed people just know the secret of the star treasure. That's why they won't relent in hunting us. Anyway, I have the aura of a goddess with me, and all the divine powers and irrational divine metaphysical things are put on my head, so that I won't expose the children to danger. Don't you think so? A flash of movement flashed under Chuya's eyes. What about you? Why don't you think about your own safety? This silly girl, everything first consider the people around her, but do not know to plan a few points for themselves. Fang Jinju raised her chin and arrogantly said, I'm so smart. I can always improvise when things go wrong. And I have you as a friend of great General Shenwu. From now on, wherever you go, I'll follow. With you to protect me, what's there to be afraid of? At that, Chu Yi smiled. The wind and the moon are clearing, and the flowers are losing their color. Fang Jinju's eyes glared slightly. Skadin shook her head. Shu Yi, you'd better put away your smile in the future. Shu Ye's smile faltered slightly. Why? Is it ugly? Fang Jinju frowned with a one-word expression. Chapter 126, Goddess is the General's good medicine well. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his chin. His face slightly constricted. All women like a modest gentleman's demeanor, don't they? He was influenced by the family style, but also through the battlefield sharpening. Look and demeanor is inevitably a bit rude. The laughter under Fang Jinju's eyes finally couldn't be held back. Ha ha. You're being handsome without knowing it. Can't you see that I'm joking? That smile of yours is the only sight for sore eyes in this devastation. She stretched out her right hand. Her fingers flickered around his face. So, you don't need to put it away. You should smile more. Your own heart is soothing, and other people look at it as well. So it's two birds with one stone. The woman's undisguised astonishment and fondness, reflected in the bottom of Chu Ye's eyes, then became a silver moon and starlight. He laughed away again, but a blood-red shyness colored the roots of his ears. Jin Zhu, you only need to just subconsciously want to return the honor, but also feel that he cannot do in Jin Zhu the same openness, if not restrained to say out. I am afraid that she will realize that he is not pure in mind, but will give rise to suspicion. Fang Jinju blinked and waited quietly for him to finish. Shu Yi, however, turned his words around and laughed. Jinju is right. I will listen to Jinju, and I will definitely smile in the future. Mouth is not what it used to be, and he felt it in himself at this moment. What he's trying to say is, all you have to do is stay there and do nothing. It's the most beautiful view. Miss Jinju is right. General, you should smile more. Zhang Dali hugged a pile of firewood, landed with a long leap, and laughed nervously at Chu Yi. Hey, we all love to see you laugh. Rui also tilted his head over and smiled. Yes, Rui also loves to see little uncle smile. Chu Yi lightly glared at Zhang Dali as a warning, but the corners of his mouth rose high. This bit of firewood, what can it do? Go pick up another hug. Zhang Dali straightened his spine, his mouth grinning to the back of his ears. Yes, I'm on my way. Then it's a whirlwind departure. He just left in the front foot. Han Kangwu arrived in the back foot, and his face did not look too good. Seeing this, Chu Yi and Fang Jinju also collected the smiles on their faces. How? General, those bandits have lost quite a few, but there are still a dozen or so still alive. Chu Yi frowned. Where's that big boss? Is he dead? Han Kangwu shook his head. He's still alive and well. And that third leader isn't dead either. But the remaining dozen or so bandits are all injured to varying degrees, and are not to be feared. Just now when I went over, I heard that the big master ordered the third master to enter the forest to look for us, whether to kill or leave. We still have to make a decision early. At those words, Fang Jinshu sneered in her heart. There's only so many left, and they're still thinking about getting rich. Shu Yi raised his eyes to meet the past, and a murderous intent flashed under his eyes. Although it was a fleeting moment, Han Kangwu immediately understood. General, then you and Miss Jinju stay here properly, and the last general will make another run. On that area of a dozen metastasizing, do not need to zhang vigorously. One person is enough. Chu. He had just turned around when he saw the third leader with 3 slightly injured bandits coming this way. Seeing Chu Yi and his party all safe and sound, his voice carried a few moments of astonishment. You kid. The big boss really didn't look at the wrong person. Han Kangwu and Chu Yi looked at each other, and under their eyes was a silent murderous intent. Good thing too. It saves them from coming to the door. Hearing the sound of the robbers, Rui and Xingbao subconsciously snuggled up to Fang Jinju's side, their little faces collapsing in unison. Fang Jinju's heart also tightened. See Chu Yi face calm and relaxed. A moment will be peace of mind. Hurriedly whispered to pacify the 2 little ones, previously faced with more than 200 robbers, and hold the 3 of them life. Chu Yi 3 people even if the martial arts is high, but also inevitably afraid of fear not to act rashly. The thought of Chu Yi's 3 hardened soldiers having to grovel to that midget all the way to Mengzhou County. Fang Jinshu's heart harbored a wave of humiliation and resentment. Now that's good. Man's plan is not as good as God's plan. A natural disaster. A blessing and a curse. Although the escape from death was thrilling, but it also weakened 90% of the hostile force on their behalf. And in this way, the official road collapsed. Even if those black-clothed people are still not relentless, but the car and horse cannot be traveled, and wait for them to chase over. They have long gone back to the northern Liao territory. It's also a blessing in disguise. Just as he was thinking about it, the third leader approached with a few bandits 70,000 and 80,000 around a cut. They are all mountain reckless, although a bit of fists and feet, in fact, cannot be on the stage. Weekdays is to rely on a sea of people tactics and a bandit to become a climate. Even the chasm in front of them was such that there was no way for them to cross it directly, and they had to go around it. Seeing this scene, Fang Jinju even ate a tranquilizer in general. Shoo! Seeing that there was still a good distance between them and a lot of danger, the third boss simply stopped and shouted from afar, "I won't go over there, so hurry up and bring the 3 siblings over here, and go with me to see the big boss." The big boss is a man of his word, and with the unfortunate loss of second brother, you've been extremely lucky this time around. As soon as you enter the door of my 3 dragons gang, you'll be able to become the third boss straight away. As for him, hey, it's only natural that he fills the vacancy of the second brother and is directly promoted to the second leader. Chuyi and Fang Jinju looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Sarcasm is all over the place. Han Kangwu shouted, "Third boss, you'd better hurry over and lend a hand. My brother is injured and can't walk." There was also a sneering and playful smile under his eyes, but the third lord could not see it. The third leader frowned. He keenly heard the other party's tone of voice had the implication of meritocracy. This is just the beginning. Do not put yourself in the eyes. A moment will not be based on their own fulfillment of the big brother's mandate. The delusion of riding to his neck, right? He would never allow that to happen. Shui is hurt? Stealing and killing intent flashed under the eyes of the third leader. Then let's take him while he's sick, just to get rid of these hidden dangers. When Big Boss asks about it later, he will say that several of them were killed in the same unfortunate natural disaster as second brother. Thinking of this, he responded, "Okay, wait, coming right over. I'll come and take your lives." Upon hearing this, Han Kangwu directly turned around and sat down. Don't look at just this cutoff, but it's enough for them to turn around for a while. Fang Jinju didn't move and whispered in Rui's ear, and then a few bags of bread and bottles of mineral water appeared in the empty space between them. "Brother Han, pad your stomach first, you'll be more energized later." With that, Fang Jinju reached out and handed over the bread bag. Han Songwoo's eyes were as wide as oxen as he took it with both hands. "Thank you, Miss Jinju." At the same time, Chuyi reached out and tore open a bag of bread, handing it over to Fang Jinju. "You eat a little too." Fang Jinju pursed her lips and nodded with a smile. "Thank you." Then with a turn of his hand he shoved the bread in his hand to Starbuck. "Eat up." Chuyi, gratified between and feel helpless, hurriedly opened 2 bags, at the same time handed over. Fang Jinju was stunned for a moment, then she bent her eyes. "You hurry up and eat some too. After things are settled in a while, I'll bring you a bottle of medicine to replenish your chi and blood out to drink a little bit of it. Having been injured, it won't do to just eat this." The corners of Chuya's mouth grinned in a big arc. Good." Seeing this scene, Han Kangwu held his aunt's smile under his eyes. "Don't worry, Miss Jinju. I'll be sure to make it quick and never delay the general's medicine." "Oops, what more chi and blood tonic do you need? The goddess is the general's medicine." Seeing Chuyi and his party leisurely eating and drinking from afar, without even looking over, the third master's face became even darker. These guys do nothing to stay. As he thought about it, he got a little faster. In a short while, the third boss several people came to the side of Chuyi and his party, and sure enough, they saw that Chuya's leg was wrapped in a thick bandage, ice falling to the food and water in their hands. Suspicious, he couldn't help but question, where did all this food come from? This bag with food in it was surprisingly transparent. Bottle with water. Surprisingly, it's more translucent than lucite. Han Kangwu quickly stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, got up and looked at the third leader, and said in a lump, "This is a secret. Come over here. I can only talk to you alone." The third leader's eyes flickered as he slowly stepped forward, and motionlessly touched the dagger at his waist. 4 or 5 steps away, Han Kangwu was caught off guard and kicked the third leader in the chest, sending the 3 bandits behind him flying out in unison. Behind a few of them was a chasm more than 10 feet wide. The last 2 fell straight down, the third leader and another bandit narrowly skimming the edge of the ditch. "Zhang Wu, what do you want?" Below him was 100 feet of abyss, and the third leader shouted out in shock, "Quickly pull me up." Han Kangwu stepped forward with faith and stomped on the back of his hand. "Third master, third master, I kindly told you the secret, but you want to kill me, why is that?" As he spoke, he crushed his foot with such force that the bones of the third leader's hand clicked and snapped. The third leader let out a mournful scream and looked at Han Kangwu with a horrified expression. I didn't." Han Kangwu smiled contemptuously. "There or not, you have to die today." The third leader's eyes flickered and he was drenched in cold sweat. "I know what you guys want, and it's okay for me to give up my position to you, right? Quick, pull me up." Han Kangwu laughed up to the sky, and in between, picked up a stone in his hand and smashed it into the back of another bandit's hand. The bandit screamed miserably and fell straight into the abyss. The third leader directly pissed himself in fear. "Zhang Wu, hero, big brother, don't kill me, as long as you leave me alive. I'll bring all of you to turn and worship you as the big boss, okay? Han Kangwoo raised his hand and opened a dipper on his head. You think I don't care about being a bandit leader? Just by the fact that you caused Miss Jinju to be injured, 100 deaths wouldn't be enough to relieve my hatred. The third pawn shook his head in a trance and said incredulously, Miss Jinju, you know each other? You guys did this on purpose? Han Kangwoo smiled evilly. Or what? Then letting go of his foot, he calmly watched the third leader fall into the abyss with a face full of shock and regret. Such a way to die. It's really cheap for you. Chapter 127, the general is so close to writing the words adore goddess on his face. It does cheapen them. When she thought of those abused women in the Three Dragons Gang's fortress, Fang Jinju's eyes were filled with anger. These people, who have harmed countless people, death by 1,000 cuts is not too much to ask. Upon hearing this, Shuya's eyes sank slightly. Good. Then listen to Jinju, and lynch them to death by 1,000 cuts. What Jinju said was also what he wanted to do. Those robbers did not know how many people they had harmed, and it was indeed time to let them taste the fear of those innocent people. He looked to Han Kangwoo. There's no need to bring it here so as not to scare the child. Just dispose of it as Miss Jinju said. Han Kangwoo immediately understood, respectfully clasped his fists, and flew away. Seeing this, the anger under Fang Jinju's eyes only dissipated a bit, and returned to the topic. Shu Yi, what should we plan for next? The Earth's dragon rolled over, and the official road collapsed and was destroyed. Even if you have a horse and cart at the moment, it won't come in handy. The only way to get back to Bailio is on foot, but Shu Yi was injured, so it wasn't good to be in a hurry. This is not the place to stay. Shu Yi scanned the circle. The northern Liao side doesn't know about my departure from the city either, so we have to return to northern Liao as soon as possible. When Han Kangwoo returns from his errand, we'll set out. Fang Jinju subconsciously dropped her sight on his leg. Now this situation the car and horse can't get through, and you're injured. This way to rush back. Your leg injury will recover unfavorably. Don't worry, Miss Jinju. Coinciding with Zhang Dali's return from carrying another bundle of firewood, he gruffly took over. I'll switch carrying the general with Brother Han, never letting his legs hit the ground under force. Shu Yi shook his head decisively. It's just a little skin wound. It's not that delicate. I can walk by myself, and I can carry 2 children on my back. As he spoke, he looked at Fang Jinju. It's just going to be hard for Jinju to make the journey on foot. Fang Jinju laughed. You're not afraid to rush if your leg is injured. What do I have to work hard for? Besides, this body has been kept in the boudoir for a long time. It's simply weak, so it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to practice. Shu Yi said, if on foot to catch up, at least 7 or 8 days of work to return to North Liao, and the Earth Dragon turned over to make the ground chafed bad walking. I'm afraid there will be a delay of more than a few days of work. The bottom of his eyes flickered slightly, but pious and solemn. If Jinju can't walk, don't try to be strong. I can carry you on my back. Saying this, Shuya's mind unconsciously flashed through. Just now Jinju cat-like nestled in his arms. That soft trust and dependence made him almost forget that he was in danger at that moment, and he hated for time to stop at that moment. At those words, Han Sung was airborne landing stance stumbled and almost fell. Zhang Dali's action of making fire and getting firewood also paused, and then said repeatedly, No, General, your leg is injured. We are worried about walking by yourself. How can you carry Miss Jinju? You just go your own. The Jinju girl and the 2 children are left to me and Lao Han. We switch to carry them. Just as he finished speaking, Han Kangwoo slashed him on the back of the head. What are you thinking about you? Miss Jinju is the honor of the goddess. How can we rough and humble bodies be worthy of blasphemy? Naturally, it is only a general of such status who is worthy of taking care of the goddess close to her. General's body has been trained for 1,000 times. What kind of injuries have he not suffered? This little leg injury is not in the way. The 2 of us will take good care of the 2 children. That is, for the general and Miss Jinju to save a great deal of heart. As he said this, he pinned his eyes madly at Zhengli. It's true that he's an unenlightened young man who hasn't married a daughter-in-law, and still thinks that what he just said is for the general's consideration. The general is so close to writing the words adore goddess on his face. Can't you tell? Self-righteousness. The bad guys are good. Zhang Dali scratched his head with an aggrieved face. But fortunately, he also quickly came to his senses and hurriedly agreed. Right. Brother Han is right. I'll listen to all of Brother Han's arrangements. Shuya's face did not show any expression, but his heart was very flattered. It has nothing to do with your status. I am the lord of a city, and the only way to show the greatest sincerity is for me to personally serve Jinju. It's the old Han. He's just so thorough. Fang Jinju was dumbfounded. I have good legs and feet. I don't need you guys to carry me. Now that we've decided, let's hurry up and get some porcelain to fill our stomachs, and hurry a few more steps while it's still light. In this strange time and space, Baliao was the only place she was familiar with. The sooner I return to North Liao, the sooner I can rest in peace. After saying that, Fang Jinju let Ruerue put out 2 white-feathered chickens, let Han Zhang and the 2 of them clean up and roast them according to her method, and the line of people ate a hearty meal. Then it was on the road back north. Sure enough, it's not just the official road. The whole land is either a jutting or a deep chasm, and it's woefully difficult to navigate. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali have excellent light power. One person carrying a baby, still posture like a swallow, like walking on the ground. In an instant, he leapt out a dozen feet. Shu Yi didn't try to be brave either. His leg only hurt the skin and flesh. In the sinews and bones of no damage. Walking as usual. When you come across an uneven place or a deep ditch, you will be able to cross it easily with your breath. It's Fong Kemchu's turn. It's just a little bit miserable, although she good legs and feet. But this earthquake after the road to walk up and through the same. Shu Yi they a breath to walk the road. She 70,008 around to trot a tea, and some of the ground was false, and several times I almost planted my foot in a ditch. Jin Zhu, it's better if I carry you. No, 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 I have good legs and feet. What's it like to let a wounded man like you carry me? You don't accompany me around the road. You go over and wait for me. I'll try my best to run faster. Miss Jin Zhu, the terrain is treacherous and difficult to navigate, so let the general carry you. Han Kangwu shouted far ahead. Otherwise, at this rate, we won't be able to return to Baliao for a month. Fong Jinju stalked and ran another block. What are you shouting for? As long as Jinju is happy. What's the harm in walking for a year? Shu Yi had a smile at the corner of his mouth and comforted from afar. Jinju, don't be in a hurry. Walk slowly. We'll wait for you. Fong Jinju was suddenly a little deflated. Are good legs and feet anything to brag about? Shu Yi walks faster than her on one leg. She paused in her steps and held out her arm toward the man who stood patiently waiting across the chasm. Never mind. It's better if you carry me. I'm so wasted compared to you guys. I really don't deserve to show off. Shu Yi raised his lips and smiled openly, carrying his hand on his back and landing in front of Fong Jinju in just an instant. Turn around. Bend your knees. Come up here. The delicate and soft body carefully pasted over. Shu Yi's hair was dyed with a smile, and his arms carefully passed through the woman's knee bends to make a fist, holding her steady on his back. Jinju, hold on tight. Fong Jinju with a guilty face climbed Shu Yi's shoulders, tensed his body in an attempt to make the person underneath him a little easier. You can't be brave. If you can't stand it then. Before the words were finished, the man rose up in the air, easily leaping over the 10-foot wide chasm beneath him, frightening her so much that she screamed out and subconsciously leaned down to stick on top of his back. The softness attacked, causing Chu Ye's breath to be slightly disorganized, and his body was almost unsteady. Looking at the abyss below the two of them, Fang Jinju was so scared that her face turned pale and she tightly wrapped her arms around the man's neck like a wombat. Shu Yi, you slow down. I'm afraid of heights. The woman's face was buried tightly between her neck, and her warm breath came and burned Shu Ye's ears. Jin Zhu, trust me and close your eyes. Fang Jinju obeyed and did as she was told. The moment I closed my eyes, I was really grounded all of a sudden, and with it, a flying new sense of relief. Trying to open her eyes again, the uneasiness and guilt in the bottom of her eyes was completely covered by adoration. Shu Yi, you're even more powerful than I imagined. It's almost like a knight errant coming out of an immortal drama. No, you can't compare it like that. Fairy dramas are all fake, while you're a real chivalrous man. Shu Ye's smile, which had been unbroken, thickened a few more points at his words. Jin Shu's compliments were never this frank and earnest, so that people could not help but be ambitious as if they were in the spring breeze. In just a few breaths, they caught up to the two Han Zhangs and ventured out. Uncle Han, come on, Uncle Junior's past us, Rue excitedly shouted. Under the body of Han Kangwu unconvinced to raise the gas to speed up the speed. Okay, Zhang Dali raised his eyebrows and said, Xingbao, hold on tight, Uncle is going to speed up. Star Treasure grinned and nodded repeatedly in response, his face full of wonder and excitement. It was a joy he had never experienced before. Or chasing, or stopping to take a nap. Without realizing it, a group of people actually walked out of 30 to 50 miles. 2 miles further ahead is Shangzhou County. Help my son dash. Oh Master of Heaven, why be so cruel to us? Why? After another walk, several villages were densely populated and fell, and there came the sound of mournful and tragic cries. Chapter 128. Who says no one cares if you live or die? I'll take care of it. A few of Chu Ye's men stopped to look over. As far as the eye can see, houses are collapsing, trees are falling and fields are being destroyed. The village people who had survived could be seen frantically digging through the rubble to save their lives, crying and shouting. Although it was far away, you could still clearly feel the tragic despair. The faces of several people became unanimously grave. Times were already hard for the people. This vast heavenly tribulation had simply cut off their way of life completely. If the village is still like this, you can imagine that the city of Xiangzhou County must also be in a miserable state. I don't know where this natural disaster has involved. Has Northern Liao been affected? Fang Jinju and Chu Yi looked at each other in silent agreement, obviously thinking of one place. She hurriedly had Star Treasure summon a bird of prey that had flown in from the northeast and inquired. Luckily, the movement of the Earth Dragon turning over only fluctuated to Mengzhou County, which was also implicated in no small way. Northern Liao felt the tremor, but were at peace with each other for the time being. Chu Yi looked out towards the village, a hint of struggle surfacing on his face. Seeing this, Fang Jinju decisively said, "Since we've met, let's help if we can. It is the court that has abandoned Northern Liao, but the people are all ignorant and innocent. They are all just poor people being squeezed and exploited by the court. Even if they are lucky enough to survive the natural disaster, if no one gives them a hand, then they can only wait for death. The lives of the people in the chaotic world are really more bitter than the yellow dock." Ji twisted his head and looked at Fang Jinju's eyes without surprise. He knew that even if he could be ruthless, Jinju wouldn't sit still. The group arrived at the nearest village. The impact of the tragic image was even more intense as we approached. There were women with bloody gray faces, holding children who had been smashed and bloodied, crying their hearts out as if they would turn their backs the next moment. The Hanyu drooped his arm, which was smashed by something, not knowing the pain as if he was in pain, and used his only remaining hand to desperately dig into the rubble, his 5 fingers dripping with blood. "Ah Xiao, don't be afraid. I've come to save you and the child. I'll be able to save you guys out in no time." Not allowing Chu Yi to give the word, Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali spontaneously rushed forward and began to help dig. Fang Jinju hurriedly asked Rui to fetch a few hose from the farm and sent them up. Chu Yi asked in a deep voice, "This brother, what is the location of your family? Let's come and help you dig." The Hanyu looked up in a daze, his eyes so bloodstained that he couldn't see the emotions at the bottom. Then he was caught off guard and howled out, "Please save my wife and children. They're under that ruin." Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali rushed to the place he identified, calling out names to make sure the person was still alive while carefully digging through the rubble. "Girl, please help us too. Good man. Hero, my mother is also crushed underneath. Help me. Oh, help me. I don't want to die." Seeing someone coming to help, cries for help came from all directions. Chu Yi also rushed to join the array of rescuers. Fang Jinju also motionless let Rui take out a good number of digging tools, divided into the hands of the village people who could contribute. Perhaps with the help, the village people who were still alive had more life in their eyes, and they fought hard to get their loved ones out. With a few cries of alarm came a few lives were actually retrieved from under the rubble. More and more were dug up, but very few were still alive. Some have lost children. Some have lost parents. The tragedy of a broken home is illustrated in this moment. The man with the broken arm, his wife and son were also dug up. It was actually a woman who was 6 months pregnant, her corpse curled up into a ball, her hands clutching her large belly. Fang Jinju's tears instantly broke the dike, covering her mouth and whimpering out. Rui was stunned at first and reacted by crying and hiccuping. Starbuck held her brother's hand tightly and sobbed in a small voice. Chu Yi and Han Zhang, too, had reddened eyes. The man stared dumbfounded at his wife's body, and in the next instant, swiftly slammed his head against the sharp hoe blade. The nearest Han Kangwu kicked away the hoe with a quick eye, and Zhang Dali also quickly pulled the Han, reaching across his waist and holding on for dear life. "Brother, it's so easy to survive. Don't do anything stupid." The Hanyu howled. "What's the use of surviving? What's the use? No family, no fields, and no one will care if we live or die. Living this extra moment is worse than death." With tears streaming down his face, he hissed up to the sky, "Unscrupulous God, why doesn't the calamity come a little more violently, and destroy all of this world of mankind before it's good? Before it's good." Instantly, all those who were alive howled to the sky. Sadness and despair shake the heavens. Who says no one cares if you live or die? Chu Yi shouted out in a deep voice, hoarse but powerful, "I'll take care of it." Chapter 129, From today onwards, you are my Fang Jinju's idol. I'll take care of it. A firm voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Han's meltdown came to an abrupt end. Everyone collected their voices and paused in their hands. All together, they looked to Chu Yi. Fang Jinju wiped away her tears and looked at Chu Yi with glowing eyes. How much weight that one sentence carries. No one else knows. She does. Once you say something, you do what you say. You care about us? The man spoke out. There are so many of us. What are you going to do about us? He stumbled over to Chu Yi with a sad and maniacal look on his face, pointing his intact finger at the ruined village. Can you restore our village and fields to their original state? Or can you support us for the rest of our lives? Ha ha ha, the imperial court can't care if we live or die. How can you care about us? If I can accomplish what I want by opening my mouth, I would like to feed everyone in the world. At that, another person cried out in stoic despair. An old man trembling stepped forward and said, "Hero, his child is still a few days away from being born, but suddenly suffered such a crossroads. The blow is too great. It is inevitable to speak out of turn. Please do not be offended. It has been a great favor for you to come to our aid and help us get our families out. We know you're being kind and compassionate, hero, but he's right. The court couldn't care less about our deaths. So how can we really count on you? Now that the family fields are destroyed, no food and no water, there is no other way but to wait for death. It is really better to die in this natural disaster to be dry and quick, born at the wrong time, the creation of the world." These words seemed to exhaust the old man's breath, and when he had finished he dropped to the ground, letting his old tears fall. Fong Jinju looked to Chu Yi. It coincided with Chu Yi looking at her as well. They empathized with the mourning and despair of these village people. They don't believe them, and that's human. Fong Jinju took a few steps forward and asked softly, "Chu Yi, what are you going to do? Let me help you." Her eyes, soft but firm. Chu Yi's eyes flickered slightly. "Jinju, I was relying on the fact that you were there before I said something as arrogant as that off the cuff. Don't you think I'm too deserving and demanding?" Fong Jinju apricot eyes slightly glaring. "Do not worry, rightfully or not, demanding without measure. How you treat me, I will also how to treat you in the future. Cannot eat the loss. Save the day. Hurry up and tell us what you think." Chu Yi's brows loosened and he scanned the circle before looking to Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali. "You guys stay put and watch the two children. Jinju and I will go and come." Then he looked at Fong Jinju and said, "Jinju, you come with me." After saying that, he led the way towards a secluded place, and Fong Jinju hurriedly followed. "Jinju, this natural disaster. Surely quite a few counties have been affected. To rebuild the counties and village fields, it must be costly." Looking at the devastation, Chu Yi's eyes are particularly grave. According to the court's previous behavior towards North Liao, not to mention rebuilding homes for these people who have survived, I'm afraid that even the relief materials will not be allocated down the slightest. So Jinju, I'm going to bring these people back to Baliao and let them settle down in Baliao. Fong Jinju nodded her head in recognition. The fields here are all destroyed, and will not be able to farm in the future. Even if they are left with food for the winter, they can only be managed for a while, and bringing them back to northern Liao to settle down is the long-term solution. But once we take the people of this village with us, we're bound to attract the attention of the other victims. A flash of concern flashed under her eyes. And what will happen then? Chu Yi looked around and said in a deep voice, "Then bring them back to northern Liao together." Chu Yi, I know you have the world in your heart, but you have to live within your means. Fong Jinju added, even if Baliao's supplies are complete, how can a single city accommodate so many people who are victims? Jinju, this is not hubris on my part. Chu Yi explained, although I took many pictures of Baliao for you previously, none of them can show the full picture of Baliao. Although the land of northern Liao is barren, the vastness of the area is comparable to half of Tangwu, not to mention the people of these counties. Even if the entire population of Tangwu were to settle down in my Baliao, it would be feasible. Upon hearing this, Fong Jinju looked awestruck. It's just a city, but it's so big? Then wouldn't Tangwu be throwing away half of the country? How can you give that up? Chu Yi's lips raised a touch of self-deprecation. Why not give up? Although the northern Liao area is wide, but the land is barren. Even to feed the local army and people are a problem. Can't pay the grain tax at all. To the court, a city that can't pay its grain tax, even if it's big, is just a ruined city. Not worth mentioning. But it's different now. The grain seeds you gave Jinju allow every piece of land in Baliao to be utilized to the fullest. Enough to feed more people. Fong Jinju sked and nodded. Good, good. That's a relief. But Tangwu will allow us to bring their people back to northern Liao? Moreover, it's still difficult for us to make the journey. But once there are more victims, there will inevitably be problems on the road. And a bad handling of the situation will only lead to complications. Not to mention anything else. Let's just say that with so many people, eating is a big problem. And although the food in the farm is inexhaustible, it can't be taken out hastily, or it will easily be coveted by people with bad intentions. Seeing her thoughtfulness, said the head of the road, Chu Yi's eyes appreciate not hide. Jinju consideration is extremely. The hearts of the people are unpredictable, and the people are not all good. So it's definitely difficult for the three of us to control the whole situation. So I'm going to send a letter to Baliao to have Xiong vigorously mobilize 5,000 Chu family troops to come to the battlefield. Mobilizing 5,000 Chuja troops to come over is a big move. How should we pass through Mengzhou County? Fear not. I have a countermeasure. Now Mengzhou County is also affected by the natural disaster. It must be difficult to take care of the head and tail. Then you can soldier 2 moves. Speaking here, Shu Ye's voice lowered a bit, and Fang Jinzhu subconsciously leaned forward. The more she listened, the more the adoration on Fang Jinzhu's face grew, and she couldn't help but compare her thumbs to Chu Ye's eyes. The name of the god of war is well deserved. The good hand is just a good hand. Even the injured hand also insisted on comparing the thumbs up. From today onwards, you are my Fang Jinzhu's idol. The gravity under Chu Ye's eyes dispersed for a few moments, and the end of his eyebrows rose slightly. Jinzhu, the disaster road is difficult to travel. The Chu family army rushed to at least need 5 or 6 days. On what you just mentioned, this before the people's food problem. I have not thought of a decision in my mind for the time being. Chapter 130. Why did the hero try to swindle us with his words? Fang Jinzhu's eyes flickered slightly, hooked her lips and said mysteriously, at the current time of the natural disaster, it should still be reasonable to find a caravan of merchants who lost their lives in the chasm or something halfway, right? At those words, Chu Yi was first stunned, and his eyes suddenly lit up after he reacted. Then he reached out his hand and gave her a thumbs up, following Fang Jinzhu's example just now. After thinking about it, his other hand came out as well, and together they waved it at her. The wisdom of the goddess is something for us to look up to. There was a hint of naive comeliness on the handsome face of a serious man. Fang Jinzhu covered her mouth and stifled her laughter in a raw manner. Since the discussion is settled, let's hurry back. Seeing the two of them turn back, all the village people subconsciously stood up. When this man and woman avoided them and discussed in a serious manner, they sensed that although the man's words were words of intention, his heart to help them was genuine. It was only at this moment, when they saw them approaching, that the village people were suddenly startled. Although these two people were dressed like them in general, their looks and temperament were extraordinary. Although they didn't believe that with these two people's meager strength, they could really do something for them, all the village people still couldn't help but give birth to a trace of anticipation. But who is really willing to wait for death when there is a glimmer of hope to live? After stepping forward, Shu Yi didn't rush to state his intentions, but brought Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali with him, examining the villagers' injuries one by one and doing a simple bandage treatment. See them sincerely to help, and not surprised how calm. Even the two dolls also followed the front and back, awkwardly running errands to take the hand. The villagers seemed to have found their backbone, and although the morning had not abated, their minds were calmed down quite a bit. Although Fang Jinzhu could not help much, she was not idle and went up to comfort the sad and grieving woman. As they spoke, they inadvertently revealed the news that they were going to Northern Liao. The woman touched her tears and asked incredulously, You're going to Northern Liao? A single sentence drew the eyes of all the village people. These people are actually going to Beiliao? Isn't that the county that has been abandoned by the court? The old man who spoke earlier couldn't help but look at Chu Yi. Hero, right now Northern Liao has only become a dead city. What are you doing there? And the court has a strict order that no Northern Liao people are allowed to come to the Central Plains. Nor are we Central Plains people allowed to go to the Northern Liao. If you guys are found out by the court, it's a capital offense. On the way back, Chu Yi had long thought of a pretext, and seeing that the topic had been successfully led on, he hurriedly said, Old uncle, truth be told, we are going to join our elder brother. And, instead of becoming a dead city, Beiliao has become a paradise with 10,000 acres of good land. A statement that made the village sigh. 10,000 acres of good hectares? Is the hero joking with us? Yes, it is well known that Northern Liao is the poorest place in Tangwu. So why did the hero speak out to swindle us? Looking at Chu Yi again, the village people had suspicion and complexity in their eyes, not knowing what he intended to do. Why have we swindled you? What is there for us to swindle in your eyes? Zhang Dali couldn't endure the bystanders to denigrate his own general for a single star, and directly disliked him in a bad tone. Upon hearing this, the village people looked at each other with a hint of shame. Yeah, what's the point of cheating when all they have now is a crappy, worthless life? These people did their best to help them, and it was obvious that they were good people who were passionate about justice. Their words and actions just now were really a bit dog-eat-dog, but they didn't believe Chu Yi when he said that Beiliao had become a paradise. Chu Yi looked at Zhang Dali, signaling him to be at ease. It's only natural that you don't believe it, because I don't believe it either. Chu Yi continued. Although the one who told me about this was my full brother, I still can't believe it, but I know that my elder brother would not lie to me, and that is why I am going to see for myself whether it is true or not. Fang Jinzhu looked at Chu Yi for an instant, her heart filled with admiration. It is not bad to be a great general who has been through 100 battles, and between words and deeds, they are all planning and laying out. Now that we've gotten to this point, it's a good idea to go all in with everyone. Chu Yi struck while the iron was hot and said, My elder brother is a member of the vice-generals of the Chu family army in Northern Liao. and not too long ago he went to the trouble of sending a letter home. So we realized what Northern Liao was going through. He said that when Baliao desperate, the court not only do not care, but also did not hesitate to abandon them. The main general of Baliao could have abandoned the city to return to the capital, but he insisted on staying in Baliao and the people of the army and the people of the common survival, and try to do everything possible to sell the value of Baliao for food, so that the people of Baliao can live. Its great righteousness and tenacity of doing has touched the gods, and then the gods descended on Baliao, not only to give food and water to the soldiers and people of Baliao, but also gave the immortal grain seed. This grain seed no matter in what land can take root, and can be 1,000 kilograms of acres of yield. Now Baliao is not in a piece of barrenness, but all over the land are planted with high-yield grain. Brother also said that the court is now treacherous and sycophantic. Downward exploitation of the people, to survive difficult, so that I received the letter immediately and secretly take my family to Baliao and reunite with him, and thereafter in the Baliao landing routes, to ensure that our family will not be in the starvation. Everyone thought that Northern Liao ran out of ammunition and food, and has become a dead city, but in fact, it is not. Northern Liao soldiers and civilians are now living in the days, than the people of the Central Plains thousands of times better. So just now I said that in the heat of the moment, and not just make-believe, is thinking that although the court does not care about us, but everyone can go with me to North Liao. North Liao Lord General benevolence and love of the people, will not be indifferent to the victims, maybe sheltered everyone into the city is not certain. No matter what, as long as there's a chance of survival, we can't talk about death so easily, can we? After his words, the villagers completely exploded. Hero, I know you want to inspire us to live, but you don't have to bother weaving us a beautiful dream. If there really is a God in this world who takes pity on the world, then why would there be a need for heaven to fall on us? Yes, we are grateful for the hero's help, but what the hero said is too shocking to forgive us for taking it on faith. Chu Yi nodded. I am feeling the same as everyone's heart mournful despair. Only brother said, relayed to everyone. Ping Shui met. Everyone does not believe me is also common sense, but what I'm trying to say is, if the big guys aren't even afraid of death, are they still afraid of going to Baliao to get a glimpse of the real thing? Said. He turned, and said, we cannot stay here for a long time. If you are willing to, with us to go to North Liao, the road to go, I will do my best to take care of all of you. By no means in vain before I said that I want to care for your words. If not, we naturally won't force it. It's just that I think it's already a great fortune to survive the natural disaster, and even if I die, I'll still have to struggle a bit before I'm willing to do so. That's all there is to say, so weigh in on your own, and we'll be waiting for you all at the entrance to the village for a cup of tea. At the end of the day, he stopped talking and instead walked to Fang Jinju's side. Let's go. Seeing that a few of them left when they really did, the villagers immediately piled into a group. Chapter 131, at least there is the blessing of the heroic souls of the Chu family army. Uncle Quan, what should we do? Yes, Uncle Quan, the hero has a point. Is it possible that the natural disaster didn't take our lives, but we're still begging for death? If that's the case, my mother won't be able to rest easy in the ground, but the court will not care about us. Now the home is gone, the field is gone, even if we want to live by us cannot really go with those a few ping-pong heroes to Northern Liao? What he said is also too metaphysical. I always feel unsettled in my heart. The village people gathered around the old man, Uncle Quan, talking and discussing. Everyone's face is confused and alarmed about the unknown road ahead. Uncle Quan sighed and looked at the village people and said, so we're living and waiting to die here and our hearts are at ease? A single word silenced the village in unison. Those heroes are earnest in their words and deeds. They don't look like people who are plotting against us. Besides, what have we got to plot against them? Uncle Quan added, right now, the left is just a death. But it's just the difference between an early death and a late death. So what else is there to worry about? Instead of waiting hopelessly for death here, it would be better to follow them to Northern Liao and fight for it. Besides, that hero has a point to say true. Chu family generations loyal. Chu family army is stationed on the border for more than 10 years. Even if I can't escape a death, I'd rather die in the Northern Liao territory. Saying that, Uncle Quan stood up, his eyes firm and yearning. At least there is the blessing of the heroic souls of the Chu family army, and it is not so bad that when you get to the bottom, you will still be oppressed by the treacherous souls. A heartfelt speech instantly brought the village people's cold blood and desperate hearts back to life. Uncle Quan is right. As long as I'm still on this land, I'll be oppressed in life, and I can't escape in death. I'm going to Baliao, and I'm going to die in Baliao. Right. I'm going to bring my mother along with me and bury her under the city of Baliao. My Genpu was timid when he was born. If I leave him here in this freezing place, he'll surely be bullied by those evil spirits, and I'll take him with me. For a while, the village people spoke up. Not only were they going to go to Baliao, but they were going to take their dead family members with them. Uncle Kwan's eyes were filled with turbid tears, and he said in a deep voice, "All the people of our village, not one of them should be missing. Go to northern Liao together. Changda, go and inform those heroes at once, and say that you'll trouble them to take us with them to northern Liao. I'm on my way." A middle-aged man ran towards the entrance of the village towards the fly. Uncle Kwan swept the village, said heavily, "This trip to North Liao, the road is difficult to travel. Do not know what will happen halfway. In those heroes we are a village is a problem. Not to mention that we have to bring our deceased family members, so we can only take the ashes of our families." Upon hearing this, there was nothing the village people did not understand, and everyone's face was filled with sorrow and grief. Soon, however, men turned away and began to rummage through the rubble for doorways and roof beams. Another person turned and carefully carried the family member, who was no longer breathing, to a flat spot. "Sister, what a fire!" Rui took Fang Jinju's hand, her little finger pointing forward. "Why, are they burning such a big fire?" Fang Jinju and his party, who had just turned back to the village, paused in unison. The smoke was thick and the flames were sky-high, and low, suppressed cries of grief. The smell of death and sorrow was strong and rushing, even though it was some distance away. Fang Jinju looked at the several people high fire for a split second, unconsciously already a tearful piece. They are sending their family members to light up the road ahead for them. The brighter the fire, the brighter the road. Natural disasters are relentless, even in times of peace. It can't be avoided, but as long as the family and the country are protected, after the disaster, homes can be rebuilt, life can go on, and the future will not be lost. China then sheltered the nation through crisis after crisis. Let every citizen not regret being born in China, and even be a Chinese again in the next life. But here, these simple people are not even willing to die in this cold and unforgiving land. At this moment, she wanted to go back to China very, very much. Their families, where would they go? Rui raised her little face to look at Fang Jinju, her big eyes confused. Fang Jinju lowered her eyes and rippled a firm smile towards the blurry little person in front of her. They will go to the country of Hua, where sister was before, and be the people of the country of Hua. This statement was not made off the cuff. Rather, it was her prayer. She prayed that these people, whose lives were more than yellow, would be reincarnated in the country of China after death. "I don't want to be rich and famous. I just want to have a full stomach every day and be safe and happy." At that, Rui grinned. "Wow, great, then they don't have to hurt or go hungry anymore, right?" Fang Jinju nodded her head vigorously. "Right, every day will be a good day for them from now on." Shuya's brows loosened slightly, and a surprised movement flashed under his eyes. Jinju's goodness and beauty do not rise to the surface. Rather, they are naturally fused to bone and blood. That is why the knitted brows and smile, word by word, unobtrusively scattered show. The mournful gravity of this cremation was transformed into beautiful new life and hope through her words. "You see," in a neighboring village, a woman suddenly exclaimed, "That big fire in Yangtan village." The people of the village, who had been immersed in mourning and despair, stood upright and looked over. "What are they burning?" "I don't know. Wouldn't it be nice to have someone with fast legs go and take a look?" "Fire embers." The villagers spontaneously took off their outer shirts and wrapped the skeletons of their families carefully and tightly around their bodies. Then, Uncle Kwan led a group of people to Chuyi. "Hero, girl, I've kept you waiting. Let's go." Chuyi nodded and, without a word, turned to lead the way forward. Glancing back at the ruins behind them, the villagers followed decisively. "Well, what happened in Yangtan village? Are they cremating the dead?" In the neighboring village, a man had just run back and was surrounded by the village people asking a good question. The Hanyu panted and nodded repeatedly. "Cremating the dead isn't the point. The point is, they're gone." "Gone?" The villagers looked at each other in shock. "Where did they go? Where can they go?" The Hanyu added. "I don't know, but I saw them from a distance, like they were heading northeast." "Northeast?" The villagers were more than a little skeptical. "Even if you are fleeing for your life, you should go up to Shijing. What's the point of going toward the northeast?" "Yes, past the northeast is Mengzhou County and Baliao. This time the natural disaster is coming so ferociously. I'm afraid Mengzhou County will also be affected." "No better than us. Why did they go in this direction?" The Hanyu's eyes flashed, and he said uncertainly, "The leader doesn't seem to be from Yangtan village." At those words, the village people looked at each other twice, vaguely guessing what was going on. "Go, follow and see." Chapter 132. Chui and the others won't really leave without us, will they? A middle-aged man suddenly spoke up. "At any rate, we're waiting for death here, so maybe if we follow them, we'll be able to find the door to life." Saying that, without waiting for the others to respond, He pulled his leg and walked towards the outside of the village. Seeing this, the villagers struggled a bit and hurriedly helped each other to follow. Northern Liao General's residence. Yi Tingxian took the letter from the eagle friend's feet and then ordered someone to fetch food for the eagle friend. Elder Lady Chu pulled Shushu forward, her face worried and nervous. How is it? Have you found Jinju and Rue? How are they? Yi Tingxian did not dare to be slow. 3 or 2 times opened the letter. A 10-line reading. General, they have already met Miss Jinju and the others. Miss Jinju, Rue, they are all very well. Great. There was a burst of excitement on old Lady Chu's face, and Shushu's tight little face instantly loosened up, and her large eyes took on color. General, they have indeed encountered an earth dragon turning over. Old Lady Chu's eyes tightened. Are they all right? Yesterday, the entire earth of Baliao trembled as if some giant beast was about to burrow out of the ground. Luckily, the vision stopped after only 1 tea, but the tables and chairs shook and no major damage was done. Although the visions are not obvious, but Mrs. Chu is a person who has been there, guessing that it should be where the ground dragon turned over and rippled. Yi Tingxian immediately sent someone to Mengzhou County to find out. Sure enough, Manju County is already in a miserable state with the sky falling in. After learning the news, the general's house was in a hurry. General, they're not back yet. I don't know if it will either. Old Lady Chu was even more sleepless all night. I didn't eat this morning's meal either, and only coaxed Chu Shu to eat a small bowl. The moment she saw her eagle friend just now, her heart just managed to fall back a bit. It's okay. Yi Tingxian hurriedly said. General, they are all fine. And, when he saw the end of the letter, his face flinched and his back subconsciously straightened. Old lady, the general is going to bring a group of victims back to Northern Liao, ordering us to immediately order 5,000 troops to go and meet them. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Chu completely relaxed her heart and said repeatedly, Okay, you hurry to make arrangements to receive it. Yi Tingxian rushed out like a whirlwind. Did you hear that, Shushu? Uncle Junior is fine. Sister and brother are fine. Old Lady Chu crouched down, reached out and cupped the little man's face, smiling in delight. Shuru jumped happily, her big eyes curved up in a happy arc. Then Shuru, soon you will be able to see them, right? Yes. Then Shushu, the gift, it's not ready yet nah. Grandmother helped Shushu prepare together. Chuy and the others won't really leave without us, will they? Yes, they left last night. It's dawn. They must not be coming back. So what do we do? Wait a little longer. If they don't come back, we'll go to Baliu ourselves, a low-lying flatland 50 miles away from Mengzhou County. The villagers of Yongtan village woke up with a start and realized that Chu Yi and his entourage hadn't even returned yet, and were instantly disturbed. Those heroes looked like they had kung fu, and although they had been more than a little considerate of them, Ichimura's men still chased after them with great difficulty. Luckily, there were puddles and puddles along the way from time to time, so they weren't thirsty, but there were desolate ruins all around, and the food was not found at all. After rushing for most of the day in one breath, the big guys were tired and hungry. Chu Yi then found a place out of the wind and let the village people build a fire for the night. Instead, their party dispersed to hunt wildlife for food. Chu Yi and his party took much care of them along the way, and whenever they encountered a chasm that could not be crossed, they would help them cross it one by one. Everyone thinks of them as the backbone. The backbone. When they said they were going to look for food, the village people were worried they won't come back once they're gone. After waiting for another tea, Uncle Quan got up and said, even if someone helps us, our lives are ultimately our own. We can't rely on others, all scattered to look for food. Wild vegetables, weeds and leaves, as long as it is recognized, not poisonous to the belly, stuffed in the full and the more gleaned back, as dry food. Upon hearing this, the villagers' hearts were a little more at ease, and they obediently rose to their feet. The old village chief was right. Their lives are their own, so they can't be blamed for the kindness of others. Even if those few heroes did leave them behind, they would still have to walk to Baliao alive to see what happened. We're back. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from a distance and everyone looked over in unison, and saw Chu Yi carrying Fong Jinju on his back, leaping towards them in a single bound. The moment, it was like they were seeing a god, hero of Chuy, Miss Jinju. In the next instant, the village people exploded with excitement, waving their arms at them. Previously lost his wife and child, and broken arm of the man looked over, originally lifeless eyes, unexpectedly covered with a layer of wetness. He reached up and wiped his hand on his waist, murmuring, Shio, did you see that? There really is someone in this world who would care if we lived or died, besides our family. In an instant, Chu Yi landed in front of the village people with Fong Jinju on his back, accidentally stepped on a stone and stumbled. The villagers rushed forward one after another, reaching out to hold the two men steady. Miss Jean Zhu, why are you two the only ones back? Yeah, where's Zhang Wu and the others and the two kids? Fang Jinju laughed. We found grain. It's just 2 miles ahead. Brother Zhang and the two of them are guarding there. We're rushing back to air out the situation. Found the grain? The village people were stunned in unison. Uncle Quan stepped forward and said excitedly, really? Chu Yi laughed. 1,000 times over. As soon as his words left his mouth, everyone boiled over. Great, great. Fang Jinju smiled and urged. That place should have lost a caravan. That's why a lot of grain has been scattered. But it all fell into the chasm. Big brother Zhang and the others are salvaging it, so we have to hurry and go and help. Uncle Quan excitedly greeted the village people. Go, 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 go. Chu Yi led the way with Fang Jinju on his back, and the group followed with great vigor. After the people of Yangtan village had traveled 100 or so feet away, another group of people poked their heads out of a not very deep chasm 100 or so feet behind where they had spent the night. They seemed to have found something to eat. Let's go. Follow and see. As he spoke, a group of men, you and I bracing ourselves, climbed out of the ditch and took up the chase at a close pace. Chapter 133. They're good people. And they're good people with skills. 2 miles isn't far. It can be 3 steps to a shrug and 10 steps to a chasm. It's hard to walk, if the change is unusual, in how to also need an incense stick of time. But knowing that there was food ahead, everyone's feet were like stepping on wind and fire wheels, and they rushed to their destination in less than half a column of incense. Before he even got close, he saw Han Kangwu in front of a chasm, struggling to pull a rope, pulling something upward. Hurry, go help. Seeing this, Uncle Quan hurriedly beckoned, and several strong and sturdy men immediately rushed forward. It's really food. So much food. When they reached the front, the Hans were so excited that they fell down on their knees directly in front of the chasm and looked downward. The chasm was about 3 feet deep, with many tree trunks sticking 7 ways across it, and these tree trunks, actually drooping a lot of sacks. Some of the sacks were rotten by the branches, and what was revealed inside was actually white, fine rice. It's not just on the trunk. At the bottom of the chasm, there were dozens of bags of grain still strewn about. Zhang Dali was standing at the bottom of the ditch bundling grain. Seeing that the village people had all come, tilted his head and yelled, "Don't just be happy, hurry up and help pull all the grain up." Upon hearing this, the Hans reacted in succession. Hey, okay. Then they helped Han Kangwu pull it together with 7 hands and 8 feet. That's too slow. You guys pull up there. I'll go down there and give Power a hand. Seeing a helper, Han Kangwu simply gave the rope all to a few Hans, and himself jumped into the chasm, borrowing the force of the tree trunk, and fell to the bottom of the ditch in 3 or 5 breaths. See, they really found food. 30 feet away, a group of villagers chasing after them saw that the Yangtan villagers had discovered the grain, and their eyes were glittering. Village chief, what should we do now? A Han looked over greedily, and could not wait to say what was in his heart. We have many people. If we go up to rob it, we will definitely have a chance to win. The middle-aged man who was called the village chief glared at him fiercely. Shut up, do you want to be a bandit? The Hanyu bristled in dissatisfaction. It's such a situation, what can't you do as long as you can survive? When the middle-aged man saw that he was still being stubborn, he kicked his foot and viciously kicked him out. Well, if you're so capable, then go and rob it. Let's see if we're big enough for those masters to throw punches. The Hanyu fell out of the shelter with an ouch, and although he was unconvinced, he didn't dare to talk any more nonsense. The middle-aged man swept a circle of the village people behind him and whispered angrily, "Whoever wants to think like him, get out of here before it's too late. We can't tolerate robber-minded people in our Yanghui village." The faces of the villagers flickered, and they all hid the greed that bubbled up. The Hanyu, though reluctant, rubbed his ass and retreated back into the crowd. Mayor, then what are we following them for? Yes, village chief, if it weren't for the grain, why would we follow them so closely? It's exhausting for all of us. Although in the way of the village chief's majesty did not dare to say any excessive words in, but the big guy's heart is puzzled and unwilling. Seven Mouths asked. The middle-aged man's eyes peered out behind the village people. You think we're the only ones who followed you this way? A rhetorical question warned, and all the village people looked over behind them. Sure enough, 100 feet away behind them, there were vague heads agitating, and it looked like there were quite a few people. It should also have seen the commotion and followed the victims. This natural disaster is so tragic that not only us, but thousands of people have no way to live. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, the people of Yangtan village won't follow someone to Baliao for no reason, and we didn't follow the people of Yangtan village for no reason, and by the same token, These people behind us won't follow us for no reason either. The big guys are just looking for a glimmer of hope in the midst of hopelessness. And the ones who took the people of Yongtan village to Baliao are the hope. I'm an ordinary person without kung fu, and I can still realize that I'm followed by someone behind me. Do you think that those few people in front of us who are highly skilled in martial arts will not know that we followed them all the way? Upon hearing this, the villagers looked at each other, each coming to a realization. The man who proposed to rob the grain just now unconsciously perspired a layer of cold sweat behind his back. If they've already found us, then why haven't they gone after us? It is reasonable to say that in such a situation, if there is someone behind us who covets, anyone would choose to try to get rid of the hidden danger. And with their stature, it is as easy as a slap in the face to try to kill one of our villages. So why did they delay in laying hands on us? Yes, village chief, this is too unreasonable. The villagers were scared but even more puzzled. The middle-aged village chief reprimanded with hatred. Stupid, will you guys listen to the point? Those guys in the front, that's hope. Hope. The villagers froze. Why did those men take the people of Yongtan village to Baliao? All this way? Didn't you see how they treated the people of Yongtan village? The middle-aged village chief was annoyed and agitated. They're good people, and good people with skills. Not only did they look after and help the people of Yongtan village along the way, but right now they have found food to live on. This is a thorough enough statement. It was then that the villagers came to a complete realization. Someone cautiously said, "Village chief, so what you're saying is that if we had really rushed up to grab the grain just now, we'd have offended those nice people in front of us and instead stolen the chicken without getting the rice?" The middle-aged village headman was then relieved and nodded. It's more than that. Once we rush up to grab the grain, those people behind us are just yellow birds. What good can come of it? Mayor, so, what should we do? Yeah, you can't eat bark and wild greens all the time, can you? Knowing what is at stake, the people of the village are in a state of shock. The middle-aged village chief snorted coldly. What? Still dislike the upper bark wild vegetables? If you don't want to eat, then starve. You guys are just seeing others find food. Heart coveted. So you think eating bark and wild vegetables is not willing. You also do not think about, if we did not follow up, now what should be? It's either that or wait to die. But anyone who wants to live has to find their own food. A chopping down. The village people's faces flashed shame. No one squeaked anymore. Seeing this, the middle-aged village chief sighed and said, "Let's first try to find something that can fill our stomachs. And when the people in front of us leave, we can go and see if there's anything we can pick up. We are still lucky to be able to follow them closely. If there is anything can also be the first time to know. Those behind can only look at our wind direction to act. Be satisfied with it." Saying this, the village people again all felt that it made sense, and they all put away their unwillingness and split up to look for food. Plus this end of Young Beach village. It took more than an hour to bring up all the grain below the divide. There were more than 30 bags of grain. The bag of grain weighed about 70 or 80 pounds. That's over 2,000 pounds of grain. I didn't dream it, did I? Pop. It hurts. It hurts. I didn't dream it. It's all real. Hanyu couldn't help but incite his own ear. His eyes glazed over in pain, but he couldn't stop laughing. Someone else reached out and pinched a few grains of white rice and put them in his mouth. His eyes teary with excitement. I'm eating refined rice. I'm eating fine rice. All the village people either shook hands and jumped longitudinally or hugged each other, all crazy with excitement. Tangwu has little territory that can grow refined rice. The only people in the entire Tangwu kingdom who could eat refined rice were the ones at the top of the Tower of Power and Wealth. But now, surprisingly they picked up fine rice. They wouldn't dare to do that in their ordinary dreams. Not to mention that they had just experienced a natural disaster yesterday and thought that the only thing that awaited them was death. Who would have thought there would be such peaks and valleys? Dang! Uncle Quan took large strides to Chu Yi and Fong Jinju and knelt down unexpectedly. Benefactor. Hero Chui. Miss Jinju. You are our benefactors. Fong Jinju and Chu Yi were both startled for a moment, then hurriedly reached out to help. Uncle Quan. What is this? Get up and talk. But he didn't want the old man to look like he had welded his knees to the ground and couldn't tear them at all. Immediately following, the village people came forward, knelt behind Uncle Quan, and kowtowed toward Chu Yi and his party. Thank you, benefactor. If it weren't for benefactor, we would still be stuck in the ruins of the village waiting to die. How could we have come across such a chance of life? Thank you, benefactor. Benefactor saved the lives of a village of us. In the future, as long as benefactor has a word, I will not hesitate to go to the mountain of daggers or the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, Fong Jinju and Chu Yi looked at each other with the same color of relief and worthiness in their eyes. Uncle Quan, get up! Waiting for the villagers' agitation to stabilize a little, Chu Yi then helped Uncle Quan up in due time. We've suffered through it too, and we all feel the heartache and pain of the big guys. Shuyi swept a glance at the village people and said in relief, "But no matter how hard it is, as long as one is still alive, there must be hope. Your families would be happy for us if they saw this, wouldn't they?" A statement that had everyone in tears and nodding their heads. Benefactor is right. No matter what situation we encounter in the future, we have to live well. There is hope only when we live. Seeing this, Fong Jinju hurriedly laughed and said, "Everyone don't just focus on excitement. Those who have the strength to carry. Those who don't have the strength to carry, take advantage of the excitement. Let's catch up with another cut of the road in one go, and find a proper place to build a fire to cook. Good Lu. The men will carry one bag each. The women will carry one bag each. Let's listen to our benefactor and hurry while we can." Saying that, Zhang Dali held Xingbao and led the way, while the village people, "You helping me to carried more than 30 bags of grain and followed behind him. Shuya's few people deliberately walked at the end, waiting for the village people to step out for a bit. Fang Jinju attached to Rui's ear and said a few words of something before the group of 4 rushed to catch up. "Village chief, they're far away." The people of Yanghui village who had been watching Yangtan village saw this and rushed to report to the village chief. The village head Zhao Liangpeng looked forward and then backward, then said, "There's no hurry, it's hard to find food, so fill up all your stomachs first." With that, he sat down as if nothing had happened and pulled a piece of bark from the fire, blowing on it casually before taking a bite out of himself. Seeing this, the village people had to hold back their desire to go up and find out what was going on, and sat down. Eating bark and drinking soup made from leaves and weeds barely muddled his stomach to fullness. Seeing that all the food that he had worked so hard to find had been eaten without wasting a single bit, Zhao Liangpeng then got up and ordered a few Hans. "You guys come with me to scout the front. Everyone else stay put and wait." The calamity at the back was keeping an eye on their movements, and if all of them went forward, the commotion would inevitably be too great. The head of his own village always had an idea, so the village people obediently waited where they were. Only then did Zhao Liangpeng bring 7 or 8 men to the place where the people of Yangtan village had found the grain. "Can't wait to get to the chasm." The line froze in unison. Chapter 134, Have we met a fairy? Afterward, all of them knelt down by the ditch, their bodies' excitement pouring out like a waterfall. Zhao Liangpeng immediately reminded in a low voice, "All of you hold back. No voices allowed. If we make a scene, it will only attract attention. Zhenquan, you go over there and call out a few more strong ones to come, and tell everyone else to stay honestly where they are. Don't make a sound, and don't keep looking this way, and don't ever let the victims behind you find out what's going on." Zhao Zhenquan responded repeatedly, rubbed his face, and pretended to walk back towards the house as if nothing had happened. Only then did Zhao Liangpeng look back into the ditch. The ditches are all full of grain. There were hundreds of bags. He was ecstatic, but couldn't help but wonder. In fact, he didn't hold out much hope. After all, the odds of picking up food halfway through the day are really slim. Not to mention that food is precious, and anyone who finds it and can take it away at once will certainly not leave a single grain of rice behind. And yet, I don't want to. Those grains taken away from Yangtan village are not even 1% of what is in this ditch. Where the hell did all this food come from? Zhao Liangpeng got up and looked ahead openly. Thinking of those few extraordinary people, an impossible thought inexplicably arose in his heart. Could it be that God is sending immortals to show them the way to life? Think about it. Zhao Liangpeng hurriedly knelt down towards the front, and also greeted a few other Hans who also knelt down and reverently kowtowed a few times. The appearance of these grains is too divine. No matter what was going on, that was someone saving their life and they had to kowtow in thanks. "Look, village chief, there's still rope here." A Han saw 2 bundles of rope and took them over and handed them to Zhao Liangpeng. "And a letter." Zhao Liangpeng's heart jumped and he hurriedly picked up the letter. The envelope was surprisingly in a bag as clear as glass, and looked unusual. Zhao Liangpeng studied the bag for a while before opening it and carefully removing the envelope. He looked over at a couple of Hans. The Hanyu also looked at each other and thought it was so amazing. And look at the rich grain at the bottom of the ditch. Several of the men's expressions became reverent and solemn. There was no signature on the envelope, but Zhao Liangpeng subconsciously felt that this letter was specially left to him by those extraordinary people in the front. With a pious face, he took the letterhead out of the envelope. It was letterhead he had never seen before, and the handwriting on it was as small as a bean, but the strokes were distinct. By no means can it be written by any pen in this world. See the words, "Boys, I know that you are going through suffering, grief and despair, but there is a heavenly destiny in the world, and the dark and painful road is coming to an end, and the light is just ahead. These grains are the supplies that will sustain you through this last leg of the dark road. But remember, take according to your needs, do not be greedy. Whoever is born with greed, that is to cut off the path of light, will fall into darkness forever, and shall not die a good death. Also, when this rope is used up, it is returned to its original place, and when this letter is read, it is restored to its original form and returned to its original place. Children, I hope that you will all be kind and righteous and open-minded, so that you can cultivate good results. After reading the letter, Zhao Liangping's heart was shaken. No wonder. Those people in front of them must be the immortals who showed the way. No doubt. He hurriedly restored the letter carefully and put it back in its place. A few Hans looked at each other and whispered about the contents of the letter. Zhao Liangping said with a solemn face, "This food is given by the immortal. This letter is also left by the immortal. Do not ask more questions. Hurry down to get the food up." Speaking of this, his face was stern, and he exhorted word for word, "Just pick up 30 bags up, and don't take more than 30 bags. Enough to feed a village of them for a month or two." Although they were unsure, the few Hans did not dare to disobey and hurriedly did as they were told. When enough food was taken, Zhao Liangping did not dare to delay, and hurriedly led a village of people, chasing towards the northeast at a fast pace. Monmouth County, temporary shelter camps. Lord Taisho, it's bad. A soldier trudged across the chapped pavement to one of the largest military tents. The Taisho's head was wrapped tightly, his hands and feet were bandaged, and he was lying on top of the bed. At these words, he rebuked in annoyance. What is the cause for alarm? What could be worse than the situation at hand? However, because of the violent force, it pulled the wound, and it hurt a lot. The soldier was busy kneeling at the bottom, his voice trembling. The Chu family army has already marched on the city. What? Taisho sat up violently. The movement ripped pain throughout his body, and with a thud, he fell back onto the bed, nearly passing out on his back. After a while, he slowed down and said incredulously, "Is Northern Liao trying to rebel?" Previously, Lord Wang was ordered to go to Northern Liao to find out what was going on. There was a special explanation on the way to Mengzhou County, saying that Northern Liao had been out of food for 2 months and was not to be feared. I am afraid that Changwu will take advantage of the opportunity to capture Beiliao and annex it as his own city. So on this trip to Beiliao, if there is any difference, he will be aware of it when he arrives at the city gate, and he will set off 2 fireworks as a warning. At that time, the county of Manzhou will immediately send troops to the north to rescue them, but these days have passed, and no sentry has come to report. He thought everything was going well. It is also speculated that Beiliao is already a dead city, and that Lord Wang should turn back in the next day or two. I didn't realize that a sudden natural disaster had left half of Mengzhou County in ruins. He was buried under the rubble and nearly died. Today it is easy to be rescued. Just got diagnosed and settled. Is thinking of taking a team of guards to sneak back to the capital to report the disaster, with their own serious injuries, so that they can hurry to throw out this mess in the county of Mengzhou. But I don't want to see the Chu family's army suddenly descend on the city. What the hell is going on? Shouldn't Northern Liao have died a long time ago? It's bad. The Chu family army has killed its way into the city. Not waiting for the Taisho stroke to make a decision, there was a burst of military chaos outside. The Taisho's face turned pale with fear, and he shouted, "Quickly, quickly help this official up and protect this official to escape. It's better for Lord Taisho not to come out, lest the swords and knives hurt you. We're going to resist the Chu family army." But I didn't want the soldiers and guards to find pretexts and flee. Within a short time, a Chu family army rushed into the tent and easily tied up the Taisho, tackled the thief, together with the 30,000 troops of Mengzhou County. Nearly half of them were lost due to the natural disaster, and the rest were all injured and unclimatized. The 3,000 Chu family troops effortlessly captured Mengzhou County, by order of the general. All surviving soldiers and civilians were brought back to Northern Liao. Even the Changwu soldiers could be turned into Northern Liao people, not to mention these soldiers and civilians in Mengzhou County. On the other end, Xiong Dali had long ago taken 2,000 Chu clan troops and embarked on the road to Xiangzhou County. It was 30 miles out at the moment, a place 50 miles from the county of Monmouth. The people of the village of Yangtan were temporarily lodged for the night behind a jutting mountain wall. It was a busy time for those who gathered firewood and those who made fire. Compared to the mourning and despair after the natural disaster, everyone's face is now full of vitality. Do you think we've met a fairy? A few women collecting firewood couldn't help but get together to discuss, secretly looking at the eyes of Chuye's men in the distance, reverent and awe-inspiring. I think so. Although the hero and Miss Jean Zhu and the others said that the grain was left behind after the passing caravan was shipwrecked, it's really unimaginable that the grain bags didn't break a few when they fell from such a high place. Yes, and along the way, we either picked up pots and pans, or lady baths, and even oil and salt. It's almost like we can pick up whatever is missing, and it's just too godly. Yes, yes, yes. Earlier I didn't believe Hero Chui's claim that there were immortals in Beiliao, but now I do. And I think that it's not likely that Hero Chui is the immortal sent by the heavens to save us. Hush, let's keep our voices down. Since they're hiding it, It must be because the identity of the immortal is not easy to reveal. We can't poke through this window paper. What if it leaks out and the immortal disappears? Right. As long as we know it in our hearts, we mustn't chew the cud and upset the immortals. With that, the few women hurriedly shut their mouths and focused on starting to collect firewood. You guys come over here and look. Not far away. Another woman suddenly exclaimed out in surprise, still holding a handful of greens in her hand and waving them around. I found wild greens. Lots and lots of wild greens. At the sound, everyone dropped what they were doing and ran over. This is a wild vegetable? These vegetables grow so neatly and lushly. It's almost as if they were grown by people. We can grow such beautiful vegetables? I've never seen vegetables that grow so well. Suddenly, a man lowered his voice and said, "Don't you think we've been a little too lucky this way?" Everyone nodded in unison. It's not that we're lucky, it's Chuihiro and the others who are lucky. I think that we've just stumbled upon the immortals. Chuihiro and the others are the immortals. Shoo, just know it in your heart and don't say a word. Quickly, go ask Hiro Chuy and Miss Jinju and the others to see if we can pick these vegetables. Immediately, someone trotted in front of Chuyi and his party, his face full of respect and piety practically falling to the ground. Chuyi Hiro, we found a piece of wild vegetables. The growth is especially good. Can we pick it? Chuyi nodded. Yes, pick a little bit enough for us to eat. Don't be greedy, keep some down. Maybe we can save more people in the future. Oy vey. Having gotten the go-ahead, the village people ran off in a happy flurry. Just in time for him to run out, Eagle Friend landed next to Fong Jinju. There's a letter from the northern Liao side. Fong Jinju's eyes lit up and hurriedly came over to Chuye's side. Let me take a look too. The woman's soft hair fell unnoticed, skimming over the back of Chuye's hand, and his heart felt like it had been tickled by a feather. Chuyi lowered his eyes and could clearly see the tiny fluffy hairs on Jinju's cheeks, and the gentle ripples in the bottom of his eyes instantly rippled out in a circle. He spread the letter toward her eyes. TSK. Fong Jinju looked up at Chuyi, the bottom of her eyes filled with excitement and incredulity. Your men are really tough. Capturing Mangzhou County so quickly? Chuyi was shaken by her crystalline eyes and laughed. For one thing, my men are indeed all elite soldiers. And for another, it's also because Mangzhou County was struck by a natural disaster and is just unbeatable. In fact, this journey is smoother than expected, and it's fine if General Xiong and the others don't come. Fong Jinju sighed in relief, and just as she smiled and tried to say something, she saw Chuye's face steeply change to wariness. She hurriedly changed the subject and asked, "What's wrong?" Chuyi and Han Kangwu both rose one after another. There's movement back there. Fong Jinju also hurriedly stood up, and really heard the sound of arguing and clamoring. Chuyi looked to Fong Jinju. Jinju, you take the children and wait here. We'll go check out the situation. Fong Jinju nodded repeatedly. Don't worry about us. It's you guys. If the situation isn't right, hurry back. We can move out immediately. Han Kangwu, on the other hand, hurriedly called the people of Yangtan village back and instructed them to protect Fong Jinju and the two children. Then the three of them swallows and flies back towards each other. Chapter 135. What kind of heavenly law is there in this chaotic world? There is only the weak and the strong. Why do you covet our grain when you already have so much? Your grain? Did you grow this grain? Is your name written on it? Even if we didn't plant it, we picked it up first, so why should we give it to you? Is there any law in heaven? Ha? Heavenly justice and the king's law? What kind of heavenly law is there in these chaotic times? There's only the weak and the strong. That is, I advise you to obediently hand over the grain, or else you're just asking for trouble if you want to fight against several of our villages with just one of your villages. Don't be able to escape a natural disaster but not a man-made disaster when the time comes. Right. Hand over the grain now. Hand it over. Chuye's trio had just turned back about 100 feet when they saw two groups of people facing each other with swords drawn. There were about 200 men in one group, and they had several hundred bags of grain behind them. The other group had only 60 or 70 men, half of them rushing ahead, the other half using their bodies to protect dozens of bags of grain in death. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Seeing this, a flash of realization flashed across Chuye's eyes and his face sank. When they set out from Shangzhou County, they knew that several waves of victims had followed behind them, and there will be a steady stream of victims following the movement, all the way down the road. Originally, he was prepared to gather all these victims together and make the journey together. Anyway, it is also necessary to bring these victims to the North Liao resettlement, in advance of the centralized, or arrangements. But Jinju didn't feel right. She said that before the Chu family army came, it was still necessary to act with careful planning. Even if they were more powerful in martial arts, there were only 3 of them after all. People are different, and the ethos of villages is different. When there are a lot of people, it is inevitable that there will be a mix of fish and dragons. The strangeness of the appearance of food and supplies is obvious to anyone with a clear eye, but the good-hearted, even if they see the difference, will only associate it with good, and be careful to cherish their blessings. But not everyone is kind-hearted. If someone has bad intentions and deliberately stirs up trouble, in their line is trouble. Jinju says that this is a righteous act on his part, and she can only support it with both hands. But the premise is that you must ensure your own safety and interests. Kindness has to be sharp, and kindness has to be put into the hands of those who deserve it. To do otherwise is just stupid. If the victims are centralized, the challenge is how to make the food appear in line with common sense. So, Jinchu thought of a method. She deliberately left hundreds of bags of grain in that chasm. A special warning letter was also left. It says that these two are the touchstones of the human heart. The good people will surely be in awe of that letter and take food as needed, leaving the victims behind with a chance of survival. People like that are worth pulling for. But if they were greedy, they would have ignored that letter and appropriated all the grain. Such people, letting them set foot in Baliao, would also taint the ethos of Baliao. Right now it seems, Jin Shu's planning is extremely right. What's the point of wasting words with them? Just go up and grab it. Right, grab them all. Seeing that the party with more people is going to come up and grab the grain, Chuya's 3 Yanfei fell in the middle. Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali stepped forward in unison, and instantly clamped the necks of the 2 men in the lead, and with a reverse scissor, they had the 2 men kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Tackle the thief. Which one of them isn't battle-hardened? With just a glance Shaw could tell who was the head of the 200. Sure enough, these 2 leaders were captured, and the 200 people behind them all lay down in uncertainty. Who? What are you guys? The middle-aged man who was tackled by Han Kangwu was white with pain and his eyes were full of horror, but he stalked his neck and said, I advise you not to mind your own business. This matter has nothing to do with you. They followed the whole way. It is confirmed that the people of the village of Yanghua are ordinary villagers, which dares to cooperate with several villages. Group pounced on the grain robbery. Who thought? A man was killed halfway through the process. Although he was arrogant just now, he was only relying on the number of people behind him. That said, he was a planter, and he could yet win by force against an evenly matched farmer. But these people in front of us, at a glance, are people with high martial arts skills, not so good with each other. Caught off guard, the scene startled even the people of Yoho village. When they saw the Hongyuan few, they were instantly thrilled. It's those heroes. Oh no, it's not allowed to say that it's immortal. With them, they will surely do them justice. Zhao Liangpeng hurriedly took a step forward and respectfully said towards Hongyuan, many thanks to the heroes for coming to the rescue. If you had not appeared in time, a village of us could not have even lost our lives today. Chuya's stern eyes swept the circle. The grain behind them, it was robbed from you, right? Everyone froze in unison. Zhao Liangpeng also froze, and after reacting, a flash of shocked astonishment flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Right. The grain behind them is all robbed from our village. But they don't think it's enough to drive us to extinction. Please hero, do us justice. By the end of his words, his face and heart were filled with adoring admiration for the man in front of him. The grain-grabbing Han reacted with irritation. Don't think you can chew the cud just because someone is backing you up. Just as his voice fell, Han Songwu's hands exerted a force, and the Hanyu then let out a miserable scream. The party that had been foolishly trying to rob the grain, the just raised temper instantly shrunk back, and could only jump to their feet in anger and dislike. Yes, these grains are ours, and you think you can change ownership with a mouthful? Bah! Don't think you can bite back just because someone is backing you up. There are so many of us. It's not certain who will suffer. That's right. Release our village chief or we're not done with you. Han Kangwu fiercely slashed down with a hand knife and knocked out the village chief they were talking about. Then flashed in up. Precise will be the leader of the clamoring. A few village people all pulled out. And then click a hand knife. All split stunned. This ruthless and decisive scene. The side that robbed the grain was frightened. A nest of porridge backward several steps. No one dared to randomly pick the head to say cruel words, seeing that they were bullying and fearful. The guts of the people of Yanghua village rubbed their heads and surged forward, staring at them intently. Chuyi swept his stern eyes at the side that grabbed the grain. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Saying this, he stared at one of the men. Tell me, where did all this grain behind you come from? Zhang Dali brushed forward and yanked the Hanyu out. The Hanyu's eyes flickered and he stammered. This is the grain we grow ourselves. Without the need for Chu Yi to open his mouth, Zhang Dali made a hand slash and directly split the stunned. Chu Yi stared at another woman. If he won't tell the truth, you tell it. The woman's face turned pale with fear, looked back at the village people behind her, and struggled. You're bending over. Zhang Dali's hand rose and fell, and the woman fainted on the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the group of people grabbing the grain instantly panicked. Chapter 136, The leader's nature and vision will determine the life and death prospects of a group of people. Between the people of Yanghua village feeling relieved, there was awe and fear in their eyes when they looked at Chuya's trio. The moment. They were glad that their village chief had the foresight and decision to correct their wrongdoings in time. Chuya's eyes swept over the grain grabbers one by one. Anyone who locked eyes with him was struck with fear and hung their heads. Do you know the contents of that letter? After an instant, Chuyi opened his mouth and asked. At those words, everyone looked at each other with confused faces, obviously unaware of the existence of that letter. Chuyi glanced at Han Kangwu after realizing what was going on. Han Kangwu would have touched on the fainting case Han. Sure enough, he didn't return the letter to its original location and kept it in private. The people of Yoho village looked at each other and reacted to something. The feeling was that these village people had been kept in the dark by the village chief and did not know where the grain came from or the warning of this letter. Chuyi authorized. Han Kangwu read the letter aloud in front of a group of people. Listen to the end. The group of grain grabbers had their faces horrified. Hero, we didn't know about it. Yes, Hero. The village chief said that it was our luck to find these grains, and he also said that this world is the world of the weak and the strong, not only in the imperial court, but even between countries, and that the more ruthless people can live the better. He also said that the only way to survive in this world is for us several villages to embrace and rob food supplies from others. So, that's why we listened to him and came to rob them of their food. Yes, Hero. We didn't know that food was even given by the gods. Chuyi did not interrupt them, but waited for the voices to lower spontaneously before speaking. Perhaps you do not know, but you are not innocent. But where your hearts are good and your wills are firm, even if you do not know this letter, you will not be blinded by the wolfishness of these men and follow them in their evil deeds. If there is this evil guts, it should be directed towards those treacherous sycophants who used to exploit and oppress you, not just bully the poor people who are just like you. A stern word that did not hesitate to poke at the grain robber's shroud. A group of people's eyes flickered and they couldn't even utter a word of argument. At the end, a woman spoke sadly. How can we choose? When everyone turns from evil, if we still hold on to goodness, we will be bullied and excluded. And how can we survive in such a situation if we get off the hook? We're certainly at fault, but heroes can't generalize. She made a pleading statement that drew a chorus of agreement. Even the people of Yoho village felt a few moments of empathy. Chuyi glanced at the woman. There's no denying that you have a point. In order to survive, sometimes you do have to be forced to make choices against your will. You have made mistakes because you have chosen the wrong leader in blind obedience. And the leader's disposition and vision will determine the life and death prospects of a group of people. Saying that, he reached out and pointed to the villagers behind Zhao Liangpeng. If they encountered the same situation, these people may not be the same as you, forced by the form and make the wrong choices, but they are luckier than you, and have a good village chief. Chuyi looked at Zhao Liangpeng and the people of Yanghua village. From the moment you followed us, we know every move you make. Some of you are greedy and adventurous. If there was not a timely stop by your village chief, ordering and exhorting you to hold on to the bottom line and goodness, we would not have come to help you out of your predicament today, and we would have allowed you to eat the consequences of your own evils, and to perish on your own. Upon hearing this, the people of Yanghua village only felt grateful and fearful. Zhao Liangpeng stepped forward with eyes full of excitement, cupped his fists and said, Hero Mingjie, I just think that the natural disasters and calamities, to be able to survive by chance, and by the mercy of the gods, is already a great fortune. In addition to reverence and thanksgiving, do not dare to have any other thoughts. This time, I feel even more that my earlier perseverance was right, and I will be even more vigilant in the future. Chuyi nodded. In the face of temptation, the steadfastness of yours is rare, so you will surely cultivate good fruits thereafter as well. I have something to ask of you, big brother. I wonder if I may. Zhao Liangpeng nodded his head without hesitation and said, Feel free to say whatever the hero wishes. I will do my best. Chuyi nodded his head gratefully and looked again at the group of people who had grabbed the grain. If you don't want to end up in the same situation as them, I can give you a chance to redeem yourselves. If you don't want to, the food grabbers reacted by nodding their heads. Good. Chuyi nodded his head. His face slightly cleared. 4-1. Of the grain behind you, leave 50 bags behind, and return all the rest to their original positions, including this letter. This natural disaster involved a wide range of people. Not only you want to live, all people want to live. So behind there are more victims will go forward to the North Liao. These food is to give all the victims of the supply. If you all take it, is to cut off the head of the back of the people's way of life. Secondly, you have nearly harmed yourselves and others because of your blind obedience, and you need a wise leader to guide and restrain you. He pointed to Zhao Liangpeng. After this, you will all listen to this big brother's arrangements. Remember? At those words, not only the grain robbers, but Zhao Liangping and a group of people from Yanghui village froze. After reacting, the food grabbers nodded their heads. Hero, we take note. We will all listen to this village chief in the future, and we will certainly not make any mistakes. Hero, Zhao Liangping's eyes twinkled as he stepped forward and said, I have an unforgiving request and would like to ask the hero to fulfill it. Chu Yi nodded, signaling him to speak straight. Zhao Liangping suddenly knelt down towards him. The hero has a heart for us bitter people. He is a man of great justice. Compared to me, the hero is the true leader, and I ask the hero to take us up to Northern Liao together. We will honor the hero in all things, and if we have any second thoughts, we will be at the hero's disposal. He said something that woke everyone up. Whether it was the people who robbed the grain or the people of Yanghui village, they all knelt down to Chu Yi. The village chief is right. Please ask the hero to be our leader, and stay with us until we go up to Beiliao. We will listen to the village chief and the hero and everything. Seeing this, Han Kangwu and Zhang Dali looked at Chu Yi in unison, waiting for him to decide. Chu Yi pondered for a moment before saying, Good. Across the board. We're going to Beiliao, but it's just a side trip. But the ugly words in front. I only do this road in the leader. Wait until the North Liao. You still need to listen to this big brother. If there are life events, I will not be lightly forgiven. The words of the heroes, we keep them in mind and dare not violate them. Good. Then quickly return this grain to its original place before setting out. With Chu Ye's permission, a group of people seemed to have found their backbone and were overjoyed. Half an hour and it was done. Chu Yi then took the lead and led a group of people to move forward in a vast manner. He had just approached the place where Yangtan village was camped at a distance of about 10 feet. The group suddenly paused in their steps in alarm. Chapter 137. It turns out that he is the head general of the Chu family army, the lord of Northern Liao, where the village of Yangtan is camped ahead. A black armored military unit came face to face. Yangtan villagers got up one after another, fearfully protecting Fong Jinju and the two children behind them. Looking over with a guarded face, the group from the village of Robinia was uncertain and also cowered in fear. This is the county of Montgomery. These troops must have come over from Manju County without a doubt. I just don't know what they intend to do with this visit. When they thought about it, the victims were really apprehensive and frightened. It is reasonable to say that after a natural disaster, even fleeing should be in the direction of the capital, but they fled in the opposite direction. It was so out of character that they were bound to be questioned. If any of the timid ones were to be scared again and say something they shouldn't, it would be hard for them to escape death. General! With a loud cry, the general at the head of the black armored army rolled over and dismounted, grinning broadly as he trotted toward Chu Yi. General? Everyone froze in unison. The reactions looked over at Chu Yi. General! Fortunately, I will come to meet you. Xiong Dali had a smug look on his face, then looked at Fong Jinju again. God! Miss Jinju! Rue! Seeing this, Rue ran towards him and opened his short arms for a hug. Uncle Bear! Xiong Dali happily picked up the little man in one hand and flew high. Then it was watery against his neck. Good boy. Peace is good. Peace is good. Ah! Rue hugged his big head and giggled with delight. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked into a stone statue. What? What the hell is going on here? Seeing Xiong Dali and his party come, Chuya's heart fell into place and there was nothing to hide. Power! You come with me. At those words, Xiong Dali hurriedly put Rue down and followed Chu Yi away from the crowd. As soon as he's gone, all the victims puffed the pot like boiling water that had reached its peak in an instant. That general just now called out General Tree Hero. Is that correct? That's right. I heard it for real. Tree Hero is a general. He's actually a general. So he's the general of Manju County? Nope. Hero Choi is taking us to Beiliao. He must be a general of Beiliao. General of North Liao. North Liao has only the Chu family army. Among the crowd of murmurs, Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangping were the only ones who didn't say anything. Chu's army. Chu. The Chu family. Through the murmurs of the victims, they looked up as if they had thought of something at the same time, and snapped their heads to meet each other's eyes. Choi is a pseudonym for the hero. Chu Yi must be the descendant of the General Chu family without a doubt. The two were thrilled beyond words to learn the truth. No wonder the Chi Fu were so relentless in helping those of them who had been affected. It turned out that he was the head general of the Chu family army, the lord of Northern Liao. If this corrupt and chaotic world there is what is worth the expectations of the people at the bottom, it is only the Chu family such a loyal and clean generation. When the court gave up Northern Liao, it also cut off the people's last glimmer of hope. I didn't realize that Northern Liao didn't die. Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangping looked at the group of Chu family army black armor soldiers who were in high spirits and said goodbye. North Liao not only did not die, looks like Chu Yi said that, into a good hectares of acres of paradise. Think about it. Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangping who don't know each other. There were also people from the two villages and Yangtan village who had a disagreement earlier, whether you know them or not, all excitedly shaking hands with each other or hugging and jumping lengthwise. Everyone, from the strands of their hair to the corners of their clothes, was oozing with extreme delight. Seeing this scene, the bottom of Fang Jinju's eyes roiled with gratified movement. Previously, these victims are like headless flies. One can only instinctively survive. Even the discovery of that food would only grant them a momentary sense of security. After all, food will run out someday. But now, the expectations for the future that these victims displayed after guessing Chu Ye's identity were unprecedentedly vigorous and raging. Like thousands of floating weeds that have experienced the ravages of the wind and waves, they finally see an island where they can take root and land. I hate that I can't run to it right away. Don't worry, General. I will definitely do this errand well. You can rest assured to bring Miss Jinju and Ruerue back first. Elder Lady Chu and Shushu are waiting for you to go back. This room was in a mess of excitement. And that room Xiong Dali and Chu Yi had already finished their business, and were walking back while talking at the end of their tales. Chu Yi nodded. So many things happened one after another today. Mother and Shushu must be at peace every single day. But fortunately everything is still going well. When we return to Northern Liao, everything will be settled. Wow. As soon as the two of them approached, Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng knelt in unison with all the victims. Grasshopper, see the General. Thank you, General, for your great kindness. All of them kneeled down on the ground with piety full of 5 bodies, worshipping Chu Yi. I had thought that even if I went to Beliao, altogether they were unknown. But now the Lord of Beliao was at hand, and he took great pains to persuade them to live well and guide them to Beliao. This shows that the Lord of Beliao is a man of great righteousness and goodness, allowing them to go to Beliao to seek a chance of survival. Chu Yi stopped walking and was not surprised. He looked at Uncle Quan and Zhao Liangpeng. Not stating my identity earlier has its own considerations, and it is not deliberately hidden. After all, even if I opened my mouth to explain my identity, without proof, it is difficult to win the trust of everyone, so I had to make up a story, and persuade everyone to go with me to Beliao. As you can see, I am none other than Chu Yi, the head general of Northern Liao. Let's all get up and talk first, big guy. At that, the victims were once again abuzz. Guessing and hearing Chu Yi admit his identity in person are two different things. Thank you, General Chu. General Xie. The victims helped each other to their feet, still with some untrue weakness in the soles of their feet. Chu Yi added, now that everyone knows my identity, I think there must be no more worries. Just rush all the way to North Liao City on the line. When the time comes, I'll settle the big guy down properly as appropriate. Said his face solemn, ugly words in the front. My North Liao City does not accept people with bad intentions. If I enter my North Liao City, but any person who commits crimes and makes trouble, will be dealt with by the military law, and will never be soft. Upon hearing this, the villagers who had previously grabbed the grain were in awe. Don't worry, General. We will be at peace and will never listen to people instigating trouble again. Yes, General. Forward, we are also headless. That's why we are being used as a gun. From now on we will listen to you in everything. Whoever cares if they live or die is their god. In the future, there will be no more court in their eyes. Only General Chu. Chu Yi nodded. Northern Liao affairs are complicated. I have to take my family to go first. Saying this, he looked at Xiong Dali beside him. He is my capable lieutenant. He will stay behind to protect your safety. Just listen to his arrangements. Chapter 138. The General is back. Uncle Quan stepped forward and said excitedly, General, go and busy yourself with the General's go. We all listen to you and to this Vice General's arrangement. Chu Yi wasn't just saying it off the top of his head. It's amazing that he actually cares about them. At this moment, the old man was all too glad for his decision. After instructing Xiong Dali some more, Chu Yi took Fang Jinju and several people to leave first. That's great. Fang Jinju couldn't help but sigh. We're all fine. The victims have rekindled their vitality and fighting spirit, and everything is moving in a good direction. That's great. She held out her hand and felt the wind flow through her fingers, as if all that was bad had dispersed with it. After acclimatizing, she wasn't afraid of heights. Instead, I enjoyed the feeling of Mercedes in the wind, the look of wanton freedom. Chu Yi hooked the corners of his lips. Jin Zhu, it's your appearance that makes everything better and better. If Beliao is still the same Beliao as before, he also didn't have the backbone to bring those victims back. If the rush to North Liao hadn't been for Jin Zhu's advice to take out food as a supply for the victims, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. As he spoke, he easily leapt over the chasm jutting out, his figure fast and steady. Fang Jinju pursed her lips and accepted the praise openly. These children are my blessings. Speaking of which, I should also be considered your Chu Ye's blessings, right? More than, Chu Yi said softly. Fang Jinju tilted her head and moved closer. What? What's more than that? Chu Yi smiled without saying anything. and between lifting his breath, his body shape was a little faster. Speeding up. Fang Jinju's heart hangs slightly and she tightly climbs onto the shoulder of the person underneath her. Slow down a little bit. I'm just getting used to the speed I was going at just now. Your leg is still hurt. Be careful. She didn't see the love raging under the eyes of the man beneath her. Grandmother, sister, skirt, paint red, red, the best. Okay, then listen to Shuru and paint it red. Grandma, be careful ow. May Suri, it's pink. Good, good. The general's granary. Elder Lady Chu and Shu Shu were lying on Chu Ye's bookcase, painting. The little man was carefully coloring the person on the drawing paper. His focused little look was simply adorable. Old Lady Chu colored as her little granddaughter said, her eyes full of doting and pride. Shu Shu's drawing is so beautiful. Sister Jinju and brother will love it. Shu Shu tilted her head and smiled sweetly at her. Sister also praised Shu Shu for her good painting, saying that Shu Shu will become a great painter. Elder Lady Chu and Sister Wei looked at each other and smiled brightly like chrysanthemums. General! The general is back. Suddenly a sound of footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a cry of alarm from the Chu family army guarding the door. Shura's big eyes shook as she dropped her pen and ran out of the bookcase. Sister! Rui rushed in pulling Starbuck in unison. Shu Shu's little feet braked violently and looked at Rui dumbly, her little hand rubbing her eyes unsurely. Seeing this, Rui also caught off guard and braked, his little face excited and uneasy. Sister! It's my brother! In the next instant, Shu Shu's teardrops barred down. Dada rushed over and hugged her brother tightly. Brother oh dash! It really is brother! The little man's impulse was too great, and Rui's small body was unsteady, holding Shu Shu and falling backwards. Star Treasure rushed forward and attempted to hold the two little ones up, but was crushed underneath them. The three little ones stacked and rolled into a ball. Shuyi took 3 or 2 steps forward and hurriedly picked them up and stood them up. Brother is bad. Scaring Shu Shu. Shu Shu is scared. She fell down and was helped to stand still. During this time, Shu Shu had been hugging Rui without letting go, crying with snot bubbles coming out, rubbing Rui's shoulder. Rui hugged his sister's little brain, gently patting it to appease. It's brother's fault. Brother's fault is big. Shu Shu don't cry ow. Saying that, he pulled Shu Shu's little hand and hit himself. Shu Shu hit brother. Shu Shu won't cry. Shu retracted her little hand and hugged her brother and cried even harder. No hitting brother. Oh, seeing this scene, the bottom of Star Treasure's eyes also flickered with crystals, and the bottom of the crystals was full of envy. Old Lady Chu quickly stepped forward and pulled Chuya's arm. How come it's just you guys? Where's Jinju? Then the eyes sought out worriedly, not allowing Chuyi to speak. Fang Jinju walked into the granary and called out with a smile. Old Lady Chu was shaken. Then she was ecstatic. Jinju, it's really you. As he said this, he quickly stepped forward to meet him and reached out to take Fang Jinju's arm. Fang Jinju also hurriedly greeted him. Jinju? Old Lady Chu's hand froze violently, her eyes glaring with incredulity and heartache. What happened to your arm? Fang Jinju froze, then laughed easily. It's fine old madam. It's just a fall. Chu old lady fingers trembling emptiness touched her arm. Instantly tearful eyes. This swollen so much. Surely hurt. Bad. Come on. Get over here and sit and talk. With that, the old madam took Fang Jinju's intact hand and went to the four-sided table in front of Chuya's bookcase. The woman's had a slight brownness to it, but it was distinctly warm. Fang Jinju let her pull and sat down in front of the table. Old madam, it's really fine. It's just looking horrible. But I actually stopped hurting a long time ago. Old Lady Chu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. How can it not hurt? You child, how is it that you're just like Yi, wanting to carry everything on your own? Yi, hurry up and call a doctor from the barracks to come back to give Jinju a look. How can the arm recover well when the wooden bars are all loose? Chuyi nodded his head, the corners of his lips filled with relief and joy. I ordered someone to go to the barracks to ask for it when I first entered the city, and this time, the military doctor should be on his way here. Chu old lady nodded repeatedly, eyes and retracted to fall on the face of Fang Jinju. Softly said, Jinju earlier you were a person, injured and aggrieved had to carry their own. But now it's different. The general's residence is your home. We are all your family. You have to shout out when you're in pain, and you have to say it when you're wronged. We'll stand up for you. Hearing this, Fang Jinju's eyes flooded with tears, but the corners of her mouth rose high. Good. I'll listen to all of old ladies. But now that I've returned to Beliao, this is the general's territory. Who would dare to give me a commission? A look full of small arrogance. So that old lady Chu touched her tears to release and spread her face. That's true. No matter what. You all came back safe and sound. That's enough. Just by the fact that you've done so much for Northern Liao. You'll be able to walk sideways in Northern Liao in the future. Ha ha ha, really? So if you go too far across, will you get beaten up? Ha ha ha, you kid. The most joyful people reunion. The grain silo has been cold for a long time. This moment is full of warmth that cannot be loaded. A Chu family army rushed into the courtyard with quick steps, saw the head of the granary with laughter, hesitated for a split second, or gritted his teeth and walked in. General. Chapter 139, Loving Sister, Pestering Sister. The voice was not loud, and it carried the care of one who could not bear to break the coziness of a room. Seeing his bad color, Chu Yi collected the smile on his face and walked out of the granary. Come out and talk. Chu Jiejun hurriedly followed. Fang Jinju's eyes flickered slightly as she looked out after him. Sister! While she was lost in thought, Shushu Dida ran over and jumped headfirst into Fang Jinju's arms, tilting her tear-stained little face up and deflating her mouth. Shushu, I miss my sister. Fang Jinju returned to her senses and hurriedly hung her head and the little person against her forehead, then pressed against her little face again. Sister also misses Shushu ah. This is not it. Sister came over to the place where Shushu lives ah, and sister saw oh. Sister and brother is not around Shushu this period of time. Shushu have eaten well, sleep well, very good, especially good. On the way Chu Yi talked to her about Shushu. The thought of this soft little person not eating or drinking because something had happened to them. The essence of the little man was gone, and she choked with heartache. The first moment she came in just now, she wanted to hug and kiss the little man properly, but couldn't bear to interrupt the cozy reunion scene between the two youngsters. The soft mass nestled in her arms at the moment, and her heart softened to the core. At those words, Shushu couldn't help but grin her little mouth. Her big eyes were bright with attachment. She reached out her small hand and cupped Fang Jinju's face. Then, sister, will you always, stay with Shushu? Fang Jinju nodded her head vigorously. Aha, stay with me all the time, stay with me until the day Shushu gets tired of her sister. Shushu was stunned. Then she shook her head like a rattle drum. Not annoying sister. Love sister. Pestering sister. When sister. Little tail. Said verified as if zipped into Fang Jinju's arms. Small arms tightly ringed her waist. Small face full of happiness. Ha ha ha. Fang Jinju smiled brightly like a flower. Hugged the little person and kissed her brain fiercely. Good. These days sister lost a little tail. It's hard to be bad. Sister doesn't even want to drink water without Shushu to feed her. Gee, that's nice. My sister's little tail is growing back. And Rue and obediently waiting for a short time in the side. See the situation cannot help it, but also jumped up and down cheerfully to brush the sense of existence. Rue also want to be sister little tail. Pestering sister. Fang Jinshu smiled and beckoned the little man into her arms as well. Starbuck watched, carefully following with a grin and giggle, dripping with envy. Fang Jinju blinked at him and beckoned her finger. What about Xingbao? Is Xingbao willing to be sister's little tail? Star Treasure froze before nodding vigorously. Yes, Star Treasure is willing. Then he stepped forward and hesitantly opened his small hand. Rue reached out with his little hand and pulled him to him, raising her injured arm in an effort to raise it higher and holding the 3 dolls in the crook of her other arm. Fang Jinshu felt as content as if she was embracing the whole world. Elderly Lady Chu protected her arm while looking at the cozy scene in front of her with a full aunt smile. The more he looked at Fang Jinju, the more he liked it to the bone. Jinju really liked the several children to the bone. This girl is hard to find in the world. Jinju when I received your first letter, I cleaned up your room, waiting for a big 3 small intimate enough. Chu old lady in time to get up, smiled. In the next yard, I will take you to take a look at a good Fang Jinju returned to her senses and bent her eyes. Yes, thank you old madam. Chu old madam eyes ranting. In the future this general's house is your home. You also don't a mouthful old madam. Just call me auntie. Fang Jinju graciously responded, smilingly holding the old woman's arm, her little daughter's simplicity showing. Thank you, auntie. Old lady Chu smiled and curved her eyebrows, reached out and patted her shoulder and covered the back of her hand again. Go. Looking lovingly at the 3 little ones again, he said, Rue Shushu, little Xingbao, let's join together. Good act. Shushu naturally took Rue's hand, blinking her big friendly eyes at Xingbao, and extended her little hand. Brother Xingbao, hold hands. Starbuck's eyes twinkled as he carefully took the small hand in front of him. Let's go. Shuru jumped up and down, and Shuangma grabbed and danced happily along with her, looking at my wonderful siblings around me, and then looking at the kindly old lady in front of me. Was it the sister who gently looked back at me? Starbuck thought he must be dreaming, and his little mouth grinned behind his ears. He hoped that this dream would never, ever wake up. Wow, Just after stepping into the courtyard, Fang Jinju was amazed by the scenery inside. The yard is clean to the point of being spotless. There are 2 large unknown trees in the south corner. Next to the tree was a side of stone tables and benches, and a recliner that was incredibly comfortable just to look at. There was actually a swinging chair with a backrest between the trees. Fang Jinju couldn't help but quickly step forward. Wow! Reclining chairs, swings, this is simply my dream courtyard. Auntie, that's a lot of heart. Not all of these arrangements in the courtyard are my doing. It's a long story. See her joy. Chu old lady also followed the show face. Originally, Yi went to meet you as quietly go, but I do not know why the wind is still leaking out. The people also thought that the general out of the matter. The hearts of the people are in fear. Later, this child Tingxian simply made up an excuse, saying that the goddess had abused her divine power by sheltering northern Liao, violated the rules of heaven, and was relegated to the earth to go through the ages. It is also said that when the goddess was relegated to the earth, she gave Yi a dream and told Yi to go forward to meet her. Ha! Upon hearing this, Fang Jinju was first stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid this reason wouldn't be believable to a 3-year-old child, right? Chu old lady but smiled and shook her head. What is not believable? The truth is, although you do not have the power of God, but with your own power to bring a city back to life, in our hearts is to save the suffering of the goddess. Tingxian, that child is just to be rendered just, hearing that you were relegated to the earth. The people of the city even came to kneel in front of the general's residence for a whole day. It's just to bless you, and to bless ye to safely fetch you back to the city, said the old madam, pointing to the swings and recliners. Everyone knows that if the goddess comes to North Liao, she will definitely live in the general's residence. So in this short period of time, the people have sent quite a lot of things one after another. This swing, and this chaise longue, but a few of the best carpenters in the city came to the general's house on their own initiative to make it. And not only that, even the bed in the room and a whole range of wooden utensils, they all built brand new ones. None of it is anything of value, but it's all stuff that's been made with the best of intentions, and it's hard to beat. Hearing all of this, Fang Jinju was self-conscious that her heart was full. Subconsciously, he reached out and hit the swing rope and froze. Chapter 140, in the future, we, Star Treasure, will have plenty of people to love us. The swing rope was surprisingly wrapped in cotton. It's soft to the touch and not cold or diaphragmatic this time of year. This small detail ruthlessly poked Fang Jinju's heart. She sniffled and looked at old lady Chu with a happy smile. Auntie, thank you, thank you. Everything here is strange, yet it feels like home everywhere. It's reassuring. This child, never say those 2 words again. As long as we can make you happy and comfortable, nothing we do is too much, said Chu old lady, and pulled her said, go, let's go into the room to see. Your room bedding are newly made. I personally over the water smoked incense to you lay on. But the general's house right now there is no good incense, is my own with. I don't know if you smell habitual. Where are the people now? After reading the letter, Chu Yi clutched it in his hand and asked in a deep voice. Chu Jejun truthfully said, Vice General Yi is worried that there is something different, so he detained them in the barracks and personally watched them, just waiting for the general to come back and dispose of them. Chu Yi nodded. Good, go prepare the horses. I'll come as soon as I say hello. It's the general. The Chu family army immediately obeyed the order. Chu Yi collected the complex sharpness under his eyes and walked towards the next yard. Grandmother, Shu, want to sleep with sister. Rui Roy wants to sleep with sister too. Sister's arm is injured. The bed is narrow and crowded. It will squeeze sister. Be obedient. Be good. Follow grandmother to sleep at night, and come back to accompany sister during the day. Okay? Sister hurts. Shu, take care of sister day. Grandmother, let's sleep at our sister's feet and be good. Okay, ba? Before even entering the house, I saw that the 2 little ones were hugging old lady Chu's legs and pampering her, saying that they wanted to sleep with their sister. Auntie, this bed is so wide. Let the children sleep with me. Just prepare 2 more quilts. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Fang Jinju laughed. I'm a bit afraid of the dark, and am looking forward to their company. Mrs. Chu hesitated. But this arm of yours. Fang Jinju smiled and interrupted. It's fine. Don't look at them as small. Every one of them is a top knowledgeable. Surely they won't touch and hurt me. Seeing Chu Yi coming over in the afterglow, she hurriedly got up from the edge of the bed. Chu Yi, just as he was about to ask him what had happened, he reacted to the fact that the children were in the room and shut his mouth sharply. Seeing this, elder lady Chu hurriedly greeted the several children and said, since sister has agreed that you'll sleep with him, let's go. Move all your little quilts over with grandmother. With that, she took the initiative to take Star Treasure's hand and smiled kindly. Let's go. As she walked, she said, Xingbao, from now on, You'll call me grandmother after Ruaruashu, okay? Star Treasure tilted her head in shock. May I? Old Lady Chu said mildly. Why not? Having a little grandchild for nothing. Grandmother is too happy to be happy. Star Treasure nodded heavily, a large tear then hitting the floor. Seeing this, the bottom of Mrs. Chu's eyes filled with heartache, leaned down, gently wiped the tears for the little man. Don't cry. In the future, our Star Treasure has a lot of people to love. Shu Shu and Rue also stopped and reached out to clumsily wipe Xingbao's tears. Yes, Rue hurts brother. Shu Shu, it hurts brother today, but I do not want Xingbao's tears more and more wipe more and more. Mrs. Chu simply reached out to Xingbao hugged up. Ai yo. 2 years older is not the same Our Xingbao look thin. Holding is also quite handful. Let's go. Let's prepare a little quilt for Star Treasure. Grandmother, wait with the laughter of an old man and 3 youngsters far away. Only then did Chu Yi and Fang Jinju withdraw their pleased and moved eyes. Sights collided. Chu Yi's heart throbbed uncontrollably, and he lowered his eyes to hide the sentiment under his eyes. Fang Jinju restrained the anti-smile on her lips before asking, how is it? Did something happen? Chu Yi handed over the letter in his hand. Chang Wu sent a messenger over. Fang Jinju raised her eyebrows in surprise and hurriedly took the letter. They want to buy food from us? After reading the letter, Fang Jinju was more and more surprised and raised her head. And they didn't even mention a single word about Grand Prince Tuobajun? Chu Yi nodded, his eyes holding a hint of complexity. Didn't you say that Grand Prince Tuobajun is the prince that Lord Chengwu thinks most highly of? Fang Jinju folded the letter and looked skeptical. Moreover, the 40,000 Chengwu army has become our northern Liaos. Isn't their country's master a vindictive and tyrannical person? How come they not only don't seek revenge, but instead want to buy food from us? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Indeed, this is not how the Lord of Chengwu acts. Chu Yi nodded approvingly. That's why I'm going to make a trip to the barracks now, to find out what their intentions are. I'd say it's better to hang them out to dry. Fang Jinju paced with her hands behind her back, winking at Chu Yi and smiling without saying anything. The long feathery eyelashes felt like they were brushing over Chu Yi's heart. Oh, it seems Jinju has a different opinion on this matter. As he spoke, he turned around hastily, his slightly flickering eyes sweeping around the room before finally landing on the stool and simply moving up to sit down. Then he pointed to the stool at his side. Jinju, sit down and talk, and speak your insights well to me. I don't really know anything about leading armies and fighting wars, state politics and power and so on. I'll just say it off the top of my head. You can just listen to it, and if it helps you, then naturally it's the best thing to do. Fang Jinju obediently sat down, came a few points closer to say, if according to what you said earlier, Chengwu country has always been the existence of a rampage, relying on its own military strength is strong. On the surrounding countries has always been a wanton aggression to seize the resources, from the no chapters and laws to speak of. The capture of the Grand Prince and the rebellion of the Chengwu army to return to the north is simply a strange shame for such a tyrannical and prideful-minded lord of the country. So how could he send an envoy to do any business with us? I guess, after these 2 battles, he should be on the North Liao's theories of the gods have some scruples. Do not dare to move rashly. This time the explicit mention is to buy food. Looks like a piece of peace and goodwill, but in fact it is want to use this to test. A few words. Will Chu Yi hard hazy thought dial clouds see the sun? When he got up, he was already full of realization. If I go to the barracks and meet that messenger, it means that I still care about every move of the Chengwu kingdom. The more we probe, the more we will actually be exposed, and it will be to our disadvantage. Having been blessed by the gods, one should be fearless and ignore them. Fang Jinju echoed and summarized. Right. Not to mention that just a messenger has come. Even if the Lord of Chengwu Kingdom himself comes, there is no need for you to go and meet him in person. They have previously bullied Northern Liao so much, there is no need to give them face. Let them think nonsense self-internal consumption is good. Chu Yi nodded his head repeatedly. His heart had made up its mind, but seeing the woman's eyes bright Xinhui, he couldn't help but want to ask for her opinion. Those few messengers, how does Jinju think it's best to dispose of them? Upon hearing this, a flash of cunning flashed under Fang Jinju's eyes, beckoning him to come closer. Chapter 141 If the General and the Goddess Could. Chu Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he obediently leaned over. Fang Jinju words between the lines are all teasing meaning, said to the Xing, eyebrows and eyes also raised a playful leap. It was very different from the usual gentle and benign look, but as long as it was Jinju, no matter what it looked like, in his eyes, it was all good. Dogs can't change their ways, and to such a nation of robbers, the courtesy of robbers should be extended. After Baba said a whole lot, Fang Jinju was thirsty and was about to pick up the kettle on the desktop to pour water to drink, but Chu Yi gently pressed his arm. I'll do it. Fang Jinju was stunned, then laughed. No need. It's not like both my hands are injured. It's just pouring water. Chuyi hooked his lips without saying anything and insisted on pouring water for her. General, the medic is here. A Chukka soldier with a medic carrying a medicine chest walked up to the door. Dr. Huang sought to look in, his face full of excitement and anticipation. Earlier he had felt that he was older and had more energy than he could keep up with the younger generation. But this moment, again, he feels that seniority is his biggest card. Otherwise, why would the general personally name him to come and treat the goddess? Those juniors in the barracks were envious. Chu Yi hurriedly said, "Come in," then looked to Chu Jejun. "You go to the front to greet. No need to prepare the horse. When to go to the barracks and then decide." Chu's army led the way. "I'm sorry to trouble the doctor to make this trip. It's been hard work." Fang Jinshu flashed a polite smile at the military doctor. Dr. Huang was flattered and said, "No hard work, no hard work. It is a great blessing to be able to see for the goddess. How can it be hard? Not bad for a goddess. Eyebrows like goddess of mercy, face like Buddha, with which the gaze is simply like a spring breeze." Even when she was relegated to the status of a mortal girl, it was hard to hide her compassionate immortal temperament. Fang Jinju hurriedly said, "It's fine for the doctor to call me Jinju." Although it had been known that the North Liao people regarded her as a god, but looking at elders who could be her uncle, looking up at her with eyes like a god's residence, she felt that she just couldn't afford it. Oops. Dr. Huang, however, let out an exclamation of surprise, his eyes falling directly onto the arm in Fang Jinju's hand, his eyes full of pain. "How did you get hurt so badly? Whoever is so bold as to dare injure the goddess, this is going to be bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Then with eyes full of indignation and horror and pain, he looked at Fang Jinju. "Goddess, you endure, I will heal you now." Fang Jinju hurriedly stretched out her injured arm. "Thank you, doctor." Dr. Huang was extremely gentle, carefully removing the bandaged wooden stick from her arm and cutting it off. "Master God, it's swollen so badly. This kind of injury, men can't even endure it. Goddess, you have held on for so long. This, alas, old me will heal you here. Goddess, I have to probe to determine the extent of the injury. It will hurt. You have to bear it." Fang Jinju nodded her head repeatedly, unimpressed. "You are generous with your treatment. I can endure it. That's not a light word. She's on painkillers. Even if it hurts, it should be within tolerance." The bottom of Dr. Huang's eyes flickered, and between his outstretched hands, he hesitated before ruthlessly probing and pressing up. Hiss! The sharp pain that caught her off guard ruthlessly broke Fang Jinju's cognition. She couldn't suppress a breath of cold air and subconsciously grabbed Chu Ye's arm beside her. Cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. "She's on painkillers. How can it still hurt so much?" Chu Ye's body was tense, the bottom of his eyes instantly covered by heartache and self-blame. On this journey Jin Zhu had been talking and laughing with him, completely free of pain, making him also much neglected. Thinking that the injury was not serious, seeing the full extent of her arm now, and seeing her pale face, he realized, Jin Zhu must have been silently enduring so that he wouldn't worry. Almost subconsciously, Chu Ye's hand tightly covered Fang Jinju's hand, looking to Dr. Huang. "Can you probe out?" If it came again, he couldn't even begin to think what she would be in pain. Dr. Huang is also full of cold sweat, hurriedly nodded. Probed out. Then there was a frown. The goddess's arm should not be broken, but it is also fractured and contused flesh and blood, which is what caused the swelling to be so bad. Possibly cured and restored as before? Chu Yi interrupted sharply, holding Fang Jinju's hand, so nervous that it was slightly sweating. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinju also frowned and endured the pain, looking at Dr. Huang. It's good that it's not a fracture, but ancient medical treatment was backward, and she was afraid of the after effects. Dr. Huang nodded with certainty. "General, don't worry. Before I came to the army, I was good at bone bruises, even if the bones are broken, but also can make it recover a 9 out of 10. Not to mention the goddess of the matter of bone cracks. As long as the old man, according to the doctor's instructions to keep well, will be able to recover as in the beginning." At those words, Chu Yi and Fang Jinju simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. It's also a blessing in disguise. I'll put medicine on the goddess. Before coming, the Chu family army has some description. Plus the barracks would have been often prepared to treat bone injuries medicine. Less than 2t. Dr. Huang will be Fang Jinju's injuries bandaged and fixed to perfection. Chu Ye's face loosened up a bit. "There are no major events in the military camp right now. You can temporarily stay in the general's residence for a few days, and when Jin Zhu's condition gets better, you can go back." Dr. Huang nodded repeatedly. He begged for it. The goddess had previously sent many divine medicines and instruments, and they had studied them for quite some time. Their formulas unknown. Right now, taking advantage of the daily pulse request to the goddess, it was impossible to say that one or two things could be asked. Chu Yi. After the pain grew stronger, Fang Jinju realized that Chu Yi was holding her hand tightly, and joked and laughed. The hand hurts. Chu Yi was stunned and hurriedly let go of his hand, his ears suddenly burning like fire. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Fang Jinju pursed out a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. What's there to say sorry for? Concern is messy. Don't tell me, you're squeezing my hand so much it hurts, and forked my injured arm rather less than it should. At that, Dr. Huang covered his mouth to block his aunt's smile. Master God. The general's face seemed to redden. Who but he is blessed to see the general like this. You don't think the general is interested in the goddess, do you? It's no wonder. What man wouldn't adore the beauty of a goddess? In the past, when the goddess had not yet descended to earth, it was unattainable. Now it was different. The goddess had become a mortal woman and was close at hand. That said, only a man like the general is worthy of a goddess. If the general and the goddess could. Well, that would be great. Thinking of this, Dr. Huang couldn't help but burst out in joy. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi with a puzzled expression, then reached out and waved her hand in front of Dr. Huang's eyes. Doctor? What are you laughing at? Huang doctor back to God. See Chu Yi eyes have insight caution. Face and smile violently as stiff. No, nothing. Is the thought of seeing the goddess with your own eyes? The old man will be happy in the heart. Fang Jinju was moved and helpless, so she had to go along with Yi Tingshuan's story. Doctor, nowadays I'm just an ordinary mortal. You'd better call me Jinju, or else it'll break my young life. At these words, Dr. Huang was horrified in his heart and hurriedly covered his mouth. Oops, I didn't know there was such a stake. Well, I'll listen to the god. From now on, I will call Jinju. Jinshu. Doctor, the general's leg is also injured, but also please hurry to give him a look as well. Fang Jinju breathed a sigh of relief and added, we only gave to let him stop the bleeding and bandage him earlier, but his wound is a bit big, and he still needs to be stitched up a bit to recover better. Dr. Huang and Chu Yi were stunned in unison. Stitches? Chapter 142, will the time gate reappear? Then, Dr. Huang's eyes glistened and he asked urgently, how do you sew? Fang Jinju truthfully told the method of clearing and suturing the wound. Dr. Huang listened with eyes like cows, sighing. At the end, Fang Jinju remembered something and looked at Chu Yi. The cell phone I gave you, can it still be networked? Small medical equipment farms for debridement and suturing are available, but she wasn't a doctor, and the sight of that hideous wound gave her chills. Still have to get the doc to operate, but even if the doctor had the guts, he didn't have the skill to stitch it up. The good thing is that it's relatively easy to suture exotics, but you do have to watch a video to train on it. Chu Yi shook his head. After the time gate closes, cell phones can't be networked. At those words, Fang Jinju's heart sank slightly. Although the farm was well stocked and still inexhaustible, it was ultimately not as convenient as when she was on the farm herself. Seeing her face, Dr. Huang was slightly apprehensive. After every major battle, many of the soldiers who were not injured in any major way were actually expected to survive. But because the wound is so large, it doesn't heal easily. Some of the body base is strong, although it can be carried by chance to survive, but it will also leave a hideous and horrible sores. But most of them are wounds that fester repeatedly and end up being dragged to death alive, which is literally 100 times more painful than a single stab to death. If we can learn the art of sewing that the goddess said, then, when they encountered another great war in the future, they would be able to save more people. Fang Jinju paced back and forth for a few steps, and finally decisively said, go, Chu Yi, let's go to the granary to take a look. Saying that, without waiting for Chu Yi to reply, he hurriedly walked towards the outside. What if, because she died in China, the time gate disappeared, but now that she's been reborn in a different way, will the time gate reappear? Seeing this, Chu Yi and Dr. Huang hurriedly chased after them. To the granary. Fang Jinju came directly to the spacetime gate, just stung by the blood left on the door. This is the blood of Chu Ye's sacrificial god. Based on this, it would be worth it even if she gave up her life for Northern Liao. Fang Jinju reached out and waved her hand at the time gate in vain. The reunion was joyous, and she had only glanced at it hastily just now, not having had time to think much deeper. After the excitement cooled, many thoughts popped into her head. If she walked through this time portal now, would she rejoin the farm? Thinking of this, she subconsciously took a leg towards the time gate, but she was yanked violently. Jinju. The man's startled cry caused Fang Jinju to snap back to her senses. Turning her head, she saw Chu Yi staring at her with tightly set eyes, pulling her to death and not letting go. What are you doing? It's as if the moment you let go, you'll disappear. Fang Jinju's heart moved slightly, and she retracted her steps, smiling. It's nothing. I just had a whim to try to see if I could still go back. Don't try it, Shuyi broke out and said, with epilepsy leaping out of his eyes. It was as if Fang Jinju took one more step forward, he would collapse and go crazy on the spot. Fang Jinju's heart jumped in shock. The Chuyi she had seen were all calm and collected characters who did not change their colors when the mountain crumbled on top of them. It's a far cry from the out-of-control look he's got now. See, scared her. Shuya's eyes flickered slightly to collect his emotions. Here, it's dangerous. Fang Jinju turned around and drew her hand to pat his shoulder to appease him. Don't worry, I just thought about it like that. I wasn't prepared to really go over. You first take out your cell phone, let me see it, he said, taking 2 steps away from the time portal. Shuya's throat welled up and his eyes loosened slightly. You come with me. With that, he walked to the bed, fished out his cell phone from under the pillow, and handed it to Fang Jinju. Dr. Huang had the good sense to stand about a foot away, craning his neck to look over. Fang Jinju pressed the on-off button. The cell phone is dead. Shuyi hurriedly took out another rechargeable. After waiting quietly for a moment, the phone turned on. Fang Jinju stared at the opening screen, her eyelashes twitching slightly from nervousness. Shuyi also tightened his eyes. The phone was successfully turned on. The signal for mobile data flashed in the upper right corner. Then, full frame, the Wi-Fi signal, surprisingly, is also full. Fang Jinju excitedly locked eyes with Shuyi. Great, there's a signal. Shuyi was shocked, but earlier obviously nothing signal. Fang Jinju got up and paced back and forth excitedly, then sat back down in front of the cell phone again and lowered her voice. I think that it must be because I've been reborn and come back that everything is back as it was in the beginning, she said, her eyes gleaming as she looked toward the time gate. Maybe the time gate has been restored as well. Then I'll be able to go back to the farm. If I could get back on the farm, it would help Balio a little more. Seeing the woman's glowing and impatient appearance, Shuyi gave a complicated look at the gate of time and motionlessly changed the subject. Jinju, what are you going to do with your cell phone? Fang Jinju returned to her senses and said evenly, Oh, I'm doing it to check the information. Then he hurriedly beckoned for Dr. Huang to come over. Dr. Huang had long been impatient and hurriedly came forward with a quick step. Doc, that's suturing in this video. Come take a look. This can really sew up meat? Then what should be done if the thread that sews up the flesh grows into the flesh? You don't know. The threads used to sew up human flesh are not ordinary threads. There is one kind that can be removed when the wound heals, and there is another kind that can be absorbed directly into the body. Dr. Huang was shocked. There are still threads of this material in the world? This is too divine. Fang Jinju laughed. All of this is nothing. I have all the information I need about the medical arts. As long as you're willing to concentrate on it, you're guaranteed to become the most powerful divine doctor in Tangwu. Upon hearing this, Dr. Huang shivered with excitement and trembled as he was about to kneel down towards Fang Jinju. Many thanks to Goddess. Many thanks to Goddess. Fang Jinju hastily reached out to pull, half jokingly, half seriously saying, how could you forget again? Shout a word to the Goddess and I'll have to live one day less. It wasn't that she deliberately scared Dr. Huang, but she really couldn't afford a mouthful of goddesses. She was just an ordinary girl. Of course she was obliged to do what she could to help, but she didn't want to be put on a pedestal and be in a state of fear. Upon hearing this, Dr. Huang's face was horrified and self-condemned, and he hit his mouth again and again. Ai, old me was wrong. It's Miss Jinju. Miss Jinju. Fang Jinju hurriedly pulled his hand. It's fine. It's fine. The general is still waiting for you to heal. You'd better hurry up and watch the video to learn. Then he looked at the preoccupied Shuyi. Shuyi, have someone find a piece of flesh skin for the doctor to practice on while learning. Shuyi nodded and turned to walk out. After just a few steps, he paused uncontrollably and looked toward the time gate. Chapter 143. We are blessed by the gods. Are we still afraid of you? The eyes struggled a bit. Only then did he stride to the door and order Chu Jejun to get the meat skin over. Then pack up a room next door to the right of the granary and get a big table and desk to set it in for Dr. Huang to practice suturing. Turn around. Shuyi saw Fang Jinju and Dr. Huang come together in front of the cell phone. One narrated, one inquisitive, learning with gusto. Without making a sound of disturbance, he gingerly fetched his walkie-talkie and stepped out of the granary. Chu family army barracks. Yi Tingxian sat lazily behind the bookcase in the military tent, looking over the military affairs. Two parties of low table seats were temporarily set up on either side of the bookcase. The 4 Qiangwu emissaries sat on their knees to the right and left. Vice General Yi, we've been here for 2 days. Why is General Chu delayed in coming to meet with us? Our country master this time is not to blame, and want to sincerely and your northern Liao trade. Is not it possible that General Chu want to waste our country master a peace of mind? And once again, the war is not, or perhaps your general is not in Bailio City? The eyes of several emissaries met secretly, looking at Yi Tingxian in unison. Yi Tingxian lifted his eyes. The fact that your country's lord is past it doesn't mean that our general is past it. Xianggu has been bullying and abusing Northern Liao for more than 10 years. And you think that by sending a few of you human-like things to send a letter, you can turn a war into a peace? What? Threatening people while they're still in my Northern Liao's territory? A statement that could be described as nonchalant. The Changwu emissary's face was green and white with humiliation. As a diplomatic envoy for the most powerful nation on this continent, no matter what country you go to, that's what you get served and honored. When has it ever been treated like this? Tangwu is the smallest of all the kingdoms and has the weakest military. Xiangwu has always disregarded it, let alone Northern Liao, which was cut off by Tangwu. But this is the people do not let the eyes of the North Liao. This period of time, even after a succession of huge waves of shock and horror. First, he deterred his Changwu's 100,000 strong army from retreating without bloodshed. And again, he came out of several epidemics unscathed and unscathed. Not only that, but he also took advantage of the victory and took the initiative to attack the entrance of Changwu's country, easily capturing his Changwu's 40,000 strong army. At the end of the day, the scouts stationed on the border brought back another shocking story. Bailiao 10,000 acres of poor land, surprisingly in a few days all sown grain, turned into a good hectare. It's one thing and one thing only. It forced the lord of the land to take notice. Naturally, the lord of the kingdom wanted to raise his troops to level Northern Liao, and even Tangwu wanted to destroy it as well. Earlier, it was just a matter of willingness or unwillingness for Changwu, but not anymore. Bailiao seems to be truly blessed by the gods. Even if you want to move it, you have to know your enemy and know yourself before you can make a decision. That's why the lord of the land sent them deep into the enemy's front, just to find out the truth. But the day before yesterday afternoon just arrived. The Chu family army will have no mercy on their accompanying 200 guards, all detained in a side of the army tent. Eat, drink and spread all in the head, may not come out half a step. As for them, arranged to live in a military tent with 2 lieutenants. It was a little freer than the guards, but it was limited to walking between the army tent and the hut. And as soon as you leave the tent, there is a Chu family army behind you to watch in defense. It's like defense against thieves. Vice General Yi, you guys don't think that after narrowly defeating us once or twice, you can fight against the entire Qiangwu, do you? The more he thought about it, the more the main messenger couldn't hold back the stifled feeling, and said in a conspiratorial manner, I, Changwu, can fight against one of your kingdoms by casually mobilizing the troops of 2 cities, not to mention your little Northern Liao? Our country lord looks at your Bailiao's grain that is to look up to you. If you honestly promise to do this business, we Changwu can promise a truce for 5 years. If you don't know how to behave, don't blame us for not being polite. Yi Tingxian raised his eyes and looked over. Fine, come and fight. We are blessed by the gods. Are we still afraid of you? The cloudy and light sentence choked the main messenger not on. The old face read. Are you really going to tear your face off with us? I, Changwu, have 500,000 strong soldiers. Yi Tingxian hooked his lips in disdain. We have the blessing of the gods. Are we still afraid of you? The Lord's messenger was hysterical. I, Changwu, am the head of the 6 kingdoms, and with a single order, not to mention your Northern Liao, even the overthrow of Tangwu would be a matter of a snap of the fingers. Yi Tingxian laughed. Well, come and fight. We are blessed by the gods. Are we still afraid of you? You. The aged master messenger pointed at Yi Tingxian. Furious, Yi Tingxian wasn't afraid of a big deal, spreading his hands and raising his eyebrows. We have the blessing of the gods, and we're still afraid of you? Dang. The Lord's messenger's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted straight away. Several messengers rushed over to the mess, either exclaiming or choking. Ha. Yi Tingxian coolly laughed out loud. He's telling the big truth, even if the goddess has become mortal. But with the supplies she prepared for Bailiao previously, and Bailiao's war power today, she is not afraid of him Changwu. What's more, the general also ordered him to act as arrogant as possible in front of these messengers. It could give him a good dose of exasperation. What a relief. The general's granary. The Chu family army had long ago moved the table for meals. Old Lady Chu and Sister Wei personally cooked 8 dishes. It was Jin Zhu and Xing Bao's first day at the general's residence. It was also a good day for Rui's safe return. One must sit around as a family and celebrate. Make 8 dishes for luck, uneaten and unfinished to avoid waste. The old lady went ahead and divided the dish into 2 portions. The larger portion was given to the Chu family army and subordinates in the house. The smaller portions were all served. Once a few underlings had set out the dishes, the family flocked to the table. Wow! Lots of dishes. Shuro sat between her two brothers, her little head just barely able to rise above the tabletop, staring round at the table full of good food. Rue and Xingbao's little hands were resting on the edge of the table, and 3 circles appeared on their little faces. I don't blame the 3 little ones for their unseen appearance, not to mention the fact that Rue and Shushu had been in Bailout for as long as they could remember, and even before the famine, they had rarely gotten a full meal. I've never even seen a 3-course spread, let alone this table of good food, not to mention Star Treasure. Before meeting Fong Jinju and Rue, eating, drinking, and pooping were all in that side of the small house, and I didn't even know what the dining table looked like. See this scene. Between the 3 adults' eyes meeting, there was much heartache. Old Lady Chu picked up the tea in front of the door and moved to say, "From the moment the court abandoned Northern Liao, I never thought I could wait to come to such a day. All of this today is due to Jinju." Saying this, she raised her cup towards Fong Jinju. "Jinju, both you and I are injured and cannot drink alcohol. Auntie will toast you with tea instead of wine." Fong Jinju hurriedly also lifted the cup over, smiled and said, "Auntie, the general's residence is my home. Do anything for the family is willing. To toast is also my toast to you. Come on, let's all take a glass and walk together to celebrate our reunion and to wish that every day to come will be better than today." Chapter 144, Never Separate. Chu Yi looked at Fong Jinju for an instant. "Regardless of what happens in the future, may we be as simple and happy day after day as we are right now, and never part." At those words, Old Lady Chu's heart moved slightly, and she unconsciously glanced at her own son. Then smiles piled up all over his face. "Yes, yes, yes, today right now is the best day for my wife. May we, as a family, be together forever, sharing the sweet and the bitter and the good and the bad." Fong Jinju was slightly stunned. Then she got up and clinked her glass over with a smile. "Yes, cherishing the moment is the right thing to do. Cheers, Shuru. Cheers too. I'll have a toast too." The 3 little ones' eyes curled in smiles and they too scrambled to pat over and raise their glasses. "Cheers, cheers." Fong Jinju laughed crisply and raised her glass over to clink glasses with the 3 little ones one by one. "May our 3 big babies be happy every day." Shuro grinned her little mouth cheerfully and said, He, sister is happy, master mother is happy, little uncle is happy, everyone is happy. Let's eat, let's eat, let's eat." Fong Jinju smiled and reached out her chopsticks, giving each of the 3 children a piece of chicken. "Come on, give our 3 big babies a big piece of meat each first. Eat meat to grow taller. A little more radish and small greens, to keep our bodies safe. Ha ha ha." This room is cozy with words and laughter. In that room, Dr. Huang had locked himself in his room and had been practicing for a full half day. No food, no drink, gone off the deep end as it were. But it is natural to practice with dedication. Chu Yi and his party had just finished their meal. Dr. Huang then invited both he and Fong Jinju to his room and performed suture surgery on a piece of pork skin on the spot for them to examine. Seeing Dr. Huang holding a curved needle and a sharp knife, he calmly and skillfully stitched, knotted, and cut the thread. The spacing, the looseness, the speed, it's like it was snapped off the video one by one. Fong Jinju continuously marveled. Dr. Huang, it's not bad to be a medical student. You're catching on too fast." The unreserved praise made Dr. Huang's old face slightly red with excitement. It was the detailed information given by Miss Jinju, coupled with the fact that I was also worried that the general's leg injuries had dragged on for too long and were not conducive to recovery, which is why I inspired some of the potentials to come out. Fong Jinju compared her thumbs. "Too good. So are you sure about stitching up the general's wound now?" Dr. Huang nodded with certainty. "No problem." And so, Chu Yi then became the first person to try his hand at Dr. Huang's suturing. Fong Jinju carefully asked Chu Yi, "Stitches can be very painful. Can you endure it?" While surgical instruments are available, anesthetics are controlled substances and cannot be purchased. So right now sewing up the wound, Chu Yi has to carry it raw. Seeing her eyes full of pity and worry, Chu Yi's heart was sore and swollen with favor. Smiling and shaking his head, "Compared to your injured arm, this pain is nothing. Miss Jinju, don't worry. I can decoct a bowl of Mabo-san for the general, which can relieve 80% of the pain." Dr. Huang just said half. Chu Yi shook his head and said, "No need to be so troublesome. Directly suture it. This wound can't sew a few stitches. Your hands numb. A few times will pass." Upon hearing this, Fong Jinju first brightened up, then hurriedly glared at Chu Yi. "Since there is a method to avoid suffering pain, why do you have to have bitterness to suffer?" She looked at Dr. Huang and said, "Please trouble Dr. Huang to decoct a bowl of Mabo-san out for him." Dr. Huang subconsciously looked at Chu Yi. Chu Yi glanced at Fong Jinju and nodded honestly. "Listen to Jinju. Fine, Listen to Miss Jean Zhu. Dr. Huang continuously said good. The corners of his mouth irrepressibly raised anti-smile again. Immediately a Chu family army brought medicine pots. Small stoves. Dr. Huang took out the medicine bag he always kept in his medicine chest and looked at Chu Yi and Fang Jinju with twinkling eyes. At the end, he sighed and said, compared to those injuries the general had previously suffered on the battlefield, this leg injury is really nothing. It was like talking to himself, or telling Fang Jinju about ancient times, but successfully attracted the attention of Fang Jinju, pacing up and down to the front of the medicine stove, squatting on the side of Dr. Huang. With a look of you old man, hurry up and continue. I'm very eager to listen. Seeing this, Dr. Huang graciously spoke of the general's history of battle damage. I remember very clearly, once the general came back from the battlefield, there was a foot-long wound on his back, which was repeatedly infected and festered, and it took several digs into the rotting flesh before it could heal. Jean Zhu girl, you think about it, plucking out the rotting flesh, that must be so painful. The general, afraid of the crowd, worry hard, not even say a word. Now think about it, old man still have palpitations. As he spoke, he secretly observed Fang Jinju's face. Unsurprisingly, I saw a hint of heartache on Fang Jinju's face. Over a foot long? Fang Jinju suddenly felt a phantom pain in her back. The first time she twisted her head to look at Chu Yi, her face full of pity, wanting to say still. At the end, he couldn't help but ask Dr. Huang, then you didn't boil a bowl of Mabo-san? Dr. Huang's eyes slightly stare, sighing, so big injury. A bowl of hemp boiling powder where the top of the and hemp boiling powder cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise it will hurt the brain of General, so raw carry down. Speaking of which, I've practiced medicine all my life, but I've never seen a tough guy like General. Irony is a real man. So as to hear the Huang doctor's ulterior motives. Chu Yi uncomfortable light cough. I Chu family army of the man which is not to carry things hard man. You do not have to exaggerate. Jean Zhu is not a little girl who has not seen the world. At that, Huang Daifu was anxious. Chu family army, of course all are hard man, but General, you are indeed also that hard man in the hard man. This is undoubtedly. As he spoke, he patted his chest towards Fang Jinju as if he was making a guarantee. What I'm saying is the truth. I'm not exaggerating half the time. Jinju girl, the old man is heartbroken. General, his heart only Northlia soldiers and people. Pressure did not install their own. The general has always been unwilling to side people, pretense more tongue. We do not dare to persuade too much. Saying this, he lowered his voice. But I can sort of see that the general listens to everything you say. Miss Jinju, Miss Jinju, in the future, you must advise the general more for us, so that he will have more regard for himself. Is the medicine ready? Seeing that Dr. Huang was close to stabbing the window paper, Fang Jinju's face also seemed to be aware of. Chu Yi hurriedly forked out, boiled on the faster end over. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi, the bottom of her eyes suddenly flickering uncertainly, but it was as if she could see into people's hearts. Chu Yi's throat welled up. Tun felt like he couldn't hide what was going on in his mind. Chapter 145. Chu Yi. It seems like she really likes her. Seeing this, Dr. Huang's eyes turned slightly, and hurriedly said, oops, but it will still take a while. This firewood is a bit insufficient. I have to hurry to go and get some more over before I can. Then he shoved the bushel into Fang Jinju's hand. Miss Jinju, you watch over the fire for me. I'll be right back. And without waiting for a response, he slipped out on his feet. And incidentally, he also pulled away the Chu family army that was guarding the doorway. All of a sudden, only Chu Yi and Fang Jinju were left in the granary. A pin drop. The only sound was the crackling that came from the even of firewood in the stove. Fang Jinju got up and walked slowly towards Chu Yi, her eyes heavy. Every step is like stepping on Chu Yi's heart. The hand resting on the surface of the leg tightens a bit helplessly. Jean Zhu, you have done so much for Bei Liao, and are so intelligent. I listened to your words as well. Chu Yi. Fang Jinju gently took his shoulder, lowered her eyes to meet his, and softly interrupted him. Daylight pushed through the door of the granary and scrambled over her, rippling a halo of light, divine and beautiful. Chu Yi tilted his head, his eyes stagnant, fixing the woman in his heart. Even though we haven't known each other long, I think I know you a few times. Fang Jinju, bottom of the eyes of the heartache solemn austere, resting on Chu Yi's shoulders of the hand is into the party general firm. Dr. Huang is right. You should have more regard for yourself and be mindful of yourself. But it's really easy to lose sight of yourself when you have the fate of a city on your shoulders and the pressure is on. Chu Yi's eyes trembled slightly in anticipation. The more he restrained himself, the more he struggled to get out. Don't you worry. Fang Jinju patted his shoulder, with a frank expression of being a friend. In the future, I'll have a friend to keep an eye on you and feel sorry for you. Let's take care of both our careers and our personal lives, and make sure that none of them will be left behind. But when the time comes, don't mind my nagging. Shu Ye's eyes froze. Jinju's friendship with him is frank and open to the sun and the moon can be seen. After all, it is his heart is not pure. But even the luxury of her love for his own more than that. He then released a smile. With Jinju's concern, I couldn't ask for anything more. How could I be disliked? Outside the door, Dr. Huang and Chu Jejun were lying down and listening to the wall. At those words, several people looked at each other with somewhat complicated expressions. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with the Jinju girl talking to the general. It seemed to take Dr. Huang's words in for a few moments. But, again, what seems to be wrong? Dr. Huang, what are you guys doing sprawled out here? A Chu family army hurried into the courtyard and asked suspiciously. Dr. Huang. A few people jumped in shock and hurriedly waved their hands to indicate that he should not make a sound to divulge. If you don't come in, the medicine will boil over. Shu Ye's slightly stern voice came. Huang Dafu. Several people, hands and feet face awkwardly busy for a while, hurriedly returned to their respective positions. General, the people have surrounded the entrance to the general's residence, all wanting to see the face of God and kneel to thank the goddess. Shu's army reported truthfully. Many of the people saw the general as he returned to the city. At that time, Vice Admiral Yi made up that story again as a reason. The people were naturally impatient. In just a few short months, the radical changes that have taken place in northern Liao are all thanks to the divine feminine blessing. When they learned that the goddess had been deposed and punished because of them, the people were all ashamed in their hearts. It was only then that Fang Jinju responded that there was indeed a cacophony of noise coming from outside. She subconsciously looked at Chu Yi and shook her head. She had only done what she could, and really couldn't afford to be thanked on her knees by so many people. That scene is stressful just thinking about it alone. Chu Yi understood and got up. Jinju, you stay right here. I'll go out and take a look. With that, he walked out with Chu Jejun. Just as he reached the door, he violently stopped his steps again and turned to look at Fang Jinju. Jinju, it's dangerous there. Don't do anything rash. Fang Jinju followed his eyes and instantly realized when she saw the space-time gate, nodding her head repeatedly. Aha, don't worry. Shu Ye's eyes were relieved, which made him leave, looking at his back, and then at the time gate. Fang Jinju frowned thoughtfully. Dr. Huang peeled the fire down a bit and said smilingly, Miss Jinju, the general really cares about you. Fang Jinju's heart moved, and then laughed. That's right, I also feel it. He treats me as a great benefactor. Can't not be more concerned about a few points. More than. Dr. Huang smiled meaningfully, but it's more than that. Fang Jinju froze. Because, she's not stupid and unenlightened, and she's not exactly a blank slate emotionally. Naturally, he heard Dr. Huang's strings. Could it be that Chu Yi cared about her because he liked her? Once she thought about this aspect, it was as if she had been opened up. Instantly the eyes clanked together. Many details scrambled to emerge. Taste it carefully, Chu Yi. It seems like she really likes her. The entrance to the general's house. The people of the world are waiting for it. Chu Yi walked out, causing a commotion. It's the general. The general is really back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Hundreds of people face excited, hanging for some days of the heart a moment of solid return to place, have stretched their necks to look in. The general came out alone with no one behind him. Where's the goddess? See, everyone puzzled expectations. Chu Yi swept a circle. The sound is not young, but just so that everyone can hear clearly. Goddess was relegated. The memory still exists. This is a heavenly opportunity. Vice Admiral Yi leaked the information to reassure the military and civilians, but he cannot escape military justice. Instead of being grateful to the goddess, you're flocking here right now, and you're inviting trouble for the goddess. A word of solemnity. The people's hearts were horrified. General, we didn't mean it. Yes, General, we just wanted to come and kneel to thank the goddess. We don't know the merits of the situation. We're leaving now. Wait. Chu Yi stopped in a deep voice. This general naturally knows that you all have a pious heart, so today only admonish. Do not do punishment, but in the future, if anyone still goddess call, leaking the information, this general will not be lightly forgiven. Since everyone knows, this general can't hide it either. The divine maiden's name is Jinju, and she'll be a permanent resident of the general's residence from now on. Previously, Jinju tried her best to protect my northern Liao, but now that she has become a powerless mortal woman, it is up to us to shelter her. It is good for everyone to keep the words of this general in their hearts, and there is no need to respond out loud, so disperse and return to your homes. The words fell. The people did not utter a word, but they nodded in unison and obeyed the tide dispersal. No need for the general to tell them that they will know what they are doing. Miss Jinju has done so much for North Liao, After that her life was theirs. When Chuyi returned to the granary, he only saw Dr. Huang alone inside boiling medicine. His heart hangs in the air, and he subconsciously looks at the time gate. Where's Jinju? It was a little broken because of the urgency. Chapter 146. The general blushed. Dr. Huang hurriedly said, "General, don't worry. Miss Jinju just went to the next courtyard with the old lady and the children." Sheesh. As soon as Miss Jinju was involved, the general's composure was all but gone. The general has truly fallen. Chuyi's eyes flickered slightly. I just casually asked, "Is the medicine boiled yet? And when it's boiled, hurry up and treat my wounds." Dr. Huang smiled meaningfully. Boiled up. Boiled up. The old man can now sew up the wound for the general. Then looking out at the Chu family army. Little brother, you hurry to the next courtyard and invite Miss Jinju over. Just say that old man is going to stitch up the general's wound. And please ask Miss Jinju to come over to give him some pointers to keep an eye on things. Chuyi's eyes condensed. Hurriedly said, "You can directly stitch me up. There is no need to alarm Jinju." "No way." Dr. Huang shook his head repeatedly. "Although I practiced, but after all, it is the first time to give people stitches, but also in the general to try his hand. The general has always been majestic. The old man's heart is inevitably nervous. In case of any mistakes, the old man cannot afford. Still need Miss Jinju to watch from the sidelines, so that old me can have peace of mind and steady hands." While saying this, he gave a wink to the Chu family army that was standing in the doorway waiting for the order. "What are you still waiting for? Go quickly." Chu Jejun trotted out in a huff. Chuyi stared at Dr. Huang with insightful eyes. Dr. Huang smiled innocently and bent down to pick up his leg and rested on the stool. "General, I will disinfect your wound first. Jinju sees me as a friend." Chuyi said word for word. "Don't you dare to talk nonsense again and cause her to be suspicious and unhappy. Can you write it down?" "Ha?" Dr. Huang looked up, a face stunned. "I just know that Miss Jinju regards the general as a friend, so I let Miss Jinju persuade the general to cherish himself." How did it become gibberish? What did the general think Miss Jinju would be suspicious of? And why would she be upset? Chuyi's face choked. "You talk less and do more. The general is wrong." Dr. Huang skillfully unwrapped the bandage on his leg and said in a serious manner, "Miss Jinju is very skillful. I have a rare opportunity to come here, so I naturally want to ask Miss Jinju for more advice, so that I can learn more fine medical skills to benefit my Chu clan's army." "No, General, don't blame me for talking too much. I'm doing this for the sake of my brothers in the barracks and to share the general's worries." Chuyi. As he was talking, there were footsteps. He looked up and saw Chu Jejun and Fang Jinju walk in one after the other. "You've pacified the people outside so quickly?" Fang Jinju's footsteps were brisk and her face was pleasant. "The people didn't think that I intentionally took Joe, did they?" Walking up to her, she fished out a chair in her hand and sat down a stone's throw away from Chuyi. Chuyi lowered his eyes, and then he saw the corners of the two men's coats rubbing together. He subconsciously looked at Dr. Huang. It was a good thing that Dr. Huang was concentrating on sterilizing the wound without looking away. The people see you as a god and will not have these unwarranted thoughts. Chuyi then looked at Fang Jinju. "I cautioned, although the people know your identity, but will regard this as a heavenly opportunity. Treat you as an ordinary woman. In the future, even if you go out, do not have to worry about being the people flocked to harangue." With that, Chuyi moved his eyes away to land on his lap. For some reason, he always felt that Jinju's eyes were burning with insight at the moment. There's literally nothing to hide when you lock eyes with her. Fang Jinju will be his uncomfortable small movements to capture the slightest omission. The corners of the lips unconsciously pursed open a smile. "North Liao is your territory. You have a bottom. I will be able to smooth the way." Chuyi didn't dare to meet her eyes. There does seem to be something fishy going on. However, self-serving is not an option. Still have to watch and observe more. Although Dr. Huang's eyes were fixed on the wound, his afterglow didn't drop a single detail, and the beard at the corner of his mouth trembled with excitement. "Miss Jinju, sit over here a bit and help the old man out." He raised his head and looked at Fang Jinju with a serious face. "Please press the general's leg, lest he can't help the pain his leg shakes when I stitch it up and go off the needle." At those words, Chuyi's eyes shook and his refusal broke through. "No, I would never have shaky legs." First, her eyes were slightly disorganized as she glanced at Fang Jinju, and then she glared fiercely at Dr. Huang as a warning. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? Beware of my military justice." Dr. Huang's heart was shocked, gritting his teeth before he didn't let the innocence and prudence on his face collapse in fear. "General, although he drank anesthesia, he can only relieve one or two. After all, it's the first time I've ever stitched up a wound for someone. It's inevitable that I'll be nervous. In case the general doesn't control the pain, I'm afraid that I'll chicken out in my own mind, and sewing half of it will be a mess. The look of embarrassment was too much for anyone to look at and refuse. A flash of amusement crossed the bottom of Fang Jinju's eyes. Dr. Huang has a point. Saying that, he looked at Chu Yi and winked. Don't try to be brave. We have to listen to the doctor's words and cooperate well. At the end of the day, without asking Chu Ye's permission, he moved his stool over and reached out to press Chu Ye's leg. Dr. Huang had gone to such lengths to set her up. Wouldn't she be letting down the old man's good intentions if she didn't cooperate? Chu Ye's legs jerked, tensing up along with his body. Dr. Huang pinched his leg. General, don't be nervous, relax a little, or the flesh will be tight for a while and the pain of the stitches will be even worse. Chu Ye's throat welled up and he gritted his teeth. I'm not nervous. A smile filled Fang Jinju's eyes. His hands moved and pinched his leg. Don't be stubborn. You're just tense. The flesh is crumbling so tightly that a needle can't even get stuck in it. Qian Xian's fine fingers squeezed his legs one by one. Relax, relax. The composure under Chu Ye's eyes collapsed. A piece of panic and helplessness. Both ears red and dripping blood. Dr. Wang twisted his head to fetch something from the medicine chest. Then a shudder went through his shoulders. The sky is good. The sky is good. The general blushed. The general blushed. This is just where it's at. Chu Yi, why is your face so red? Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi and asked with a wink. Don't be nervous. This wound is at most 6 or 7 stitches. It will be over soon. Right, Dr. Wang? Dr. Huang turned his head back, and his aunt's smile converged in an instant. Yes, yes, yes. As long as the general's legs don't shake, only 2 T's of effort is enough. Looking at the man's ripe ears, parched red face, fidgety form and eyes that didn't dare to look him in the eye, the progress of the speculation in Fang Jinju's mind was directly pulled to 80%. You don't think so? Chu Yi seems to really be more than a friend to her. And, realizing this, it seemed to her mind that she was kinda happy. Chapter 147, You are gods of flesh and blood. Dr. Huang's men are really sharp. 2 T's. Just stitch it up. Fang Jinju let go of his hand. Chu Ye's back was already moist. It's not because it hurts. Rather, it is because the mind is restless and difficult to control during this period. Fang Jinju shook off her hand and laughed. General's determination is indeed impressive. My favor is indeed a bit redundant. Dr. Huang while bandaging and closing, while shaking his head. The words are not so. The general's determination is naturally good. But Jinju girl's favor is not for nothing, at least to ensure that I have a peace of mind. Saying that he was full of pride and gratification. Today's first try was very successful, and it also gave me great confidence. So when I return to the barracks, I'm going to transmit the suturing technique for the benefit of the 3 armies. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi, a flash of light in her mind. How many military doctors are there in the barracks? Seeing the bottom of her eyes glowing, as if she had gotten another inspiration, Chu Yi hurriedly straightened his back and regained his peace of mind. There are 26 people, 90,000 troops and only 26 dervishes? Fang Jinju instantly shook her head. Too little, too little. Dr. Huang concurred. What Miss Jinju said is very true. Every big war, the wounded more than 1,000. Even if we do not rest day and night cannot save over. In fact, many soldiers were not hurt to death. But why the medical treatment is not timely? Hard to drag the pharynx. Speaking here, the bottom of Dr. Huang's slightly muddy eyes dipped with wetness. But those children, in order to prevent us from being busy, obviously in pain, but would rather bite their tongues to death without shouting out. They also want to live. It's okay not to mention it. At the mention of it, those miserable post-war scenes scrambled into the mind, turning into heartbreaking, powerless tears that rolled out from the bottom of Dr. Huang's eyes. But we really can't save them. Every time this time, the old man hates to be able to grow 3 heads and 6 arms, hates to be able to feather into an immortal, and with a wave of his sleeve, he can save all the people. Woo! At the end, Dr. Huang even covered his face and cried out in pain. But we are not God after all. We really can't do anything about it. In the bottom of Chu Ye's eyes, a layer of thick sadness also condensed. Dr. Huang's tearful words are also where his pain lies. War is brutal and death is inevitable. It would have been just as well if those brothers had died in the midst of the struggle. At least they were spared a lot of pain. But as Dr. Huang said, most of the brothers, in fact, could have survived. But it was not enough medical power to drag it out alive. There is nothing in this world that is more desperate than watching yourself bleed to death little by little. Fang Jinju hurriedly got up and gently patted the old man's spine. Dr. Huang, you can be sad, but don't blame yourself. You could obviously enjoy wealth and honor with your medical skills, but you stick to the front line where it is the most difficult and dangerous. Who says you are not gods? You are gods of flesh and blood. You are gods of flesh and blood. Dr. Huang snapped his head up and looked dully at Fang Jinju, a pale face mottled with snot and tears. full of traces of a healer's heart. Fang Jinju's eyes moved and flickered. God's power is also limited. Just like you guys call me a goddess. But with my one person's power alone, I also absolutely can't save Beiliao from the water and fire. Even a god needs to borrow strength. Dr. Huang, if you want to save more people, you have to cover what you've learned in your life. Covered out? Dr. Huang muttered, hurriedly pulling out a coarse cloth handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the snot and tears from his face. Please also ask Miss Jinju to clarify. The pair of eyes that had been mourning and blaming themselves just moments ago were instantly covered by a glow of anticipation. Shuyi was once again deeply shaken by Jinshu's words. Her goodness and wisdom always turned the situation around easily, refining all the bad collectives into strength to move forward. Think about it. What would happen if everyone knew first aid to help themselves? Fang Jinju's eyes wandered over Chuyi and Dr. Huang's face as she asked rhetorically. Dr. Huang was shocked. Everyone knows first aid and self-help? How is that possible? Learning medicine for 10 years, before a doctor who can cure the sick and save people, the world knows that the medical road is long and arduous. Without this talent is even more difficult to ascend to the sky, so few people are willing to carry out this road. It is not that I don't agree with what Jinju girl said, but, rather, her words were simply heavenly. He didn't say the latter words, because even with a questioning heart, he didn't want to disrespect Miss Jinju. You think it's a pipe dream, right? Fang Jinju, however, smiled and said what Dr. Huang could not say easily. The bottom of Dr. Huang's eyes flashed and he didn't say anything. Fang Jinju looked to Chuyi and winked. What about you? Do you think so too? Chuyi was silent for a moment before truthfully saying, indeed, difficult to realize, but for Beiliao to be where it is today. Jinju, you appearing in the general's residence. Which of these is not a pie in the sky? So there are no absolutes to speak of. Anything can happen. Fang Jinju couldn't help but snap her fingers. Her eyebrows and eyes were all filled with the gratifying intention of Boya meeting Ziqi. But where you are a stubborn self-opinion, then even if there is my appearance, Northern Liao will not have today's situation. You're right. There are no absolutes to be found in this world, and I didn't just say that off the top of my head, but it can really land. Dr. Huang carefully swallowed down his shocked suspicion and sat upright with a respectful look of listening. Fang Jinju pointed at Chuya's injured leg. Dr. Huang, have you ever thought that you would one day learn the art of suturing in just half a day? Dr. Huang was stunned, then shook his head repeatedly. It's unheard of. How can we talk about acquiring it? You not only did it, you did it well. Fang Jinju raised her eyebrows. Then may I ask you if this matter cannot be done by a non-healer, a non-gifted person? Dr. Huang pondered some, decisively shook his head. Although the suturing technique is unheard of, but this technique is not non-medical people cannot, and do not need what gifted, as long as the bold and careful people to practice can do. It's just a matter of how long you've been practicing. At those words, Fang Jinju looked at him and smiled without saying anything. Dr. Huang stared blankly for a few breaths, then slapped his thigh. Yes, if, in the beginning, there were more people, even if they only knew the same sewing and bleeding stopping technique, they could have snatched back a lot of wounded soldiers from the hands of King Yama. Thinking of this, he bounced violently to stand up, pacing back and forth in excitement. First aid, as long as we can first save lives for the time being, then we can fight for more clinic time and save more people. Does Miss Jinju still have a first aid method similar to suturing or something like that? Dr. Huang flung himself on his knees in front of Fang Jinju, his pale face so excited that it flew. If I can, I would like to worship Miss Jinju as my teacher, and ask Miss Jinju to teach me more first aid methods. Then kneeling line to Chuyi body, word anxious pleading. Also please General Su Laofu in the city to select bold and careful generation. Learned the art of first aid. For my Chu family army military medical office stockpile more medical power. Preparedness. Chuyi reached out and helped him up. Dr. Huang's loyalty. And this matter should have been within my duties to plan and consider. There is no reason not to? Don't be in a hurry. Get up and listen to Jinju finish her sentence. We still need to think long and hard about this matter. Upon hearing this, Dr. Huang's eyes were ecstatic, and he hurriedly got up to sit back on the stool again. Fang Jinju also no longer sells, directly took out his cell phone and searched for all the common first aid science videos in the postmodern era. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, artificial respiration, prevention of shock, emergency hemostasis, dressing of injured limbs. It's exhaustive and thorough. At the end, Fang Jinju said, although there is no battle, stockpiling medical power is a good idea. I think it can be a two-pronged approach, while recruiting bold and ambitious young people from the city to be examined and selected. On the one hand, let the military doctors in the barracks come to the general's residence to study in batches. And when all the military doctors have learned their lessons, they can form 26 medical teams with them at the head. Fang Jinju looked to Chu Yi. The general can stipulate the cycle assessment competition, set up rewards and punishments, so that can fully stimulate the learning motivation of each medical team, can achieve twice the result with half the effort. As she listed out the idea hubs in her mind, one by one, Chu Yi and Dr. Huan looked at her as if they were looking up to a god. Who says that a god must possess supreme magical power to redeem the mortal world? A wise and compassionate and lingering heart is enough. In a moment I'll put down on paper everything I said just now as a chapter. Fang Jinju laughed and pointed to herself. I'll give suggestions out of the method. Then pointing back to Dr. Huang. Your old man led the military doctors to work hard and recognize people and pick their talents. At the end of the day, he winked at Chu Yi. The general gave us full support as a support. I guarantee that within 3 months, Beiliao's medical readiness will absolutely rocket 30,000 miles. How about it? Do you two think it's feasible? Chu Yi and Dr. Huan looked at each other, then nodded in unison with fighting spirit. Feasible. Feasible. After making up your mind, Chu Yi immediately ordered people to pack up the entire courtyard where Dr. Huang lived. It was also ordered that Yi Tingxian should divide the general medicine evenly into 2. Half stayed in the barracks for the time being, and half were escorted to the general's residence to study. Fang Jinju and Dr. Huang then began to finalize one by one the details of the formation of the medical team, and put together study materials suitable for the first aid needed after the war. This hustle. It came to curtain time. The light of day is gradually dimming, but it doesn't stop Dr. Huang's energy to learn. Seeing this, Fang Jinju directly arranged for the storage of electric lights and instructed him to go to bed at the latest at midnight if he wanted to be quick. Worried that the old man was wasted on his business and ignored her words, she ended with a small threat. Said he would let Chu Jejun supervise him. If the room is not turned off after midnight, tomorrow she will have to confiscate the storage lamp. After dinner, old lady Chu took the 3 little ones to wash up, leaving Fang Jinju and Chu Yi alone in the granary. Chapter 148. Who knows if I'll accidentally put it back on again someday. Jinju, the matter of reserving medical power has been straightened out. Chu Yi said. The next everything to me on the line. If the knot does not make sense, you from the side of the guidance on 1 or 2 good. He said staring at her injured arm. Your arm needs to be rested. Don't exert yourself to the point of exhaustion. Fang Jinju shook her head repeatedly. Can't recuperate a bit. Chu Yi was stunned and looked at her uncertainly. I hurt my arm. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Fang Jinju couldn't help but laugh. Just let the arm recuperate. What's it to do with my brain, eyes and legs? This is the Beiliao city I saved with my own hands. She couldn't help but stand up, her eyes glittering. Although you sent me quite a few photos of Beiliao after the change in appearance, how can they compare to seeing it with your own eyes? Tomorrow I'm going to see the 10,000 acres in the photo, and the garment factory, and the arsenal, and the schoolhouse and the academy. It's a journey across 2,000 years of time. How rare is that? I traveled here without warning. Who knows if I'll accidentally travel back again someday? If I step on Beiliao's soil and don't get to see it, I'll cry with regret. Shu Ye's eyes darkened violently. You're going to the barracks tomorrow, aren't you? Fang Jinju pulled the stool to sit in Chu Yi face to face. Eyebrows flying colorful said. You just go to busy you. Do not have to care about me. Tomorrow I am going to take a good stroll through the northern Liao city. Ruwei Shushu and Xingbao will definitely stick to me. Can you arrange for a few Chu family troops to protect us and show me the way in the meantime? Looking at the woman's exuberant appearance, Chu Ye's disapproving words clogged his throat and could not be uttered, and he couldn't stop echoing her words in his head. Who knows if you'll accidentally put it back on again someday, said without meaning to, but heard without meaning to. How could he let her out? Seeing his hesitation, Fang Jinju was anxious and reached out to pull his sleeve. Don't you worry, I will definitely not touch my arm. He couldn't help but shake Chu Ye's coat corner as he spoke. You said you would listen to me on everything, and you've done it on the big things, so you won't refuse such a small request, right? The woman's eyes flowed with petulance, and she steadily and viciously pinched Chu Ye's soft underbelly. He pressed down the distractions of his affliction and finally nodded. Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow. There is Yi Tingxian in the barracks, and there is a walkie-talkie, so something can be contacted at any time, and nothing can go wrong. Available in Jinju. He can't let go. Ha? You're taking me? Fang Jinju was stunned, then shook her head. You just returned to Beiliao, and the formation of the medical team has just taken off. There are inevitably all sorts of things that need to be dealt with. If I'm still dragging you around, what's the point? Just get some random people to follow us. Chu Ye's eyes flickered slightly, and he undeniably said, I will arrange it myself, and will not miss anything. Although Northern Liao City is safer than the outside, It's inevitable that there will be scouts from the enemy country mixed in. And I don't feel comfortable with you taking 3 children out. Either I stay with you, or you stay at the general's house and recuperate. Then he looked at Fang Jinju for an instant, with a look of non-negotiable stalemate for a short while. Fang Jinju had to nod. That into, you accompany us out. And then arrange a few more Chu Jejun followed, but said in advance, in case there is something you have to deal with, you have to go back. We walkie-talkie keep in touch at all times. How? Chuyi hesitated for a moment and nodded in response. Sister, sis. The two had just reached an agreement when the voices of several children came from outside. Fang Jinju looked out. The 3 little ones were actually wrapped in a small mattress each, and were carried by the 3 Chu family troops. Shu Shu smiled and curved her big eyes. Sister, bath Shu Shu. Want to sleep? Rue grinned a mouthful of millet teeth. Sister, grandmother has put the water on, calling for you to take a bath. Though Star Treasure didn't say a word, her little eyebrows and mouth were tainted with a smile of fluttering happiness. Just now he and Rue were bathing in a tub, and it was his grandmother who helped them. For the first time he knew that the bath water could be hot. Grandmother was in tears when she saw the injuries on his body. Rue also cried, but he was as happy as he had ever been, because he understood that his grandmother and Rue cried because they were heartbroken. He could also feel that his grandmother's concern and love for him was the same as Rue Shu Shu's. Nothing Rue Shu does will leave him behind. Now, for example, they are up in arms about coming to yell at their sister to take a bath and go to bed, and they are dragging him along with them. The little man's son heart told himself over and over again, he's going to be good to his siblings. Be good to your sister and grandmother. Be nice to all the people here. He's going to be the best behaved and the most understanding. That way, he won't be hated and driven away. He doesn't want to turn back into a person. Fang Jinju greeted her and pinched the cheeks of the 3 little ones one by one. Why are you still running out after taking a bath? A bunch of naughty kids. Go, hurry back and get under the covers and wait for your sister. The cozy scene of a large family of 3 small children clustered out made Chuyi unconsciously raise his lips. Chu. The bath was given with the help of old lady Chu. Fang Jinju was a little ashamed, but more than that, she was happy and touched. In the meantime, the old madam warmly rambled to her about many things of the Chu family. Between the lines, there is sadness. Chapter 149, these little people really love her miserably. 3 generations of the Chu family have been generals. Chuya's grandfather put on his armor at the age of 15 and died in battle at the age of 36. Except for the half year of his wedding, he was stationed at the border of northern Liao for the rest of his life. At that time, Tangwu was still only a vassal fief and had not been cut off from the main country. Later, Chuya's dad took on his father's mantle and continued to garrison northern Liao. 32. Recovered from the battlefield in a gruesome state of dismemberment. If it was not for the sake of her children, Mrs. Chu would have gone with him at that time. Not 2 years later, Tangwu was unceremoniously cut off and abandoned by the host country because of a drought, but instead escaped the invasion of Chengwu. Then later, the vassal king claimed the throne, changed Tangwuju to Tangwuo. In order to preserve the tranquility of the dynasty, the emperor sent emissaries and offered beautiful people to Changwu to bow down and beg for peace. He promised to pay annual tribute of 5 million pounds of grain, plus countless gold, silver and treasures, and only reluctantly made Changwu promise not to commit crimes for 5 years. But within 2 years, Changwu felt that the tribute was not enough for them to stuff their teeth, and unilaterally broke the promise. Following that, the 3 to 5, cat and mouse tossing and humiliating aggression began again. Weak Tangwu. There are very few generals available, coupled with the barren hardship of North Liao, and directly facing the Chengwu enemy, who came to be humiliated by death. Naturally no one wants to come. The court then took the family members of the Chu family army as blackmail, forcing Chuya's eldest brother to wear armor to defend the north. Chuya's eldest sister-in-law was also a tiger daughter of the general's family, and she had just given birth to Ruaruashu, just out of the month. She couldn't let go of her brother, so she entrusted a pair of children to Mrs. Chu and accompanied her husband on his journey. In the fall when Ruaruashu turned 2 years old, her brother and sister-in-law both fell in battle. Changwu will be the entire northern Liao food looting. 60,000 Chu family army lost more than half. The people have no food for the winter. Stupid to influx into the central plains. Chuyi was ordered by the emperor to immediately rush to northern Liao to control the situation. Chu old lady to the court held Chu family drink blood pressure doings disheartened. Insisted on taking Ruerue Shushu with Chuyi together to run to North Liao. It is only because the husband had predicted it earlier, saying that the Chu family's forward and backward movement is nothing more than a dying struggle won't change anything. Tangwu will die in less than 10 years. Since the horizontal and vertical cannot escape a death, Then her Chu family must be neatly gathered in one place. When the old lady mentioned this, although her tone was sad, her face did not ripple too much. It was as if the hurt had gone through the roof and all the emotions were feathered. Fang Jinju was shocked, pained, and lost for words. Warm water carefully poured down from the shoulder. The corners of Mrs. Chu's mouth pursed out a gratifying arc. If they could see what Northern Liao looks like today, they don't even know how excited they would be. They can also rest in peace. Not only them, but all the brave souls of this land, can rest in peace. Inch by inch, she gently wiped for Fang Jinju, just like treating a rare treasure. This has been the best and most peaceful period of time since decades in Beiliao. Even if there are inevitably more blizzards in the future. So what? To have such a good time in the midst of a chaotic world, one is content to die. Fang Jinju took a deep breath and exhaled all the turbid air in her chest, her eyes firmly saying, "Not enough." Old Lady Chu's hands paused slightly. "Not enough at the moment." Fang Jinju said word for word, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll help Chuyi root this peace in Northern Liao. More than that, but also to grow prosperous branches and leaves anyone cannot shake, so as not to waste the Chu family and so many people's valor to death." Inside, there is Tangwu, who is stupid, and outside, there is Qiangu, who is eyeing him. If these are not resolved, all of Northern Liao's immediate stability is just a bubble. You can't just sit around and wait for the storm to come. Rather, I want Beiliao to be this blistering storm that washes away all the evil in this world. Fang spoke so much, Chu old lady all look unchanged. But when she heard these words from Fang Jinju, she instantly wet her eyes. Good, good. You and Yi are both ambitious children. With you guys, Aunt believe that there will be that day. There will definitely be that day. The water is cold. Auntie will wipe you clean. Go to bed quickly. As soon as he got dressed and entered the room, he saw the three little ones looking at him in unison with their big buring eyes. Rui and Xing Bao slept on the inside end of the bed, their two little heads close together, their little mouths grinning in the same arc. Shushu slept at the head of the bed, her small body scrunched up inward, blinking her eyes and smiling at Fang Jinju. "Sister." The voice was low and soft, wrapped in full attachment. Then the little body surged and shrunk toward the inside for a long time. "Quickly, sister, come. Quilt, warm hot la." The moment. What a farm. What a country of China. All by Fang Jinju left behind. Only think this bed a place. The little man sighed. Is the belonging. Fang Jinju smiled and got under the covers, reaching out her good hand to gather Shushu into her arms, dropping her head to give her a hard kiss on her tiny forehead. "Oh, good baby, how so sweet na." To sister to the quilt are warmed up. Look at this little body while cold while cool. Stick to sister. Sister to warm you back. Sister beware. Hand to hand. Shu obediently didn't dare to move a muscle. The happiness on her little face was overflowing. Fang Jinju's chin gently rested against her head. It's fine. It's fine. Sister has it in her heart. Holding Shushu, sister can only sleep soundly. Then he didn't forget to stretch his foot over and gently hit the two little ones at the end of his foot. Rui, Xing Bao, be good and don't cake the quilt. Oh. Well, Rui is good. The quilt is well covered na. Don't worry sis. Xing Bao will take care of her brother and tuck him in. The two little ones couldn't wait to respond. Immediately following, Rui's soft little hands reached out and fought to take Fang Jinju's feet into her arms. "Brother, give me your hand." It wasn't enough that he hugged his sister's feet himself, but Rui greeted Xing Bao and hugged himself sideways, pulling his brother's hand on his sister's feet. Hey, let's hug our sister to sleep together. With his sister's warm feet under his hands and his brother's warm little body in his arms, Starbuck's little mouth grinned happily behind his ears. Fang Jinju was stunned, and then her heart was a soft mess. These little people really do love her. The warmth and happiness of this moment, she must make it stretch long and hard. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Chu was also full of happiness. Reaching out to Fang Jinju and a few small people carefully tucked into the corner of the quilt, before turning off the lights and closing the door to leave. "Will you guys go out with your sister tomorrow?" Fang Jinju cupped her throat and whispered. Good ack. Although the three little ones were leaping, their voices were suppressed as low as Fang Jinju's. In the dark night, Fang Jinju closed her eyes, but the corners of her mouth rose high. Good. Then hurry up and go to sleep. See which baby gets up the earliest tomorrow. And tomorrow when she goes out sister will hold whoever she wants first. Sister. Rui is asleep already. Hello. LOL. Shuru. Also asleep. Fang Jinju couldn't help but grin, and drifted off to sleep with a heart full of pleasurable solidity. The next day, when Fang Jinju took the three little ones to the granary, breakfast was already on the table. Hot steamed buns and green vegetable congee with a couple of small stir-fries. The family ate an insatiable amount of food and couldn't wait to go out of the general's residence successively. Just after leaving the general's residence, Fong Jinju froze. Chapter 150, Friendship for Chu Yi. Seems not so pure anymore. 3 Chu family troops, leading 4 horses waited at the door early. Surprisingly, it's not a prepared carriage, but a horse? But she doesn't know how to ride a horse. When they saw them come out, the 3 Chu clan soldiers reached forward with their arms, one holding a doll, and rolled onto their horses. Then looked at Fong Jinju in unison. After Fong Jinju was slightly messed up, she reacted to something, then turned her head to look at Chu Yi beside her. Chu Yi's eyes tightened, and just as he was about to open his mouth to explain something, Fong Jinju laughed. Also, the view from horseback is much better than from a carriage. I didn't realize you were quite attentive. Then with a look of acceptance, he walked toward the lead horse. A flash of dissimilarity darted across Chu Yi's eyes. What Jinju said was indeed what he was considering. But Jinju could not ride a horse, and his arm was injured. So if he traveled on horseback, he would have to share a horse with him. He was worried that Jinju would think that he had ulterior motives. So in addition to the horses, he also had the carriage prepared in advance, thinking that once Jinju felt that something was wrong, he would immediately have the carriage driven out. What are you waiting for? Come over here. While he was lost in thought, Fong Jinju waved at him as he stood beside the horse. My arm is injured. I need you to carry me to the horse. Looking at the woman's open trust and confidence, Chu Yi's eyes flashed with a touch of weakness. He really didn't set it up this way with bad intentions. Hurry up and cherish the time. Fong Jinju couldn't wait to turn her back over, her arm slightly extended, signaling Chu Yi to carry her onto the horse. Chu Yi steadied himself and reached out to pinch the woman's waist and ribs. Underneath the loose clothing, the surplus waist was uniquely soft for a woman. With a flip of her dress, Fong Jinju used her strength to lightly sit on the back of the horse. Chu Yi's fingers tightened slightly, as if trying to catch a touch of warmth and softness remaining in his palm. Wah dash! Fong Jinju childlike excitement smile open. This is still my first time to ride a horse. So high and open feeling. Then looking at Chu Yi's eyes, they were full of leaping affirmation. Chu Yi, you arranged it really well. At the end, he turned his head to look at the 3 little ones behind him. Was it fun? Happy? Fun. So happy. The 3 little ones' faces were also filled with excitement. Fong Jinju's sight fell on Chu Yi's face again. Come up quickly. I can't wait. Chu Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and with a lift of his robe and a swallow fly, he sat firmly behind the woman. The horse's back was narrow, and even if Chu Yi wanted to deliberately pull away from the 2 of them, he couldn't. The shirts were rubbing together, and the fragrance filled his nose. Although there had been intimate physical contact earlier in the road, this moment was different. The woman was so petite in her arms that the protectiveness seemed to burst through her chest. Hurry up! Fong Jinju sidestepped her face and urged with a smile on her face. The corners of Chu Yi's lips rose high, and his long arms fished for the reins, encircling the woman in his arms. The long legs lightly clamped the horse's belly, and the horse trotted away. As inertia set in, Fong Jinju leaned back uncontrollably and fell into Chu Yi's arms. The delicate hand subconsciously overgrabbed his hand. Slightly cool but soft, tightly held not loose. Delicate and soft fell full of arms, hair ruffled flying between the nose. Lost in thought, Chu Yi steadily supported Fong Jinju. Don't be afraid. The man's voice was slightly hoarse. His hot breath ruffled his ears, and his uncontrolled gentleness contained a compulsion he didn't know he had. Fong Jinju's ears were crispy, and her mind shook violently, as if she had been thrown between the clouds. This fluttering throb was a feeling she had never experienced before. Dr. Huang's words and actions from yesterday suddenly jumped to mind. She blushed slightly. It remained to be verified whether Chu Yi really liked himself, but as smart as she was, she knew very well that her friendship for Chu Yi seemed to be less pure. You can't blame her. The lord of a city, martial arts, handsome heart extraordinary, just read the name gives people a full sense of security. Chu Yi such a man if to the postmodern era. That is the existence of thousands of girls competing for the waist. She was just an ordinary woman. How could she manage to sit still when she was embraced by a man whose hormones were against the odds? But right now is not the time for springtime. Fong Jinju's face returned to its rightful place, and her eyes flowed through the streets of Baliao. The talk was about traveling to see Baliao, but she wasn't just doing it for fun. Baliao and the people of Baliao have already had a severed relationship with her, and it is not a casual remark that she wants to help Chu Yi grow Baliao to the point where no one dares to commit a crime. To do this, force is naturally second to none, but brute force alone will not do. The material economy is also an essential tool. Baliao City is no longer Baliao City, but Baliao Kingdom. Then the development of a country is not possible without the soldiers, the farmers, the workers, the merchants, and the soldiers. If the troop strength is still adequate for the time being, the agricultural strength is also a qualitative leap. The rest are the scholars, laborers, and merchants. Those people under Chu Yi are good at leading troops and fighting, but they still need capable people to assist him in order to promote the development of industry and commerce. These days, she is going to have a good in-depth understanding of Baliao, and then integrate resources to push Baliao into the development of the superfast lane. It's the general, the woman in front of the general, must be Miss Jin Zhu. While he was lost in thought, a sudden exclamation of suppressed excitement entered his ears. As Fang Jinshu swept her eyes, she saw that although there were no vendors and stores on the streets, there were still many people walking to and fro. Everyone looked over with excitement, but if they accidentally caught her eye, they hung their heads sharply, as if one more glance would be blasphemous and disturb her. What have you been telling these people? Fang Jinju leaned back and tilted her back, asking with a small sideways laugh. Let them pretend hard like this that they don't recognize me. Chu Yi does not hook his lips. I am copying the original words you said with Dr. Huang. Call out to the goddess and she will lose one day of her life. That's all. The people hate to pass their lifespan to you, so how can they afford for you to lose it? Hearing this, and then looking at these people who were cowering and avoiding her eyes, Fang Jinju only found it adorable. There were people traveling through the city. Chu Yi did not dare to drive his horse too fast. Once on the outskirts of the city, the horses galloped recklessly. The wind scrambled to lift the woman's green silk, wrapping it in a peachy scent. Soft green silk brushed across Brusanisha's face. 3,000 green threads, as if they were vines, quietly melted away at the tip of his heart, and the threads and strands wrapped his heart tighter and tighter. The slightest hint of a heartbeat that tugs at his heartstrings. However, he was afraid that he might have surprised her. Big hands slightly raised. Will Fang Jinju by the wind blowing messy hair, little by little smooth. Chapter 151. Come to the barracks quickly. Wow. Is this all northern Liao's territory? The further they walked, the more the view opened up, and Fang Jinju couldn't help but marvel out. It's so big. Chu Yi has said that northern Liao's territory is vast, comparable to half of Tang Wu's territory. If not for the infertile geology, the food grown on this piece of land would be enough to feed the people of 3 Tangwu countries. Hearing people talk about it, and seeing it with your own eyes, are two completely different things. At this moment, the party had not long left the city, and the bottom of the eye was already covered by a field that could not be seen at all. The woman in front of her sighed in admiration. Chu Ye's mood also inexplicably soared. Well, wherever you look, it's the northern Liao territory. Before you get close, the harvest scene of wheat in the field is rushing towards you. Between the fields, villages sit scattered and peaceful. Whoa whoa whoa. Fang Jinju excitedly held Chu Ye's hand and shook it. Look look look. The ears of wheat are yellow and ready to be harvested. Chu Yi, quick. I need to get off my horse and look. The corners of Chu Ye's lips followed suit, smiling like the moon, and he hurriedly stopped the horse as he was told and helped her off the horse. As soon as she landed, Fang Jinju grinned and jogged all the way to the nearest wheat field, reaching out to help over a bending and drooping ear of wheat. Wow, it's even better than I thought it would rise. It's worthy of being the holy grail of scientific research in my great country of China. Chu Yi was also slightly shocked, reaching out to gather a handful of wheat grains from the spike and rubbing them between his palms. Full grains, no false shells. He couldn't help but look over at Fang Jinju, coinciding with the woman's glare over as well. Both of them grinned in unison, smiling willfully. Food is the foundation of a nation. This land full of grain is comparable to a land full of gold. The 3 little ones also couldn't wait to get off their horses and get in front of the whelp. Brother Star Treasure, do you, recognize the meshes? Shuru was filled with pride and had a little I know, ask me look on her face. Star Treasure shook his head back and forth. Shushu grinned her little mouth and started the science in a serious manner. Brother Xingbao, meshes are grains. Yo, between some. The little man pointed his little finger toward the sea of wheat in the distance. Those? They're all ours. Yo. Xingbao's eyes roiled with adoration as she looked at Shu. Wow. So many. So powerful. Shuru's eyebrows arched in joy. Rue, on the other hand, patted her small chest with bravado. Brother Xingbao, in the future, we'll raise you all. You can eat as much as you want. 10 meals a day can be Ha ha ha. The childish but earnest words, amusing Chu Yi. Several people could not help but laugh out loud. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi and winked. Now do you know why I bring them with me everywhere I go? Chu Yi nodded with a knowing smile. A child's innocence is the best source of joy. At the end, Fang Jinju picked a grain of wheat and put it into her mouth and chewed it. In these 2 or 3 days, it will be ready for harvesting. It's a good thing I had the foresight. Or else how long would we have to harvest so much grain by human labor alone? When she first sensed that she might be in danger, but whatever Bai Liao could put to use, she bought. What rototillers, planters, harvesters. 10 of each kind were arranged. Not to mention all the hoes and sickles and other farming tools that were sent over by the thousands. Shuya's face moved. What Jinju has done and considered about North Liao is far deeper and longer than I am. Fang Jinju reached out and patted his shoulder, laughing. What deep? What long-term awe? That's because God loves me enough to give me nightmare warnings ahead of time. Otherwise how could I have prepared for this ahead of time? Alright, I'm relieved to see Henlai growing so well. You can show me again how the corn and sweet potatoes are growing. The group drove their horses forward again. It's not just Hangmai. Corn and sweet potatoes as should of course grains are also growing well. After this round of shopping, Fang Jinju's heart was as magnificent as the good hectares that could not be seen. Shu Yi, it's still early before noon. Let's go to the garment factory and the academy again. After entering the city, Fang Jinju was in high spirits and proposed. Shu Yi has nothing to disobey. Good. Zila Zila. General. I'm Yi Tingxian. The walkie-talkie on Shu Ye's waist suddenly rang. There was a slight gravity to the tone on the other end. He frowned slightly and hurriedly removed his walkie-talkie. I'm here. What's up? Fang Jinju's heart tightened and she pricked up her ears. General. The voice on the other end lowered a bit. Come to the barracks quickly. At that, without waiting for Chu Yi to open his mouth, Fang Jinju hurriedly said, You hurry to go to the barracks. Don't worry. I'll just stroll around the garment factory and also immediately go back. Chu Yi looked at the garment factory that was only 100 feet away, hesitated for a split second, and nodded his head in response. Alright then, don't stay out there for too long. Wait for me to take care of things before I take you for a stroll. Fang Jinju nodded her head like a peck of rice. Aha, I remembered. Then you quickly help me down. Chu Yi rolled over and dismounted, carefully carried her down to the ground, and twisted his head one by one to look at the Chu family army behind him. You quickly go back to the mansion to bring the carriage over. The two of you must ensure the safety of Jinju and the 3 children. Don't worry, General. We will protect you with our lives. The 2 Chu family troops straightened their backs and solemnly answered. Shu Yi looked at Fang Jinju again, his eyes worried. Fang Jinju was helpless and simply reached out to push him toward the horses. They all said they would protect him with their lives. Are you still not assured? Besides, even without your men around, I'll protect myself and the children. Go on. You greeted me this morning. If it weren't for a major incident, Vice Admiral Yi and the others wouldn't have disturbed you so easily. I'll go in and wander around for a bit, tops, and then I'll take the kids home. Shu Yi rolled over and mounted his horse under Fang Jinju's shove. Say yes. Don't linger too long. Fang Jinju nodded her head vigorously, her face just short of writing the words I am obedient. After taking a deep look at Fang Jinju, Shu Yi then drove his horse away. Only when his back was out of sight did Fang Jinju frown. What happens in the barracks? Even called Yi Tingxian are not good to declare in the mouth. That must be worried about leaking out, causing panic. The only threat in the barracks was those few Qiangu emissaries, but with a few of them they couldn't make any waves. Think about it. Fang Jinju beckoned towards Xingbao, who had already been carried off the ground. It wasn't her style to wait around in a hurry. With Star Treasure as a ready-made golden finger, why worry about prying for information? Star Treasure gave a little chirp and a lark landed on his shoulder. When the lark flew off in the direction of the barracks, Fang Jinju was slightly relieved and greeted the 2 Chu family troops, and the group walked towards the garment factory. Whoosh! A few cracking sounds came from the air, and Fang Jinju's left shoulder was violently painful. Chapter 152, Harming All 3 Children. Miss Jinju, rush into the garment factory with the children. Before she had time to react, the Chu family army behind her shouted sharply. Fang Jinju did not think too much, wanted to fly forward to pull the 3 little ones, but his feet were soft and fell out directly. The whole person lost energy. The 2 Chu clan troops also fell to their knees with a bang. It's soft tendons. Chu Jejun pulled out the dart in his chest and looked horrified. The dart is coated with soft tendon sand. Fang Jinju lowered her eyes and saw that she also had a dart stuck on her shoulder. She ignored it, but at the first opportunity she shouted at the 3 little ones, Come here, come over here to your sister. The stunned trio ran to her in unison at the sound of her voice. Fang Jinju called on all her body's energy and fought to hold up her knees, signaling the 3 little ones to shrink to the bottom of her arms. Quickly drill in. One word out of her mouth and her forehead was already dripping with sweat. Shuru obediently burrowed under her. Rue and Xingbao, however, opened their arms to protect her, looking around warily. At this juncture, several men in black flew down from the eaves on both sides of the street. Fang Jinju drank with all her strength. Rue, Xingbao, obey, get in here. Rue and Xingbao looked at each other with tears in their eyes, but seeing their sister's stern and unusual face, they still carefully shrunk under Fang Jinju's arms. Fang Jinju tried her best to support the ground with one arm, using her body as a shield to protect the 3 little ones under her body. The two Chu clan soldiers were horrified in their hearts and also crawled towards the three of them with all their strength. Come on people, protect Miss Jean Zhu. While crawling, the Chu family army shouted, come on people, Miss Jean Zhu is in trouble, come quickly. Because of the poison, although they used all their strength, their voices were so weak that it was difficult to hear them more than 10 paces away. In an instant, the man in black was already in sight. They directly skipped over the Chu family army and arrow stepped towards the three Fang Jinju, reaching out to yank out the three children under her. Ah, badass! Shuro cried out in direct fright. Rue then bit down hard on the black man's hand. Fang Jinju wrapped her arms around the three little ones and glared angrily at the men in black. Who are you guys? What do you want? Don't ever take my child. After all, having been poisoned, even if she did her best, she still couldn't protect her three children. The men in black easily pulled several children out from under her. Ah, Rue seemed to be hurt and screamed miserably. In an instant, Fang Jinju's heart broke. Rue. It took her a moment to see that Shuru's face was also scratched by something, and it was dripping with blood. Starbuck's ears are bleeding too. The three children desperately struggled and cried under the clutches of the man in black. Sister! Sister! Shu! Star treasure! Fang Jinju blared at the several black-robed men with a wide-eyed expression. Let them go! Let them go! But the man in black didn't even look at her, carrying a couple of kids like a chicken coop to escape. Rue, the knife! Take the knife and stab! Star treasure! Call out for someone! Call out for your friend! Fang Jinju prompted hysterically over and over again, while struggling to crawl after the black-clothed man in the direction he fled. Ah! The black-clothed man carrying Rue suddenly let go with a miserable cry, and Rue fell hard to the ground, but the little person couldn't even care about the pain, rolled over and got up, waving the knife in his little hand and stabbing it again towards the black clothes carrying Shu. The cut fell short. Quack dash, chirp dash. Seeing that the man in black was about to kick the knife in Rue's hand, a flock of crows suddenly flew in the air, with a few vultures in the center, circling and swooping towards the man in black. Ah! A vulture's sharp talons scratched viciously across the black-clad man's face, clawing off his mask and gouging out one of his eyes as well. The man in black instantly let go of the child in his hand and rolled around covering his eyes in pain. The attacks of the crows and vultures were airtight, and the few black-clothed men, who could care less about the children, waved their swords to resist while holding their heads. This bizarre and chaotic scene finally caught the attention of the people passing by in the distance. People from the garment factory also came out to see what was going on. Come and save Miss Jean Zhu. Save the general's little nephew. Seeing this, the two Chu family soldiers rushed toward the people to call for help. Miss Jean Zhu? General's nephew? At that, the people exploded in unison, swarming towards the man in black. Ungrateful thing, how dare you harm Miss Jean Zhu? I'll fight you. Where did the dog come from? How dare you harm the people of the general's residence? I can't beat you. Flock of birds attack. Hundreds of people are having seizures. In just a few dozen breaths, he had a few black-clothed men stacked up dead underneath him. Stay alive. Fang Jinju was so weak that when she shouted, her body was washed in water, but she didn't dare to stop. Keep them alive until the general tortures them. The Chu family army also reacted in succession, shouting in unison, stay alive. Be careful of the poison in their mouths. Pick it out. Words. The people were alarmed and hurriedly got up and moved out of the way, pressing the black-clad man's face to the ground and reaching toward his mouth for a moment to gouge and search. I didn't expect to pick out the pills. The three little ones who got free ran towards Fang Jinju in unison. Sister. Shu knelt down in front of Fang Jinju, her small hand pulling at the corner of her coat, her tear-stained eyes filled with panic. Fang Jinju reached out and painfully stroked Shushu's injured little face, her fingertips stained with blood. Don't be afraid. Sister is in. His voice was as weak as a mosquito, and his body was moist with cold sweat. Then she gently touched Xing Bao's ear. Does it hurt? Bear with it. Back at the mansion, sister will let Dr. Huang bandage it up for you. Star Treasure shook her head and nodded again, tears smashing out in big. Star Treasure doesn't hurt. Sister hurts, he said pointing to the dart on Fang Jinju's shoulder. Rue also deflated and cried. It hurts. Sister hurts. Oh, Xingbao reached out and wrapped her hand around her brother's small shoulders. Don't cry. Brother, don't cry. Sister will worry. Then first waving the back of his hand to dry his own tears, then reaching out his sleeve to help Rue dry his tears as well. Let's help sister up. Let's go home. Rue nodded vigorously and reached out to take Fang Jinju's hand, fighting to pull her sister up. Fang Jinju noticed a greasy wet piece in her hand, and her heart tightened violently, pulling Rue's little hand and turning it over to take a look. Sure enough, the back of the little man's hand had gotten a big cut at some point, and blood was smeared all over his hand. Fang Jinju's eyes soured and tears flowed down her face. Why didn't she listen to Chuye's advice and stay in the house to recover? Why did she come out? Hurt all 3 kids. Fang Jinju blamed herself and wiped the little person's blood with tearful eyes. Rue doesn't hurt. Sister hurts. Rue drew out her small hand and pointed at the dart on Fang Jinju's shoulder. Fang Jinju hung her eyes, her pale face, and reached out to pull the dart from her shoulder viciously. Hot blood seeped out, instantly staining his shirt red. Rue panicked. Sister is bleeding. Lots of blood. Fang Jinju haphazardly pressed the injury on her shoulder and shook her head. It's fine. Sister is fine. The blood will stop in a while. She didn't see it. Beneath her own palm, the shimmering blood of several people mingled together, seeping quickly back into her wound. Chapter 153. This general is to declare war with you. Chang Wu. What happened? With a messy sound of footsteps, the Chu family army patrolling the street arrived at the sound. The leader of the Chu family army swept a glance at the black-clothed man who had already been clamped down by the people, and immediately ordered the people to go up and securely tie him up. With another glance at Rue Shu, her eyes fell on the woman they were surrounding, and she naturally understood who this person was. Miss Jinju, are you alright? He hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his fists and kneeling on one knee. My subordinate is late. Please ask Miss Jinju to atone for her sins. Fang Jinju weakly shook her head. It's fine. A few children were injured. Hurriedly send someone to bring them back to the house to let Dr. Huang bandage and heal them. Rue deadpanned. We want to be with our sister. Shui deflated and agreed. Well, with sister. Home together. Seeing this, the leader of the Chu family army hurriedly ordered people to prepare the carriage. The Chu family army that was hit by the soft tendon dispersion anxiously said. And pawn leader. This is a big deal. Why don't we report to the general now? The other nodded back and forth. They had followed the general and Miss Jinju all the way, but they had seen them clearly. The general regards Miss Jinju as a treasure, more so than Ruishu. If it were not for the natural phenomenon of a sudden flock of birds coming to attack people and these people coming in time, I am afraid that something serious would have happened. When that time comes, they will not be able to escape even if they die in a million deaths. Although the chief of Anpan had just arrived, he knew very well how important the safety of the woman and several children in front of him was, and immediately took out his walkie-talkie and prepared to report the matter to the general. Wait. Seeing this, Fang Jinju hurriedly stopped, lowered his voice and said, we don't have any worries about our lives. Don't disturb the general. Please bother to escort us back to the mansion for some medical treatment before making a judgment. Pawn leader N's eyes hesitated, so he had to pin the walkie-talkie back to his belt again. It wasn't long before the carriage arrived in a hurry. Without anyone having to give a word, the 2 women quickly stepped forward and assisted the powerless Fang Jinju to her feet. A few Chu family troops also rushed to carry the children onto the carriage. Fang Jinju scanned the circle of the people. Although the voice is weak, but the heart is sincere. Today, if it is not everyone, we are sure to be in danger. Thank you for saving our lives. When I am physically unhurt, I will definitely come in person to thank you all. It's good that Miss Jinju and a few children are fine. There's no need to worry about us at all. Yes. Protecting Miss Jinju and protecting the children of the general's residence, this is what we should do. It's nothing. The eyes of the people were worried and eager, and they answered in a chorus of voices. Fang Jinju nodded her head towards the group of people and thanked them before being helped onto the carriage. When she got in the car, her tight heartstrings snapped loose and she nestled into the arms of a couple of small people and drifted off to sleep. Halfway through being carried out of the carriage, Fang Jinju woke up once, and her first words were, we're not in any serious trouble. Don't disturb the general. Don't disturb the general. She was only relieved to faint again when she vaguely heard the response from the anchor pawn. Chu family army barracks. When Shuyi arrived, 40,000 Chang Wu troops and 20,000 Chu family troops were facing each other with swords drawn. Along the way, Yi Tingxian had made things clear. This morning, several emissaries took advantage of the meal to grace the 40,000 Qiangu troops with an attempt to make them rebel, and it did disturb the hearts of 40,000 Qiangu troops, because the messenger first Chan Wuju in family life as blackmail, and promised as long as you can overthrow the Chu family army, the camp all the military pay armament all belong to them, and in the future will also be reported to the master of the country. According to the Chu family army camp food and conditions to treat them, 80% of the Qiangu army were not alone, with their parents, wives and children in Qiangu. In fact, they feel that Beiliao is very good, although more laborious, but well-fed and warmly dressed, and will not be deliberately harsh treatment. Moreover, all of them drank the water of the God of goodness, and if they rebelled, they would definitely die with their guts pierced through their bellies. But compared to that, the lives of family members are more important. After struggling and weighing the situation, The Changwuhu army with their families could only choose to follow the messenger's orders. It's the general. General. Seeing Chu Yi and Yi Tingxian striding over, Han Kangwu and Lu Qi hurriedly sidestepped out of the way and respectfully called out, "Chu family army instantly military heart." The handle of the gun all pestle on the ground. Shocked 40,000 Changwu army heart are all a-tremble. Upon seeing Chu Yi arrive, the pressure rose in all directions. Several messengers instantly guessed his identity. The main messenger's eyes rolled back in his head and he said in a conspiratorial manner, "So General Chu is in Baliao City. We've been in Baliao for a few days, but we haven't seen General Chu come to meet with us. Dare I ask where General Chu has put our country, Lord?" "That's right, deliberately leaving us out of sight. What do you intend to do?" Chu Yi stopped walking and looked coldly at the main messenger. With just a glance, the main messenger inexplicably shuddered, but thinking of the 40,000 Qiangwu army behind him, he stalked his neck to glare over. Chu Yi hooked his lips and stepped forward. The lance in his hand swung back and passed through the chest of the main messenger without the slightest hesitation. "You!" The main messenger stared unbelievably with bloodshot eyes, spitting out only one word before swallowing his breath. Chu Yi's expression was unperturbed, and with a movement of his hand, the spear drew out. The Lord's messenger fell to the ground with a thud. The scene that caught them off guard caused everyone's hearts to flinch, and they all stared incredulously at Chu Yi. When two countries are at war, no messenger is harmed. Reacting, the other messenger was shocked and afraid, pointing at Chu Yi with a trembling hand. You dare to kill my Changwu messenger. This is a declaration of war with my Changwu." "Right," Chu Yi spoke coldly, "this general is to declare war with you, Changwu, so none of you will return alive." At those words, several messengers' faces flickered in panic and fear. "Don't you dare." An older messenger braced himself and said, "We have an army of 40,000 behind us. How can you fight us with a mere 20,000 troops?" Chu Yi's eyes disdainfully crossed over his head and looked directly at the 40,000 Changwu army. "Dogs can't change their ways. The Lord of Changwu is known for his violence and strength in the Six Kingdoms, and for you to surrender to my Baliao without a fight would be a great shame for him. Let alone the fact that your rebellion against my Chu family army is certain death. Even if you narrowly win and return to Chengwu, you will still be dead. As for your families." As he spoke, he swung his spear across and casually slashed the neck of another messenger. It was these few who made it up as they went along in order to save their lives and bully you into being a shield. This will kill them all. At that time, when the Lord of Changwu reacts, he will only be furious and raise his troops to crush my northern Liao. Where will he care about the lives of your families, as long as you properly redeem your sins? When I will take the head of the Lord of Chengwu, and attack the city of Chengwu, not to mention the lives of your family members, the entire innocent people of Chengwu will be able to live a day 100 times better than the present. Swoosh. One sentence. One life. One warning. After a few words, the Chengwu emissaries were all dead on the spot, none of them alive. The 40,000 troops all looked remorseful, and they all threw away their weapons, kneeling down in unison and throwing themselves on the ground. They know. What the Chukchan said was not a rant. The current Baliao is not the same as the original Baliao. They would have liked him to capture Chengwu and become the new lord of the country. In this way, not only can they lead a peaceful life, but even their families can lead a peaceful life. Han Kangwu, Lu Qi, along with the 20,000 Chu family troops are all face exhilarated, stomping their feet in unison. General Mighty! General Mighty! A seemingly menacing storm was diffused in a matter of moments. Chu Yi swept a glance at the Chengwu army and ordered, "Each person will be given 10 army sticks and punished with no food for 1 day. This is a one-time opportunity only. If there is a rebel heart in the future, kill without pardon." The 40,000 Chengwu army shouted in unison, "Thank you, General, for not killing me. Thank you, General, for not killing me." Seeing that the matter was resolved, Chu Yi instructed Han Kangwu and the others, then left the barracks without looking back. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was actually panicking in his heart, not worried about the Chengwu army rebelling and making trouble, but worried about Jinju and the girls. As he flew onto his horse, he removed the walkie-talkie in his hand. "Have Jinju and Rue returned to the house?" With a zip from the intercom, the opposite side said, reporting back to the general, "Miss Jinju and Rue they have returned to the house." Chu Yi's heart sank. "General, are you done with things on your end?" "Well, it's done." Well, then, please also return to your house at once." "General." Chu Yi's eyes tightened violently. "What's wrong?" The head stammered. Miss Jinju has fainted." Chapter 154. You're afraid of me. What? Fang Jinju was not sleeping heavily. In a daze, she heard elder lady Chu's thin cry of worry, and the three children took turns calling out for her sister. Finally someone carried her to the bed. The familiar fruity scent hit her nose, and it took a moment for her heart to return to complete peace. So tired, so sleepy. I don't know how long she had been asleep, but she noticed her hand being held tightly in a pair of large, hot palms. Jinju. The man's anxious voice rang softly in his ears, as if he wanted to wake her up, but also as if he was afraid of disturbing her as repressed. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone on the street. It's Chu Yi. Fang Jinju wanted to open her eyes, but she was too weak and her eyelids were too heavy to do so. General, don't worry. Miss Jinju was just poisoned by the soft tendon dispersion. The old man has already administered needles to her to detoxify part of the poison. It won't be long before she wakes up peacefully. Seeing that Chu Yi just entered the room and couldn't help but hold Fang Jinju's hand, the whole person was in disarray. Dr. Huang quickly relieved. The words fell. He and Chu old lady to look at. The bottom of the eyes insight and slightly heartbreaking. The general's affection for Miss Jinju is evidently impossible to hide. But I didn't know that Miss Jinju felt the same way about the general. After telling the whole story, old lady Chu and Dr. Huan left the room with the three children. When she was about to leave the room, old lady Chu paused and folded back. Chu old lady softly but solemnly said, Jinju and the poison of soft tendons. Still do not forget to take life to protect the children, but also pour out their hearts and lungs to the North Liao. Look at the world is afraid that it is difficult to find such a woman. Mother knows you have scruples. Mother is like you. Jinju doesn't belong here with us. We don't know when, but it is precisely because of this that you are all the more necessary to take out the determination to lead an army into battle, to reveal your heart in a generous and timely manner, and no matter what happens in the future, to fight for the moment and cherish the moment, so that you won't have any regrets. Shuya's figure stiffened slightly, and he was silent without responding. Several children are understanding. Tonight I will take them to sleep. You take good care of Jinju here. Don't need to worry about other. Elderly Lady Chu looked deeply at her son's back, not forcing him to affirm anything or respond to anything, and after saying that, she quietly left the room, covering the door of the room in the process. The woman on the couch, still slightly frowning in her sleep, her long feathery eyelashes trembling uneasily, each time pulling Chuya's heart. He held her soft, slightly cool hand and gently pressed it against his cheek, deep emotion raging out of his ink-like eyes, all out of control. Jinju, he murmured, with a slight tremor of affliction. Mother is right, and she is not. I have never been afraid to lead an army into battle, because that is my mission as a general, and it is my duty to do so. Available at your. Chuya's thumb gently stroked the back of the woman's soft hand. Each stroke was loving and deep. I have too many dares, hesitations, fears. There was a slight tremor in his voice as he said this, and his throat welled up as he swallowed the latter words back into his heart. It's just. Jinju's tryst at the time gate yesterday had shown him that she wanted to go home. Beilio was her home in Tangwu. But in any case, Beilio is not as good as China by a long shot. Jinju had done enough for Beiliao. If she could return home one day, how could he bear to hold on to her? Once he opened his mouth, it was the end of his regrets for him, but for her it was the end of her bondage. As long as Jinju was by his side, this is the moment, and it doesn't matter what kind of identity we use to cherish each other. The woman's eyelids rolled as if she was about to wake up. Chuya's eyes flickered and he hurriedly placed the woman's hand at her side to let go, but the woman's small hand held it back. Don't dare what? Chuya's body shook, and his eyes froze. The woman's eyelashes fluttered slightly and she opened her eyes, looking to herself. You're afraid of me. What? And what is the hesitation? What are you afraid of? The tone was still a little weak and feeble, but the warm, soft eyes were hot with inquiry. Chuya's eyes were withdrawn by the scald, and when he looked at the woman again, he was already covered by relief and celebration. It's nothing. It's good that you're fine. At those words, Fang Jinju closed her eyes again. She actually woke up early. She just couldn't keep her eyes open. She heard exactly what old lady Chu said. Chu Ye's words were naturally word for word. That included him holding her hand against his cheek. The touch of being coarsened by stubble still lingered in her palm now, as well as the depth of Chu Ye's fingertip groping. If this is still unnoticed, she's a fool. Fang Jinju even clearly felt her heart thumping in anticipation. Expect Chu Yi to speak up, but she seemed to notice the hesitation behind Chu Yi. His feelings for her were deeper than she had ever imagined. This deepness alarmed her. Chapter 155. Yes, I belong to you. And her own mind? Have to say, a man like Chu Yi was something she had never seen before. There's no way to go into detail about his strengths, because there's treasure all over the body. In addition to, Fang Jinju opened her eyes, a decision already made in her bottom. She braced herself violently to sit up, and forgetting that one of his arms is injured. Jinju, watch out! Chu Yi exclaimed, reached out and fished her body, but because of the tension out of chaos, his feet stumbled. Holding the woman in his arms fell on the bed. In the heat of the moment, he held the back of the woman's head with one palm, and held her back with one palm, and his two elbows propped down on the bed, protecting Fong Jinju from being safe and sound. Slightly cool thin lips, however, due to the inertia of falling down, heavily pressed kisses on the soft lips of the woman underneath. Thud, thud, dang, time stood still and all was quiet. All that could be heard was the sound of each other's heartbeats trembling like thunder, a sound that races, orchid breath around the nose to take in the soul, and softness under the lips to capture the soul. Chuya's mind went blank and buzzed. Well, the woman underneath her grunted softly, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her fair face flushed red. Reacting, Chuyi snapped away, his eyes flustered. I didn't mean to offend. I'm sorry Jinju. Fong Jinju let out a big breath. The rigid aura of the man's body was too strong, and in just a short moment, it had already invaded her blood around her body like a siege. She just felt her whole face burning. No, her entire body burned as if it were on fire, and it alarmed her. But this physical and mental ground shaking made her more and more determined to party. She twisted her head and looked over at the man at the side of the bed who had made a huge mistake and was generally at his wit's end. Get over here. Chuya's throat welled up and he approached the bed with hard, slightly stiff steps. Fong Jinju's eyelashes blinked slightly. Help me up. Chuya's eyes flashed with a flash of struggle, reaching out to carefully help her sit up, then hurriedly retracted his hand as if it was hot, subconsciously taking 2 steps back. You come back. Fong Jinju looked at the edge of the bed, her pink face calm. Sit beside me. Chuya's eyes were hesitant, and he stood rigidly still. Fong Jinju looked at Chuyi for an instant. You're so tall. My neck is so sore from tilting my head to talk to you. Chuya's eyes softened as he reached over and pulled the stool next to the bed and sat down, hands on his legs, body back straight, a look of confession to be beaten and scolded. The corners of Fong Jinju's lips lifted and her body moved outward, leaning closer to him. The hand on Chuya's leg tightened violently, and his body subconsciously tried to avoid toward the back, but Fong Jinju caught him off guard and tugged on the lapel of his chest. No hiding. The woman's eyes burning people. Chuyi only felt that the heart that thing like to pop out in general. The eyes also do not know where to fall. Jinju, when the battlefield was at its most perilous, he had never been so flustered. You like me? Fong Jinju stared at him for an instant, without any tugging and testing, directly opening the door. Chuya's narrow eyes snapped wide, the blood in his ears spreading wildly all over his face. Think about it before you. Fong Jinju's hands moved slightly, pulling him a few more points closer to himself. There's only one chance, and if it's not, then it's never. As she spoke, there were clusters and clusters of astonishment exploding in the bottom of her eyes, and her face was even more colorful and red. Previously, Fong Jinju also felt that Chuyi was the most handsome man she had ever seen, but now a stone's throw away, she felt that the word handsome can only be interpreted Chuyi as 6 or 7 points of the appearance of the posture of the skin. This face is already outstanding, and after the bloodbath sharpened Nirvana's flame, without any expression, every centimeter is a ripoff of the human line of sight. It's a sight to behold, but one that you can't take your eyes off of. Seeing Chuya's face reddened, Fong Jinju tugged him closer again, the bottom of her eyes filled with hatred. Yes, or no? I don't blame her for being in a hurry. How can a man who is so dry and leading an army to war be so hesitant in matters of love? Chuya's eyes flickered and roamed between the woman's eyebrows, and the word in his heart almost broke out, but was blocked in his throat by concerns. Seeing this, Fong Jinju's eyes darkened and she loosened her hand. Okay, I know the answer. Yes. Chuya's heart tightened, and without much thought he broke out. Yes, I belong to you. After saying that, his whole body seemed to be drained. His originally firm figure was caught off guard and crossed over. I know I shouldn't have thought of Jinju in any way. I like you too. Fong Jinju interrupted him unawares, instantly smiling like a flower, and repeated word for word, I like you too. Such a treasure of a man opened his mouth and confessed his heart to her, but any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to the word love. Boom! The ground shook in Chuya's heart, and unbelief leaked out from the bottom of his eyes. Outside the door with the soup and medicine to listen to half a day of the wall. Mrs. Chu's hands trembled. Excited almost did not fall out of the bowl. Oh, God, did she hear right? Jean Shu girl said she likes Yi. This Nell dared to love and hate the outgoing nature. Simply let her like can not stop. What's wrong with Yi? Why isn't he responding? Elder Lady Chu was so anxious that she couldn't wait to transform into her son's arms and embrace Jean Shu into her arms without hesitation. But I don't dare rush in and ruin the atmosphere. Seeing Chu Yi stiffen into a stone statue, Fong Jinju pursed out a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. reached out to pull his figure a little lower, and attached her ear. Is it that you didn't hear it? I said, I like. Before the words were out of her mouth, her entire body fell into the man's fiery arms and was held tightly. Shocked, ecstatic and as good as new. A variety of emotions set off a wild storm in the bottom of Chuya's eyes, his voice trembling and slightly hoarse. Really? Jinju, this is a dream, isn't it? If it was a dream, he was willing to wallow in it forever. Fang Jinju was slightly suffocated by the embrace, but her eyebrows and eyes were dyed with thick joy, reaching out and lightly twisting the man's waist. The slight pain coming from his waist caused Chuya's body to stiffen slightly, and the tails of his eyes instantly turned red. We really can? Fang Jinju reached out and climbed onto the back of the man's braced body, smiling like a flower. You like me, I like you. Two loves. No stealing, no robbing. Why not? Chuya's arms tightened a few more points, desperate to rub the woman into her bones and blood. Ahem. Fang Jinju reached out and pushed him. Let go first. I can't breathe. Chuyi hurriedly let go of his hand. His eyes swept worriedly over the woman's body. I was too happy. I forgot my form for a moment. I didn't hurt you, did I? Fang Jinju frowned, lifted his injured arm. Chapter 156. My arm. Okay? Chuya's eyes tightened, self-blame surging up. I'll go call Dr. Huang, he said, pulling out his legs and rushing out. Wait. Fang Jinju stopped it in a row. Outside the door, Chu old lady just turned to escape a few steps, and folded will come. Face and happy and hate. This child is only really happy and crazy. Why is he so weightless? As far as Jinju's thin body was concerned, how could it withstand such recklessness on his part? This arm of mine. Fang Jinju tried shaking her arm as she said, it doesn't seem to hurt at all. Chuya's figure shook and said incredulously, it doesn't hurt anymore? Chu Yi, bring the teacups from the table. Fang Jinju was also incredulous and reached out to point at the four-sided table in the room. Chu Yi hurriedly took the cup and handed it over, looking nervously at the woman's injured arm. Fang Jinju took the cup with her injured hand and surprisingly held it. And, it doesn't hurt. She made another effort in her hand. It still doesn't hurt. As Fang Jinju exerted her strength inch by inch, her face became more and more agitated with it. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt even if I grip it hard. Chu Yi, come and help me take the bandage off. As she spoke, she couldn't wait to start undoing the bandage, not with the good one. Chu Yi pressed her hand to stop her. Jinju, stay calm. I'll go ask Dr. Huang to come. Fang Jinju shook her head repeatedly. Unwrap it first and take a look. Don't alarm Dr. Huang. Seeing her insistence, Chu Yi had no choice but to comply with her wishes, carefully removing the straps and wooden strips from her arms. Upon seeing the bare skin, both of them were shocked between glances. The swelling had gone down as far as the naked eye could see, even though the medicine was still on the skin. Fang Jinju suddenly remembered that when Fang propped herself up, she had also used the injured arm. That unintentional click put a lot of force on the arm, but there was no pain. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju hurriedly propped both hands behind her again, carefully giving the force a test bit by bit. Chuya's eyes were full of tension, and he reached out to protect her side, just waiting for her to feel the slightest bit of discomfort before immediately lifting her up. It wasn't until his entire body was hanging by his hips that a twinge of pain came from his arm. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi and rounded her almond eyes. It's too divine. This arm of mine seems to be healed. Chu Yi was stunned and also incredulous. Well, but Dr. Huang said that the injury is at least daylight. Chu Yi, go fetch a basin of water. I want to wash the medicinal mud off my arm to see what's going on. Fang Jinju's heart was thumping, and the sleepy feeling in her body when she was unconscious had dissipated. Old Lady Chu pushed the door open at the right time and came in. What's wrong? I heard you guys outside asking for water. What for? Jinju, why did you take the bandage off your arm? She hurriedly placed the meal in her hand on the table and hurried forward to inquire with concern. Oops. Jinju and Ye's faces were so red. Elder Lady Chu almost didn't strain to laugh out, hurriedly covered her mouth and feigned surprise and worry. Jinju, why is your face so red? Geez, Yi, why does your face look like a red shrimp too? Fang Jinju and Chu Yi couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing each other's reddened and unfading faces, the former was frankly unable to hold back their laughter, while the latter felt immediately rushed and overwhelmed. Chu Yi, you quickly go and fetch a basin of water for me. Seeing the man's face burning redder and redder, Fang Jinju hurriedly gave him a wink. Chu Yi obediently turned to go out. There were only two people left in the room. Fang Jinju winked at Old Lady Chu, with insightful pouting. Auntie, you are asking, knowingly. You were out there a while ago, but you've heard enough for a long time, haven't you? Old Lady Chu's face stagnated for a moment, then she let go of looking at her hand, revealing a face full of Auntie's smile. Oops, how did you know I was outside? but I didn't make a sound at all. Fong Jinju mischievously came a few points closer to her, her eyelashes blinking playfully. Although Auntie has covered her mouth, the smile under her eyes is not blocked. Seeing being recognized, Mrs. Chu simply and generously sat on the edge of the bed, pulling Fong Jinju's hand, smiling from ear to ear. Great, great, Auntie's heart is happy until Rue Rue Shu Shu was born. I have never been so happy. Fong Jinju followed suit and smiled openly, reaching out to gently cover the back of her hand. Then don't you think I'm too unreserved? This was 2,000 years ago in ancient times. Just her demeanor just now was enough to scare a random group of ancient elders to death. Old Lady Chu smiled a smile full of compassionate lines. How could it be? You do not know, Aunt just outside how anxious. This child do everything is thunderous, but never experienced love affairs. Although I did not see, but know the son is not like a mother. Guessing I'll guess that he just now certainly and a wooden as dull as a. As she spoke, she lovingly stroked Fong Jinju's hand. I can't wait to come in and help him talk. Fong Jinju snorted out a laugh. The old lady is too cute. Then I heard you step by step, take him by the horns, and force the words out of his heart. The old lady smoothed her chest. I'm so happy in my heart. The door to the room creaked open. Shuyi carried a basin of water and looked at old lady Chu with a complicated expression. The two women in the room looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. While laughing, old lady Chu wisely got up and walked out. You must take good care of Jinju. Mother has to go back to take her 3 grandchildren to bed. Walking to the door, she glanced encouragingly at her son, her mouth nuzzling the meal on the table with a know what mom means look on her face. Shuya's eyes crossed a touch of helplessness, and he nodded to show that he understood. Mrs. Shu walked out of the room and thoughtfully closed the door to the room again before she left with a heart full of joy. From the time Shuyi entered the door, Fong Jinju's eyes were on him, her almond eyes curved, a look of contentment and complacency in a delicate manner. Fong just went out and washed his face with cold water, and the burning heat that had easily subsided spread again on Shuya's face. Fong Jinju put her arm out. You help me. Shuyi only hesitated for a moment between reaching out and being actively gripped by the small, soft, boneless hand. He looked over at Fong Jinju. Under the woman's eyes, there was frank and sheepish affection. It's not very strong, but it's addictive. The corners of his lips could no longer suppress the upturn, and he stabilized his mind, bit by bit, gently wiping the medicinal mud off Fong Jinju's arm. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, not at all. As the white skin gradually revealed itself, both of their eyes could hardly hide their shock. Fong Jinju put her 2 arms together and surprisingly there was no difference. My arm. Well, Fong Jinju couldn't help but press. Why? Why is it so fast? Why is the recovery so good? Just when he was wondering, a mouse leaped out from some corner, squeaked twice, and whooshed away again. Fong Jinju's eye snapped. Chapter 157, instead of being blessed with a golden finger? Seeing that her face looked different, Shuyi worriedly said, What's wrong, Jinju? I don't know. The ground was already shaking in Fong Jinju's heart. It was only after a while that she took a deep breath and looked at Shuyi with a single word. Just now, I heard a mouse talking. Oops. Someone. Scared to death. Yes, that's what the mouse said. She heard it loud and clear. Shuyi was filled with shock. What? Arms inexplicably better and you can understand mice? What had happened to Jinju and the others during his absence? Fong Jinju herself was puzzled, biting her fingers in contemplation. It must be a hallucination, right? Otherwise this would be too evil, wouldn't it? She then looked over at Shuyi. Before he could speak, Shuyi understood. Wait, I'll find it. With that, he spun out. As if remembering something, Fong Jinju hurriedly reached out and peeled her clothes away, revealing the wound on her shoulder. The wound had been bandaged tightly. She nonchalantly reached out and poked at the wound. It doesn't hurt. Without saying a word, Fong Jinju clicked off all the bandages on her shoulder. Then he lowered his eyes to where he had been hit by the dart. Surprisingly, the wound healed with only a faint pink mark. After realizing what was going on, Fong Jinju's heart thumped. Is it possible that after being poisoned once, you got a golden finger instead? Arms heal so fast and understand animal language. Understand the beast language? That's what Star Treasure can do. Why did she acquire Star Treasure's skills? A few frames flew through Fong Jinju's mind. Several children were injured and bleeding. She had the blood of children on her hands. She pulled out the dart and covered it to stop the bleeding. Thinking of this, Fong Jinju rubbed her head and bounced up from the bed, then quickly dressed and slipped out of bed, pacing back and forth in excitement. Calm down. She closed her eyes and reached out, thinking of the water glass at the farm. There was a sharp weight in his hand. Fong Jinju opened her eyes, her almond eyes round with shock. Water glass. It was her own water glass from the farm. Fang Jinju covered her mouth, muffling the exclamation of surprise in the process. It's amazing that she can fetch from the farm too. Subsequently, Fang Jinju took turns taking things out of the farm and putting them back in, just as she had done when she was testing Rue's skills. Not only that, but put in and take out things from the room as well. Finally she confirmed. The farm did become her space as well, but if the farm becomes her space, what about Rue? Thinking of this, Fang Jinju pulled her legs out and was about to go out to look for Rue, but he collided head-on with Chu Yi, who opened the door and came in. Chu Yi was carrying a snakeskin bag in his hand, and there was something in it that was rampaging and struggling Gu Chung, squeaking and screaming. "Ah, it's over. I've been caught. I'm going to die." "Bite the bag. Why are you biting my leg?" "Ooh, I don't want to die. I've just saved enough food for the winter." Before the bag was even opened, Fang Jinju heard the little things inside soldiering on with shrieks and cries of grief. She hurriedly asked Chu Yi to open the pouch, probe over. Just saw that there were indeed several rats inside. "Hey, don't be afraid." Fang Jinju was caught off guard and opened her mouth, letting out a string of inhuman notes that shocked her into covering her mouth. Aha! The skill of bestiality was surprisingly shoved into her head out of nowhere, etched into her vocal cords, and didn't even need to be thought about. It just came out of her mouth like she normally spoke. The rats in the bag were turned over in unison, and the rats' eyes looked at Fang Jinju in horror. Chu Yi was also incredulous and amazed. It was only after the stalemate for a while that Fang Jinju lowered her hand and explained to the several mice in the bag, "Don't be afraid or suspicious. It is indeed me who is talking to you, and I invited you here purely for the sake of talking and chatting with you. Sure, no dry chat. I've got a delicious treat for you." Saying that, Fang Jinju took out a bag of bread and a bag of melon seeds out of thin air and waved them at the rats. "Bread? Or melon seeds?" A few rats looked at each other with shocked rat eyes. "Are you sure you won't kill us?" a mouse asked boldly. Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly and hurriedly let Chu Yi release them, then split the bread into several pieces and rested it in front of their eyes, and then not forgetting to shove the last piece into his mouth to show that the bread is non-toxic. A few mice had long been mesmerized by the aroma of bread, so they let go and hugged the bread and nibbled on it. Immediately afterward, Fang Jinju squatted and chatted away with the rats. "Thank you for your hospitality. The food is so delicious. We've never had such delicious food before. Will we have a chance to eat it in the future?" "Sure, as much as you want." "Wow, really? Really? We can't eat for nothing. What can we do for you?" "Then you guys will go back in a while. Just pass the word to the neighboring kind. As long as everyone is willing to take me as a friend, I'll make sure that everyone eats and drinks without worrying." Several of the mice responded in quick succession and left happily. Fang Jinju and Chu Yi looked at each other with surprise and excitement in their eyes. Chu Yi was just about to open his mouth to ask something when Fang Jinju intercepted as if she remembered something. "Chu Yi, you go to the granary and stand guard. I'm going to try to move the things in the room to the granary." "Right. Give me a walkie-talkie." Chu Yi had no choice but to leave a walkie-talkie behind and immediately went to the granary. "Are we there yet, Chu Yi?" "Here it is." Fang Jinju stared at the table, thinking about the granary, and then the table disappeared in a watery manner. "Jinju, a table has appeared. Good. Now what?" The bed came over too. Fang Jinju's heart thumped like thunder. "Okay, you wait. I'll come to the granary now." She dressed and flew to the granary. After first teleporting the bed and table back into the room, the two sat at the dining room table, wide-eyed. "How do you feel?" After a long time, Chu Yi opened his mouth and asked. Fang Jinju got up, whimpered and swung her arms and legs a few times, then sat back down at the table. "I feel like it's trivial for me to run 3 or 5 miles now." Chu Ye's eyes glittered with shock. But what the hell is going on? It was naturally a great thing that Jinju had suddenly grown so capable, but it was too shocking. Fang Jinju truthfully told his guess. "Are you saying that you and the blood of the 3 children melted into one place and that's why you have the children's abilities?" Chu Yi said with a complicated expression. "But your arm inexplicably recovered." "What does that say?" "It's not just my arm. My shoulder is all healed today." For this, Fang Jinju was also puzzled and shook her head. "No matter what, it's always a good thing. Wait for the children to wake up tomorrow and then study what's going on." As she spoke, her eyes fell towards the time gate and suddenly froze. Chapter 158. So the time gate has reappeared? She snapped to her feet. Chu Yi followed her eyes and his heart tightened. The conveyor belt that had disappeared out of thin air earlier had actually appeared out of thin air in the middle of the time gate again. Fang Jinju couldn't help but take a leg over. Chu Yi followed closely behind. Looking at the neatly cut and disappeared end of the drive belt, Fang Jinju's heart was dumbfounded. "Chu Yi, do you think it's because the blood of my 3 children and I melted that the time gate reappeared? If that's the case, then I'll definitely play a bit more of a role back in China than I did in Baliao." After waiting for a moment and not seeing Chu Yi respond, She craned her head to look over. The man's face was seen to be slightly sullen, his eyes stagnant with struggle and affliction. Fang Jinju's eyes were stunned, and instantly understood why Chu Yi was that suppressed without expression when he was unconscious. Yeah, once she returned to China, the two might never see each other again. He had just forced him to spill his guts, and when he turned around and said something like that, it was no wonder that he was suffering. Thinking of this, Fang Jinju walked to Chu Yi's body, and without saying a word opened her arms around his lean waist and pressed her cheek against his chest. But I can't afford to go back now. Chu Yi stiffened, all the bad emotions under his eyes collapsing in an instant, his hands hanging helplessly at Fang Jinju's side, not knowing where to land. Although he had already revealed his heart to each other, he was still worried that his words and actions had desecrated the woman in his arms, and he was afraid that if he let it go, he would gain an inch and not be able to control himself. The man's thunderous heartbeat came to his ears, one more urgent than the other. Fang Jinju's heart followed the thumping away, pursing her lips and smiling away. If you don't hold me again, I'll push you away. At those words, Chu Yi's eyes tightened. Not caring about much, his long arms tightly embraced the woman into his arms. Fang Jinju rubbed against his chest with favor. That's more or less the same. In the future, how I treat you, how you should respond to me, do you know? Chu Yi's chest was tingling, and the bottom of his eyes were soft into pieces. Got it. Noticing that the man had calmed down a bit, Fang Jinju then wanted to reach out and push him away. But I do not want to. Chu Yi does not let go. Jinju, if one day you want to go back to China, I will not stop you. I'm just worried about the time portal. I know, Fang Jinju softly said. With the previous experience of Rue last time, I understand that you are worried and scared in your heart. Who knows if the time portal will still lead to the farm and if there will be accidents if you go through it. At the end she sighed softly and said, I don't want to deceive you. China is my home country. I naturally want to go back because there is everything I am familiar with there, but it's just that I met you guys, and in this life, apart from my own parents, you're the people who have treated me the best of the best and given my family the warmth of. I'm speaking from the heart. Even if I could go back to China now, I wouldn't be able to return. Fang Jinju pushed Chu Yi away and laughed. Perhaps the heavens also want me to stay in northern Liao. That's why I was given so many skills. Together with those supplies I prepared for northern Liao before. Although the development may be a bit slower, it's enough to make northern Liao stand firmly among the 6 kingdoms. Well, enough about the time portal. She reached out and pulled Chu Yi back to sit at the table. You still haven't told me what happened in the barracks. Were those messengers causing trouble? How did you solve it? Chu Yi truthfully palletized out what happened in the military camp. Damned if you're going to hold your family hostage. Fang Jinju listened with a stunning look in her eyes and lamented. It's a pity that I didn't get to see this scene of great joy. Chu Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Jinju, the messenger was killed. Matter will not take long. Qiangwu State Lord will be informed. According to his violent and good nature, I am afraid that he will immediately gather troops to sanction North Liao. Qiangwu has raised a national army of more than 500,000 men. I'm only afraid a bad battle is on the horizon. Fang Jinju staggered. 500,000 troops? That's equivalent to the total population of a 3rd or 4th tier city. Jinju has nothing to worry about. Seeing the woman's face color change in shock, Chu Yi opened his mouth to pacify. Our side said, is the Qiangwu lifting the country's military force? But one to Qiangwu State Master will certainly not gather all the military force, only to deal with a small northern Liao, because this is for him. How is not another insult? Secondly, while it's important to fight a war with equal strength, it's not absolute. With the current strength in the barracks, even without those war preparations you've stockpiled for northern Liao, I have a chance of victory in my mind. Not to mention the countless number of awesome weapons in our arsenal. Fang Jinju nodded repeatedly. Not enough. The farm is still more. So Jinju, Chu Yi's eyes have decided to settle. This time I do not want to sit and wait for the Qiangwu to crusade. I want to attack their unprepared. Fang Jinju was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I support you. This kind of barbaric country should be properly frustrated. Not to mention that you still have a plan. There are so many war preparations in hand. A haphazard artillery bombardment can also scare them out of their guts. But this time, I'm going into battle with you. Chu Yi's eyes stagnated, and he shook his head repeatedly. The battlefield is dangerous, and swords and guns have no eyes. I knew you'd say that. Fang Jinju interrupted with a brittle voice, getting up and patting her arm, her countenance translucent with a hint of a small arrogance. Don't worry, I have super healing abilities now, and I'll only be at the back to instantly move supplies for you guys. It'll be fine. Chu Yi still shook his head no. Fang Jinju pulled his arm and softened it for a while, but he still bit the bullet and refused to agree. At the end of the day, he was finally defeated in Fang Jinju's soft voice. and only loosened up and said that he would first take her to the barracks to have a look on the day. This time, Fang Jinju didn't use the phrase "you have to listen to me in everything you say" to hold Chuyi, because she is clear that he is worried about their own safety and security before the firm does not let go. The heart touched, and how to give up to take the pinch. With a little reprieve, she would reassure Chuyi to grant her request. Early the next morning, Fang Jinju was awakened by the small sound of the three little ones' caddis. As soon as she opened her eyes, she looked at them one by one where they were injured, but the children's wounds were covered with ointment, and it was impossible to see why. Fang Jinju had unresolved doubts in her mind. Sharply dressed and took a few children to find Dr. Huang. She had to wipe the children's wounds clean and check them out before reapplying the ointment. Just as he walked to the granary, he saw that a Chu family army was reporting things to Chuyi, looking anxious as hell. This natural disaster has affected a wider area than we imagined. Now the victims from Mengzhou County and Xiangzhou County have already arrived under the city, and the victims from the three neighboring counties have also learned the news and are coming towards our northern Liao in a steady stream. General on the way to shelve the supply of grain and grass is insufficient. Many victims are all the way to the hungry stomach. See the outskirts of the city of wheat, crazy like flocked to the head of the ground began to grab food. Nearby villagers cannot stop, but was trampled and injured. The situation is worrying. Chapter 159, The Rebellion of the Drifters. Not to be feared. At those words, Chuyi frowned. Prepare the horses immediately. Then he looked at the Chu family army behind him. Make all the doctors in Dr. Huang's room hurry up and pack up, and come with me out of the city to save the people. At the end of the eyes fell to Fang Jinju. Jinju, I have to go out of the city. These 2 days the city mixed fish and dragons is not peaceful. You and the children stay well in the mansion. Do not go out. Contact me on the intercom if you need anything. Fang Jinju's eyes flashed as she quickly stepped forward and tiptoed to attach herself to Chuya's ear and instructed a few words of something. Chuya's eyes lit up a little, nodding in response from time to time. The Chu clan troops on their side looked at each other, and their eyes all lit up. The goddess must be giving the general ideas. In this way, the chaos of the stragglers outside the city would not be enough to fear. The point was, they actually tasted a hint of sweetness between the goddess and the general's demeanor. After finishing his words, Chuyi softly said, Jin Zhu, then I'm leaving. Fang Jinju nodded. Go on your errands without fear. I have everything in the mansion. At those words, Chuyi gave her a deep look and turned to leave. Fang Jinju caught up 2 steps forward. Be careful in everything. Contact me in advance when you can come back. I'll cook you a good meal. Chuya's figure lurched. Good. Watching the man leave in a hurry, Fang Jinju's eyes settled, and only then did she pull the 3 little ones to Dr. Huang's courtyard. Miss Jinju. The courtyard was busy. The military doctors studying here were packing up their medicine boxes and preparing to go out. And when they saw Fang Jinju coming, they greeted each other warmly. Although they had only learned it for 1 day, it was enough to subvert their knowledge of practicing medicine for more than 10 years. With this medical information provided by the goddess, all of their medical skills would be refined by leaps and bounds. Everyone revered Fang Jinju to the bone. Fang Jinju kindly responded one by one. In an instant, only Dr. Huang was left in the courtyard. Miss Jinju, what happened to your arm? Dr. Huang's eyes landed on Fang Jinju's injured left arm and he exclaimed in shock. How come the proper bandage is gone? Fang Jinju silenced him. Dr. Huang, let's talk inside the house. The 2 men took the 3 little ones into the hall where the dervishes were studying. Then, Fang Jinju then swung a few circles out of thin air with her left arm in front of Dr. Huang, and then picked up the 10 or so pound solid wood stool with one hand. After a night's rest, her arm was not only completely healed, it was even stronger than before. Dr. Huang's eyes were glazed over. This, he must have blinked. The injury on Miss Jinju's arm can never be moved without 2 or 3 months. Even after 2 or 3 months of recuperation, it should be used with care and caution, and should not be used to carry heavy objects. But what did he just see? Ruerue panicked and stepped forward to pull Fang Jinju's clothes. Sister, obey, quickly put it down. The arm will hurt. Shuru and Starbuck also reached out their little hands to catch themselves under the stool, with a look of horror on their faces. Sister, it's dangerous. Sister, put the stool down. Fang Jinju raised her lips and obediently lowered her stool. But in the next instant, she reached out and scooped up Shuru in a hug. With the left arm, Shuru's little body tensed violently and clung to her sister's arm in an attempt to make her weight on it a little lighter. Sister, put Shushu down. Roy and Xing Bao were even more crazy with worry, gathering around the front and back in alarm. Sister, put my sister down. Seeing that the children were in a real hurry, and that Dr. Huang's mouth was so shocked that he could fit a goose egg in it, Fang Jinju then put Shushu back on the ground. It's okay, sis. It's okay. Fang Jinju rolled up the sleeve on her arm and brightened it in front of the eyes of the big one and the three little ones. Good all around. Dr. Huang couldn't help but get up, incredulously coming up to her arm to examine it. This, it's really good. Why? Dr. Huang looked at Fang Jinju's complexion, a face of messy shock. Old man's medicine. It's not so miraculous, right? It's only been 2 days, and it's all healed? Fang Jinju sat down at the table with a mysterious face. Dr. Huang's medicine is naturally good, but the truth is, after yesterday's ordeal, it seems that 1 or 2 of my divine veins have opened up, and as a result, truth be told, my shoulder is all better too. Right now I've come to inform Dr. Huang that I don't need to be bothering with my injuries. Upon hearing this, Dr. Huang came to a sudden realization, and then with a wildly happy face, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said towards Fang Jinju, "Congratulations to Miss Jinju for being blessed by a disaster. Great. Yesterday, Miss Jinju came back in a coma, which scared everyone. Miss Jinju is at the center of the general's heart, and at the center of the hearts of all the northern Liao people. If anything happens to her, even if Bei Liao is fine, everyone will not be at peace. Jinju girl this only opened 1 or 2 divine veins, can be injured immediately recovered? If the divine veins are all opened." As soon as I thought of this, Dr. Huang was full of solidity, but still couldn't help but instruct. Jinju girl still need to be careful, although the arm is good, but just in case, these few days you still have to observe it properly. Can't be as reckless as the general exertion of the party. Fang Jinju nodded. Dr. Huang has a good heart. Jinju will definitely keep it in mind. Dr. Huang, is there any more of the golden wound powder for the children? Take the trouble to give me some, and fetch me a bit of the bandages as well. She is in the eyes of the northern Liao people as the reincarnation of the goddess. Even if the occurrence of the unexplained things of God Xian casually make up a reason can be convincing, although Ruoruisha Shu also has her own Xinxian skills, it doesn't hurt that the entire northern Liao population hates to protect them with their lives. But the Gobo does not work, although everyone pities him and loves him, except for elder Lady Chu Yi, and her. No one else will treat him with the same dedication as Ruoruishu in the end. I don't know which child I'm taking credit for this superb self-healing ability. She had to avoid human verification in order to protect goobers. Dr. Huang nodded repeatedly. There is. As he said that, he hurriedly took a porcelain medicine bottle and a roll of bandages and handed them over. Miss Jinju, what do you need these for? Is anyone else hurt? Fang Jinju knew he would pursue the question and grinned at him. Thanks to the blessing of Dr. Huang's nudging, the general and I have already expressed our feelings for each other. A light sentence, but it was like heavenly thunder, exploding Dr. Huang's heart. Ha? Really? If Dr. Huang doesn't believe it, he can confirm it to the general when he returns. Fang Jinju shook the medicine bottle in her hand. I'm sure Dr. Huang should know exactly what I want this for, right? Dr. Huang's ecstatic face was first stunned, and then he nodded his head repeatedly in understanding. Not only did he stop asking questions, he also excitedly taught Fang Jinju some techniques for bandaging different wounds on different parts of the body with different medicines. Chapter 160, Cut with a knife, burn with a branding iron. Bringing the 3 little ones back to the room, Fang Jinju closed the door and dropped the bolt. The 3 youngest sat in rows around the table. Fang Jinju didn't rush to remove the bandages on the 3 little ones' faces first, but her eyes swept over their little faces one by one. Rue had bumped and bruised his knee on the farm, and it took days for the bruise to fade. Fang Jinju could be sure it wasn't Rue. Then her eyes fell on Shuru's face. Shuru, do you remember if you've been injured and bled anywhere? Use the process of elimination first and try to avoid tossing a few kids. Seeing her sister's serious face, Shushu tilted her little head and thought hard, then nodded. Shushu, I've fallen, and I've broken my measure. The little hand pointed to the pink pout, then stretched out her leg, pointing to her knee, and Kijuri. Fang Jinju nodded and asked again, then does Shushu still remember how many days it took to heal after the fall? Hearing this, Shushu's eyes were filled with some confusion, then she honestly shook her head. Sister, Shushu, I don't remember. Fang Jinju smiled and ruah her head. That's also true. Shushu is so small, where can she remember such a small thing? Sister. Unexpectedly, Star Treasure carefully opened her mouth. Star Treasure has been hurt many times before, but it will be fine soon. At those words, Fang Jinju's eyes lit up. Ah, really? Surprisingly, it's Star Treasure. Star Treasure nodded her head repeatedly, and as if she was afraid her sister wouldn't believe her, she picked up the scissors on the table and stuck them in her little arm. Star Treasure. Fang Jinju couldn't react fast enough and exclaimed in shock. Hurriedly reaching out to snatch the scissors from Xingbao's hand, What are you doing? Xing Bao, however, did not take it seriously and grinned, stretching out her arm to Fang Jinzhu's eyes. Sister, look, brother, sister, look, said Starbuck as she tried to think of something sad, tears bearing her eyes. Fang Jinzhu lowered her eyes and saw Xing Bao's own punctured and bleeding wound, stopping the bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye, scabbing over and leaving a shallow scar. Ruishu rounded her eyes. After reacting, Shushu's small hand rested on Xing Bao's small arm. Big brother, it hurts ba? Big eyes were brimming with crystal tears. Star Treasure's tiny heart softened, grinning and shaking his head repeatedly. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Brother cries for the wound to heal faster. Sister don't cry out. Fang Jinzhu blamed herself in between her surprise. Xing Bao, it would have been better if you had told your sister. Why did you hurt yourself? Self-healing was a good thing anyway, so why should she pursue it? Even if you want to get to the bottom of it, you might as well just take the bandages off all 3 kids in the first place. Save Star Treasure the pain. Star Treasure casually stroked the tears away with her little hand and grinned. Sister, it doesn't matter. This little bit of pain is nothing. But sister can see it and will believe what Xing Bao said. Fang Jinzhu eyes diffuse wetness. That earlier in the capital, I clearly saw you all over the scars. With that said, she reached down and peeled the little man's clothes away a bit as if she remembered something. Sure enough, all the scars that used to be mottled had turned into a powder mark. Star Treasure's big eyes flashed slightly. Star Treasure doesn't lie to sister. As long as Star Treasure sheds tears, the wound will heal quickly and quickly. Otherwise, it will be slower. Earlier when Starbuck didn't do what the bad guys said, they would cut Starbuck with a small knife and burn Starbuck's flesh with a very, very hot iron. Xing Bao is afraid that the bad guys will find out that Xing Bao's wound heals too fast and be even more aggressive towards Xing Bao. So Xing Bao has held back her tears every time. Saying this, he grinned his little mouth and winked at Fang Jinzhu. Sister, so this little injury, it doesn't matter at all. The day I met my sister, they beat Star Treasure so much that Star Treasure couldn't take it anymore and let the little mouse help her escape. Later on, my sister and brother were so nice to Xing Bao. Xing Bao actually cried secretly. But it was a happy cry out. So the body is healed. Fang Jinzhu's tears flowed. Cut with a knife. Burn with a branding iron. How dare they be so cruel to such a young child? She reached out and swept Star Treasure into her arms, holding her tightly and weeping with heartache. Rui and Shushu also understood and carefully stuck their hugs on their brother's back. Tears rose again in Starbuck's big eyes, but his little mouth grinned behind his ears. No grabbing. No looting allowed. This is our food. Oh God, I beg you, don't trash the grain. In the villages on the outskirts of the city, a large number of victims flooded into the wheat field, frantically pulling off the ears of wheat and stuffing them into their arms, and some of them who were very hungry even stuffed them directly into their mouths. There are simply too many victims. Everyone was afraid that if they were one step behind, they wouldn't be able to grab enough food, and they were all in a frenzy. The golden wheat field was trampled into a mess, and the nearby villagers vociferously blocked it, but to no avail. A lot of villagers were hit and trampled, in order to save their lives only to escape to sit in front of the ridge, and watched the victims wherever they went. The wheat fields were destroyed. The general is coming. The Chu family army is here. Some sharp-eyed villagers saw that a large number of troops were rapidly approaching over and cried out in surprise. Hearing that the army was coming, the victims were afraid in their hearts, which made them stop the movements of their hands. There is an army. We robbed their grain. They will surely kill us. It's a death anyway. There are so many of us. There's still a slight chance of surviving a fight with them. As long as we win, all the food here will be ours. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, but all the victims got up and rushed towards the army. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 heavenly thunderbolts in succession exploded over the heads of the victims. Caught off guard by the vision, the victims were scared to lie down in the wheat field, and for a while they flickered and looked around, not daring to move again. Heavenly punishment. It's heaven's punishment. The goddess has descended to heaven to punish. Seeing this scene, the indigenous villagers boiled over in order to shout. The victims looked at each other with fear. Even the few people who had just started to lead the way, their eyes cringed and they tilted their heads to look around in fear. Soon, Chuyi then drove his horse forward and shouted, "Which county are you from? Why have you come to northern Liao?" An intimidating sound that silenced all 4. A bearded village man stood up boldly. "We are the people of Mengzhou County, and have come to North Liao to join General Chu. Please also ask General Chu to take us in." Chuyi slightly clamped his horse's belly, and the horse slowly stepped forward. He swept a circle of the victims, the corner of his lips hooked up with a touch of cold irony. "You have the nerve to say that you've come to rely on Northern Liao when you're behaving like robbers at the moment?" Chapter 161, Only those who are diligent, kind and generous are worthy of entering my Northern Liao city, said he. Made a wink behind him, and immediately a Chu family army came forward and clamped down on the bearded man. "What do you want? Let go of me." Seeing this, the bearded man panicked and struggled desperately. Chu Yi drove his horse forward, his lance straight against his neck. "Say, what's your name and what did you do for a living before?" The bearded man's eyes flashed as he replied, "You are not the Chu family army. The Chu family army would not do this to the people. Folks, come on." He had just turned his head and was ready to yell to incite the victims, when Chu Yi knocked his neck hard with a gun, and fainted to death without even a grunt. "This person is trying to incite the victims to cause trouble. Take him back for a proper trial. It's the general." The bearded man was quickly dragged off. Chu Yi did not utter a single word, and his majestic eyes scanned the victims like a falcon. It was as if, but if anyone else came out of the woodwork to venture as far as the bearded man, the lance in his hand would not spare anyone. The victims looked at each other in shock and fear, not knowing what to do. "Run away! The Chu family army is trying to kill people." I don't know who shouted again, and the victims were immediately terrified and in an uproar. But the person who drank high was very shrewd, and did not come out of the head like the beard, but hid in the sea of people, only heard his voice, not see his person. Chu Yi's eyes were stern as he drank in the air. "Goddess manifests." The voice with internal power could be transmitted for miles, and everyone felt like thunder. Ah! As soon as the voice fell, someone in the group of victims immediately let out a miserable scream. The victims around the screams immediately panicked and avoided a circle in which a man was frantically slapping his body. Fixed eyes, countless rats are crazy towards him to climb up and tear, shoot off and climb up a dozen, like wearing a moving ratskin cloak. Seeing this scene, the victims' chicken skin clumped up and their backs tingled as they screamed and surged out towards the official road. The Chu family army was prepared for this, and with their lances facing forward, they blocked the victims in the wheat field. For every additional grain that is lost, the sin is deeper, and the heavenly punishment will increase by 1 point. Chu Yi shouted, "If you want to be safe and sound, all crouch in place." Upon hearing this, the victims didn't dare to run around anymore, and they obediently squatted on the ground. Immediately, some Chu family troops came forward and surrounded the person who shouted and incited the victims. Then the victims were amazed to see the tides of rats fading away from the man. In just a dozen or so breaths, the clothes on the Hanyo's body had been gnawed into shapelessness. The face, the bare skin, was even more of a bloody mess. Seeing this scene, the victims immediately felt the cold from the soles of their feet. Even breath suffocated, where still dare to move. The Chu family's army immediately brought the bloody and slimy man down. Chu Yi glared behind him. A group of military doctors, led and escorted by the Chu family army, poured in along the ridge and began to check the injuries of the indigenous villagers, waiting for them to carry out the injured villagers. Chu Yi just said, "This general believes that 99% of you are victims, but as you can see, there are also people with bad intentions mixing in and trying to incite you to trouble." The horses' hooves roamed back and forth in front of the victims, and Chu Yi's pair of stern eyes also scrutinized them imperviously. "Originally, if you had honestly defected to the North City Gate, even if this general would not release you into the city for the time being, he would not sit back and ignore you. But you are so short-sighted that you have been instigated by the thieves to damage my Baleo grain fields and injure my people. So if I were to let you off lightly, it would be an injustice to my people and soldiers in Baleo." At those words, the uninjured aboriginal villagers rose to their feet, their eyes blazing and reverent as they gazed at their general. They knew that the general would do it for them. "General, spare your life. General, spare your life." I don't know who took the lead, but the victims turned toward Chu Yi and clattered to their knees. "General, we were starving before we listened to the instigation of the traitors. I beg you to take pity on our broken family and homelessness and spare our lives. We know we're wrong. Please spare our lives. General." Chu Yi quietly waited for the sound of the victims begging for mercy to lower, before saying, "Even if this general spares you right now, how long will you live?" The victims were silent. "Yeah, right now. Many counties have been affected by the disaster, and they are already homeless and have nowhere to go. Even if you turn to the capital at the foot of the heavens, without food or water, you will only die halfway. The moment. Everyone is remorseful. It's already under the city of Baliao. Why don't they hold back a little longer?" The traitor said that the Northern Liao's General Chu was kind and generous. Even if they robbed the grain, they will also pity them all the way here on a hungry stomach, and will not be deeply investigated. Besides, there are more than 1,000 acres of wheatland in Northern Liao. How much can they rob? But I don't want to think that Baleo is really blessed by the gods. The vision of the party made them understand. Even if General Chu doesn't look deeper, God won't spare them. "General." Shong Dali came forward with a group of Chu family army. "These victims are peaceful all the way. How should they be resettled?" Behind them, followed by thousands of victims, Chu Yi looked over. In addition to the victims from the villages of Yanghua and Yangtan, there are many others that I don't recognize. First find an open space to pitch a tent and temporarily house them. Shuyi opened his mouth and said, provide 2 meals of kanji daily, and then wait for this general to make other arrangements. Xiong Dali clasped his fists and responded, yes, General. Thank you for the favor of taking the general in. Thank you for the favor of taking the general in. The victims who had been resettled had knelt down towards Chuyi, kowtowing in excitement and gratitude. The mayors of Yanghua and Yangtan villages are right. The general really won't leave them alone. Chuyi said in a loud voice. You should not be too happy too early. This general is only temporarily resettling you, and did not say that he must take you in. He raised his voice a bit. Northern Liao does not take in people with bad intentions who are good at causing trouble, nor do they take in people who are lazy. Only those who are diligent, kind and generous are worthy of entering my city of Bailu. Here you shall supervise each other, but wherever there are any of these miscreants that this general has spoken of, you shall take the initiative to give them up to this general for disposal. Otherwise don't blame a rat for spoiling a pot of porridge. Everyone won't be able to enter Northern Liao City. These words were not only for the victims who had already been resettled, but also for these victims who were grabbing food. Zhao Liangpeng straightened his back and answered in a loud voice. Don't worry, General. We will definitely bear in mind the general's admonition and will never allow people with bad intentions to defile the Northern Liao region. Uncle Quan also chimed in. We all listened to the general. Chuyi nodded his head and asked Xiong Dali to take them down to resettle them. Seeing this, a group of grain-grabbing victims envied the occasion, repenting and wishing to turn back the clock to a few hours ago. If they had known this, they wouldn't have done such a foolish thing even if they were starving and drinking their own blood. Chapter 162 Please, General, give us a chance to redeem our sins. Wait for Xiong Dali to walk a little farther away. Chuyi resumed looking at the victims kneeling in the wheat field. Wherever his eyes went, the hearts of the victims hung high. General, there was a half an armor-aged calamity victim who stood up boldly and said with a trembling voice, please, General, give us a chance to redeem our sins. If we don't do a good job, we are at the general's disposal. With that, he cupped his fists and bowed down deeply towards Chuyi, his head hating to fall down into the dust. Please, General, give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Please, General. After reacting, all the victims kowtowed towards Chuyi to echo the words of the half-armored victims. A shimmer of triumph flashed under Chuyi's eyes, but he didn't open his mouth to respond right away. During these few breaths of silence, all the victims felt that it was hard to endure with knives hanging over their heads. Whether you live or die is at the whim of the general in front of you. At the end, Chuyi finally opened his mouth. Which county and which village are you from? Report your name. Everyone looked up at the flower-armored villager in unison. The flower-armored villager's figure shook and looked up at Chuyi in fear. Chuyi continued, come forward and answer. The flower-armored villager stepped forward in quick succession, stumbling and falling because he was so flustered. Even so, he didn't dare to delay. Busily climbed up, trotted to Chuyi's horse, and flung himself on his knees, reporting back to the general. My name is Zhao Degan, the village head of Zhengtai village in Xinzhou County. The old voice trembled more than a little, but it was as pious as it could be. Please admonish and punish the general. So it's the head of a village. Chuyi sunk in. No wonder there is such a boldness to seek life at the death gate. Zhao Degan was trembling, kneeling down and bending his head. All village heads, stewards, and masters, come forward. Chuyi didn't proceed to ask, but looked at the group of victims. There was a commotion among the victims, and one after another, people stood out and fearfully walked up to Chuyi. Others, not knowing whether it was good or bad to get up and stand up, hesitated to do so, waiting for dozens of men of all ages to come into view. Chuyi said in a loud voice, ignorant people are just, but you are all the chief of a party, also have the insight and decision, but easily listen to traitors and slander. Make such a stupid thing, simply unforgivable. When these words were exited, all the kneeling village chiefs and principals shook like chaff in unison. Feng, who had hesitated to come forward, thankfully touched the cold sweat on his forehead. The gun hits the bird, the knife cuts the snake. When you are in the Lord's service, you are naturally superior in every way when you are at peace, but when things go wrong, they are the first to suffer. But, Chuyi's words steeply turned, and said, and then before the road ahead is uncertain, you can follow the order of the general to come forward, but also have the courage to bear the use of people. From this will be able to conclude that you do have sincere repentance. Upon hearing this, the kneeling cadre of village chiefs and principals felt that the knife that was about to fall over their heads was hanging up a few more points, and they kowtowed to show their sincerity. The people who had been feeling thankful were instantly a little confused. What's the situation? It's amazing how elusive the general's temper can be. Just now also a look to kill the chicken to warn the dog's ruthless look. now and suddenly changed his tone. Between the weighing struggles, a few more gritted their teeth and stood up. General, I'm the village head of Spikestone Village in Mangzhou County. General, I am the mayor of Pear Blossom Village in Xiangzhou County. Afraid of losing any opportunity, the few people who stood up didn't wait for Chu Yi to open his mouth to ask, so they reported their names in unison. Chu Yi glanced at them coldly and gave a look behind him. Immediately a Chu family army came forward and guarded the side of the few people who stood up after. When these men saw this, their hearts were instantly high in their mouths. Chu Yi did not respond to these few people, but continued to look at the kneeling village headmaster and said, therefore, this general can give you an opportunity to redeem your sins. Upon hearing this, the kneeling village headmaster looked at each other twice, agitated beyond measure. At the mercy of the general's discipline, Chu Yi swept a glance at the victims. The party has already arrested 2 people who picked a fight, but this general knows very well that it is not only the 2 of them who are doing wrong. You are the chiefs of the villages, and if they want to make trouble, they must talk to you first. This general orders you to rise at once and bring out all these provocateurs. If we don't uncover these hidden dangers, this general will expel all of you from the northern Liao territory. At these words, the village chiefs were so awestruck that they didn't dare to have the slightest objection, and they went into the pile of victims and began to identify them. Not only that, but he also shouted for the villagers of his village to join him in identifying them. The Chu family army followed them up, and in no time they caught a dozen or so thieves and thieves. Others tried to escape, but were pinned to the ground by the quick eyes of the others. After a commotion, the Chu family army twisted 26 suspected victims to Chu Ye's eyes. Chu Ye glanced at them and said in a cold voice, take them back for strict interrogation. Wait for the Chu family army to take the people away. Chu Ye looked again at the cadre of village chiefs who had stepped forward and said, very well, this general has already gotten a slight sense of your sincerity. Now call all your village people forward and line them up in an orderly fashion by village. Just as his words fell, there was a good deal of commotion among the victims. It was the victims under the command of these village chiefs who were glad that their village chiefs had the courage to take charge and fight for their chance to live. The rest, or apprehension, or grumbling, the village chiefs who had come out after him were made to feel as if they had been killed. In the time it took to burn incense, the victims from more than 24 villages lined up in an orderly fashion in the open space. Each village chief stood at the head of the group, with another 10 Chu family troops standing guard. Permitting the victims to come to Bailia was a rumor put out by this general himself. Chu Yi looked at them and said, for one thing, it's only because this general knows very well that the court doesn't care if the people live or die. Previously North Liao was cut off and abandoned. This general and the city full of soldiers and people 9 deaths, can feel the same as your desperate plight of asking for help without a door. Secondly, it is because the gods had mercy on the world and ordered me to save the people from the fire, and I dare not disobey. But I did not expect that you would damage the grain fields and provoke the gods to anger. Seeing the victims all hang their heads in shame, he added, now is the time of the grain harvest. This will be the first penalty, is to let you harvest the grain, every day up to the amount stipulated by the general. You can get a meal. If there is an excess, you can eat 2 meals a day. As for what punishment is to follow, wait for this general to decide. When the gods have forgiven you, then I will order the people to set up camp to give you shelter from the wind and rain. And after screening, I will allow you to enter the city and settle down. May I object? The village chiefs led the way, and the villagers in the clearing knelt in unison. Let the general punish you. I dare not have any objections. Okay, take them to get the farm equipment. After the instructions, Chu Jejun looked toward the group of victims shivering in the wheat field, and his voice steeply turned stern. As for you, Chapter 163, this is much more exciting than the love stories in the books. The remaining 1,000 or so victims were suddenly pale and weak in the knees. You could have been given the same chance to redeem yourselves as they were, Chu Yi said in a deep voice, but the mayors and chiefs of your villages are not the ones who can carry things. General! Before he finished his words, some of the victims plopped down on their knees and cried, General! We are just ordinary people like them. We can only follow the footsteps of the village chief and everyone else. I beg you not to cut off the way of life for all of us because of what the village chief has done alone. 1 word starts, 10,000 words follow. All the victims knelt in agreement. Yes, General. It's unfair to veto all of us because of the village chief's actions alone. I beg the general to divide us into those village chief queues, and we are at the disposal of the general and the new village chiefs for everything. Unwilling to be dragged down by their own village chief, the people pleaded indignantly. Those few village chiefs who stood out afterward, their faces were green and white, ashamed and angry. Chu Yi coldly snorted. If you follow the village chiefs of the villages at this moment with the same advance and retreat, this general will still look at you highly. Right now it seems. Oh, it really is exactly as this general guessed. He looked toward the 7 or 8 village chiefs in the wheat field. If you as village chiefs can't carry things, how good can the hearts of the villagers under your command be if they have been taught by ear? He said and sneered at the group of kneeling victims. Look at them. You had been neighbors for many years or even for a lifetime. And when they encountered difficulties they still immediately fell apart and sold out. Not to mention the fact that we, the military and civilians of Northern Liao, have no affection for you. If we resettle you in the capital, when the enemy attacks again in the future, there's no guarantee that you won't sell out your masters and destroy my Northern Liao's foundation from the roots. My Baliao city has easily recovered from its desperate situation and is thriving. This general will never allow anyone to destroy the righteousness within my Baliao city. He swept a look around and said sternly, those of you who are over 60 years of age and children under 10 years of age may choose to stay, while the rest of you leave the Northern Liao territory immediately. Nearby counties have suffered a natural disaster. The court will not be renovated to this. Those rich families in the city will be able to dig out a lot of food. You have hands and feet. Into the city to find a mouthful of food is not difficult. To be the inferiority to sharpened a little before defecting to the Northern Liao is not too late. Lu Qi. At the end, Shu Yi ordered. Lu Qi immediately stepped forward. The last general is here. Enroll all of these villagers, and settle them first according to the conditions of the next best thing. Give them a meal today, and from tomorrow arrange for them to begin harvesting the grain, and assign them food according to their labor. Don't worry, General. Leave everything to Mordecai to supervise. At the words, the victims lost their shapes in excitement. Although the general still had to examine them, it was good to have a chance to fight to stay. How can you not be happy? Shu Yi looked at the remaining 1,000 victims again. Those who meet the conditions mentioned by this general and are willing to stay will come forward immediately. The words fell. More than 1,000 victims hugged and wept instantly. It was clear to everyone that it was naturally the best option to stay in Northern Liao. The general's benevolence is evident in the fact that he can make an exception and leave the old man and the children behind. Even though they were no longer willing to let their families cut away, the victims entrusted each other and pushed the elderly and children forward. There were about 100 or so. Lu Qi, you register these people and assign them to the villages under your command. After Chu Yi instructed Lu Qi, he also looked at a group of victims who got the chance to be resettled. I will assign these people to your villages under my command. After that, they will be a village folks with you. But if any isolation and exclusion is found, you will be expelled from the entire village from the Northern Liao territory. Can it be written down? The crowd of victims responded in unison. Remember the general's command. The more than 1,000 victims who were still reluctant and uneasy just now have all put down their hearts at this moment, leaving their elderly children behind. Their biggest worry is that their family members will be bullied. But they didn't dare to make any demands in front of the general. But I didn't realize that the general wanted what they wanted and arranged it to the best of his ability. After giving some more instructions, Shu Yi steered his horse back to the city. With Jin Zhu's advice, the disaster victims' fiasco has been handled properly. As the horse raced, Shu Yi couldn't wait to remove the walkie-talkie at his waist and curved his lips to report. I'm heading back to the house now. Fang Jinju was preparing the dishes and hurriedly wiped her hands when she heard the voice coming from the intercom. So soon? I thought you were afraid you'd only make it back in time for dinner. Then I'll get a few more dishes out. Don't be in a hurry. Ride slowly. Don't scare the people on the road. The corners of Chuya's lips lifted wider. Good. Don't be in a hurry. Do it slowly too. I'll come back and help you. Fang Jinju looked at the oldest little one who was busy playing in the first kitchen and smiled. There is no longer a place for you in the kitchen. Just wait for your meal. Barracks. A bunch of Chu Jia army surrounded the bookcase tightly. An intercom was placed in the center of the bookcase, and the voices of Chu Yi and Fang Jinju talking and laughing were coming from inside. Yi Tingxian covered his mouth and giggled. The Chu family soldiers were all grinning from ear to ear as well. That said, the conversation between the general and the Jinju girl was normal, but to their ears, every word was sweet. It's not just the army tent, the whole barracks, the vice generals, the chiefs of thousands, the white army chiefs, but all the chiefs who were equipped with walkie-talkies were surrounded by the Chu family's army. I have a feeling that the general favors Miss Jinju. What's the point of feeling? The general just likes Miss Jinju. That's right. When did you hear the general speak so gently? Even when talking to Ruwei Shushu, he can't get rid of that majesty. TSK. Previously the general said that he would not marry if his family and country were disturbed, and I was worried for a long time. It seems that the general does not want to marry, but his vision is too high. Then what do you say? Does Miss Jinju like general? Our general mustn't be shaving his head and getting hot at the same time. Earlier, Miss Jinju's status was extraordinary, so she must not dare to think about it. But now that she is a woman of the earth, and our general is a son who is unrivaled in the world, I think there must be a chance. If General and Miss Jinju could, that would be great. The Chu family's army was listening and chattering at the same time. Everyone's face was excited, more fervent than if they were marrying their own daughter-in-law. The debate was heating up when the intercom suddenly went watery silent. A group of Chu's army came together and waited for a while without seeing any movement, all a little disappointed. I wish I could still hear the general and Miss Jinju talking tomorrow. It's so much more exciting than the love stories in the talking books. How can we listen? General and Miss Jinju are both at the general's residence, so if they have something to say face to face, where would we have a chance to hear it? Hey, I do have an idea. Chapter 164. When that day comes, I will marry you. The general's house. Granary. The four-sided dining table has been transformed into a large round table in the farm of Fang Jinju. There was a mandarin duck pot on the round table, and it was gurgling hot. The spicy overbearing aroma pervasively pervaded, causing the Chu family troops guarding the doorway to gulp furiously for a while. The hot pot was surrounded by a variety of meat and vegetable dishes. The veggie ones are fresh and juicy. The meat ones are full of flavor. The Chu clan guards' afterimages were all glued to the round table, and they actually realized that there were not many dishes that they could recognize. What kind of food is it? Shu Yi, who came back with the three little ones' net play hands, saw a table of raw food and couldn't help but look at Fang Jinju, who was carrying two large plates of fatty beef rolls and fatty goat rolls. Fang Jinju laughed as she put down the dish tray. You deserve to be celebrated for pacifying the disaster victims' chaos. Celebration. That means hot pot and beer. Sit down. Sit down. When Fang Jinju pulled out the chair, she pushed elder Lady Chu's shoulder to let her take a seat. Sister Wei, you sit too. Sister Wei waved her hands in succession. Slaves serve several. Before she finished her words, she was pushed by Fang Jinju and pressed on the stool. Eating hot pot should have a lot of people to be lively. Auntie treats you as close and thick as a sister, and we are all juniors. How can we let your old man serve? You, he said, and then looked over at the three little ones who were already sitting obediently and curved their eyes. Awesome. At the end of the day, he shouted outward, soldier brothers, all come in and eat hot pot together. Shu Yi looked at Fang Jinju, and a flash of acidity flashed under his eyes. Soldier? Previously, when Jinju was on the farm, he had recruited 2 soldiers as guards, and he had also called out to them as a soldier brother. At that time, he respected and admired Jinju, although he could detect the jealousy in his heart, but he also regarded this as disrespectful and blasphemous. But now, Jinju says she likes him. Thinking of this, before the acidity in his eyes faded, the tips of Chu Ye's ears were dyed a flushed red again. So he can be legitimately jealous, can't he? Thank you, Miss Jinju, for your kindness. My subordinate wouldn't dare. The subordinates still have to be on duty. The ears of the Chu family's soldiers flopped in unison, and they said politely without moving a muscle. But the heart with the long nose and mouth was already sitting at the table. It is just too flavorful. Just smelling it feels like it could go down several bowls of rice, and I can't imagine what kind of good taste it would have in my mouth. A meal is nothing. Fang Jinju walked outside and said in a serious manner to the 4 Chu clan troops, I've prepared shabu for 12 people, so if you guys don't participate, a large portion of it will go to waste. The Chu family army looked at me and I looked at you. Both saw in the other's eyes the inability to refuse. Then, swallowing their throats in unison, they shook their heads in unison. Thank you, Miss Jinju, for your kind words. My subordinates will be on duty. A Chu family army voice as Mosquito Na said, Jinju girl, do not worry about wasting. If there is leftover in a while, we can help to clean up. As he spoke he glanced inside. Fang Jinju immediately understood and looked at Chu Yi, who was seated, and winked. Although not a single word was spat out, Chu Yi instantly understood her meaning and cleared his throat. Don't spoil Jinju's fun. All come in and eat together. The Chu family army looked at each other and grinned in unison. The general has spoken. What are you waiting for? The 4 men sat down at the table in a flurry. As soon as he sat close, a burst of the overpowering scent went up his nose and straight to the sky. Put. Fang Jinju took out the cold beer that had been prepared long ago and clicked open several bottles. Come. First fill up all the wine. The Chu family soldiers were very perceptive and hurriedly stood up and poured wine into the glasses in front of each person. As the sides poured, a couple of the men's eyes traveled back and forth over the beer bottles and glasses. Sheesh. Agate vase. Glazed marigold. There's also this Taiji octagonal-like cauldron. Never before seen meatloaf and a host of dishes. No wonder the brothers are crowding to come to the granary on duty. No wonder. Looking at the 3 little ones who were looking at her with bated breath, Fang Jinju magically took out a large bottle of yogurt from under the table. Dang, you guys are in on it, too. The 3 little ones bent their eyes in unison. Yay, thank you, sister. After the glass in front of each person was filled, Fang Jinju raised her glass with a smile and said, before we start eating, let's raise a glass together. May our great general be victorious in every battle and succeed in every horse. Everyone cheerfully raised their cups and clinked them together. I wish the general success in every battle, and success in every horse. Uncle Junior. Success. Success. Uncle Chu was the best and most successful. The three little ones also fought to hold up their yogurt cups and touch joy with the adults. Fang Jinju tilted her head and took a big gulp of beer, shivering with ice, but feeling soothed in every pore. Open up. Right after that, she poured the meatloaf toward the pan. Count to 20 and eat. The three little ones really counted them one by one. 17, 18, 19, 20. Fang Jinju greeted. Quick, this time of year has the best flavor and is the most tender. As she said that, she gave old lady Chu, Sister Wei, Chu Yi, and the three little ones each a chopstick full of meat rolls in turn. Dips and dips must be covered in sauce to be good. Fang Jinju then said and demonstrated, and the others followed her example and ate. One bite down, everyone's eyes lit up. The four Chu clan troops were even more eyed like cows, nodding their heads like pecks of rice. Yummy. It smells so good. It's so good. This bite, like the feeling of 100,000 troops attacking a city, attacked every corner of the oral cavity in an instant. The place where the ice beer pathway had been, was instantly covered by the warmth of the scorching heat. The good taste of fire and ice cannot be described as a sound. There's more deliciousness to come. A cup of wine under the belly. The heat-'ll linger. Fang Jinju looked to Chu Yi. Face halo open a flash of red. In the future, every time you return from a victory, I'll give you a table of good food to celebrate. Never the same. How? The gentleness in Chu Ye's eyes was not hidden. Good. Fang Jinju giggled. I hope that the day I run out of ideas is the day when there is no more war in this world. I hope that someday everyone in this world will be as happy and joyful as we are right now. Elderly Lady Chu and Sister Wei looked at each other. The bottom of their eyes coincidentally flooded with some crystalline wetness. Chu Ye's eyes were colored with a touch of deep meaning, and he picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go. There will be that day. When that day comes, the world will only have to worry about whether to eat fish or meat today, and which new coat to wear tomorrow, and no more worries. Fang Jinju smiled and raised her cup towards Chu Yi. When that day comes, I will marry you. Chu Ye's brain rumbled, and all was quiet. Only the woman's words rang out week after week. I will marry you. I will marry you. All heads snapped up. Chapter 165, A Kiss. Not exactly shocking, is it? A Chu clan soldier reached out and viciously pinched the face of the brother next to him. Oops dash. Chu Jiajun, who was pinched, grimaced in pain. What are you doing? The pinching Chu Jiajun instantly grinned. Not a dream. And I didn't hear any interruptions. Miss Jean Zhu said she wants to marry the general. Several Chu clan troops grinned widely in unison and looked at the stunned Chu Yi. General, Miss Jean Zhu said she wants to marry you. Elder Lady Chu excitedly grabbed the hand of Sister Wei at her side, and anxiously kept making eyes at Chu Yi. This stupid kid, why doesn't he even react? Three little ones, six big eyes glazed over. Sister, you want to marry Uncle Junior? So will they not be able to call their sister from now on? You want to call me auntie? If you don't want to. Seeing Chu Ye's shocked look as he looked at himself for a split second, Fang Jinju's lips hooked up with a touch of mischief. Then even if, yes, he does. Before her words had even fallen out of her mouth, a table of people interrupted in unison, with the tacit understanding of the gods. Chu Ye's divine soul, which had been sent flying towards the ninth heaven by the shock, was instantly ripped back into his body. Seeing that her son was still a bit distracted and ungathered, Mrs. Chu was so anxious that she reached out and stabbed him in the ribs of his waist. Are you stupid? Fang Jinju brought the wine to her mouth, hiding the corners of her lips that couldn't help but rise high, and looked at Chu Yi with a pair of eyes containing a full smile. Chu Ye's throat welled up. Really? Fang Jinju's eyes curved. Fake. The crowd's hearts hung in unison. Old Lady Chu hatefully stabbed her son again. You are really stupid. Is it so hard to say I do? In this situation, how dare you question the truth in Jinju's words? She hated him and reached out to hit him. Oops. Where has that killing determination of yours from the battlefield gone? Chu Ye's handsome face was slightly red, and he looked at Fang Jinju in a perplexed manner. Jinju, I didn't question your meaning. I'm naturally extremely willing to. I understand. Looking at Chu Ye's overwhelmed and chagrined appearance, Fang Jinju pressed to hold back her laughter and couldn't help but want to tease him. It's just that you didn't think that I, a woman, would openly confess my love for you on this kind of occasion, and really don't know how to be shy. Not. Smelling something wrong, Chu Yi bounced up sharply, hitting the table with a clank. No, it's not. A few Chu clan troops' eyes stared like bronze bells, and after the shock, their hearts hung violently. Oh, God. Generals are never stoic or dignified, and their faces don't change when Tarzan is on top of them. When has it ever been so out of character? But this scene, well, Not at least they saw it. They are finished. Chuyi noticed that he had lost his temper, and his heart was also startled, subconsciously looking at the 4 Chu family troops, but was baffled. The 4 Chu family troops all closed their eyes tightly, straining their bodies, with a tense expression of I didn't see nor did I hear. Very knowledgeable. Chuyi coughed lightly and looked at Fang Jinju once again. Jinju has always been honest and open in the world. Even if you are interested in a person is also no entanglement to cover up. On the contrary, I think too much. Failing Jinju's sincere intentions. At the end, his eyes sizzled as he looked at Fang Jinju. Once upon a time, I said that my family and country were uneasy and I would never take a wife, but now I'm going to hit myself in the face. Jinju said that she would marry me on the day when her family and country were at peace, but if I were to reveal my true heart, I would want to take Jinju as my wife tomorrow. The 4 Chu clan troops stared violently in unison. What kind of good fortune are they having today? Not only were they invited by Miss Jinju to eat and drink well, but they also watched such an amazingly good show for them? Chu old lady excited eyes tail are rippling open folds. Good. This is my Chu family man should have the bearing temperament. Then she looked blearily at Fang Jinju with a Jinju. I can't wait to be your mother-in-law look. Fang Jinju slightly surprised. Then warm soft smile open. General to Jinju heart. Jinju no doubt. Jinju also think that the general is the most trustworthy good man. Even if the marriage tomorrow. And what is the harm? Only. Shuya's eyes tightened. The table full of people looked at her. But Fang Jinju intentionally sold a secret. After a bright smile like a flower. But I don't want to do the marriage. The groom suddenly left me to carry a gun and go to war, huh? The crowd was stunned in unison. And then they all burst into laughter. Gently moving Chuyi eyes covered tightly. Can no longer drill into the slightest side of the mood. He regarded Jinju as a pearl. How could he let such a thing happen? If you want to marry Jinju, then the country must be settled first. Then we will use the rivers and mountains as the bride price. 10 miles of red dress to welcome the bride, so that all the people will congratulate the bride. It's the only way to live up to it. A hearty, hot meal, with 4 Chu Jejuns around. There wasn't even a single vegetable leaf left on the table, or even in the pot. They weren't even allowed to pour the soup at the bottom of the pot. They had to save it to cook noodles for the evening. Fang Jinju didn't block it. Having experienced that inhuman famine ordeal, cherishing every bite of food has become their muscle memory. After packing up, Elder Lady Chu and Sister Wei glanced at each other and decisively left the granary with the 3 little ones. The 4 Chu family troops also had the sense to go out and simply cut off at a distance, guarding the entrance to the courtyard. Only Chu Yi and Fang Jinju were left in the granary, sitting across from each other in front of the 4-sided table. Chu Yi looked at Fang Jinju for an instant. Unlike the previous stoic concealment, this moment's eyes were frankly scorching. Originally drank wine. Fang Jinju's face has long been stained with a few points of drunkenness flushed. At this moment is even more by the man's passionate like fire eyes. Inch by inch, burns scarlet. Though she has had one relationship, it only progressed to the stage of holding hands. Now that I think about it, even the memory of holding hands is pretty disgusting. In all seriousness, it's not even a relationship experience, only a reality hit. So, Fang Jinju is actually confused about relationships. All she knew was that Chu Yi was the superior of all the men she had met. Even a few blocks away from the senior she had worshipped and crushed on in the beginning. It's hard not to be impressed. More than heartfelt, there is reverence. Admire Chu Ye's commitment to the people of the country. That's why she didn't hesitate to reveal her heart. Didn't hesitate to swear her sovereignty in public. Super-performing stocks. Naturally, you have to rush to get your hands on and clutch them. As for love, you can take your time. Throughout history, it is not uncommon for people to get married before they fall in love. Fang Jinju rested her cheeks and looked at Chu Yi with eyes tainted with a 3% drunkenness. It's a favorite that you can't hide. Who would have the stamina to sit still with such a good man day in and day out at arm's length? Isn't it only a matter of time before you fall in love? The liking in the woman's eyes was so thick that it was drawn out. Her scarlet face was delicate, and her lips, which were raised in joy and acceptance, were even more red. Chu Yi's throat welled up, and he only felt a bit of dryness in his mouth. Well, that, and it's kind of a marriage relationship. So a kiss. Not shocking, is it? Zip, zip, zip. Chapter 166, asking what love is in this world. One thing is as good as another. Fang Jinju's voice was mercilessly interrupted by the current sound of the intercom. General. Yi Tingshuan's voice came out of the intercom. Can you come to the barracks? Shuya's mind was blank. The woman's words just now were deafening in his ears, obscuring all sounds beside them. General? General, are you listening? Across the street, Yi Tingshuan's voice was anxious and suspicious. See Chu Yi because of their own words and lost concentration, not versed in the right things. Fang Jinju heart shame dry, cursing their own color courage, and hurriedly reached out and shook Chu Yi's arm. Shu Yi, the barracks looking for you. The woman's red lips are close at hand, opening and closing them to capture the soul. Shu Yi indulged himself. General? General, are you alright? General, if you don't make a sound, I'll come to the general's house. Over the intercom, Yi Tingshuan's voice rose above the rest. Helplessly, Fang Jinju hurriedly pressed the intercom and said, "Don't worry, the general is with me again. He drank some wine and fell asleep. I'll wake him up right now. Make sure I won't miss anything. She doesn't know." Reasoning off the top of my head, it blew up on that side of the barracks. The assembled Chu's army boiled over. Hear that? The general and Miss Jean Zhu are together again. And he, sleeping. Ha ha ha. The general's lifelong endeavors are in sight. So envious of the brothers who are on duty in the general's residence. Every day you can feel the general and Miss Jean Zhu's dealings and interactions up close. I'm going to sign up to be on duty in the general's residence. I'm going too. They don't know. The brother they envied was at that very moment covering his mouth and bouncing lengthwise in place. If the body can make a sound. The action must have been deafening for a few of them then. Though deliberately guarded from a distance, they couldn't control their ears. Well, it's all about marriage. A kiss. It's not shocking, right? Not shocking. It can be a bright and colorful kiss. If there are still concerns, they can help block the and favoring the most exciting moment was interrupted by the intercom. Now that the Chengwu emissary has been removed, what urgent matters can there be in the military camp that are not waiting for the general to deal with? Aha! Chu Yi! Fang Jinju came to Chu Ye's ear and shouted in a raised voice, "The military camp is looking for you. It's not that bad, is it?" Even if her words were too shocking, Chu Yi was a great general of 10,000 people. "I've seen it all before. Why are you so lost in thought?" Fang Jinju was aware that Chu Yi had never been in love, but she did not expect him to be as pure as this. That's not even a kiss. If we really kissed, we'd pass out, wouldn't we? Looking for a chance, gotta try it. After shouting several times, Chu Yi came back to his senses. His face and ears had long been red and indistinguishable. How? What's wrong? The main thing at the moment, Fang Jinju dare not have delay. Busy said, "Fang Kaiyi Vice General looking for you. Let you hurry to the barracks a trip. I said back that you fell asleep drunk. Is waking up. Wait, I'll get you a basin of cool water to sober up first." Said also do not care. Chu Yi is what look. Whirlwind like pot went out. Chu Yi subconsciously touched his face before realizing that it was shockingly hot. You can imagine how red it became. But Jin Shu's words really made him. "General?" Yi Dingshuan's voice came from the intercom again. "Miss Jinju, is the general awake?" That what? In fact, the barracks is not a big deal. If the general sleeps well, it is better not to disturb him. Forget it. We can deal with it ourselves. Please trouble Miss Jean Zhu to take good care of the general." If it was said that just now, God's thoughts were still a little misty. At this moment, Yi Tingshuan's words directly caused Chu Yi to return to his wits for a second. Yi Tingshuan's words were unusual, and besides his voice, there seemed to be a suppressed cacophony of voices. Chu Yi immediately reacted to something, pressed the intercom, and said in a deep voice, "I'll come to the barracks right away. It better be something spectacular or else." He didn't finish the latter words, but the intimidation was already through the walkie-talkie. Wonderful control of the barracks. This side of the barracks, Yi Tingshuan's group, who were listening to the bustle, all winced in unison. "That what? What are you still standing here for? Go drill." The few guards at the granary also hurried to stand end to end, their backs taut. The eyes are not slanted and the face is expressionless. "Don't worry, an ice hanky on your face will recede the redness faster," Fang Jinju admonished from the side. Chu Yi obediently buried his face under the hanky. In truth, he was a little ashamed to meet Jinju's eyes. While Jinju's words were a bit shocking, his performance was even more shocking than her words. He was so lost in thought that he left business behind. If Fang had been on the battlefield, he wouldn't have known how many times he had died. Not only that, but it also involves the three armies. Chu Yi previously did not understand why there would always be people who habitually used the beauty plan to control the enemy. Now he understands and comprehends. If Jinju was a beauty trick sent by the enemy to seduce him, then he would surely fall with a city. But it can only be Jinju. "You're coming with me." After repeated icing several times, Chu Yi looked at Fang Jinju. "I'll take you to the military camp to take a look." Fang Jinju's eyes lit up. "Is it okay? Don't you have to take care of things? Won't my going affect you?" Chu Yi smiled and shook his head. The Chengwu emissary has just been removed. Even if Chengwu reacts, it will take time. As long as it's not Chengwu coming to commit crimes, it's not a big deal. "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Fang Jinju did not push or shove and cheerfully agreed. The two of them went out one after the other, and were immediately followed by 2 Chu family troops. Chu Yi glanced at them. There's no need to follow them. Guard the general's residence and watch over the 3 children. Keep your mouths shut about today's events, and if I hear anything unusual from anyone else's ears, I'll hold you all accountable. He didn't know that Jinju was so outgoing about her feelings and that he was defenseless against her words and actions. He hadn't forgotten how he had lost his temper in front of these men. If this happens a few more times, how can he talk about his majesty in front of the 3 armies? The 2 Chu clan troops were on their feet, and before disappointment could well up above them, they were snatched up by apprehension. It's the general. Then in unison, they cast a pleading look toward Fang Jinju. Fang Jinju's eyes contained a smile, and without saying anything, she took Chu Ye's hand. Alright, let's go. Don't delay the business. They are all men who are loyal to you, and even if they talk about it twice, they are still concerned about you. What? Do you think the 2 of us have a relationship that can't see the light of day? Forget it then. I'd better not go to the barracks. There are many people in the barracks, and there are more mouths to feed. No Jinju. Fine. I don't care. So let them talk about it. The Chu family army stretched their necks to watch the men and women walk away, looked at each other, and couldn't help covering their mouths and shaking their shoulders. Ask what love is in the world. One thing leads to another. Chapter 167, I'm his sweetheart. Naturally, I still rode to the barracks. There were already Chu's troops waiting at the door with their horses. The general is coming. The horse snorted cheerfully and paced lightly on all 4 hooves in excitement. Fang Jinju was violently stunned. The last time I rode this horse when I didn't know the language of the beast, he looked like this. She was also quite worried, thinking that the horse was a bit manic and afraid that something might happen to it. But with Chu Yi around, there was no fear. But I didn't expect it to turn out to be exciting for it. By the sound of it, it's a mare. Fang Jinju couldn't help but look at Chu Yi behind her. Her eyes sked. It's true that looks and charisma are good for everything. Seeing the woman's eyes teasingly looking at herself, Chu Yi's heart thumped slightly in uncertainty. Fang Jinju's heart burst with relief. Quickly stepped forward and reached out to smooth the horse's mane. I thought you weren't quite used to being here from my country of China, but it looks like you're quite happy to be here. Why? Do you like being ridden by the general so much? Hiss. The horse's head shot up in a jerk of fear. You understand me? A pair of rounded horse eyes stared at Fang Jinju in shock. It knows this woman. She's the one who bought herself to the general. That said, its heart is especially grateful to her. But how could the woman understand it? It's obvious that it was normal last time. The Chu clan soldier leading the horse was startled and hurriedly separated Fang Jinju with his body. Miss Jinju, be careful. There's no harm in it. You go down first. Chu Yi sensed something and hurriedly stepped forward to take the horse's rope, waving his hand for the Chu family army to go down. Fang Jinju smiled and stroked the horse's face. I was able to send you here. So what's so rare about understanding your words? Horse, it's not as safe here as it is in China. You could be ridden into battle at any time. Why do you look so happy? The horse returned to his senses and raised his head proudly. I am of warhorse blood. Being ridden by those brats earlier was simply degrading to the horse's life. This is the world that belongs to me. Saying this, it twisted its head to look at Chu Yi. Only such a hero is worthy of sitting on my back. I will follow him in the bloodshed and help him settle the country. Fang Jinju couldn't help but extend her thumbs towards the horse. I didn't expect a tiny horse to have this kind of ambition. Admire, admire, admire. The horse proudly snorted. That's for sure. But any horse with a bit of blood is most proud of being able to gallop across the sands. But not every horse has this opportunity. It was you who gave me this opportunity, and I am grateful. Otherwise, how could I have allowed you to sit on my back with the general last time? Ha ha. Fang Jinju smiled like a flower. I didn't think I'd be so honored. Since you think so, then I'm not going to be polite. Oh, he said, opening his hand toward Chu Yi. Carry me up. Chu Yi looked at the horse and then at Fang Jinju. What did you say to it? As he spoke, he reached out and pinched the woman's surplus waist and carried her onto the horse. This time, Chu Yi did not have any more constipation, only feeling that what he held under his palm was full of happiness, and even the corners of his mouth could not help but curve up. Fang Jinju winked at him. Secret. The woman's delicate appearance made Chu Yi's chest itchy, hooked his lips without saying anything, and rolled onto his horse. Hiya! With a soft cry, the horse raised its hooves and galloped. What are you, General? The horse asked as he ran. Fang Jinju laughed. Can't you see it's so obvious? I'm his sweetheart. He's my sweetheart too. Ah! The horse lost a hoof in surprise and neighing out. Fang Jinju's figure swayed violently, and in the next instant, she was wrapped around her waist by the long arm of the man behind her and tightly embraced in her arms. The chest behind her was warm and solid and secure. What did you say to it? Although the heart hangs in the air for a moment, but at this moment, the soft jade and warm fragrance embraced in the arms. Chu Yi. On the contrary, the horse underneath the body to give birth to a few points of gratitude. Fong Jinju beautifully nestled in the man's arms, the corners of her mouth raised in a snicker. It asked me what I was to you, and when I said I was your fiancé, it was shocked. As she said this, she tilted her face crookedly and tilted her head closer to the man and whispered, "He's a filly." Warm and soft orchid breath around the nose, hair unintentionally stroked across the jaw, like a microelectricity over the body, tingling unbearable. Chuye's breathing was slightly heavy, gradually unable to think, only subconsciously obediently asked, "What does it mean?" The smile at the corner of Fong Jinju's lips was completely unstoppable. "It seems to like you." Chuyi lowered his eyes as the top of the woman's soft hair. "Feel the hair swirl are very eye-catching." "What? It likes you?" Fong Jinju twisted her head and raised a big smile. "I didn't expect you to be so popular. Even females across species can't help but fall in love with you." Only then did Chuyi hear it, his handsome face stunned. "What? His horse? Pouring over him? You. The horse was ashamed and angry. A wild gallop. "Don't you talk nonsense in front of the general. If the general won't let me be his mount anymore because of your nonsense, even if you're kind to me, I'm not done with you." Fong Jinju couldn't help herself. "You're just a horse, so what can you do?" "Horses. I can never let you ride me again. Then I'll ride another filly with the general, who is obedient to me." You don't talk about martial arts." Fong Jinju noticed that the horse underneath her was clearly a bit disorganized in frustration. Well. She leaned over and smoothed the horse's mane. "Want a chance to show off?" The horse's ears twitched, spinelessly. "Want? In the future, as long as I'm sharing a ride with the general, you try to run a bit more epileptic without affecting your speed." Fong Jinju's eyes glittered with a small secret. Her red lips hooked with a sneer. "Create more opportunities for me and the general to have intimate contact so that I can make you the general's mount permanently. You're a smart horse. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Horses." Then, the horse's back, which had been steady, began to seize up. Chuye's eyes tightened. His long arm locked tightly around Fong Jinju's waist. "Don't be afraid. There's me. Won't fall down." Then his hands tugged on the reins and he mouthed the call to arms in an attempt to calm the horse into a steadier run. Fong Jinju beautifully nestled in the man's arms. "Soft," Baba said. "Aha, as long as you're around, I have nothing to be afraid of." Horses. Very good. A very clever horse indeed. The strong hormonal scent of the man's body made Fong Jinju's heart overflow with a lot of happiness and satisfaction with every beat. "But you grasp the scale. And don't be too deliberate. Horses. Good for you. You fall in love. I contribute." Chapter 168. The rules of the military camp are only for us. Miss Jinju doesn't need to follow them. The general is coming. 30 or 40 feet short of the barracks, the shouts of the Chu family's army were heard. Then there were 2 Chujia army babas who greeted them. When people arrive, laughter comes first. Still some distance away, Fong Jinju saw the big, bright teeth of the 2 Chu family troops. "Hello, heroes." She rippled a polite smile back and waved at them. "I'm Fong Jinju, Miss Jinju, General." Although the Chu family army had long ago guessed that the woman who rode with the general was the Jinju girl, their ears couldn't help but vibrate with excitement. One of the Chu clan soldiers was busy taking the reins and halting the horse. The other one poofed and bowed down on his knees, using his body as a stool. "Don't worry about stepping on it, Miss Jinju. I'm steady." Look at the face on the ground and smile. "It's lucky that I'm on duty today, and I've been given the opportunity to do something for Miss Jinju." Fong Jinju's eyes snapped. "Make it impossible, I hero. Quickly get up." The corners of Chu Jejun's mouth grinned to the back of his ears. "It's fine." Halfway through his sentence, he was pulled up by his companion and given a wink. Chu Jiajun, who wanted to be a human stool, looked at Chu Yi with a puzzled and messy face following his eyes. A moment of enlightenment. Chu Yi swept a glance at the 2 men, his heart just as insightful as anything. Seeing Chu Jejun get up, Fong Jinju sighed in relief. "Chu Yi, hurry up and carry me down." She couldn't afford to be treated that way by these heroes. It would kill her to do it again later. Chu Yi rolled over and dismounted, reaching out to carry Fong Jinju off the horse. It's not the same as earlier. This time it turned out to be a princess hug. Fong Jinju was caught off guard and stunned. Then his eyes were stunned by Chu Yi's practically perfect jawline and sexually tense larynx. In his mind, he recalled that when the Xiangzhou County Earth Dragon had turned over, Chu Yi had also escaped with his arms around her like this. Back then, she also felt that it was indecent to look away, and that to look away more than once was to taint the friendship between her and Chu Yi. But now the state of mind is completely different. She can look graciously and look hard, feeling the woman in his arms' stunning obsessive gaze. Chu Yi eyes as if being dripped thick honey water. Sweet cannot be melted. See this scene. The 2 Chu family troops grinned a big toothy grin, their faces full of anti-smiles that they simply couldn't hide. Behind them, the Chu family troops guarding both sides of the entrance to the barracks also stretched their necks to look over. Originally, Vice Admiral Yi tricked the general into coming to the barracks so that he could create an opportunity for the general and Miss Jinju to use the walkie-talkie to contact each other. That way they could guess how far along they were by the conversation between the two. Who would have thought that the general would bring the Jinju girl to the barracks? It also played out in a sweet scene that was totally beyond their expectations. They had, today, watched a spectacle that could only be seen from the VIP seats. Put me down now. Perhaps it was because the eyes of the Chu family soldiers were too passionate, and only then did Fang Jinju painstakingly retract her eyes, urging Chu Yi to put herself down. Dropping his eyes to see the woman's cheeks swooning with a touch of light pink, Chu Yi's lips followed suit and swooned with pleasure as he gently placed her on the ground. Then he looked at the Chu family army. His eyes became stern for a moment. I have to come, but has something big happened? A crowd of grinning Chu's army, the smile violently stiff, all converge, each put the body back straight. The head of the Chu family army said in a serious manner, report back to the general. Yi Vice General said that the southern barbaric messenger was put to death. Counting the days they came to the north, I think there will be another 3 or 5 days. Chengwu State Lord will notice the end. Not a few days, there will certainly be a vicious battle. Vice General Yi asked the general to come to the barracks precisely to discuss the response. Though they tricked the general into coming to the barracks, inevitably they had selfish motives. But what they say is true. This matter at hand is indeed a matter of great urgency. Even with their current armament and strength, they were not afraid of Chengwu coming to war. But you have to call out to the general to decide. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's face cleared up a little before he looked at Fang Jinju and said, let's go in. The two entered the barracks one after the other. Behind them, the Chu family's troops let out a breath in unison, craning their necks to watch the pair of wallflowers walk farther and farther away. The moment. They're envious of the brothers inside again. General, Miss Jinju, all the way in. All the Chu family army saluted and greeted with an excited and respectful face. The woman beside the general was a stranger, but they did not hesitate to shout out. If one listened carefully, one could hear that when they called Miss Jinju, they were even more devout and excited than when they called general. Look at a face that is devout and friendly to the core. Fang Jinju's tense and anxious mood loosened up little by little. You've seen a pig run before you've eaten it. In the TV series, no one is allowed to enter the barracks, not to mention women. Although Chu said it didn't matter, but she still feared that by bringing herself here, he was leading the way in breaking military rules to his detriment. But now these GIs gave her the feeling. It's her and Chu Yi who don't share the same weight. It wasn't that she came to this barracks or not, but it was as if she was the most important member of this army. Everyone was expecting her. General. Before he even approached the military tent, Yi Tingxian and Han Kangwu welcomed him out. Miss Jinju. Han Kangwu looked at Fang Jinju with a smile on his face. Fang Jinju instantly smiled openly. Big brother Han. Although all the heroes here were nice, Han Kangwu was the one she was most familiar with, so naturally she felt a little more affectionate. Go inside and talk. Chu Yi took Fang Jinju's hand and crossed into the military tent with broad strides. Yi Tingxian and Han Kangwu followed closely. Jinju, sit down. Chu Yi pointed to the only stool behind the table. Fang Jinju looked at him and then at the two Han Yi, shaking her head repeatedly. No, 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 this is out of order. Yi Tingxian hurriedly said. In this barracks, whatever Jinju girl wants to do becomes possible. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped abruptly and looked at Chu Yi. Seeing that his face was receptive, he then grinned again and continued. The rules of the barracks are only for us. Miss Jinju doesn't have to abide by them. Chu Yi hooked his lips. The heart of accountability that had been stored up on the road had just subsided by 30% at the door, and at this moment it had even directly subsided by 80%. Fang Jinju smiled towards Han Yi. The barracks don't have to be a general's residence. Since you're here you have to abide by the rules here. The two generals don't have to treat Jinju differently. Besides, I've come all the way here on horseback in my party, and I've had enough of it, and it's comfortable to stand and talk against it. Seeing that her words were earnest and not polite, the two Han Yi did not say any more. Tell me, what do you have in mind for Chengwu? To be Jinju words fell. Chu Yi routinely inquired about the barracks should be military affairs, then opened the door to ask. Chapter 169, Removing Chengwu is imperative. Yi Tingxian and Han Kangwu looked at each other. At the end of Han Kangwu stepped forward and said, General, Chengwu messenger has come to the north for 4 days. If the negotiation ends smooth, right now is also the day to return. North Liao to Changwu border is only half a day's work. If another 2 days the messengers have not returned to Changwu military camp, I am afraid that they will definitely notice the difference, and immediately send a letter to the Lord of Changwu, Changwu border to the capital. The fast horsewhip is only 3 or 4 days of work. once the Qiangwu state master received the letter, is bound to gather a large army to swing north and down, when there will inevitably be a vicious battle. Speaking here, Yi Tingxian took over the conversation at the right time. General, the last general thought that if a battle with Qiangwu is inevitable, it would be better to take the initiative to seize the first opportunity and attack them by surprise first. Hearing this, Chu Yi nodded. What you all think is exactly the same as this general. Among the 6 kingdoms, Qiangwu is the most tyrannical and warlike. Although we are now free of food and clothing, but there are Qiangwu eyeing the side, is also a knife hanging from the top, is never down to earth. Therefore, if you want long-lasting peace, removing Qiangwu is imperative. Saying that, he looked at Fang Jinju. What does Jinju think? Han Kangwu and Yi Tingxian also looked at Fang Jinju in unison, their eyes eager. Fang Jinju was slightly stunned, then immediately responded. If there is a tenfold certainty, Qiangwu will naturally get rid of it, said looking at Chu Yi. But I heard you say that when you beheaded the Qiangwu emissary, you had already promised the 40,000 Qiangwu army to preserve their families and not to hurt the innocent people of Qiangwu. Here. Han Kangwu and Yi Tingxian looked at each other, their eyes gazing up with some complexity. If that's the case, and you can't be generous with a weapon as powerful as a gas canister, how much more certain are you that you'll win? Fang Jinju looked at the 3 people and voiced the concerns in her heart. Although she does not know how to lead the army to fight, but also can think of, if there is no powerful weapons, with the Chu family army's current strength, blood fight, I am afraid that it is not Qiangwu's opponent, and although those 40,000 Qiangwu troops had already submitted, if they were to raise their swords and guns to attack their own people, it would be a bit of a loss in the end. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them very well. Jinju, come with me. Chu Yi looked over at Fang Jinju, and then signaled for the 2 Han Yi to follow him over as well. The group of 4 came to the military sand table behind the table. Chu Yi said, what Jinju said is very true. Qiangwu in these years for the scourge of the 6 countries, are all the higher-ups, in the people are innocent. If in order to destroy the Qiangwu and harm the people, is some of the cart before the horse? But if we cannot make generous use of the martial equipment provided by Jinju, then the capture of Qiangwu is simply nonsense. But it's not all doom and gloom, said he pointed to the sand plate in the Qiangwu state board. Qiangwu state 36 continents. Now there are 10 continents or plundered 6 countries' cities. These 10 continents are fertile soil material rich place. So in order to prevent the 5 countries' stupid move, Qiangwu big half of the troops are gathered in the border defense of the 10 continents. North Liao because of the barren land. Qiangwu did not bother to take over, but was preserved. Chu Yi looked to Han Yi 2 people. Eyes again fell on the face of Fang Jinju. Qiangwu the other small half of the troops, half in the capital of the imperial city, the other half scattered in the various continents of the city. Qiangwu in our northern Liao border city of Gobichao, is also a poor and desolate place. The land is vast and sparsely populated, and the people in the city are no more than 20,000 to 30,000. Because of their disdain for northern Liao, the Gobichao military camp's strength at its peak was just over 40,000 men. It is only during the fall harvest season each year that a wave of troops from the 3 continents surrounding the Gobi continent are assembled to commit a crime. The Chu family army has been stationed in northern Liao for more than 10 years, and they are well aware of the strength of the Chu family army, and know that if their forces are equal, they will not be a match for the Chu family army, and that is why they have gathered troops from the 3 continents every time, and have used sea of men tactics to crush my Chu family army. Chu Ya's eyes condensed on a touch of certainty, but this time we are taking them by surprise, so we can attack the Gobi continent one by one, as well as the 3 continents bordering it. As long as the capture of this side of the city of 4 continents, the more to the center of the position, the weaker the deployment of troops in the continents. Taking advantage of the Qiangwu capital's reinforcements arrive before, even if you do not use overly powerful weaponry, only by virtue of the art of war layout, applying some of the less lethal weaponry. He looked at Fang Jinju. It's the little gas bottles and jars and such that you sent earlier, and the attack is also a winning one. Fang Jinju nodded her head in agreement. The vial jar is suitable for close attacks. In this way, it won't hurt the innocent. Han Kangwu stepped forward and said, General, good planning. We also have confidence in close attack, but the difficulty is that once we raise our troops to attack Gobichao, I'm afraid that before we even get close, they will catch wind of the situation and immediately send someone to the capital to ventilate and request reinforcements. At that time, not more than half a month, Qiangwu's capital reinforcements will come storming. This time, can capture the border city 4 cities will be good. What's more, once the Qiangwu reinforcements gather and come, at that time, we are not equal to our strength. I'm afraid that we still have to utilize martial arts equipment of comparable power, and in that case, There's no guarantee that we won't injure innocents. Yi Tingxian nodded his head, feeling that Han Kanwu had a point. General, Xiangwu's horizontal authority has been so strong that no one has dared to provoke it in the past 10 years or so. This battle must be planned completely. I'm afraid more than to take a step to see 10 steps. When necessary, even if the injury to the innocent is inevitable, if the general because of the commitment to the Changwu soldiers in fear, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. It's still important to focus on the greater good of my northern Liao. Chu Yi nodded his head, naturally, weighing the two phases to take their weight. This general has a good idea in mind. He then looked at Jin Zhu and hooked his lips. But that planning of this general in the square, as long as there is Jin Zhu's help, it will surely come to fruition. The three of them looked at Fang Jinju in unison. Fang Jinju's face was slightly stunned. Then she said, "What can I do to help?" Chu Yi raised his lips. Jin Zhu only needs to help us stall for time, so that the war report of the Changwu soldiers cannot be sent to the hands of the Changwu kingdom lord. Han Kanwu and Yi Tingxian were confused. That's a bit of an imposition. General, isn't it? How can Miss Jinju accomplish what the general wishes now that she is a mortal body of flesh? Fang Jinju's eyes flickered slightly, and she realized in an instant. She smiled at Han Yi and the two of them. Even though I'm now a mortal flesh body, I'm not completely incapable. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to fulfill this trust of the general. At those words, Han Kanwu and Yi Tingxuan's faces were overjoyed. They couldn't be more clear about Miss Jin Zhu's ability. They wouldn't have the slightest doubt when she said it could be done. General, even if Miss Jin Zhu intercepted the Changwu war report, at the end, Yi Tingxian lifted another difficulty. But the Chengwu emissary exceeded the day of returning to the dynasty, and would eventually arouse the suspicion of the Lord of Chengwu, so at most he could only delay for half a month. Half a month's time, even if everything goes well, is only enough for us to break through 5 or 6 cities of Chengwu. At that time, if Chengwu gathered all his forces to attack, what should we do? Chapter 170. I have a way to deal with the court. Chu Yi had not yet spoken. Han Kanwu then took over the conversation. General Fang just meant is not very obvious. When necessary, the use of large weapons will have to use. Said he pointed to a territory of Chengwu in the Sand Tray and said, if we can capture An Mu Chao before the Lord of Chengwu reacts, this continent and Yuan Lu Chao bordering the place is a vast land. Although there are villages, but as long as the evacuation of the city of An Mu Chao ahead of time, you can be in this battle. At that time, even if a big weapon is used, it will not spill over to the innocent. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye's eyes were full of appreciation. No thanks to the veteran generals who have followed their father. Vice General Han and this general share the same opinion. The place where An Mu Chao City and Yuan Lu Chao City share a border is indeed the best place to fight a battle against the backwaters. Yi Tingxian slammed his head, excited to the extreme. Great! In this way, we can let go and directly bombard them with gas canisters. So what's there to fear from an army of 300,000? As long as Changwu's 300,000 strong army is annihilated, Changwu is at the end of his rope and can only be at our mercy. Seeing Chu Ye's planning and strategizing, and the subordinate generals under his command are brave and resourceful, Fang Jinju also felt a great sense of pride in her chest. She laughed. Maybe we can give in without the need for shelling. 300,000 troops take off their armor are also ordinary people with flesh and blood. As long as they are people, they will not want to live. As long as they want to live, then they have something to fear. And that fear is the key to our victory. The woman's words made the admiration in the three men's eyes light up like a blaze. Chu Yi deep looked at Fang Jinju. Words born of emotion. Jinju's talent. If again in possession of martial arts, this general's position should give way to you. Han Kanwu and Yi Tingxian also nodded repeatedly. Miss Jinju is the blessed star that old heaven has bestowed upon our northern Liao in general. With Miss Jin Zhu around, the sea is clear and the river is calm. Just around the corner. Although when he was in China before, Fang Jinju had also given Chu Yi a lot of ideas. Naturally, he also got a lot of praise from Chu Yi. But at this time in the barracks, by a few leading thousands of generals so praised in front of the face, the mood is naturally completely different. I hate that I can't put on my armor and gallop into battle with them. Don't get too happy yet. But a few breaths of happy airtime. Chu Yi words suddenly turned again. Plan set how to check and balance the external enemy. It should say how to prevent the internal worry. The joy on Fang Jinju's face slightly converged, instantly realizing what was going on. You're talking about the Tangwu court? Yi Tingxian and Han Kanwu looked at each other, and their faces returned to solemnity. Chu Yi nodded. Right now all the county's victims are flocking towards Beiliao. Such a big movement. The imperial court that end is only afraid of early detection. Although according to the court's past behavior, it will definitely regard these victims as a liability, and may abandon these counties and cities just as it did when it cut off northern Liao. but that would only be if they were the main ones in the first place. But now, before they can make a move, these victims have come spontaneously to defect to Northern Liao, which is a strange shame for the court. As he spoke, he paced slowly and ponderously with one hand behind his back. The court will surely not stop for the sake of face. Together with Wang Shuyi and Lei Jinting's delay in coming to the north, I think it won't be long before the emperor sends troops to come to Northern Liao to crusade and ask for punishment. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingxian said hatefully, the dog emperor is only a harborer, but externally he is a shrunken head turtle. Han Kangwu said with a sullen face, General need not worry. As far as the strength of those soft-footed shrimp virtues of Tangwu are concerned, leaving 5,000 Chujia troops stationed in Northern Liao will be able to fight against them. It's not that simple. Chuyi shook his head and said, with so many victims swarming North Liao, anyone with a clear eye can see the signs. How could so many victims be attracted to come forward if they didn't have the food and the ability to do so? Therefore, the emperor has come to crusade and ask for punishment, this time to use the opportunity to force me, Northern Liao, to hand over grain and grass supplies. He is well aware of the strength of the Chu family army, and once he decides to come to the north, he will certainly bring twice as many troops as the Northern Liao. And the emperor has a sinister mind, and has always liked to use people's lives as a sharp weapon of blackmail. This time they come, will certainly bring part of the Chu family army soldiers and generals of the family as hostages. It is not permitted to say will also be along the way of the victims are captured, when the engagement of the shield. At those words, Han Sungwu's disdainful expression instantly dissipated and became grave. Yi Tingxian and Fang Jinju were also filled with complicated eyes. Even with powerful weapons, there was no fear that the emperor had many soldiers. But how can we disregard the lives of the families of the Chu family army and the innocent victims? And let's not talk about tolerance. Let's just say that there are countless victims outside the city, and they can't be resettled into the city yet. Once innocent lives are taken in vain and weapons are used to bombard, will it not make the lips of those victims die? You can't tell if you're not going to cause a riot. Even if the victims are afraid of weapons, do not dare to riot. But it is also certain that the North Liao, Chuyi lost the cold heart. Those with dissenting views will certainly not be able to be placed in the city. But if we don't resettle the victims and push them back to the central plains, we are letting them die. Anyway, the whole body will be affected by one hair, and it will be difficult for both sides to move. By comparison, against the Qiangwu foreign enemy, after all, are much simpler than against the court. Right now we have 60,000 troops. Chuyi lent, among them, there are also 40,000 or Changwu army. How to deploy the troops is the top priority, he said, looking toward Han Yi. What do you think is the most appropriate arrangement? He had a general decision in mind, but it was most beneficial to brainstorm and check for gaps. Han Kangwu and Yi Tingxian looked at each other, clearly in some difficulty. At the end of the Han from the martial arts tried to say the heart of the whole idea. Xiangwu war once started on more than not rest, necessary to win the party for the end, and is a strong enemy. Non-general personally lead the troops to battle can be. 30,000 troops is already to the low limit. Another Bailio city, the general's residence, and the military barracks must not be left vacant. At least 2,000 soldiers must remain at each place. This leaves only 24,000 troops available to fight the incoming court. Qiangwu side, naturally half to this will be in command. 30,000 troops can. Chuyi nodded and said, but against the imperial court, if we let them pinpoint our soft underbelly, even if we pour out all our troops, it will be nothing more than a display. But if we can find a breakthrough, 10,000 troops are more than enough. Han Yi looked at each other, neither having a clue. After listening for so long, Fang Jinju had an early insight in her mind and spoke at the right time. I have a method to deal with the court. Chapter 171, I am the master of the outside world. Jin Zhu is the master of the inside world. Words. Along with Chu Yi, the three of them looked at her in unison. They've just discussed so much, and Miss Jin Zhu didn't even say anything more. But every time when it counts, it always solves the problem with a single word. They naturally look forward to it. Fang Jinju looked at Chu Yi. The bottom of her eyes was a sure confidence. The court is shameless, thinking that by taking the lives of the innocent and weak, they are taking Bailiao. But after all, they don't understand the situation of Bailiao, much less you and me. Unbeknownst to us, this time they have come but to send us head soldiers. How the Chengwu soldiers were subdued in the first place. How they will be subdued at the present time. Just as they were. The three men looked at each other twice and immediately understood. Han Songwu's eyes gleamed. Yes, as the higher-ups, they should have been blessing the people, but they were doing things that brutalized the innocent, and deserved the wrath of heaven. This morning, he was the one who saw the victims who tried to pick a fight get attacked by the rats. Although he didn't ask, He knew very well that it must have been Jinju who had helped him. Miss Jinju is extremely right. Though she was already mortal in the flesh, she was still capable of something. Her certainty was a reassurance to them all. Generals don't worry about hanging on to Qiangwu. Fang Jinju raised the corners of her lips. I will watch over Baliao City for General and never let the thieves take advantage of it. Chu Yi eyes deep like a pool, but as long as in Jinju look at, will become a clear water. All kinds of emotions are revealed clearly. The Battle of Qiangwu, even if it goes well, will take more than a month. At this moment, it is a deep and emotional worry. Do you know, this time I am most relieved. Is you. He knew better than to compare Jinju to an ordinary woman, but no matter what, he only wished he could protect her at all times. Han Kangwu and Yi Tingxian looked at each other. The general's affection for Miss Jinju is already visible to the naked eye and is not hidden from anyone. It seems that Miss Jinju is also interested in the general. They should have been happy and relieved that their suspicions were confirmed. But at this moment, the heart was inexplicably a little blocked. Although just now, between the planning, everyone is full of ambition. But when it comes to battle, who can guarantee everything? Suffering General and Miss Jinju. Children's love is swayed by the chaotic world. They can't help themselves. Fang Jinju smiled. I can't worry about you either. But when will I be able to marry you if the external worries are not removed and the internal troubles are not solved? Han Yi duo? In their excitement, the two subconsciously gripped each other's hands tightly. The general and the Jinju girl had surprisingly developed more rapidly than they had imagined. If you don't open your mouth, you'll be talking about marriage. Miss Jinju, so candid. General, what a blessing. Although he was mentally prepared in advance, Jinshu's words still made Chu Yi unable to help but be shocked. Shocked and overwhelmed. The feeling of being confessed over and over again in public by the woman you love is really uproarious. He subconsciously looked at the Han Yi duo. As expected, both faces had been shocked and excited to the point of contortion. Chu Yi can no longer suppress the corners of his lips. Good. I host the outside. Jinju security inside will certainly be this internal and external trouble in addition to. When he said that, his eyes flickered slightly, thinking of the woman's natural candor, and his face was overlaid with the same color of candor. The first thing I will do after settling the country is to marry Jinju as my wife. Just as his words fell, a figure stumbled and fell out of the doorway of the military tent. The people in the tent looked out in unison. Just saw a few Chu family troops outside the army tent fell to the ground like a stacked Han. Every Chu family army face is a color of panic. Chu Yi's face sank and he was just about to say something when Yi Tingxian hurriedly ran out. What are you all huddled around here for if not to drill properly? Yi Tingxian then reprimanded and scowled. Even if you want to kowtow to Miss Jinju to thank her, you have to follow the rules. All of you go down and receive 5 army sticks each. The Chu's soldiers at the door will understand. Busy climbing up. A slip and run. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear. It's as if they're not there to collect their punishment, but to collect their reward. Having heard with his own ears the general's request to marry Miss Jinju, it was worth it even if he was beaten with 50 army sticks. Yi Tingxian sighed in relief and turned around. Then he saw Chu Yi staring at himself with an insightful glance. He grinned. Miss Jinju came back to the barracks for the first time, so it's inevitable that all the guys are a bit excited. Previously, I heard that Miss Jinju was picked up by the general, and if it wasn't for me stopping her, everyone would have hated to kowtow to Miss Jinju at the general's residence to thank her. But even more excitement has to be observed by the army, and the general won't blame me for making a fuss and beating them up, will he? Then without waiting for Chu Yi to respond, he looked at Fang Jinju again. Miss Jinju, they behaved in an abrupt manner. The last general feels that the 5 army sticks are cheap for them. With that, he turned around in a whirlwind. No, it's not going to work. It's going to take at least 20 clubs to make it work. I'll have to go and supervise the punishment myself. Vice General Yi. Fang Jinju, which cannot see that Yi Tingxian intentionally want to defend these Chu family army, smiled and stopped. You hurriedly ordered to go to notify. 10,000 do not just those a few heroes to impose punishment. The heavy ground of the military camp is not a place where I should be. If it is more serious, the general and I will have to be punished first. Everyone previously to me are only heard of its name, not see its person. Now have some curiosity is also common sense. Today on my face, do not pursue too much, otherwise I will become a sinner. At the end, she looked over at Chu Yi with a slight wink of her eyelashes. What do you say, General? The moment the woman's eyes touched over, Chu Yi's eyes immediately became soft. Good. Then look to Yi Tingxian. The bottom of the eyes and an instant overflowing will be way. Today read in the face of Jinju. Will not be held accountable for the fault of those people just now. But you commanded to go down. This time only. Not to be repeated. Otherwise even if Jinju begged for mercy again, this general would never forgive. Yi Tingxian hurriedly restrained his countenance and stood up his back to receive orders. Yes, General. the last general will go out and knock on the door to admonish the crowd. With that, he turned and walked out in a single stride. Chu Yi looked at Han Kangwu again. After some deliberation just now, the division of troop deployment. This general has already made up his mind. 10,000 Chu family troops, 25,000 reserve troops, under the command of Yi Tingxian, and march with this general to Qiangwu at noon tomorrow. Order another 5,000 Chu family troops and 5,000 reserve troops, under your command, to be at Jinju's disposal at all times in case of the imperial court. Han Kangwu respectfully cupped his fists and responded, "Yes, General." On the other hand, pass on the order to order 2,000 Chu family troops and 3,000 Qiangwu troops to be stationed in the barracks with Lu Qi at the head. The 3,000 Chu family troops guarding the general's residence and the four-sided warehouse stay put. The rest are all deployed by Xiongdali. One to patrol the city for security and the other to govern the victims outside the city. Yes, General. Should be military orders go down. The military camp immediately bingo footsteps array. Tightly began to prepare for the war matters. Chapter 172. We must win and we will win. Fang Jinju had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help but follow him out. Standing in front of the military tent and looking a bit mesmerized, soldiers in armor moved through the campground in orderly columns, then regularized themselves in their own military formations. Han Kangwu and Yi Tingxian stood in front of the military formation and gave orders, their words resounding. The sound of the army responding was even louder. Each sound was like hot oil on fire, causing the blood of those who saw the scene to burn. Fang Jinju's white fingers clenched into fists at this shocking scene. She was born in the land of peace, never experienced war firsthand. Even though the movie rendition is better, it's not as real as being there right now. The moment. She trembled around her body and her eyes blazed with a hatred that she could not immediately put on her armor and become one of these British soldiers. A pair of large palms gently covered her shoulders. Jinju, don't be afraid. Noticing the slight trembling of the woman's body under his palm, Chu Yi couldn't help but open his mouth to softly pacify her. You don't have to follow Han Kangwu to face the enemy together at that time. You only need to plan from the sidelines. I'm not afraid, Fang Jinju said in a loud voice. When she twisted her head and turned her face, her delicate and soft face seemed to be built with hard armor. I'm not afraid. She looked at Chu Yi and said word for word, Chu Yi, thank you for bringing me to the military camp. Let me see with my own eyes these heroes who are defending their country and realize how important what I am doing is. Although I wasn't born in Beliao, everyone here is my ancestor in terms of that. Saying that, the bottom of her eyes gradually filled with crystals, but the corners of her lips rose. Chu Yi, you know what? Meet Beliao is my life's fortune. Previously I was mediocre and unusual, but now I can fight side by side with my forefathers and create a prosperous mountain and river. I never thought I would live my life with such passionate meaning. She tightly took Chu Yi's hand. Beliao City, you can rest assured to leave it to me. I will not let you down. And please do not fail me in my weight. We must win and we will win. Chu Yi's eyes were shocked, wrapping the woman's hand firmly in his palm. Well, Jinju's golden jade words will definitely come true. They don't know. They just stand there. It is the center of gravity for all the Chu family army, and even the reserve army, that is, the first Changwuhu army. Seeing all the military orders given, all the men, each in his own way, began to count the war preparations and prepare the weapons in a busy and orderly manner. Fang Jinju said, Chu Yi, tomorrow is going to be a great battle. This go, before the success of the day will be windy. Let's give the generals an extra meal tonight. We eat with them. Chu Yi nodded approvingly. Good, all according to Jinju. The two men came to where the cooks were cooking. The general is here. Miss Jinju. Hundreds of caterers were preparing the army's dinner, and seeing Chu Yi and Fang Jinju coming side by side, they all put down the work in their hands and eagerly called out. Everyone was grinning a very obvious anti-grin. The news that the general was going to marry Miss Jinju after settling the country and securing the state was already unknown in the military camp. Warm inside eyes more. Chu Yi also lies more not afraid of it. Gradually can do and Fang Jinju generally different frank. He scanned the tubs and buckets on the floor, which contained so many chickens and ducks that had been slaughtered and were fading. The head of the army was aware of this, and without waiting for Chu Yi to speak, he rushed forward to report. General, just now Vice General Yi said that the big battle on the day. Tonight let the generals all have a meat and vegetables. His voice was a bit cautious, so the subordinates slaughtered 100 chickens, preparing to make chicken and radish soup and white flour buns. Although the army is now well paid, but they had previously experienced many years of clever daughter-in-law difficult to cook without rice hard times. Every hair on the body were practiced at the breath of thrift. Even if the general doesn't give the word, he'll count his days. 100 chickens? At those words, Chu Yi frowned slightly. Fang Jinju couldn't help but be surprised as well. 100 chickens. 60,000 troops. 10 people sharing a piece of chicken is not enough, but they don't know that it's already half the amount they add on a regular day. General, this portion of meat is indeed extravagant tonight. The head of the catering army hurriedly explained. If you don't set aside 30 of them to make another meal in the morning. In fact, the soup stewed by the wrong 30 of them isn't much different. Fong Jinju couldn't help but speak. How often do you give the generals meat? The body of the head waiter unconsciously bowed down a bit, excited and respectful. Back to Miss Jinju. Every 3 days there will be a meat meal. This is something that would have been unthinkable before. Every day, the barracks would be as festive as the new year. Then listen to you, old uncle. Fong Jinju pointed at the chickens and ducks in the basin on the floor. On a usual meat day, less meat is used than now? The head of the army nodded repeatedly. Yin Chang said, every time that day is meat soup with white bread. It can be fragrant and delicious. The general also ordered that 3 meals a day. Meals can be eaten tightly and full. It's all thanks to General and Miss Jinju's blessings that the generals are able to have enough to eat and drink meat soup. And we all don't know how grateful we are in our hearts. The cadre of men behind him nodded in agreement. The good life they're living right now is all thanks to Miss Jinju. Miss Jinju wouldn't think they were too extravagant and wantonly squandering the blessings she had bestowed upon them. Would she? Too little. Fong Jinju looked at Chu Yi and said, 60,000 generals. Even if it's 100 chickens, they can't eat a piece of meat when distributed to everyone's head. It's really too little. You can't lose anyone but the soldiers. I gave so much food and meat supplies. Why don't you let them do more too? Everyone was stunned in unison. Instead of blaming them, Miss Jinju even thinks that the meat is too little at the moment? The head of the army in the heart of a hot, afraid of Jinju girl blamed the general. Hurriedly explained. Jinju girl misunderstood the general. The general commanded that each meat day can be slaughtered 150 chickens and ducks. Is my subordinate think that 150 is a little bit too extravagant? So it is trespass to save a little bit each time. Saying that, he kneeled down in fear towards Fong Jinju. Please Jinju girl chastise my subordinate. 10,000 don't blame the general. The men behind him saw this and followed suit, clattering to their knees. Fong Jinju's eyes tightened as she hurriedly reached out to help him up. Old uncle, I won't blame the general. Get up and talk. The partner army saw the opportunity to insist on kowtowing 3 times to Fong Jinju before they would get up. Others followed suit. Fong Jinju said, Fong and the general and I have already conferred. Tonight we must give the generals a big meat feast. Slaughter 6,000 chickens and ducks for dry frying. Stir fry another vegetable. For the main meal, steam the large white rice and let the generals eat heartily. It's just a matter of avoiding having to work hard for all of you. Everyone was instantly thunderstruck. Nearby is preparing for the Warchu family army also have to stop their feet. Incredible look over. 6,000 chickens and ducks. Big white rice.